Gregory, are you there?
You could do all that, or you could just ask him, challenge him on his claim that he said that Eratosthenes assumed the distance to the sun.
Which he didn't.
Right, which he didn't.
He didn't.
Nope.
He just said that the distance is significant enough to where it should not matter to the measurement.
Hold on. Do you have the original document stating what he said?
Right, that's what the accounts are of his.
2,000 years ago.
It doesn't have to be originally documented in order to know what his original process was.
Well, you said that he said
replicate it
what he did. Hold on a second, Zanuck. You actually said he did this, or you said he did that, which means you have the original source documents to say that he did that. It's not what
if you have somebody's account of the method, you don't need the original source documents to understand what his justifications for the method were.
Okay, so you're just validating the method that was described, but not what actually who said it, did it.
Fine, you want
doesn't matter. The method still exists. If you want to say the method is flawed, you should address the method.
I'm not addressing that. I'm telling you, you said this person did what? Well, because there's a lot of people, claim, well, there's no source documents about this and that. So you said somebody said something. So
there's no source document about the Bible.
Hold on a second. So that's my point. You just proved I have not slammed the Bible on you. So don't bring that up. I'm just saying, as you said, somebody said something. If you're going to say that, then you need to have the source documents if you're going to claim that. If you want to talk about the method, that's different.
Okay, fine. We have a method
that does what it does, and I already described the method.
How should I word this to be pedantic enough for you? We have a method that has been attributed to Eratosthenes, how to measure the sun, or not, how to measure the diameter of the Earth, and it works because I've done it myself. There, is that good enough? God, play.
Well, I see. That's the thing. You guys get pedantic, and we can get pedantic, and someone else can get pedantic too. So,
was I pedantic enough for you about the method that's been historically attributed to Eratosthenes, which you can duplicate and show the diameter of the Earth?
Okay, so the Bible and the documents in the Bible were historically documented to be these certain people. So there we go. So, thanks. I appreciate that.
Well, but see, the thing about it, listen again once. You can replicate his methodology today if you so choose. Especially today, since we know where the sun is today. It's since today is not the solstice. It's the solstice.
Yeah, but Pei, do you not know that it's completely invalid because he assumed the distance and position of the sun?
No, he didn't assume the position of the sun. He didn't assume the distance.
That's the whole
of the
problem.
sun.
That's the whole thing in this discussion is he didn't need to.
The distance to the sun is not a player in this discussion.
Well, here's the thing. Let's talk about that. So what you've done, you half lit the moon, so you're assuming a 90-degree angle. You're putting the sun on the horizon, which is refracted, right?
Actually, in this case, you do your observation at solar noon. There's a reason you do it at solar noon.
Yeah, but you can use this as a quote-unquote proof, even though I don't think it's proof of anything. But if you want to say that the sun is close and local, you're going to get the exact same shadows.
No, the sunlight won't come in parallel.
It proves absolutely nothing.
It won't
not a thing in the world. To keep touting it as so is only damaging your own position.
Gio, the angles would be different, Gio. That's the point.
The angles would be exactly what they are if the sun is close and local, just like the way a sundial works.
Only if you have 2 points on the same longitude line. The third point on the longitude line will not work. The more points you get on the longitude line, the worse it is for your assumption or your what do you want to call it, your belief that the sun is local, because the angles to the sun will not work once you get beyond 2. You can delude yourself with just 2 observations. After that, no, it doesn't work.
Okay, where's your proof of that?
Geometry.
No, where's your proof of that?
Oh, fuck.
You made a statement. If you have no proof, then you'll have to concede you have no proof. If you have something, go ahead and present it.
Google it yourself.
It's not about Google. I know you're a Google Earther. We're not going to follow in your footsteps of being Google Earthers.
No,
you have proof of that. Do you have proof of it?
Yes.
Do you have proof of it?
Yes, the proof exists.
Present it.
Math doesn't lie.
I'm just going to keep saying it, and if you do not present it, then you must concede.
So
I'm not going to force you to concede, but the room will show, the court will show that you have not presented it.
So you
trigonometry doesn't stop working on
trigonometry or Googling or anything. Present it. The evidence that what you just said is the case.
So I can go research this data, present you the data, so you can go to the data.
We're going to try it again. Present it.
Like
You've done 4 versions of obfuscation. Do you want to do a 5th, or do you want to present it?
Fine.
So what you're asking? Are you asking because you think that the angles to the sun from 2 or 3 or 4 observers would be the same on a flat Earth as it would be on a globe, right?
I am asking for paid NASA's shill to present the information, any verification for what he just said. I'm just simple. I'm not even contending it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm simply asking for him to do that. And if he can't, I'm not going to force him to concede, but he has to concede. The court will show he has not provided the evidence.
Gio, we can do this right now.
And now he's going to go into fuck's sakes, and he's going to go into Googling, and he's going to go into an ad hoc. We're going to start again. Paid NASA's shill. Can you present this, or can you only present ad hominem attacks?
We could do this right now, Gio. Right? So we can do this today. When it's solar noon here in Hawaii, and the sun is 4,000 or 3,000 miles above the Earth, from your location, the sun should be at a specific angle. We could test that.
This is not addressing what paid NASA's shill said. Paid NASA's shill precisely talked about having multiple points along a longitude line and that not working with a close and local sun. He's failed to present it, and I'm going to assume he's going to continue to fail to present it, and I'm expecting another ad hom because that's all he does.
You've seen it before, Gio. How many times do I have to give it to you?
And there's another ad hom.
That's not an ad hom.
I have never seen this. Please present it. It's that simple.
Yes, you have. Hold on. Let me find it for you. Since I
can't looking for,
I will do it for you.
Are you looking for Sly Sparkane's
Are you guys unable to see chat?
I'm not looking for a Sly Sparkane anything. I'm asking for paid NASA's shill to validate and show proof for what he said. I'm not asking for a YouTube video of some globe Earth shill.
No, it's not one globe Earth shill.
It's who the person is. We're discussing observations of the sun. If you want to say that he lied about his observations of the sun, you can certainly claim that.
I'm not asking for a YouTuber that's a globe Earth shill. I'm asking for
if you can claim that he lied about the observations of the sun, if you want to, that's up to you.
If you're are you just gonna talk over me? Is that the deal?
You didn't listen to what I said, so yes.
So we didn't hear either of you. Great.
So because he believes in the globe, now he has to be a liar and a shill.
I never called anybody a liar. Now you're making up lies
called him a
about something that I never said.
He has evidence that we can accept, correct?
Yeah, he is shilling for the globe. Do you know what the word shill means? He is doing what the definition of the word shill is for a globe Earth.
Yeah, testing whether or not
he has evidence that we can present, correct?
Do you have evidence from a reputable source at all, Doofus?
Okay, so now you have to assume that he's lying.
Do you have any evidence from a reputable source?
Again, you have to assume that he is lying in order to make that statement.
And I will ask you one more time.
That's not even true.
Any evidence
that is not true.
A reputable source.
And again,
my answer is yes.
Repeat that again, please, Bansor, because it triggered everyone.
Right,
it's not just one person.
I do have data from a credible source.
And again, it's not just one person. It was like 23 different people that did this same observation on the same day.
So is this the first time this claim has ever been proven? Is this what's happened? Yeah. Is this what the claim is?
And it's funny, flat earthers have not tried this same experiment to prove it wrong.
Right.
So this is
now, in answer to the question, do I have a credible source? The answer is yes.
Anyways, I mean, what I originally was asking is that we were talking about Eratosthenes and the assumption of the distance of the sun, and which paid NASA's shill, I'm sure, has heard that a million times. And then he specifically talked about 3 points along a longitude and somehow that verifying a globe Earth. So I simply asked him to provide actual proof of that, not just like a Neil deGrasse Tyson video or some globe shill sort of YouTuber guy. I was asking for some actual documented or verified information of these measurements, because he always says this and never backs it up.
So what would be good enough proof for you, Gio? If Neil deGrasse Tyson is a globe shill, if Sly Parkane is a globe shill, so would any evidence of this be a globe shill?
Some data, not people talking about it.
Is great data.
The actual information. Show me pictures with shadows, with sticks with shadows. Show something that is a video or some actual presentation of the actual demonstration.
Gio, I saw a video, it must have been 12 or 18 months ago. I don't know if you've seen it. And it was from a group of guys. I think it was an Indonesian or Filipino university, where they did this sticks in the ground shadow experiment. Anyway, their light source, they had some sort of lens in front of it to give it some sort of lensing effect. And what they showed in this experiment, that a close and local sun could actually give exactly the same results on a flat plane as the other experiment. Have you seen that video at all?
I have. I saw that. Yeah, I saw.
Yeah,
that.
yeah. You know the one I'm talking about, Travis. Yeah.
If you have a big ass glass lens in front of your. Yeah, if you have a big ass glass lens in the sky, where is this glass lens?
So.
And also, how many observers did he use?
Sorry.
How many observers did he use?
How many observers he had? I think it must have been anywhere from half a dozen to 6 different sticks in whatever he was doing. So I'm going to say a dozen observers.
And how close were they together?
Yeah, I mean, it was a similar thing to what Sly did on his Lego block thing. I think a similar sort of experiment.
Okay. Well, I posted the video in the chat, Gio, so you can take a look at it.
Yeah, I've seen this video before. I just skimmed through it again. This does not show. I was specifically asking for paid NASA's shill to provide the actual demonstration or evidence of the 3 sticks claim. That's what I was asking for. So we know sundials have worked since the dawn of time, and a close and local sun on a geocentric Earth is what humans have known the Earth is since the dawn of time. And sundials will show the precise shadow and the precise shadow and the position of the close and local sun around the plane of the Earth at all times. That's fine. That's not really what we're talking about. We're actually talking about what paid NASA's shill brought up, which was the 3 sticks that he's claiming verifies the globe Earth. I've never seen that validated. And of course, now he hasn't validated it again, but he'll say it and throw it out there and then throw it with ad homs as if that's somehow an effective method to
I'm trying to get you to tell me what would be sufficient data for you, since apparently
give any data that shows your 3 sticks claim. Any data.
Any data.
Why Sparkane, none of that video shows 3 sticks, so that one's completely irrelevant. That's off the table.
There's 23 of them, Gio.
23 sticks, yeah.
Not in one location. He's claiming that people did this from all these different locations. That's not what paid NASA's shill original claim was.
What do you mean? It's the same damn thing.
No, it wasn't originally paid NASA shill's claim that they all did it in one location. That's not true.
Why would they do it all in the same location?
It makes no sense.
That's what his claim was.
No, it's the same line of latitude, and it can be proven with geometry. But you need some sort of data that someone's actually done this.
Can someone bring up Sly's?
Yeah, that's not good enough. Apparently,
videos in the chat.
Hey, by the way, did anybody look at my wall refraction video?
It's also Sly Sparkane's video here is using the globe Earth latitude and longitude. So there's an assumption right there, meaning that the globe Earth mapping that they give of this city or this city's in this location with these latitude and longitude is based upon the WGS 84 oblate spheroid. So this is all off the table as well. None of this verifies, validates, or isolates that the shadows that are being drawn are actually being drawn on a curved surface with a 93 millimile sun. All this is validating is that the latitude and longitude lines that are given are part of a WGS-84 system and are not necessarily accurate to what the actual Earth is.
Geo, you are aware that you can verify your latitude without using GPS or a map, correct? Geo? Does anybody else want to ask that question since he's got his feelings hurt?
That wasn't a question.
Right. Are you aware?
Since you just talked about some ad hom, you can fuck off.
Very interesting video, Travis.
One hom plus 3 hom.
Very interesting.
I add hom.
No, fuck off is not really an ad hom. Why is
everybody upset about ad homs anyway? I mean, they're great.
No, dude. Well, I mean, the thing with the constant insults is that when that's the thing, it's just like that's all the chat is. It's just, that's just all it is. It's just endless adults, insulting each other, and it gets really boring, and we never get to the bottom of any points because it's just constant insults.
Oh, they're letting Dimmock do that over there in that other place for the past 3-4 days. They just let him run loose.
Off the leash.
It just gets really boring. It gets really boring, and the thing that happens with it is like if you're deep in an actual conversation, almost like a courtroom. Like this is why they don't allow insults and ad homs in courtrooms, because if they did, you would just have the defendant and the witness up there. Just, you're a fucking this and you're a fucking. That's all it would be. They would never get to the bottom of anything, and the jury would sit there being like, well, we listened to them insult each other for the last 4 hours. We have no idea what the verdict is. So that's why they don't allow that. So you can actually get to the information rather than just listening to people just scream at each other.
It's actually an interesting video, Travis.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. It definitely shows.
Still waiting. Yeah, we're still waiting for Zanuck to provide any scientific papers that describe the porous nature of bricks to become smooth enough to become a reflective surface.
Exactly.
So just for the record, Paid NASA's shield did not provide what he claimed. That's all I wanted to make sure was clear.
Ooh.
Hey, G, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Geos, can you verify your latitude without GPS or a map?
If you have access to the entire Earth and you can properly map the Earth, of course you don't need any of those. GPS is not needed, of course.
So, do you ever use Google Earth or Google Maps when you're traveling somewhere?
You're getting away from the point. Latitude is independent of any map. You can observe your latitude directly without a map and without GPS.
Within the Northern Hemisphere?
within all locations on Earth because all of them have latitudes.
Right. Well, the Earth isn't a globe, so obviously the latitude and longitude that they give on the WGS-84 are false.
The Earth is a globe, and we've proven it many times.
Right. So if you acknowledge that we can directly observe our latitude from anywhere on Earth without GPS or a map, then the measurements that were taken regarding Sly Sparkane's observations are not invalid. It would be extremely difficult if, during an equinox, the latitude and the distance to the equator matched up in such a way that there was a linear relationship between the distance to the equator and the angle observed of the sun and the Earth to be flat. There's no way to make that work. That's why Eratosthenes' experiment does what it does.
You mean the elevation angle of the sun?
It can be the elevation angle of the sun, yes.
Right, which means it definitely had to be flat.
No, that's not how angles work.
Well, that's how elevation angles work. I didn't say just angles. I said elevation angle,
No,
which is the distance above your horizontal reference frame.
And
okay.
Horizontal is tangent.
So horizontal is a thing on the globe. I don't know if you're aware of this, but you can use horizontal reference on the surface of a spherical Earth. That is
no, you can't, because it's not a thing. What you might be talking about is the celestial sphere, in which they pretend that the measurement is applied at the center of the celestial plane.
No, I didn't bring in the celestial sphere. Thanks, you did.
Right. So then how do you have
any horizontal reference that you establish, say via a plumb bob and a right angle, or some other device
that's not how it works.
Is horizontal. Some other device that also establishes horizontal. You can definitely do so here on Earth because it's perpendicular to plumb.
Yeah, no, but it needs to make a right angle triangle with you, the GP, and the GP and the celestial body.
Nope. It's not required. You don't have to be able to see the GP in order to do what you do.
No, what I said is when you're taking an elevation angle measurement, the GP, you, and the object that you're shooting make a right triangle. Now, that's not true if the surface is curved.
What is an
it's not true. That's you're making progress since the statement you said about that being a triangle is not true.
Well, like I said, everything that I'm saying, I can just actually reference. So
I can do this on.
I can also reference myself too. The almanacs used for celestial navigation.
I don't know why you brought up the almanac. All I asked for was about an elevation angle. What does the almanac have to do with the elevation
angle? Thank you. If you want to talk about citations, the almanacs used for celestial navigation definitely use the Earth as a spherical surface. In addition,
no, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Yes, they do.
So then you need to provide for me. Can you cite how?
While I'm talking.
Yeah, you have a premise in there. You have a premise in there that's not established.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you again. Thank you one more time.
Provide the evidence along with your assertion. That's all I'm asking you for, bro.
Thank you once again. We'll just keep doing this.
Yeah, come on, guys.
Okay.
Well, I'm asking him to give the evidence for.
Oh my God.
Seriously. All right.
Let's do this again.
Doofus, can you do us a favor though, right? I hear what you're saying, right? But just don't just keep on getting louder and louder and louder and louder, please, right? There are mods in the room here trying to do something, but when you're screaming, right, nothing can be heard. So just please try and keep it.
Okay. I tend to start at a reasonable volume when somebody starts interrupting. When that person refuses to yield, while they're interrupting someone else, that's when it becomes a problem.
Maybe
now,
so, Doofus. I'm just asking you just to try and not let that happen, because then I can't be heard or any of the other mods can't be heard. But continue, please.
All right. So now, given the celestial spheres mapped to the surface of the Earth 1-to-1, which is how they get the GPs in the first place, that requires the celestial sphere mapping to the surface of the Earth 1-to-1 for the surface of the Earth to be spherical. It does not work in any other way.
Yeah, that's not true.
Okay.
Now,
can you provide your citation?
No, I don't know. You need to justify. You need to justify what you said. And first of all, when we first started this discussion, I said, well, the celestial sphere is not the same as the surface of a curving Earth. Now you're appealing to the celestial sphere, which does not require a sphere. As a matter of fact, no. The sky is curved perspectively, and how you get the angle is over a flat plane, supposedly at the center of Earth, in which you can have these angles correspond.
Okay. The almanac does not state that the plane has to be central to the Earth. The almanac states, in no uncertain terms, that the celestial sphere maps to the surface of the Earth 1-to-1. So there you go. And third of all, the celestial sphere, horizontal. If you say that you have to take a measurement from a flat surface, then if I whip out a sextant standing on the top of a hill, which I'm sure you would agree is a curved surface, suddenly that sextant should not be able to perform what it does. Right? Why? What's a curved surface? Suddenly I can't take an angle, right?
Listen, family.
Are you mixing up
listen, family. Okay? Just like Google describes, like when they have this, when you look at Google's elevation profile, it's flat. Obviously, there's going to be some hills and valleys, but again, you're establishing a horizontal. That's why when they're in the air, they use a bubble sextant, because horizontal is horizontal. Now, when we're talking about shooting across the horizon to the angle of the sun, you're definitely needing there to be a right angle between you, the GP, and the star, or the sun, which is supposedly a star. That's a fact.
You're assuming there has to be a right angle there. There's no requirement in any celestial navigation manual that celestial objects have to have a right angle that you can see the base of. So it doesn't even matter.
Nobody said that. No, that's a straw man.
It doesn't even matter where you're. It doesn't matter where you're looking.
That's a straw man, though, bro.
The angle that
every
you're
time
making,
you talk, you don't address what I'm saying.
I'm gonna get to it. The angle that you're making.
Straw manning me first.
I'm going to get to it.
After you
but
build
you're straw manning me first. Everybody heard me say what I said, and what you're saying to preface the rest of what you're saying includes a straw manning of me.
Yeah, I'm going to get to it if you allow me to. If you allow me to finish what I'm saying, maybe I might actually talk about the entire topic in its entirety, the way that I'm supposed to, instead of just one little piece at a time. Here we go. The angle that you're making, the points that you're observing are the horizon, the celestial object, and you are at the focus of those 2 points. That's 3 points. However, the horizon is not the GP. You're assuming that the GP is in that direction. That's what you're assuming.
Because it is.
Right. That's basically saying the Earth is flat because the Earth is flat.
No, that's not what it's saying. When you take an elevation angle measurement.
What if the GP is not in that direction?
What do you mean, what if the GP is not in that direction? What are you talking about?
What if you're looking at the horizon and the GP is dropped further below?
It's not.
Right. You're saying it's not because you think the Earth is flat. That's why you're saying that it's not.
Because you're not actually worried about an actual height. You're just taking the angle measurement. Taking the angle measurement, it's an angle off of it's the elevation of the sun above the plane. What are you talking about?
This is exactly what happened.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, because he ruined himself in one other way, which was to mention the bubble sextant. The only reason why you need a bubble sextant, apart from the tips and turns, if you could be stable up there, you still need a bubble sextant because the horizon has dropped well below horizontal. In addition, when you brought up, when I brought up the horizontal references that you can make, explain to me why I cannot have a horizontal reference on a sphere again, just for edification.
Well, how would you? I mean, if you're going to say where you're standing is the horizontal frame of reference, what's that? That doesn't create a 90 degree between you, the GP, which is now curved away from you, and the plane of reference you're talking about.
Right, because that's not required. All you need to do is measure. All you need to do is measure an angle, ultimately, between a horizontal reference and the object in the sky. Now, the horizon is possibly below horizontal. That's why the correction exists in the almanac for your altitude. In addition, like I mentioned before, you can do this while. In addition, you can do this while standing on a hill, which is a curved surface, which you said we can't measure an angle while we're on.
No, I didn't say that. That's another straw man. Because I just explained to you, it doesn't matter. Actually, what you're trying to establish is what's level. That's the horizontal frame of reference. Doesn't matter if you're standing on a hill. Doesn't matter if you're standing above the hill. Doesn't matter if you're in the sky, in a plane. The bottom line is all horizontals are parallel.
That's another assumption you've just thrown in. You're assuming horizontal is parallel. You're assuming horizontals are parallel everywhere. Nowhere in the Celestial Almanac, nowhere in any manuals for sextants does it ever say that. That's an assumption you've added.
Well, actually, that's a lie, because when you're shooting 3 stars to get a fixed position, all 3 radii have to be parallel, aka horizontally level.
No, nowhere does that actually say that.
Yeah, I have references that do say that.
All right, please post it, because this will be fun. Because I think I know what you got from Globus. Right, I still didn't get an explanation as to why a spherical planet cannot have a horizontal reference, though. Why that's not allowed.
Well, how would you do it? Other than assume that where you're standing is horizontal. All right, but there's no connection to the GP, because you need, like I said, you, the GP, and the star to create the 90 that you'll be subtracting from.
That's not where the 90 degrees is that you're subtracting from.
No.
When you have a
90,
sextant,
the 90.
when you have a sextant in your hand and you're making that measurement from a horizontal reference up to the celestial object, the 90 that you're subtracting from is straight up.
It's your zenith 90, not the GP 90.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with the GP.
True. Yeah, that's not
true.
That
is true. Yeah, that is
That's
true.
how it's written in the manual.
No.
Think about the physical operation of the sextant. It's a 90 from where you are.
Exactly.
Yeah, zenith and horizontal are 90 degrees to each other. That's the 90-degree angle that you're subtracting from.
That's where 10th Man is telling the wrong thing in his presentation.
So let me get this right. So when you take the elevation angle, you are to understand that you are the 90 point. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, basically, you're standing somewhere where there's a direction for plumb, and 90 degrees to that is horizontal. That's it.
Okay, so where does this screenshot elucidate that point? Where would the 90 be in any of these screenshots?
Right. Number 4, or I guess I don't know how you're counting. The
Number
one in
four,
the
right?
middle
You
on
see
the
that,
right.
right?
The one in the middle on the right shows you that the 90-degree angle is where you're at.
So it's not
other
where
three that are
so
above it
so it's
don't
not
show
where
that.
it's not where the sun's at then.
No. If you
So-
wanna get the ultimate goal of this entire process while you're holding that sextant is to come up with a co-altitude angle that's the 90 degrees minus the angle of elevation. That's the angle you want in order to make your calculation to the distance to the GP.
Give me a second. Got a lot of screenshots here.
I mean, it's been a few years. Seems like somebody should have read up on this by now.
Somebody said something funny today. They said that we just came up with, or the flat earthers came up with sextants, and now that's all the rage. It's like, no, actually, for all 7 years that I've been involved, or 8 years, or 9 years I've been involved with this, we've been citing navigation as a flat Earth killer.
Hasn't really killed it though, has it, Boy?
No, there's no way to kill it because you guys don't really wish to think through this all the way.
Really? It's an interesting take.
Well, anyway, I guess the upshot of this entire conversation is you can definitely determine your at least your latitude. A sextant is one way to do that if you really need to use it that way. You can do it with other inclinometer type devices if you really want to.
I think the funniest thing is that I could take my little plastic globe I've got in the other room, 4 inches in diameter. I can find the normal to the center of that globe, and I can set a horizontal, and I can start taking measurements to places in my house and be able to determine locations on my globe. So it works, obviously, on a sphere because you can do it on a sphere.
Use whatever calculation you want to formulate it however you want to work, however.
Well, I mean,
Right.
it's got to relate.
The argument that it
relate
doesn't
to,
work on a sphere is
right.
ridiculous.
It's got to relate to something, though. So the method used is giving you that relationship, that linear relationship between angle of altitude versus distance to a GP. That specific relationship is the thing in question here. If that works, then the Earth can't be flat.
No, because you have a mathematical equation and model that you use with some sort of reliability doesn't mean anything. It is just a model that has a mathematical equation that you can apply to it and plot a location. That's it. Period. There's no proof of anything, evidence of anything. All it is a mathematical an equation. Period.
Well, there is evidence of something, because if that's derived directly from the spherical nature of the celestial sphere, which we should hopefully all agree is a celestial sphere, and the surface of the Earth, if that relationship holds true, even if just mathematically, that does give you evidence.
Okay. I don't even know why I screenshotted. I can just share this here. So tell me I'm wrong here. Are these people wrong?
That's funny. That's a spherical Earth.
But look at figure 2. Remember where you said the 90 wasn't? Look where the box is at. And of course, I'm sure they're trying to depict the boat as shooting the sun. It's interesting that the 90, the box, is right where the GP is at and not where the boat is at. What are they saying there when they say the angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, and its geographical position on Earth?
All right, if you remain calm this time, I'll actually get the whole explanation out completely. The GP is where the celestial object is observed directly at zenith, where the celestial object is 90 degrees vertical angle or straight up. However, the triangle that's drawn there, that bottom line, that line is not horizontal. That line is a chord. And so what's actually being depicted here is totally wrong.
Well, you would say that. Obviously, it is wrong because, yeah, it's a chord. Yeah, it's a radius. No, it can't work on that surface that's curving that they're depicting. So you are saying that they're wrong.
Yeah, they depicted it wrong in this specific case. The GP is indeed where you see the celestial object straight up.
Thanks, man.
The line that they drew within the diagram is a chord, which no celestial navigation instruction manual tells you to make. The line is incorrect, so the depiction is wrong.
Doofus, is that chord a horizontal chord?
It is only horizontal directly between the person and the GPs. Like if you were to be
exactly. And now is where is the 90-degree box?
I was saying.
Yeah.
Is it
but where's the 90-degree box, and then you can say whatever you want.
Am I not allowed to finish what I was saying?
Doofus, right?
Am I not allowed to finish?
You are allowed to finish.
You guys both jumped in. Why? Both of you.
No, I didn't. I was trying to ask Elijah to let you finish. So calm your farm, please. Seriously.
Wow.
You're gonna wreck my breakfast, and I won't be happy.
All right. So now, if you happen to be a person standing directly between the GP and the person that's taking the measurement, one, that's dumb because that makes no sense at all. Two, the horizontal reference that you have at that location includes neither your line of sight to the person or your line of sight to the GP. So that person in the middle, who would have the same horizontal reference, can accomplish nothing whatsoever.
So my only question to you, because I don't really care about your objections because they're not really in relation to anything I'm saying. Like I said, that 90-degree, that box that they're depicting is 90 degrees. Is it underneath the boat or around the boat, or is it depicted as underneath the sun?
None of the above.
So this is where when you say the objections don't apply, where I find it dishonest. Because if I say that the GP is where you can observe the object straight up, and it's making a 90-degree with a horizontal reference at its location, if I specifically mention that 3 times, and then you say it's not relevant, what am I led to believe? That you're just not listening, or that you're lying to me right now?
Okay, you said the 90 is under you, the person that's holding the sextant. No, it's not. It's obviously underneath the celestial body, which you are not under.
Okay, for the 5th time now, I think. You are where the 90-degree angle that you are subtracting from your measurement is occurring. When you make a measurement for a angle of elevation angle, the 90-degree angle you're subtracting is to zenith, so that you get a co-altitude angle, which the manual clearly spells out exactly that co-altitude angle. Please look it up. That's the 90-degree angle that you're subtracting from, is at your position.
So what's that box depicting then? In the figure. So you can't answer it? You can't
No, it's not because I can't answer it. Because I've answered it 5 times already.
So I'm just saying, in that right angle triangle, where is the 90? In what I posted.
Where triangle, which I have already mentioned several times now, is depicted incorrectly. They do have a box.
So you can still answer it though. Okay.
Hold the fuck on. If they did draw the triangle incorrectly, if the chord is not used in any of the operations for celestial navigation, and it's in this picture, if the GP is 90 degrees to horizontal and zenith for the object in question, if the depiction is wrong, we don't use the depiction anymore. Have you got it yet?
That's hilarious. That's super hilarious.
Specifically, what is hilarious?
It's hilarious that you can't tell me that.
Don't tell me I can't, because I did.
Yeah, you're saying it's wrong. That's what's funny.
Yeah,
but that's not all I have. I'm going to keep going. Don't worry.
I've given you several reasons why it's wrong. Can you name back to me what reasons I gave you for the depiction being wrong?
Well, all you said was that's not where they subtract it. There's a co-altitude angle, and they subtract from your zenith. I'm like, that's interesting. No, to take an elevation angle measurement, one that has to do with the horizontal frame of reference, you obviously need a level plane. Like it's ridiculous.
Horizontal references can exist anywhere you can find plumb. Hopefully you're aware that objects fall, so anywhere that objects fall, a horizontal reference can easily be established. If you assume objects do not fall on a spherical Earth, then you could tell me that you can't have horizontal on a spherical Earth. But until then, stop it.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
Okay. Do you agree that on a spherical Earth, objects can fall?
I don't care about a spherical Earth.
All right. Obviously, you don't. If you don't want the explanation as to why it works on a spherical Earth, you wouldn't care about a spherical Earth.
No, it's presuppositional. That's why. Obviously, if I accepted that it was a sphere, there'd be no point in continuing the conversation. I know the rhetoric. I know what you guys tell yourselves to make it work, but no, that's not how it works.
All right. So if you make the claim that it wouldn't work on a spherical Earth, and I challenge that with this is how it would work on a spherical Earth, you're going to tell me I'm the one committing the fallacy, but you won't address it. So tell me it wouldn't work, but then also assume that I can't describe to you how it does work. Do that for me.
I didn't say how you couldn't presuppositionally make an argument, but you can't do anything without an elevation angle, which requires a flat baseline. Everybody knows that.
Can I jump in just real quick?
Establish a horizontal. You can go ahead and say, well, my horizontal can be anywhere I'm actually standing, but that's BS. Because again, like I said, when you're working with multiple radii, those have to be parallel as well.
Can I jump in just real quick? So again, this is an instance in which both models have the same effect. Things fall to the ground. Things fall to the ground in the direction, from which they start. So if you want to say that, dropping an object establishes a vertical, that happens on a flat Earth too. So we don't have, the question that you asked, Doofus, could simply be asked, do you deny that things fall to the ground? No, we don't. Do you deny that things that fall to the ground can establish a vertical? No, we don't. Next.
All right. So from that, we can establish horizontal. Doesn't require a flat Earth in order to do so.
Doesn't require a spherical Earth either. Your horizontal is a concept. It's not on the ground, because if you follow the ground, there is going to be not a horizontal line. You have to create an artificial reference point, which is what the horizontal is.
All right. And you can make measurements from that reference.
So pick it up from here then. You don't need to assume a sphere.
All right. So when I'm told that the spherical Earth can't have horizontal or it can't have elevation angles, and I respond with all of that, why is it that I'm asked again or told again that a spherical Earth can't have elevation angles? Why does this conversation have to keep going into a loop?
Okay. So I think that the point becomes, which I think, I can't remember if it was Elijah or not who was making this point, but if you are talking about your GP on your model, your GP is not vertical, is not parallel to your 90-degree reference where you are. It has to be angled. It has to be angled away.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the point of contention. The point of contention is not where you are standing and whether or not you can establish a perpendicular angle.
That's absolutely.
Thank you, Travis. That's exactly what I said.
But the the angle of the GP being away from you doesn't change the measurement that you're making where you're at.
Yeah, but that's non sequitur to what he said, which is the same thing that I said, where you introduce a non sequitur then. So his point was basically my point.
No,
that was my response to you saying. And I said,
I can't have a horizontal.
I said, well, you can make an angle, but an elevation angle has to do with the right triangle you're making between you, the GP, and the celestial body, with the 90 being at the celestial body.
How come you haven't even looked up the GP at the time that you established the 90?
But the bottom line is exactly what Travis said is exactly what I said.
You've established the 90 at your location.
Hold on a second, because you told me several times I cannot have a horizontal reference on a spherical Earth. That a horizontal reference, an altitude angle, requires that the Earth be flat. That there's only one horizontal across the whole surface. And I already explained to you several times.
All horizontals are parallel.
Explained to you. Yes, I know. That's the same thing I said. All that I said to you was, what if the GP is not along that line? That if it's further behind the surface, it doesn't change the angle that you're measuring. You're measuring an angle between the horizon and the celestial object. You are not measuring an angle between the GP and the celestial object.
No, you're trying. No. Not the horizon. You can use the horizon to establish level. Now, the error comes in inside of the sextant, where it's not going to be exactly level, but you have to make it that for you to continue doing what you're doing. So what you're establishing is a level, meaning like if you had a picture in your house and it was like slightly off, you're like, no. I need this to be perfectly straight so that I can then take this angle and know that it is correct.
All right,
so that's what you need.
So if you're using your horizon as your lower reference, which direction, what do you do to the angle that you measured in order to correct for horizon dip?
Say again?
If you're using the horizon as your lower reference and you have some altitude and you're measuring to a celestial object, that angle, what do you have to do to it in order to correct for horizon dip? Do you add or subtract?
Not sure.
You subtract. The angle you measured is too big because the horizon is below horizontal. That's why you have to make that correction. It's not because
unless the horizon
is in a different
basically
spot.
Unless the horizon is looming, and if the horizon is looming, then it's going to be above the horizontal, right?
The angular displacement of the horizon is typically not very much, especially if you're on the deck of the ship.
Go ahead and try to prove that.
Okay, I'll use Andrew Thomas Young. That's fine.
No. Again, no. Sorry. Again, when I showed you the panel of those three observations of the same location, they were all at different elevations. So it's a very significant event, and it happens all the time.
Yeah, it's fun. So celestial navigation, typically when we're using stars, that's done at nighttime, and we see where the sky is no longer in where the sky meets the surface of the Earth. That's what we're using as the horizon. All right. Anyway, so far we don't have a reason why a spherical Earth cannot have a horizontal reference, but you're saying that I can't have an altitude angle. Why?
Well, who said that? Okay, you know what? Let me make this clear. You can put a horizontal plane on top of a curving surface, but it's not going to create a right triangle between you, the GP on the surface, and the celestial body. Therefore, it's not an elevation angle measurement.
Okay, the elevation angle does not require you be able to see the GP. It requires you have an angle between the elevation angles between horizontal. The elevation angles between horizontal. I'll say it one more time. The elevation angles between horizontal and the celestial object.
Yeah, that's the same thing I said, and I didn't say the first thing you said.
Right. It doesn't have anything to do with the GP. It's between horizontal and the celestial object. No. Every single time that you pull out a sextant to make a measurement and then you take all these corrections, the angle that you have is between horizontal and the celestial object. Has nothing to do with the GP.
It most definitely does.
Okay, how? Can you show me how?
Well, number one, the angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, in its geographical position on Earth. The thing you just said no to.
Right, you keep assuming that you are forming a horizontal with the GP. This is a circular argument because you're assuming that the Earth is flat.
This is not my argument. This is what this says.
It is in fact your argument because you keep saying it, and the only person here saying it is you. So it is definitely your argument.
Okay, but my argument comes from celestial navigation.
When we take a measurement with the sextant, we're using a horizontal reference. That's the lower reference. And we're taking an upper reference to the celestial object. That angle has nothing to do with the GP. That's just one angle.
Hold on. So, I mean, again, here's another just random screenshot coming to you. So they're wrong too.
My God.
It's a curved Earth. That's funny.
Yeah, but where's the 90 though?
As I had already mentioned several times in this same conversation, the
right.
GP is where the object can be observed to be at zenith, which is 90 degrees to a horizontal reference at its location. You're assuming, however, that horizontal for the GP is necessarily horizontal for you as well.
That's what they're assuming. That's what this is telling me. I didn't make that up.
So go to the actual instruction manual for a sextant and the celestial almanac. Do the process. What you will find is that every time that you measure the angle, it has fuck all to do with a GP. All you're doing is you're measuring. All it has to do is with measuring an angle. You can't see the GP. You only see the two reference points that you're making an angle between. If you think the GP is at your horizontal, you're just deluded.
No, the GP is a straight shot in that direction, horizontally, because you know your level. You establish level, and you know that the GP is that way. That's what they're saying. It's not that you can see it. It's that you're creating a right angle triangle according to these people, not according to just me. I'm informed by them.
Right. So proper diagrams from the proper manual and the proper almanacs, those diagrams that are in those books do not tell you that the GP, its horizontal, and your horizontal are the same. In fact, they tell you exactly the opposite.
Right.
What they do instead is they give you the celestial sphere. They map that to the surface of the Earth 1-to-1, such that the celestial sphere and the surface of the Earth have a direct mapping that doesn't need to be translated in any way.
Right. And the celestial sphere uses a plane. Why are you saying that?
Which can only happen if the celestial sphere maps the surface of the Earth 1-to-1. It can only happen if the surface of the Earth is spherical.
I'm sorry, the celestial model has to do with a plane and the sky, not the surface of the curving Earth. Okay. Well, why don't you show me where it has to do with a curving surface?
A celestial sphere? Are you actually questioning whether or not it's a celestial sphere?
Okay, hold on real quick.
The celestial sphere has to do with the apparent curve of the sky and the flat baseline. So when someone's taking an angle of elevation measurement to map all this out to be able to give us an almanac in the first place, all they did was take a whole bunch of elevation angle measurements. And guess what? When you're looking at the celestial sphere, that curve above the celestial plane supposedly the equatorial plane, right? That curve above it is correspondent to something like a protractor. Looks exactly the same. You know why? Because it's the same exact message.
All right. So now I know you're bullshitting. The
How?
coordinates inside the celestial sphere are two angular measures. They are, by definition, spherical coordinates.
No.
Okay. Yes. Don't say no. There's yes. There's right ascension. What was the other one? Declination. Those are both angles. The only coordinate system that shares that kind of property is spherical coordinate system.
There is no spherical coordinate system. Why you keep saying that?
There is no spherical coordinate system. Oh my god, dude.
Okay, hold on real quick. Just real quick if I can jump in, okay? So again, I've only done a cursory reading, so don't crucify me, okay? I'm not going to use the proper terminology, blah, blah, blah. When we're talking about arc minutes and arc seconds and all of that, that is always in reference to that which is above the ground. It's always about being in the air. So if I point straight above my head, that's a 90-degree angle. If I now lower it to any other acute angle along the way to 0, I'm tracing an imaginary celestial sphere as a concept, and all that we are talking about is taking that which is above and applying it to that which is below. It's just transferring those ideas to the earth, which does not have to be a sphere. It can be an extended plane with the map of the sky imposed upon the surface of the earth.
Spherical coordinate system is how the celestial sphere is defined and addressed, and has nothing to do with the ground per se. Although you could find your latitude with it. But what's interesting about all that, the celestial sphere, when mapped to the surface of the ground, requires no translation. You skipped that part. Why?
No, you have to bring no. You have to bring down the coordinates that you create above your head and place it on the ground. So it does have to transfer.
You can map the coordinates to the surface of the Earth. Yes, I did already say that. There's no translation required. There's nothing that needs to be projected. There's nothing that needs to be manipulated in order for that to correlate directly to a position on the surface of the Earth. So since there's nothing that's causing the coordinate systems to not match, they must match, right?
No.
Why not?
Well, again, this is going to be okay. Hold on. So this is going to be ad hoc because I'm trying to think of answering your question. I'm going to do it to the best of my ability. Okay. So as I look out over the distance and I see a star, and let's say I identify that star as Sirius, and that star is at 42 degrees. Now, if I'm on the ocean, my base assumption is, again, I'm assuming a flat Earth because nothing in my experience has persuaded me to believe that I'm going over curved surfaces. If I'm on the ocean and in my sailing, I eventually arrive underneath Sirius, I have simply traveled across the extension of the ocean. No curvature needed. Now, if I map backwards to where I first sighted Sirius to where I am now on the map, it's just one point to another. The first point, there was a 42-degree angle. The second point, there's a 90-degree angle. If I go back to the first point at 42, I'm going to assume, if I could fast enough, get there right then to point B, I would simply be traveling straight. I would simply be traveling straight in front of me and arrive underneath that star. So conceptually, that star in the distance at 42 degrees is directly over the Earth at a 90-degree angle. Boom.
You left out one part. Yeah, you left out one part of the relationship, which is the distances too. Because if you're going to sight a star at 42 degrees, there's a distance involved. You know that at 42 degrees above, you know that at 42 degrees above horizontal, that makes a 48-degree angle. That times 60 nautical miles is how far away that is.
Yeah, but the 60 nautical miles was derived first from the celestial sphere, not from the Earth.
Not necessarily.
No,
I mean,
absolutely, absolutely
you can,
necessarily.
So you can derive that from latitude and longitude rather than celestial sphere.
Okay, now again, you're skipping over a step. My point is, again,
no.
that which was observed up in the sky, the change in degree of 69 degrees, what is it? 69 miles per degree, okay? If I'm measuring a degree in the air and I'm traveling across the Earth, those two variables correspond to each other. I've traveled 69 miles over the ocean. That means also I've changed my position with the sky by 1 degree. The ocean doesn't curve. I've traveled over simply distance. That's it.
Travis, you forgot why this discussion started. It's the relationship between the angle to the celestial object and the distance to its GP. That relationship does not hold on a flat surface.
Okay. So again, I heard what you just said. What do you mean that does not hold to a flat surface? I think I know, but
I'll give you a visual example if you need it.
No, but I mean, I think I know, right? You're talking about linear and angular differences, right?
Here's a very visual example of it. Now, that relationship shows you that the distance to that mark at 0 and the angle up to the object that's above it does not have a linear relationship.
Right. That's what I just said. Right. Exactly. So I understood what you're saying. Thank you for clarifying. Again, my question to you is it possible that that relationship that you're looking at and applying to the Earth is actually happening in the sky?
Are we going to make up effects now?
No, we're trying to interpret the observations that we're making. You want to apply what you are observing to the Earth. I'm simply saying, is it possible that the measurements that you are deriving are exclusively an effect of the sky?
No.
Okay. The object that you're citing to would have to be in different physical locations for each observer on its way to it.
Well, they are typically, all right?
If you're looking at an object, it is where it is, unless you want to tell me it's actually in 4 different places.
No. I thought you were referring to 2 different observers looking at the star. It's going to be in a different position for them. So I thought that's what you were saying.
Well, right? Obviously they have a different angle to the object.
That's what. Okay, right. That's what I thought you were. That's what I thought you were implying.
Right, but the problem is that the specific angles involved, the linear relationship. If you have 4 people on positions 1, 2, 3, and 4, and they're all looking up at this thing, if we have a linear relationship between the angle observed and the distance to the GP, then that object that all 4 of those people are looking at would have to be in a different physical location.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting point to make. And if you looked at any of my, and I know you've seen the one with the daylight observation where you critiqued my my lighting what's the word? My lighting setting, right? I do have, in fact, numerous video captures of my cameras side by side with the stars in drastically different positions, even though the cameras are side by side next to one another. You cannot, I overlaid in numerous different ways. I chose different stars to line up. So let's say I chose Sirius. I lined up Sirius. Sirius in both cameras took the same path. Every other star fucked off. Okay, so then I'm going to choose the other star in Orion's constellation. I lined up his shoulder. No, what is it? Betelgeuse, right? Sirius and Betelgeuse, yeah. So then I lined up Betelgeuse. Betelgeuse stayed in line with itself in both images. Every other star fucked off. Again, my point is that the dynamic of linear versus angular is a direct cause of the nature of the sky. You've simply brought the sphere down to the Earth and curved the Earth. That's as simple as it gets.
Interesting. So if you have two different cameras taking a picture of the celestial sphere at two different times, you'll end up with only being able to line up one star and everything else being weird.
No, I shot them both at the same time.
Well, I'd like to take your word for it, but every time that I've looked at the celestial sphere, it hasn't gone and messed up just because I've moved from one side of a building to another side of a building. That doesn't change anything.
When have you ever?
When I wait for the celestial sphere to rotate a little bit, then of course everything's going to be out of alignment.
When have you ever changed your position in the way that you just described when you said, I've never observed it doing this? When have you ever made that observation?
Looking at the Big Dipper, man.
Okay, so you looked at the Big Dipper from one position and then changed your position right away?
Yeah.
Okay. So all I can
Dipper
do
was
is
still in the same orientation.
Well, no. Okay, look, I get that. But that's
the
like
entire
looking
Big
at
Dipper.
No. I get that. But see, that's where I believe that the celestial sphere and the atmosphere is like this fucking kaleidoscopic, three-dimensional, like hologram that follows you and doesn't appear to change its position. That's why I was so fucking blown away. Because here's what I tried to do. Forgive me for blabbering. Okay, all I wanted to do one night was take a panorama of the sky. So that's what I did. I tried to set up my cameras next to each other so that I could just put the videos next to each other and show a panorama. But when I did that, the stars were all fucked up. But I had lined up the cameras as best I could.
Oh, I know what happened. Hold on. Forgive me for actually not understanding the entire situation. The cameras have to be precisely pointing in exactly the same direction also. If you're going to take pictures at exactly the same time.
I get that,
if they are off, well, if they are off by any amount, the celestial sphere will be projected onto the image plane by a different direction, will cause the stars to all be a little bit out of position as well, even if you took them at the same time.
Yeah, I get that concept, right? And I know that the the precision of lining the cameras up exactly. But I think if anyone is honest and looks at the data, because I put this up for like maybe 2 weeks in a row because it just blew my mind, right? And I was trying to figure. So every night I was like, okay, you're lined up right, blah, blah, blah. Okay. When you consider the fact that that might just change. Like, okay, here's what I'm going to say, and let me see what you think about this.
I just want to ask a quick question.
Well, hold on.
What was the result?
Sorry, hold on. Let me finish.
What was the result,
apologize.
though, as opposed to what you expected?
Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me finish my thought because I'm trying to have an honest conversation with Doofus here. Okay, so Doofus, right? I get what you're saying. Based on what you just said, I would expect my frame to have just a slight skew, right? A slight skew. We're not talking slight, bro.
Yeah, no, it won't be slight. If you're trying to make a panorama and you're trying to have your previous right edge of your frame match up with your left edge of your next frame, the problem is that you've changed the direction that you're pointing to enough of an amount where the picture plane is not parallel with the picture plane from the previous shot. The stars on the edges of that photograph won't line up unless you line up one of them. All the rest of them will be wrong.
I got you, bro. I got you. Guess what? I had a tree line like 50 yards away from me so that I could line up the trees on my left camera, right? If you're familiar with the P900, you can put a 9 square grid. So in the bottom right square, I lined up that portion of the tree. In my right camera, I lined up the left bottom portion of the square to that same tree. So they were oriented and overlapped along the same orientation. I'm telling you, man, I thought this through. It'd be really interesting for you guys to look at my shit.
but they're not in the same orientation. If you're pointing in different directions, clearly they're not in the same orientation.
They have the same amount of tree in a particular section of the camera that can be overlaid. They're looking in the same direction. They're aimed just slightly because they're next to each other,
They're
right?
aimed in
You
a
can't
different
have
direction.
them. You can't have them
They're both
overlap.
at 91 degrees.
Anyway, it still blows my mind.
Okay, I think I may understand what Doofus is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong.
It's a perspective issue, basically.
Yeah, well, yeah, and basically aligning the cameras now. Travis, I see what he's doing, and he's trying to align the frame and the shot as correctly as possible, using the reference points to the trees and all that sort of stuff. Would a better way perhaps be, say you were to get a piece of timber, for argument's sake, and make a separate mounting that these two cameras go on, and you can draw lines and get things perfectly square to each other, perfectly parallel to each other, and then place that on a table, have it perfectly horizontal, and then use that and take the pictures with that and see if there would be any difference. I kind of see what you're saying about the aligning of the cameras slightly, because if they're slightly apart and you're going to be pointing them at a tree to line up the frame, they are going to be slightly pointing in a different direction. Is that somewhat right, what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you're trying to get both
the precision necessary of mounting them on a piece of lumber would be a little bit daunting, because camera bodies aren't entirely completely rigid, especially where they're mounting at. I
just use lumber as an example type of thing. But
the issue we'll end up with is that for both cameras, if they're made with the same lens and everything, is that the only way to have all of the stars in the frame line up is if you're only looking at the same stars with both cameras, which kind of defeats the purpose. But that's the only way.
Right.
That's what I was saying. Like, but both lines of sight from both cameras, you want to meet at the focal point. That you want them to intersect at the focal point.
Perfectly at that focal point.
Well, they'd all have to look at the same stars in this specific case.
Well, anyway, if you're interested in looking, I tried to make as brief presentations as I can. There's a single video right there. I think it should be the first one that I published, and then there's a playlist as well.
All right.
Travis, I just sent you a couple of things. Well, sent you one thing. Now I've sent you a couple of things. And yeah, the one at the bottom is basically telling you that you subtract the angle that you've taken from 90, not that you're the 90. And when I was talking about all of the radii being parallel, the first thing I've posted to you, which you might have seen this already because I've shared this like mad, and it says here, from this, a navigator knows, well, first it says,
blah,
blah, blah, where are we at? Basically, it says, if you take multiple measurements, it's possible to determine the distance r along the surface of Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead. So from this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth of radius r, known as the line of position.
Yep.
He does not know his direction from this point. However, by examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both the circular functions meet. In the case that there is only one real route, he knows his position, although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. So matter of fact, I'll send you one more depiction of exactly what they mean, because it gives an example of between New York and where's this? Paris. So all of this is basically explaining exactly what I said.
Not precisely, because you left out the name of the angle that's resultant of you subtracting 90 minus the angle that you measured. What's the name of that angle?
Well, the angle that you're subtracting is the elevation angle you took with the sextant, which is what I've been saying from the jump.
All right, you're leaving it out again. The angle which you 90 minus the angle you took results in an angle. That angle is called what?
Is that your dip angle?
It's called the co-altitude angle. I'll go ahead and fill in the dead space. The co-altitude angle is defined to be between zenith and the celestial object. That's what the co-altitude angle is. And the only reason you would get that angle after subtracting 90 degrees is if you're standing at that 90 degrees.
No, it's if it's correspond. It's because it's a box, fam. It's a box between you, it, and what's going on in the sky. It's a box.
Can you enlighten the rest of the room what you've discovered about what the definition of a co-altitude angle is?
I said it's a box. So the first thing that you do, the first thing that you do, because I haven't read up on all of it, the first thing that you do, right, is you subtract your angle from 90. You said that's not true. Now you're talking about co-altitudes.
Oh my God. No, I did not say it is not true that 90 minus your angle is the angle you're looking for. Never once did I say that that's not true.
90 that you're measuring.
Conversation that we had. Thank you.
You said the 90 is subtracted from your position.
Is not what I actually said in the conversation that's recorded, we can go back to, is that the angle, the 90-degree angle is not the GP. What I said was that you're looking for the co-altitude angle, which I also mentioned to you about a half hour ago. You didn't look that up yet for some reason. Why?
The 90 is at the GP. You're subtracting your angle from that.
Oh, and I ignore the point that I just made. Thank you.
Well, yeah, because your point is a red herring from my point. You're wrong.
It's not, because it's directly related. If I need to know why it is that I take 90 minus the angle I measured, and that resultant angle is called a co-altitude angle, it's very relevant what the definition of that actually is. You're avoiding that definition. Why?
What does the co-altitude have to do with you proving the point about the 90 being under you?
Because as I mentioned now only about 2 minutes ago, the co-altitude angle is zenith to the celestial object. Those are the two reference points between zenith and the celestial object. The only reason that you would subtract from 90 is if that 90-degree angle is where you took the measurement.
No, you're subtracting your angle from 90.
And you're at that.
And then what?
Then you get a co-altitude angle, which is an angle between zenith and the celestial object, which I said at a very long time ago. Could have been longer than a half hour ago.
So can you get a co-altitude without the initial?
All the way up until this
point where you dishonestly without the elevation angle? No, you can't.
What I said.
So can you get the co-altitude without the elevation angle?
The co-altitude comes directly from the altitude angle.
Exactly. Right? Because it corresponds with the angle you're taking, right?
90 minus the angle you're taking is the co-altitude angle. Now, what's the co-altitude angle?
So it's a box. A box.
Right. So what is 90 minus the co-altitude, or 90 minus your altitude angle gets you your co-altitude? What's a co-altitude angle?
It's the distance between above you.
It's an angle.
It's the distance between above you. It's the distance between.
It is not a distance.
It is the distance between.
Jesus Christ, dude.
It is the distance between above you and above the GP.
No. The co-altitude angle is between zenith It's an angle because it has the name angle. It's not a distance, whatever that is. It's the angle between zenith and the celestial object.
Definition of co-altitude, the complement of the altitude, the zenith distance. So the zenith distance is the distance from your zenith to the zenith of what?
And how long is that?
Yeah. If I measure
it's not how long. It's not how long. You just told me that I didn't say that. That what I said was what you said.
Yeah, it's not an actual distance though. It's an angle.
But it gives that you transpose onto the ground, and that's the distance you'll be traveling.
Oh my god, dude.
That would be a fucking boom.
It's not,
now it's oh my god, because I'm wrong, right?
So the co-altitude angle is 90 minus your measured angle. If I have 42 measured angle, 42 degrees of measured angle, what is my co-altitude angle?
We're whistling past the graveyard. You don't have a co-altitude. Listen, you don't have an angle that corresponds without the elevation angle that you've taken from the sextant, which you subtract that angle from 90, which is what you said is not the case. Okay, so let me read this out right here too as well. The other thing that I sent him in the inbox. So now I don't agree with all of this because it's talking about great circles, and this would actually say what you're saying, that the arc in the sky is the arc on the ground. But obviously we disagree there. However, pay close attention to the rhetoric. Now, great circle arcs can be measured in degrees, and it is a happy fact that in the bulgy bottom triangle, the number of degrees in the bulge equals the number of degrees in the angle at the apex. Because the two acute angles of a right triangle add up to 90, remember the angles of a triangle must add up to 180 at a right angle equals 90. The angle at the apex must equal 90 minus the angle at your point, the angle you measured with your sextant. So the angle you measured with your sextant, where you are, the angle that...
Where's the apex?
Where's the apex?
Yeah, they said 90 minus what?
At the highest, at the apex is where the if you're shooting the sun, where the sun is, I would assume. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
You would assume.
I said if I'm wrong, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, bro. But I know that the apex should be the central point, the central zenith point of the circle around that.
You have the citation right in front of you. Where's the apex?
I just told you, bro.
Okay, it's not the sun. Thanks.
Let's see.
Your bulgy bottomed triangle is inside the Earth.
No, the bulgy bottom triangle is actually what they're saying you said was wrong, which is the curve that the chord has to go in between. The chord, remember that chord? Yeah, sure, Travis.
Okay. So again, I'm not a navigator nor the son of a navigator, but I think I can follow some of the things. So the apex, to me, Doofus, based on what I just read, is the angle. How can I say this? So the zenith is the vertical underneath the star that I'm looking at, right? That's the zenith. The zenith is the height. The zenith is the height of the star. Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay. So what? So what's
no?
The
zenith is up for you.
No, that's
is directly up for you.
See, you're right, Travis. You're right.
Okay.
No. Zenith is directly up for the person making the measurement.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let's take that for granted. So then my answer is the apex is the angle at the star and its GP. It's the opposite angle from where I measured to the star. My measurement to the star might be 42. The apex is 48, right?
What?
Yes.
Draw that out.
If I measure 42 degrees on the deck of a ship, so the star is 42 degrees for me, and that star is vertical over its GP, So that's 90 and 42. The remaining angle is 48.
Right. So in that, if you want to go with that, then it is easy to come up with an altitude for that star above the surface of the Earth.
No.
Yeah, it is, because you're saying that it's a right triangle. What is the altitude of that star?
No. I'm trying to just simply say that's what the apex is. That's the apex angle, right?
No.
Oh, okay, so then what's the apex then?
That's the triangle that's in the bulgy bottomed triangle that's inside the surface of the Earth.
Bulgy bottom triangle. What?
If it's inside the Earth, why is it bulgy bottom? That's what I'm confused about.
I don't know if it helps.
No, but you said inside. You said inside the. Hold up. If it's inside the Earth, so it's not. It's not inside. Then they're referring to the surface of the Earth, which is curving.
I don't know if it helps any, but my image might help you, Doofus.
Okay.
If you wanted to talk about different triangles that are formed.
Yeah, doesn't help them at all because they don't see a triangle, so they don't know how to engage with it.
Well, in navigation, there is no triangle to begin with.
Okay, look, there's no fucking reason. No, there's no fucking reason to do ad homs. That is the stupidest thing. You know what? I don't recall that I have ever, just made this slander against, well, you just don't get it. I've never done that. You know who does that? You guys. Brenda, you, Moyak, you all make Zanuck, you all slander our intelligence, right? There's no reason to do that.
All right, let me give you a reason.
I'm trying to have an honest conversation with you.
Well, let me give you a reason then. If I have a sextant in my hand and I measure an angle with it, at no point do I have a right angle somewhere else that I have to assume must be there in order to do a simple subtraction problem. I don't need to do any of that. However, people here want to argue that I need to do that. Why?
That's what you're doing. You just refuse to say. You just refuse. Look, because if I was saying it was my zenith, then you would have no problem with it. You only have contention with it because we're saying the 90 is over across yonder. And you're like, well, no, I don't want to accept that because obviously
that's not what my contention was. That is not what my contention was.
So your contention wasn't
that you assumed that the GP was horizontal to you.
Exactly.
Yet that's not the same statement, is it?
Well, the GP is horizontal to you.
You say that because you think the Earth is flat, and we're back to the same old circle.
I say that because I read and I can see the depictions of what I read. Like, what point of it? What part of that don't you understand?
So let's take your version of how this plays out. Your version is, I have this 42-degree angle I've measured up where I'm at, okay? And then there's this 48-degree angle off in the sky where the star is that reaches down to the GP. Given that version of reality, how far up above the surface, the altitude, what is the altitude of the star?
Guess what? I don't see anywhere in celestial navigation where they're concerned with that. Why are you asking?
Well, you said it's a right triangle. Obviously, if it's a right triangle.
No. What I don't straw man. Don't straw man. Don't straw man me. Stop. Don't straw man me. Moderator. I just want him not to. Moderator. I don't want him to straw man me. Moderator, I don't. Moderator, I don't want him to straw man me.
Hold on.
Hold on, Doofus. You're being muted because he feels like there was a straw man. It's like an objection in court. Let him respond, and then we'll let you respond. Go ahead, Elijah.
Okay. So, as I've read out already, okay, this thing here, the thing that I've posted for everyone to see, says figure 2. The angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, and its geographical position on Earth. That does not mean I am trying, right, to solve the opposite. Neither is anybody in celestial navigation. So who gives a fuck? Don't straw man me.
We'll try this again. You're measuring a 42 angle at your position, 42-degree angle at your position. You're saying there's a 90-degree angle at the GP. That's also fine, which implies there has to be a 48-degree angle up there at the star that goes down to the GP and down to you. So then,
right, which is called
because it's a right triangle, we can easily determine the altitude of that celestial object. We already know our distance to the GP from the celestial almanac is 48 times 60 nautical miles. So we've got one leg and we've got 3 angles. That gives you a distance to the altitude of the star above the surface of the Earth. What is that?
I don't see anyone in celestial navigation concerned with the height of the star.
We have a right triangle. We have all 3 angles, and we have one side. Obviously, we can solve for all of the other sides.
Except I don't see them doing that. That's all. I'm just reading what they wrote. I'm just trying to give you what they gave me. I don't really know why you're trying to do what you're doing.
I can tell you precisely why you're reluctant to give me an answer on that one.
No,
the
there
reason
is no answer.
I can tell you exactly why you're reluctant to give me an answer on that question.
No, I'm not reluctant. I'm telling you.
I can tell you exactly why you're reluctant to give me an answer on that question.
I'm not reluctant to give you an answer. I gave you an answer,
man. You are reluctant to give me an answer on that question. The reason why
I gave him an answer.
The reason why is because depending on your position, the reason why is because
you're going to be insistent that I literally didn't give you an answer. You're going to make up shit.
He can be doing this without.
Because that's fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry, mute me too, but it's ridiculous that he would say I didn't provide an answer when I did.
Yeah, Doofus, it's just another version of an ad hoc. Hold on, Doofus, if you want to respond with content and information, respond with content. Instead, you were trying to make some kind of perception that, the reason he doesn't want to whatever, when he did give an answer. That's just a weird toxic tactic. Why don't you just respond with the actual information you want to actually say?
It's not okay
for you to do it uninterrupted this time?
It for.
Not if you're an ad
hom. Yes. Only okay when Eli does it.
Well, I never ad hommed you, not once during this whole conversation. Actually.
So let's try this
as I am at you.
The reason why
somebody else's thoughts, and then you'll get to continue speaking. It's pretty simple.
He said the reason why I didn't give an answer, which I did.
At some point, I'll be able to.
He was talking about Doofus, Elijah.
You guys will allow me the freedom to actually say what I'm trying to say.
He was talking about what Doofus did, which was So, anyways,
I'll chill.
I think we should have these conversations amongst ourselves. These guys are worthless. Like you said,
okay. Can I finish what I'm saying yet, or am I not allowed to speak in this server?
As long as you
speak in this server, is that what's going on here?
As long as you answer his response, because he did give you a response.
Yeah, but we've got to give
the reason why.
We've got to give Doofus the right to be able to say his question again and see whether let him say whether it met his question or not. Like,
I need to still answer the fucking question, right? Okay, we'll try this again 5 minutes later. The reason why any one person would be reluctant to give me an altitude.
He wasn't reluctant to give you an answer.
Oh, for shit's sake!
Okay.
Can anybody allow me to finish? Is it a possibility in this room that I can actually finish what I'm saying?
You need to hold your composure, bro.
Yeah, let him finish what he's saying.
Wait a minute.
No, Howard.
Wait, let me ask Gio something real quick, and I will be quiet because I have been quiet. So my objection was, don't act like I didn't give an answer when I did. So as a moderator, you told him that's what you did. Don't do that. That's an ad hom. Is he going to be allowed to continue with the ad hom after that just because he refuses to relent? Is that what we're doing?
Well, no, but it sounds like he altered it and he tried to do it a second time where he tried to say, well, the way that someone would be reluctant instead of saying you.
Come on.
He's just doing it a second way and the whole room reacted to it. So Doofus, do you want to try again, not doing an ad hom and actually just respond to the information instead of...
It's not an ad hom. It's an explanation as to why I still haven't gotten an answer to this question I asked 10 minutes ago. The reason why I asked this question 10 minutes ago, the reason why I still don't have an answer is because...
Let him talk, bro.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The guy, man.
Yeah, well, the thing about questions... Hold on, let me just say this real... Hold on. Doofus, just here's the thing, dude. When you ask a question, you may or may not get the answer you want. So it seems like you're using tactics to get the answer that you want.
Yeah,
so
bro, he can't even talk properly.
No, my response to that was no, because he already said, and my response to that was because it's a red herring. That was my answer.
10 minutes ago, I still don't get to say it. 10 minutes I've been trying to say this thing.
Yeah, Doofus,
I didn't answer your red herring.
Take a break for a second.
So let me say it then.
Please realize.
Isn't it allowed for somebody to speak without interruption here?
All right, all right. Let's reset.
Because in that way, it can't be interrupted.
All right, let's reset the tables here. Doofus, hold on. Doofus, you'll have the floor. Please, no one interrupt, or you'll be temporarily muted. Doofus, go ahead and bring up your question again if you don't feel like, or you feel like you need to ask it again. Go ahead, but you can't say that he didn't answer because he did. It might not be in the way that you wanted, but ask it again, and then he can answer it again and go from there.
All right. So if we have a triangle with 3 angles, we have one of the distances. This is a right triangle, by the way, and we know all 3 of the angles. The only reason it took almost 10 minutes now for me to not get an answer as to what the altitude of that celestial object is because as far as you are from that celestial object changes its altitude as you're getting closer to it. That's the reason why an altitude is never cited, because it makes no sense, because the Earth isn't flat.
Wow.
That's what we waited for 10 minutes. It only took me less than a minute to say it.
We waited for you to beg the question. We waited for you to beg the fucking question.
It's not begging the question if the altitude has to change.
Then what good is a zenith angle?
Then what good is a zenith angle?
The altitude is going to change anytime you change your position. It's got nothing to do with whether or not the Earth is curved.
Yeah, I'm specifically talking about the altitude in distance above the surface of the Earth.
The altitude and distance above. Wait, okay, so say that again.
My response.
Hold on.
My response. It's a red herring, fam. It's a red herring. That's what I told him the first time.
Yeah.
What the fuck does that have to do with what celestial navigators do?
Right.
So if we have, as you ostensibly suggest, if we have what you ostensibly suggest is a right triangle, because the GP has a right angle, and you have an angle, and you have an angle up at the celestial object, the only thing that could suggest is that we could know all the sides of that triangle. So since we know one of those sides, we obviously have the other 2. So the altitude of that celestial object in distance above the surface of the Earth should be calculable given that information. But the distance above the surface of the Earth for that celestial object changes as you get closer to it.
Do the globalists know the height of the star above the ground?
Well, wait, Gregory. Okay, so after everything that you've just said, again, I am not arguing anything. This is the problem with you globe earthers. You don't have argument with us. All we did was start asking questions about the coherency of the model. That's all we did. So now I'm sitting here reading to you exactly what I have in my arsenal about celestial navigation. And you've so far said, well, one diagram is wrong. Also, while saying, well, the bulgy Earth that they're talking about is the surface. So the diagram was actually right, according to you anyway. And then on top of that, I'm only telling you the words of the celestial navigators articles. So when they say it creates a right triangle, that doesn't mean that they're saying, therefore, you can determine the height of the star. What? Who the fuck is saying that? Nobody but you, bro. Not me, not them.
No, because you're the one who asserted that the right triangle exists at the GP, you, and the celestial object. That wasn't the almanac that said that. The almanac the almanac suggests that each of the
hold on, you guys. Hold on. Let's be fair and let.
Yeah, but he's lying. But he's lying because I didn't say that. I said, look, no, G. I said, G. Can I call you G? That's kind of cool. But if not, I'll just call you Gio. Look, I said The reason that I'm saying this is because here it is. I've posted, what, 2 things now? So what's the issue? They're saying, listen, not only that, but what I've posted clearly states that you're subtracting your angle from the 90. So you can't be subtracting your angle, which is where you are, from the 90, which is where you are. No, that's not true. And that's not what they're saying.
Doofus is wrestling past the graveyard.
If I can actually finish what I was saying. If I can actually finish what I was saying.
You need to realize. I think you need to realize that you have committed a fallacy by asking a red herring. It has nothing to do with his point.
All right. If I'm allowed to finish what I'm saying, what the almanac actually says is that all of those GPs are all around a spherical Earth, and their zeniths are all pointing in different directions. That's what's actually in the almanac.
No, if the zeniths were listen, bro. If the zeniths were pointing in different directions, and we're talking about the celestial bodies, fam, you know how much distance that is, bro? In the heliocentric model, are you crazy?
Yeah.
No, that's the point. That's the point of a co-angle. No, that's the point of a co-angle. Because if they're not pointing towards each other, you don't have a co-angle. How could you? But you're the one that know about co-angles, right?
As I just explained how you could, I don't see why you're asking how could you.
No. I said that the co-altitude creates a box. You just explained not a box when you said the zeniths could be divergent.
The co-altitude angle is 90 minus the angle that you measure. The angle that you're subtracting from is zenith, because the co-altitude angle, as I have to remind the room again, is defined to be between zenith and the celestial object. I don't know why I have to keep reminding people what the definitions of words are.
I just want to let you know that I was correct. The apex is the opposite angle from your.
That's exactly what I said. That's what I said too, Travi. I didn't really know, but based on what I read, that's what I thought. And he said that's incorrect.
Yeah, he's wrong.
Oh, thanks. But if we actually take the definitions of the words, the way the almanac is actually written,
verbatim. Would you like us to read it to you verbatim?
Go ahead.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second.
Picture of it as well.
Hold on. Okay, ready? Here we go. The angle at the apex must be equal to 90 minus the angle at your point. The 90 is beneath zenith. My angle is where I am. That means there is only one other fucking angle that's called the apex.
You gonna post it or what?
Yeah, well, he substantiated his point after reading the text.
He did say it was 90 at the zenith.
That's crazy. But the zenith is not where you are, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, it is. Your zenith is straight over your head.
Only after you've gotten the angle, only after you've minus the angle from 90, then your co-altitude, then your zenith is introduced. Because it's correspondent to the angle over there at the zenith on the other side.
Right. Here we go, Howard. Listen. Okay, listen. It's right here, Howard. Listen. The angle at the apex must equal 90 minus the angle at your point. If your point is not... hold on. If your point is 90, then you have 90 minus 90. You can't have that.
That's not what it says, though.
Yes, it does. Listen,
Damn, y'all are a piece of work.
I'm going to read it again.
Yeah, I'll post mine. Now you post yours.
The angle at the apex must be equal to 90, or I'm sorry, must equal 90 minus the angle at your point. The angle you measured with your sextant. 90
Does it not surprise anybody else here that the only 2 people that have this citation are the 2 people arguing against me? Are you going to post it or what?
Well, just Google my name, son. It's right. What are you talking about?
Is it posted?
Here, I'm gonna post it. I thought you posted it already for some reason.
I posted the first thing, but the first thing I posted depicted the 90-degree box under the sun, and he didn't respond to that.
Oh, I definitely did respond to it. I told you why it was wrong.
I think
okay, so he's saying it's wrong, but that was but I've cited from yet again another navigational source. So, and they all say the same thing. What Travis is saying, you know what? Yeah, wait till I stop this bike. I'm about to just start posting everything.
I don't know why it wasn't posted yet. You DM'd it instead of posting it.
Yeah, because I wasn't going to continue the conversation because I just wanted Travis to know that I wasn't fucking bugging. Now, I don't know everything because guess what? I don't care about everything. But I know enough to know that you're not telling the truth. You said that the 90 is subtracted from you. Clearly, after what I said and what Travis last said, that makes you wrong. The end.
No, it doesn't. Because if I go look at the definition of the co-altitude angle, it's the angle between zenith and the celestial object.
Okay, but we're not talking about a co-altitude. That's the red herring that you introduced.
No, you definitely use the co-altitude to perform the calculation.
No. I didn't say you don't. I didn't say you don't use it.
Yeah, there's no point at which the things you use become a red herring.
Bro. It's a red herring because when we were discussing the point about whether or not the 90 is subtracted from your zenith, you brought up co-altitude. That's the red herring. Because no, when you take the angle measurement from the sextant, right, you're minusing that from 90. What you do with the co-altitude comes after, and all of that is theory in the colloquial sense.
No,
because you're not measuring the co-altitude, bro. You're not measuring the co-altitude. That's the problem.
The co-altitude angle is
not
right
measured.
At your position. The altitude angle
is not measured.
Yeah, thanks. The co-altitude angle is at your position. The altitude angle and the co-altitude angle are complementary. By the way, you read that definition for me earlier. Thank you. Zenith and horizontal make that 90-degree angle.
Right, but do you don't measure the co-altitude. The reason it works is because it's complementary to the 90 minus your angle. That's why it's complementary. Why the fuck do you
measure
think
the co-altitude directly?
No, you don't measure the show me where they measure. What fam, because yo.
Look, man, stop him. It's not going nowhere. It's so goddamn simple. It's not going nowhere. Just stop with him.
That's why I sent it to you, Travis, because I was like, I'm done. But I mean, shit,
the thing
bro.
that I posted. What about the thing that I posted? Because
what about it? It's just a diagram.
Yeah, cool. That's all we've been discussing. This entire conversation is diagrams. So welcome to the conversation.
Okay,
no. That's
exactly
to allow more interruptions of me. I'm sure Master will jump in and say,
but that's also not true. That's not true. My point has nothing to. My point has nothing to do with the diagram.
If it's a flat earther, is that correct?
My point has nothing to do with the diagram. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Like that's a lie. My point stands alone.
Diagrams.
But my point stands alone. I showed you diagrams because it was short of me getting fucking crayons and putting ABCs on a piece of paper and showing you. That's why. When I told you when you use the sextant, which is an angle measuring device, what you're doing is measuring the elevation above the plane that you're standing on. Now that's not even my own rhetoric. That's just the rhetoric. So because you didn't understand that the 90 was under the sun or whatever, right? Because of that, I gave you the diagrams.
Right,
and you still said, no, they're wrong.
Okay, can we maybe, does anybody else?
Again.
Does anybody else
I get to be interrupted again. at some point I'll be able to get it out, right?
Well, Doofus, you sound.
Yeah, you don't want me to talk.
You
I know.
sound
for more reasons than one.
Intelligent, but you're
Can
all
I
the way
actually
wrong.
finish what I was saying, though?
Which makes you worse than someone who's stupid.
Am I allowed to finish what I was saying when I was interrupted?
Well, I mean, you could be literally at a beauty pageant. That would be how relevant, because the relevance right now is on 0%. The relevance of what you're saying to refute what I'm saying is on 0.
In the diagram that I've shared, I've shown the altitude angle and the co-altitude angle right there together. They are indeed together. The Z marks zenith, the H marks horizontal, and the S is in the direction of the celestial object. You guys see that?
Why is it called S?
Star, probably. Somebody put an S there for star. Or sun. I guess it works for both. Why ask why it's an S?
Because horizontal makes sense. Zenith makes sense. If you don't know what the fuck the S is standing for, then why are you using something you don't know what it is?
Okay, star and sun both work. Use whatever you want to. Anyway, in that diagram, we have both the altitude and co-altitude angles together, correct? All right, I guess I'll answer my own question. Yes, we do have them together. They form a 90 degree angle.
I'm going to get you another diagram. Don't worry. Give me a second.
They form a 90-degree angle. Look, Blue's already posted several of them that do exactly the same thing.
Wait, what makes a 90-degree angle?
The co-altitude angle and the altitude angle together add up to 90 degrees. Shouldn't be any surprise by now, hopefully.
Why are you talking about the co-altitude when the celestial navigators don't care about it?
Wait a minute, I'm sorry.
No. The co-altitude is necessary. The co-altitude is necessary for transposing the information onto the floor. But again, it's a box. A box. You can't have a box on a sphere.
Listen. Your altitude angle is the angle you read the distance above the horizon in degrees. The co-altitude is the angle from your zenith to that celestial body, and you get it by subtracting it from your zenith.
Okay.
All right, and then you use that.
That's an XYZ. That's an XYZ system, which is having a planar horizontal surface. You have your XYZ.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, Geo. Look, can you
the rhetoric is strong here tonight.
Can you describe what I've just posted, or can someone describe what I've just posted?
Wait, I have a question. So
actually, I can describe what he posted because there's a Z in there for zenith.
Doofus.
And it's at your position.
But it's a box, isn't it? Full.
Right. The Z is at your position. So the co-altitude angle is at 90 degrees to there's a complementary to your altitude angle, which is also at your position. And both of them added together is a 90-degree angle at your position.
Okay, but wait.
So that's not subtracting from 90 then, is it?
Yes, it is. If the two of them added together equals 90 degrees, then one subtracted from 90 gives you the other.
Okay, wait a minute. I have a question. What? Okay, let me see if I can think about this. Okay, so the observer is there. The horizontal baseline is there. The zenith has no target. It's just vertical from your position.
Look where the 90 is at, bro.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Where the 90 is at.
Wait, please. Hold on. Okay, so because you have a star, which is a fixed point, above your head, there is no fixed point. It's just open infinity, right? It's just on and on and on and on. So what you're saying, so what I hear you saying is fix your star, got it. Fix your star, got it. Okay. 42-degree angle, got it. Now, if you're saying that I would just simply take my finger from that star and bring it over to directly above my head, that's going to create another 90-degree angle.
The two of them added together is 90 degrees. Your goal in this entire process is to come up with the co-altitude angle, because once your co-altitude angle is 0, you're at the GP. That's the relationship being exploited here.
Okay,
you can't do it without an elevation angle. That's the whole.
On.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Again.
We're back to that one.
Listen, what I would like you to do is take that picture that you posted, put a point on the Z and drag it straight across to the S. That angle at zenith is going to be 90.
Why would you do that?
It's a box. It's a square. Well, right.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm.
You're making an assumption, though.
That is what Elijah's. Did you just say that's an assumption?
Yeah, you're making an assumption that up there, straight up over your head, that there's an altitude at which there would be a right angle to go over to the star. Yes, it is an assumption.
But is it an assumption when the geometry requires it?
The geometry doesn't require it.
Is it an assumption that we're making, or is that what this box is depicting? Because guess what? Again, like you said, if the zeniths were divergent, how the fuck could they create a box? Why would they even be depicting a box? I'm so confused. What you're saying versus what the actual rhetoric is from a navigational school is very different. I'm very confused. That's what you any flat earthers do. All you do is drive confusion. And it's annoying. Right. It really is.
Let's run through. So if you think it's all confusing, let's run through the steps from the beginning. You have a sextant. You measure an angle between two visual points. You take elevation that angle. You take that angle that you measured, and you subtract it from 90 degrees. Gives you your co-altitude angle. You take that, you multiply it by 60 nautical miles, and you get the distance from you to the GP. Do that 3 times, you get 3 circles of equal altitude, which intersect somewhere, hopefully where you are. All right. Now, where in that process is a flat Earth required?
The horizontal line.
Horizontal lines can exist on a sphere. Thank you.
Yeah, but you won't have parallel zeniths though on a sphere.
Don't need to. It wasn't required for the information that I just gave out.
You do need to, because that's how you get the co-altitude. The co-altitude is correspondent with the zeniths being parallel. Just like the radii have to be parallel as well. Like, bro, cut it out, please.
Okay, nowhere in my description that I just gave you did I require the zeniths to all be parallel to one another.
Well, nowhere did you give a citation either. Nowhere did you give a citation either, or some kind of reference at all. Only people that have been posting is me.
Okay,
Doofus, is the surface of the ball horizontal?
The steps that you perform that I outlined, all of that is detailed online. Can you tell me what of those steps are actually wrong, that people actually employing this process don't do?
Well, you haven't provided it. You haven't provided anything. Well, no, because I'm not about to tell you that people don't do X, Y, Z. I never said anything about what people don't do. I've told you what navigators do, and then I provided the paper from them, or the materials from them.
Information that I gave, nowhere in what
you've done
to be parallel with one another.
So you need to substantiate. Let me see how this works. Like, how are you going to provide information that's going to corroborate with what you're saying?
Okay. Nowhere in the process that I gave you was it required that zeniths were supposed to be parallel with one another.
Nor did you give any diagrams, nor did you give any links to any EDUs or anything. You didn't give screenshots. You didn't offer a single thing.
Well, because the ones that you provide show a spherical Earth. So, I mean, I could just go with yours.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yes. The most recent one that you posted has curvature on it. You didn't even notice.
No, it doesn't.
This is such a pointless dispute. Just go back into the live.
No, it doesn't.
Dude.
No, it doesn't. That's a plane. That's basically a disc.
Okay, so the line that reaches through the observer and through the GP, you're saying that's a flat line.
Of course it is. That's how you have an angle. You have 2 lines meeting at a vertex. So that's how you would have to do it.
If somebody else in the room could please snap that picture and draw a straight line on it for me, please. That's not a straight line.
How is this? What is he? Listen, He's gonna sit here and talk about look, you know how you do weightlifting and you're lifting the bar and you got so much weight that it bends at the side. Like that's what this fool is talking about. Because
okay, so the line is not straight now. So I don't have to go and draw a straight line on it.
Yo, that's like that, fam. I don't. This is why a lot of people criticize why y'all let these people in here, because this has been not a good conversation. Maybe that's because of me, but when it's people like him and Zanuck, it's like you can't position them to tell any truth. They're like slime from fucking I don't know.
I guess it depends on what you call truth. I guess it depends on what you call
Look at the
truth.
mirror for a second, because everything you posted has curvature on it.
Yeah, how about that?
I have a question.
So I think, to be fair, from my perspective, what Elijah posted is accurate. The line just shouldn't be curved, but they did put a curved line on there. Elijah, would you agree that line is curved?
I do agree. I agree.
Yeah.
It's obviously curved for some reason. No, I looked at it and I said, "Oh wow," because they bent it like a bar that you're pressing at the gym. That's literally what I said. We were beyond that. I know you're not gonna, in retrospect, act like I didn't say that. That's crazy.
All right,
I have a question.
So now
did they make that line curved because this came from a globe Earth based thing, or is that just the way the artist did it, or the way they did it? It's not really artists, whoever made the diagram.
Right. The point of the whole discussion is, where is it posted that zeniths don't have to be parallel? Well, it's in every single thing that he's posted.
Everything. So the zeniths I posted aren't parallel. Forget the line. If you take the two lines from the zeniths, those aren't parallels. What you said?
Right.
In what I posted just now?
Yeah.
Give me some milk.
I'm not seeing anything in these posts that say that.
Okay, but
it's
but
curved Earth, so the zeniths necessarily have to be diverging.
Can I ask my question now?
Highlighted. I don't see that anywhere in any of these posts that I'm seeing. I don't see any of it that you just said.
Right.
Well, the last post showed the box.
I'll go over this very slowly. Earth requires the zeniths to be pointing away from each other, correct?
Can I say my question now?
I was kind of hoping he would answer his own challenge.
Doofus, is the surface of the sphere horizontal?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, cool. Can a surface of a sphere have a horizontal reference on it?
What does that mean?
Can I use a horizontal reference on a spherical Earth?
Can you
why would you want to
superimpose a horizontal line onto a ball? You want to, yeah.
You can imagine anything you want on a spherical Earth.
Okay, so then there shouldn't be a discussion over whether or not the surface of the Earth is horizontal, because that's irrelevant, because all I need is a horizontal reference.
Yeah, it can be fudged.
It doesn't have to be fudged. It's just a horizontal reference.
Yeah, it's imaginary. So you could imagine it any way you want it, right?
It's not about imagination. If I have a horizontal reference, I have a horizontal reference.
Okay, can you point to the horizontal reference? Can you hold it? It's an imaginary thing. It's not a thing that you actually have. It's something you're imagining. It's a concept. Do you understand that? The horizontal reference isn't a thing that you can hold or talk.
What does that even mean?
One of the closest you could get to making that more tangible would be a laser. Of course, when we make lasers horizontal, they don't shoot off into space. So that shows right there that the horizontal wouldn't do what they claim it does. The lasers actually just go parallel along the ground.
The point is that
okay. I'll answer the question that you already asked me
first with imagining the flat one, so that you can get your angles properly. That's the point.
All right. So I'll go ahead and answer the question that you asked me. Can I hold a horizontal reference? Yes, I can hold a water level that creates a horizontal reference between its two midpoints.
So
yes, I can hold an auto level. Yes, I can hold an auto level, which also gives me a horizontal reference. There are many, many, many tools that I can use to create a horizontal reference. Once I have that reference, once I have that reference, I can use that to establish a line that I can indeed hold. It's a horizontal reference, and I can hold it.
So the answer is no. You can't actually hold a horizontal reference, right?
Okay, I just explained how the answer is yes, and you want to tell me the answer is no.
No,
Does
you
that seem
explained how
honest to you?
you can hold various options.
Does it seem like an honest debate tactic to tell me the opposite of what I said?
That's what the fuck you've been doing all day. What?
You did without holding tools and then imagined up a story about how you're holding a concept. You're holding tools, not a concept.
What I actually did was I referenced several tools that I could use to establish a horizontal line. Now, that horizontal line could be a physical object that I can actually hold.
I never said you couldn't hold tools. You can absolutely hold tools. I agree. You just can't hold the horizontal reference because it's not a thing. It's a concept.
You didn't.
No, you can hold a level.
An ontological confusion between concrete and abstract.
Well, then you'd have to prove, Howard, that a water level will deviate from the surface of a sphere rather than just maintain level to a planar surface.
How are you going to ask them a question?
Let me go ahead and address the fact that dude said one more time that I said that I can't hold a horizontal reference. What I can do is using a tool, establish a horizontal line. Once I've established it, however I want to, make it concrete if I feel like it, I can hold that horizontal reference that I established. Can't I?
You're using to represent it. Can't hold it.
You can imagine a horizontal line upon the surface of a sphere all you'd like, but the surface of the sphere is not a horizontal line.
You'll never be able to hold the horizontal reference. You'll only be able to hold the thing you're using to represent the horizontal reference. The reference is a concept. You can't hold it.
Okay. So if I make a piece, if I make a piece of lumber, if I make a piece of lumber that follows that horizontal reference, and I put my hands around it, what am I holding?
You're holding lumber that's following a reference that's imaginary. You're not holding the reference.
You can claim that if you like. That's your prerogative.
Yeah, absolutely. I like to claim true things.
So now back to the original conversation.
That's good.
Maybe you don't.
Back to the original conversation. Can I have a horizontal reference on the surface of a sphere? The answer is yes.
You'd have to. I know. You'd have to prove that it exists to even have it be something that's real and not made up, like Bob said.
Are we calling into question the existence of horizontal references?
Completely trashed, B-ball.
I mean, we don't need to dispute this. Like, I mean, we all are intelligent enough to know the difference between abstract and concrete, and that a horizontal reference, quote unquote, when superimposed upon the surface of a sphere, is not the same thing as a sphere being a horizontal surface.
Exactly.
Okay. But I still have that horizontal reference, which I can use to measure angles from.
Hey, and I have a question. Reiterating this foolish ontological misconception is going to substantiate your point. Funny.
You think you're on a sphere, but first, before you get your measurements, you have to imagine a flat horizontal line before you can start getting your calculations together. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. By that definition, do you even have a horizontal reference on flat Earth?
Yeah, it happens the same way. It happens the same way.
A horizontal reference is just horizontal. The Earth is horizontal and level. So you can have parallel horizontals.
Statements.
They're just parallel to the horizontal that is the Earth.
Right, those are two separate statements. You have a horizontal reference and the Earth is horizontal are two separate statements that you have to link together somehow.
They already are because it's the bone.
They've linked it together. They've linked it together.
That sounds like a concept to me.
Right,
so you don't even have horizontal on your flat Earth.
Okay.
Wow, we've learned even less now. We're actually unlearning everything.
Who said that? I think I don't know. People have maybe said some different things. So whoever said there's no horizontal on the, who said that?
I just said that.
Well, it follows the exact same principles.
Hold on, before things are just thrown out that people didn't say and make it sound publicly like someone said it. Could we get verification, Moyak? Who are you talking about? And whoever that is, could they verify whether they said what Moyak just said?
They said that the globe Earth doesn't have a horizontal because it's just a concept, because it's a tool, you can't hold it in your hand. On the flat Earth, you have the same problem.
The difference,
I don't remember which one.
Say that. But to just address that, the difference would be that on the flat Earth, it's not a problem because it's consistent. If the Earth is horizontal and you're using it as such, that makes sense. If the Earth is a ball and you're imagining up a horizontal to get your measurements, to get your calculations, that is inconsistent. That's a problem. You shouldn't have to imagine up a horizontal if the Earth is curved.
How did you determine the Earth is horizontal?
There's no measurable curvature.
I said if one, then this, and I said if the other, then this. There's no establishment here of one or the other for sure.
Then I have the same thing.
Evolving. There's no measurable curvature, Moyak.
Sure is.
Sure is not.
Right, I might sound stupid asking this question.
Rail or what?
Right, I might sound stupid asking.
He's correct. The flat earthers use flat, and it's flat. The globers use flat, but it's curved. That's the problem.
Is the distance to the GP a straight line distance?
If I use a horizontal line to get my angle to navigate, then I would be consistent with an Earth that is horizontal. If I use a horizontal to navigate and I think I'm on a ball, my two ideas are inconsistent.
You don't need to repeat that point.
The line is not used to navigate. The horizontal line is used to measure an angle.
Is the GP curving away from you?
What happens when things jump below that
B-Ball, your mic is really bad, man. We can't hear you.
God. Dude.
It's all that Hawaii.
You don't need to repeat that point. I mean, the point is plain and clear and coherent in its own. They just don't want to accept it.
Hey, Bob Dole, would you say? Hey, Bob, would you say the difference is with the flat Earth, you don't have to fudge it?
I would say with the flat Earth, you don't have to start from something that is contradicting my very core of what I think the Earth is. I don't have to start imagining this other thing that isn't there and then start working on my calculations like they do. They have to start thinking they're on a curved surface. And imagine a flat horizontal straight one. And
that's not true.
Got it.
Are you sure you want to hold that true opinion?
That's absolutely true. Howard, since you spoke up and said it's not true, would you like to? Because what he just said is absolutely true. I'd like to hear you try to say how it's not.
If I want to build a deck and I want to build it on a horizontal plane,
fix that microphone. Fix the microphone.
He's breaking up for me.
Yeah, the timing of that, Howard. You are roboting if you can hear us. So yeah,
I think there's some imaginary curvature getting in the way of his airwaves.
Yeah, come back later when your internet's
working.
Yeah,
if you want to build a deck on a horizontal, you're going to have to imagine the horizontal first. You're not going to start from a curved surface, are you?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what all you're concerned with is making the deck on a horizontal plane.
All right, Howard, try to say what you were saying again because you did robot. But you're back now.
Yeah.
So.
I don't give any consideration to the shape of the Earth if I'm going to build a deck.
Right, exactly. You don't need to because you get to just imagine the horizontal to start with and work from there. That's the whole point. You don't need to give consideration to the fact that you think you're on a ball because you just imagine the horizontal to begin with and start from there.
Oh, cool. So that works both on a flat Earth and a spherical Earth. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't understand the problem.
Yeah, exactly. It works on both because you're starting from the horizontal. The horizontal is consistent with a flat Earth. It's inconsistent with a ball. You guys are saying something that's accurate.
No, it's not.
It works.
No, it's not.
You just imagine the horizontal.
That part is not true.
Yeah, can you explain to me why horizontal cannot exist on the spherical Earth?
Yeah.
In defense of the globers, they draw their horizontal into the sky. They're drawing lines in the sky. It's like an imaginary line.
At how far away?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Isn't the intellectual agility of a globalist is at 99 to dodge an obvious clear point?
I mean, I suppose this comes down to the just to leave it open as a sense. Even I'm not saying it's up for debate in my mind, but I'm just saying in general whether the Earth is a globe or flat. Because if it's a globe, then that line that they're calling horizontal, Bob, you agree would not be imaginary because it is actually perpendicular to the radius, right? So is your argument kind of like, since Earth isn't a globe, that line is imaginary because of that? And then they're just saying, well, the Earth is a globe, so it's not imaginary because it actually is perpendicular to the radius.
In either scenario, the line that you're talking about is imaginary. Obviously, the line is not there in physical reality where you can hold it, touch it, see it, or anything like that. You are imagining in both cases. The difference is that for their model, they're starting on a thing that is the opposite or different than what they think they're living on. So they have to imagine the horizontal instead of just starting from the assumption that it is horizontal.
Yeah.
Instead of just using the horizontal surface, the level plane surface, they have to imagine a horizontal plane or surface upon the surface of a sphere.
Right, because in that extension, the Earth itself, it's interesting to talk about a horizontal reference because the Earth itself would be that. Water is that. It's all a horizontal reference because it is horizontal. Right.
The problem that you run into, is that if we're using the example of building a deck, obviously we're all aware that if at least anybody who's built a deck, that the ground is never perfectly horizontal. Even if you assume the Earth is flat, topography is still a thing. So we still need a horizontal reference.
That's a moot truism.
Okay, so there's no reason for horizontal to be either fake or real in either model. It's horizontal for both of us.
The point is not about the horizontal being fake or real.
The point was made that you can use things in real life to relate to a horizontal, whereas you guys have to conjure. You have to conjure one.
Maybe if we were living on, let's say, a pyramid Earth right now, it's not a ball and it's not flat and horizontal. If we wanted to build something horizontally, what would we use?
Elijah, hot mic.
Oh shit.
Sorry.
But in either case, the flat Earth, spherical Earth, the horizontal reference is established from Plum anyway.
Well, I think maybe where Bob was going with that was, if you wanted to create a horizontal reference, what would you use? And then Bob, were you going to go with water in terms of water and water actually being horizontal?
What I was going to identify was that the thing that remains consistent is the horizontal part. So if it doesn't matter which, you could have a whole Rolodex of models to scroll through, okay, and run it through, and the thing that would be consistent would be the horizontal. But there is at least one model where that actually lines up with it actually being horizontal. The point is, with theirs, it doesn't. They have to go to a thing that isn't their model first, which is the flat, straight, horizontal line, to start to get their measurements and calculations together for the navigation.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and they also have, it's not even a perfect sphere that they claim, it's an oblate sphere. So they also have to go off this very complicated radius value, which changes at every oblate curvature component of the sphere. That horizontal is infinitely changing on the radius. So yeah, they have to assume all of that in order to even come up with that concept.
Well, that's the perfect excuse
to be able to change the numbers all the time. We don't have to do any of that you just said. All we have to do in order to establish a horizontal, both you, I, every builder ever, we use Plum as a reference to establish horizontal. That's reality. To say that horizontal is either more real or less real for any one person is false.
But when you're establishing Plum, you can just establish the plumb line over a plane, though. Like, that's the thing. Like, no belief necessary there. So
no belief on either way.
No, yes. But what I'm saying is when it's small enough, we say, okay, horizontal means straight, meaning I'm not tipping, meaning if I spill water here, right, it's not going to slide off the table because it's perfectly horizontal, because it's perfectly level. That's the thing. So that's what we know practically. Then when we have to think about the Earth a large scale, we have to pretend that, well, level is just wherever we are, and wherever we are is straight enough.
Yeah, we need to
I
stop
don't even
this.
know what
We multiply words unnecessarily. We know the globalists have to imagine a horizontal line or plane upon their sphere, which they believe is the case, rather than the flat earthers just using the level plane horizontal face of the earth. Simple.
Okay, you're restating something. Hold on, you're restating.
Work.
Right, you're restating something again that we've already come to a conclusion is not true. The horizontal references that you establish don't care about what shape the surface of the Earth is. So for horizontal to be considered to be either more real or less real for any one person, again, is false.
But the point being made was
all of it is celestial navigation into many other activities that concern much bigger spaces on the face of the Earth. You know that. Stop pretending.
Stop pretending that your method actually would find a location.
Yeah, if you're going to build a major distribution center like 2,500 feet long, you have to take into consideration curvature. But if you're going to build a deck, a 10 by 12 deck, it doesn't matter.
Of course, we don't need to belabor that point. Why the hell are we running our mouth on that point? We got that.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the relevant thing, particularly what we were talking about earlier, the celestial navigation. It's not possible on the globe. You need a horizontal line.
It's not possible on flat. It only works
Hold on. We're back to this again.
Surely to God, we're not going to regress to that.
Right. We've already established how it's possible to have a horizontal on a globe. Telling us again that over and
we're not. That's what the problem is. The problem is nobody told you.
Because it's already in the middle of talking.
Nobody told you, but because you're saying we told you what you couldn't do. That's not true. You've been doing that all day, right?
No.
Well, definitely no one said.
No. Dude, it's not okay for you to just start interrupting people.
No. I'm not gonna let you continue either. Because bottom line is, no one told you you wouldn't have a horizontal
people to finish talking. We will just be stubborn and not allow the other person to finish. Is that how it goes here?
You're just gonna do the thing that you hate other people doing to you, right?
Letting the person finish. We're just going to be stubborn.
But he's attributing.
What we're going to do is we're going to be stubborn.
All right, you guys. This is. I have to mute someone.
Yeah.
So Doofus, you're muted. Elijah, go ahead, and then Doofus, you can go next. But if you guys are trying,
I'm sorry. His argument is starting with quote unquote the fact end quote that we're saying you can't have a horizontal plane on a tangent point, which would be the globe, which is your horizontal wherever you're standing at on that globe. I never told him that. I said, that's fine. However, your zeniths would diverge and you would never have a 90-degree angle between you, the GP, and the star then, or whatever else you're shooting. That was the rebuttal to what he said. He's pretending, like I told him, he can't sit a flat fucking plane on top of a ball. No one said that.
All right, so
don't tell me no one
hold on,
said
Doofus
that.
Respond.
Gregory just finished.
All right, hold on, Doofus. Hold on. Before you speak, please no one interrupt Doofus. Let's let him speak. And if you do interrupt, you might be temporarily muted. But Doofus, go ahead. Please try not to do any ad homs, anything like that. Please just
it's not an ad hom.
And then
I'm responding directly to Gregory.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, if you're going to tell me this many times over and over and over again that a horizontal cannot be used on a globe, it's false for the reasons I've outlined. Yes, you can have a horizontal reference on a globe because it's 90 degrees to the plumb that you can establish.
And where have you verified that that horizontal deviates from the surface? Because obviously if you have a straight horizontal and you have a curved earth, those have to deviate. Where, if ever, has that ever been verified? Because what has been verified is that the horizontal follows the plane of the earth and level water.
Oh, B-ball, you got this one. What do you mean we haven't observed horizontal deviates? Of course we have witnessed drop from horizontal as distance from us increases. So you know this occurs.
Only every single time only every single time
if we knew that it occurred, we wouldn't be challenging it. We know what.
I was about to answer that question.
What's the matter with you?
B-Ball, you got to do something with your mic, man. It's just all muffled. I don't know. Replug it, plug it back in. Something's going on with it.
Disconnect, reconnect.
Don't come back.
Helmet cam.
So Doofus, listen.
Don't come back.
Doofus, look. If we knew that it deviated from horizontal, there wouldn't be an argument, bro. We know what your interpretations of observations are, and we disagree with them. So, what's your primary evidence that an established horizontal tangent deviates from the surface of the Earth due to Earth's curvature?
Right. The question was asked whether we observe horizontal deviating from the surface of the Earth. We do. There you go. You're welcome.
Okay, great. Can I repeat my question now? Because I just hold on. I'm not sure. Okay, Gio. I'm just gonna.
You want to change the question that was asked of me?
I'm just gonna say it. I don't know why we let these guys in these discussions, because they are not beneficial. He was just asked a question and he affirmed it. I then followed up, and all he did was fucking repeat the previous question and then say thank you when he gave the same answer. That is not a productive conversation. I was honestly asking him where he has evidence for this deviation from horizontal.
And to add to that, okay, you posted it. Great. You posted it. Great. It should speak for itself. But to add to that, what he just said was, we know that horizontal deviates from horizontal, basically. Well, if the only reference you have is if the only reference you have,
you to interrupt when you say,
if the
when
only
I say
reference,
something that you don't like.
I'm sorry, Gio.
If we
rewind,
Doofus is interrupting. Go ahead, Elijah.
If we rewind exactly what he just said, he said the horizontal moves, and he also referenced a second thing, being the true, I guess, zero reference that the horizontal is deviating from. How would you establish that if all we have as the horizontal reference is the horizon that goes up and down? How would you do that?
Is the only horizontal reference that we have the horizon? Yes or no?
Well, I was going to bring up like
look,
dude.
Based on what you said, I asked you, how's that? Why are you going to respond with a question?
Because you said that our horizontal reference, the horizon, moves up and down. If you said that our horizontal reference, the horizon, moves up and down, however, I'm pointing out with a question that that's not true. We have other horizontal references.
No.
I think he means in relation to the established horizontal.
Yeah, that's the thing, because as the thing that you look at as a reference that goes up and down, we cannot establish where the true zero is. How could we do that? Because how could you do that?
Well, I was about to bring up like long bridges. Now, would we not be able to see some sort of deviation if we know that the bridge is like uniformly at the same elevation, right? We would see some deviation at either side, right?
Maybe so, but again, I'm trying to lay it squarely on the words that he used and asking him, how's that? Gio, or somebody, whoever's a moderator, can we just rewind to the point to what exactly he just said, so that we can hear clearly what he just said? Or can you post me the live so I can go back, rewind it? Because he's basically saying he didn't say what I'm saying. I'm basically rewording it, but he definitely is saying what I'm saying, and I'm asking him, how's that? And his response is to ask me another question.
Yeah, you're dealing with a fucking troll, okay? These guys
come on,
do
guys.
not
Come
want
on,
to
Travis.
This is
have
good conversation.
Howard. Look,
this
Howard.
is productive
No, man.
conversation.
No, man.
Travis.
It's
Howard.
like
Travis.
diminishing. It's the conversation
No.
diminishes when we go
No.
that direction.
No.
Thank
What
you,
no.
Travis.
No, Howard.
So I guess I get to
what
go now because he did
diminishes
something
this
that was wrong.
conversation is when we have trolls who cannot have an honest
Travis.
conversation between
Travis,
people
hold on,
who
because you
want
did something
to have
wrong.
an honest
We're not
conversation.
supposed to do ad homs,
I was
remember?
talking, Doofus.
I
I was
understand, but we're
talking
not
to
supposed
Howard.
to do ad homs. I
Doofus,
thought that was the rules.
I didn't make an
the
ad
rules
hom.
of the
I
server
didn't
was that
make
we
an ad
don't do
hom right
ad
now.
homs. I thought
There
that was
no
the
such
rules.
ad hom that
I thought
escaped the
those were
word
part of the rules, and that people can
no
interrupt
ad
when
hom.
they feel like it, they think the rules are being
What
violated.
the fuck is going on?
I can't get to my button. I can't get to my button.
Anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Howard, the conversation takes a tank when trolls cannot be honest in the conversation. I
don't remember the specific of what Elijah just said that Doofus said, but I disagreed with it. I remember thinking to myself, that's not what Doofus said, and then the conversation has devolved into where we're at this moment, and I wish we could pick it up.
I think
we could, if needed, like they do in court. I mean,
that's it.
We could, if needed, like they do in court. We could actually pull it up. I mean, share it live and replay it if needed, if that's ever needed.
Right. I can remind everybody where we started, which was why I was asked where we observe horizontal deviating from the surface of the Earth, and then I gave my evidence of that.
Which is an auto level look. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a horizontal reference.
Yeah, but the deviation could also be the result of refraction, could it not?
In the standard case, no, not in our atmosphere.
Okay. Wait. Not in our atmosphere?
Yeah, no, not in our atmosphere. Especially not under stable conditions at 20 feet above ground level or higher.
I don't get it.
Hold on.
If we know
Branch, I'm talking Branch, I'm having a conversation with Doofus, okay?
That's a Jim Jam. But...
I'm not Branch, mate.
Oh, okay. I apologize. Sorry. So, Doofus, when you are looking out through a theodolite, how far away is your target?
I mean, any distance that you're looking at.
Why are we talking about optical shit?
Because that's his claim. Because that's his claim. Okay.
I don't know why we don't just leave things where they are.
Then why are we talking
We've already
about
thoroughly
optical
refuted him on this point.
How is your proof something optical that can cause illusion?
Ooh, that's a good question. Why don't we get into that? So if we're at 20 feet above ground level or higher.
No. I don't want to get into that. I want to talk about things that we can be certain of.
You asked me a very good question. Okay.
No.
So 20 feet above ground level.
I don't want to talk about it. I want to bring it back to things that we can be certain of.
I mean, I don't get to respond or what? So at 20 feet above ground level, the conditions are stable. So optically, we know what's going on up there. So that's why we're talking about optics.
So does anybody want to jump to a different channel and not be with these guys?
Bridges that have blueprints and actual measurements, right? So we know the height of it, and we know if it's staying at the same horizontal for however long, right? Then you'll be able to see if there's any deviation, right?
So Travis, I was just gonna say,
like a bridge.
What you're saying. Hold on, dude. Yeah, we have talked about that. Essentially, like having a second room. I mean, there already are the two live stream rooms, but generally everyone tends to collect in this one. But I mean, if we use two of them, of course we'd have to be able to moderate both and everything, but we could always add moderators if we need more mod help. But if we run two live streams and one of them could be for the these discussions, and then another one, it's not that like globe earthers, it's not that they wouldn't be allowed in there per se, but it would just be like no globe pushing stuff, like none of the globe, discussion, I guess, about the shape of the earth, none of the heated debate type stuff on that level. So to have a room that we could actually just sort of like podcast or like a radio show podcast and actually just, which we do on here anyway sometimes, like there's kind of two modes, there's There's like the building mode where you're kind of building concepts and ideas and you're throwing it back and forth. You know, someone throws someone else the ball, they say something cool, someone else throws someone else, and it's like good vibes and you're just sharing knowledge and information. Then there's this other mode, which is the heated, the debate. Of course, that gets into the shape of the earth a lot of times, but also in physics and other, you know, discussions as well. So there, and it is actually even set up like that now. I mean, I had set it up to where the second room would be more like the debate channel, and then this channel would be more like the, you know, podcast style, or kind of just like a building kind of show style.
Right. So my suggestion though is, and I know that I make these offlandish or these outlandish suggestions, would be that the third room would be for flat Earth mods only, to kick the shit out of these people who come in and waste our time. You can come in and have a conversation with us, but if you dick around and do all of these gaslighting shenanigans, you're kicked, right? So you can have this channel open like you have it, and you don't even have to publicize the third one. I don't need to be public, but I want to have a conversation that can be open and honest, not ones with gaslighting trolls that waste our time.
Well, that's interesting. So you're saying like an advanced channel. Yeah, because I mean, there are the 3 live stream rooms right now. There's 2 of them showing. The third one, I hid it, but it's still there. I just, because we weren't using it. But there are 3, and I can run 3 live streams at the same time. So, or we can do 2 or 3. So any of this can happen at any time. So you're saying that third one, yeah, would be more of like sort of like advanced discussion without, because like in a court of law, like there are certain things that you can't do, you know, like you're talking about, like certain tactics and things that you can't do because they actually want to get to the core of the information. So you're saying like almost like a more advanced room where there would actually be like a set like guidelines for that you can't do those actual fallacies the way it is in certain courtroom situations. Is that what you're saying, and have more like advanced discussions without the tactics being employed?
I mean, that's a sanitized way of saying it, but basically I'm saying that the mods, whoever they might be, right? And today, I've been on here a long time today, and it was an absolute shit show because no one was controlling, and we were just screaming for mods to step in, and it wasn't happening. So I'm saying, like, if Joe Bob was in there, and he has permission to kick, there's no look. You come into that room, you know what the rules are. If you cross the line once, you're fucking kicked for the day. You're gone. Bye.
Well, it's not even rules. You just like, obviously here it's a lot softer. It's a lot more lenient, right? And then in the third one, as soon as someone is like derailing it, you just mute them. You don't need to give a reason or anything. And they should understand that they go into that room knowing that is the possibility.
Exactly.
Well, in fairness, when I did jump in, it was out of control, right? But it's a bit hard to get control when people actually don't listen to the mods either, and all they want to do is complain about what the mods are doing, which happened when I stepped in. All right, so and there were guilty parties on both sides of the fences.
Hey, look, I'm going to tell you something. Listen, hold on. I'm going to tell you something real quick. If I go into that third room and I'm a dick and Howard's in there and he kicks me, I'm going to stop being a dick. I'm going to tell you that, right? Because if he kicks me, I'm going to know he's got balls. Because the reason why I'm a dick is because you guys don't kick fast enough. You mute or you warn, you warn.
No dramas. Okay, thank you for giving me the heads up.
Yeah,
when
I'm telling you.
I will kick you, all right? Because you are a dick quite a bit, actually.
I know. Right? I know.
So, and all I can say is have a bit of respect for yourself and have a bit of respect for Geo's stream that he is trying to put out there and do something positive and constructive with it. Don't care if someone straw mans you, ad homs you, or whatever. Sit back and listen. Right, and then rebut it in a very calm, calculated, and tactful way, because the listener on the other end, Travis, will get more from that, right, than the shit show that they listen to.
I hear you, and I would say, look, okay, so fine. There's no third room. Those rules begin now. If I'm a dick, kick me the fuck out.
No. Because this room is good for being lenient and allowing the shit show sometimes. Because
I don't think so.
No, it does. It is sometimes because people need to have their voice, right? Keep
Yeah,
this keep this live stream how it is, right? But that other one will be like as soon as you're trying to interrupt, you just mute them. Boom.
My
There's
point-
no worry about it. Whereas here, you know, we got to allow people to just talk.
Yeah,
So-
and you've got to understand that for the mods, like I never moan about the mods in here because how the fuck sometimes can they really know who fallacy.
How it got there. Yeah, and if you got Jack, who's just listening, who's not really part of this arena, you know, he's on the fence. He doesn't really know what's going on. He may end up getting swayed in the wrong direction because of that one critical point that never actually got addressed. He might think, oh yeah, well that's what I taught in school, so that's what it must be.
I do think it's a lot.
Anyway, but I don't know how you overcome it.
I do think there's a lot to put on the mods, though. I think if you witness it and you're aware that a fallacy is being made, right, you highlight it. You write it down and you go, right, I'm going to bring this up either later or whatever. It's being recorded.
Yeah, but you know, in jams, I've said this, but nobody really abided by it or said anything. But I've always said for the longest time that if you just, as a server, and as everybody in the server had a standard of, conduct, basically, simple standard where you simply didn't interrupt consistently or persistently, and you didn't go on forever so people didn't have to interrupt, and you also gave way and were acknowledging when you hear other people trying to get in, and you allow them to get in whenever you feel like, you don't hog the mic.
Yeah, and to give you credit,
we're talking about etiquette now.
Credit, Kosho, you are very good at all those things. That's why I think I said the other day, like, I don't think you've probably ever been muted, like, on here virtually ever, because yeah, you do that really well. You give way, you don't interrupt people, you don't try to dominate over other people, you generally don't tend to insult. I mean, maybe on a rare occasion, but for the most part, you don't do that. So yeah, I would agree, Coach. If everyone was like you, even though you have your perspectives that are opposing to other people, if everyone did it the way you do, then none of these things would be an issue in a sense. Now, the straw manning and the fallacy is another story, but just in terms of the interruption and stuff, and like,
let me say one thing real quick. First of all, I think the reason why Kosho can be so level-headed is because I always feel like he's multitasking. So like he's distracted on the one hand, so he doesn't get aggressive that way, and that might keep him sedated. But the other thing that I want to say is the conversation that we're having right now is exactly the way it's supposed to happen. No one's been interrupting each other. Everybody's been able to finish what they were saying and wait for somebody else to talk. Right? Have you noticed that?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I have. It's been great.
Yeah,
it's only when you start talking about truth. That's when the shit hits the fan. See, like we can even agree on the approach, but then when we start going down the road, people want to start reneging on taking a straight line forward. No pun intended.
What was the last thing y'all heard from me?
Well, and
ages ago,
it was so long ago.
One thing I was going to say, Travis, I mean, it's a good point. Okay, so the way that this server is currently set up, there are the 3 live stream rooms, but right now 2 of them are showing, and we're really only using the one. Everyone just tends to collect in this one. But the second one, as it is right now, is set up for more debate style, where it is more of the structured debate. And what Travis, what you were saying would be the case. Fallacies would be, and the thing is, there's no like set structure with it. It's just more like the, debate room, essentially, like where it is more like a courtroom where the sides are actually being, presented. And of course that could involve the contentiousness. And then this room is more set up for like I was saying before, kind of like podcast style, like, just being able to share ideas. Everybody gets their chance to speak. And then of course in this room, we still would want to try to not have the interruptions and stuff, but the second room could be more for that debate style. So, I mean, it already is set up that way. And what's interesting about this is that kind of what Elijah just said, like, if it's not a contentious type discussion about truth or, for lack of better term, just that word debate, if it's not that kind of debate and truth discussion, then yeah, it tends to be much more free flowing and, sort of podcast style. The problem is that if we're trying to have like the open panel vibe with the debate vibe, but it's not really being moderated that way, then therefore the shit show can happen, because now the moderation is not for the debate style. It's like blending over into the open style. So the mods are more like, well, it's open, just let them all flow. Meanwhile, there's all these things happening that wouldn't be done in a courtroom. I'm just saying we do have that second live stream that we can use at any time. It's just a matter of people jumping in that one, and I can turn it on live. It only takes me a minute to fire it up.
So I would say depend on the intensity of the disagreement. The less intense, the less moderation. The more intense, the more need for moderation.
Yeah, and I'm not advocating for a formal presentation. You know, for me, as I'm driving, I'm well capable to have a cogent conversation where I'm not presenting anything, but I'm making an argument. And I still think that the decorum of a courtroom, where if you want to object, that's fine if you want to object. But I think that if we introduce that kind of an atmosphere, that if someone actually, if I'm talking and I'm making a point, instead of Xanax saying, well, you're just ignorant, okay? If he were to say objection, then I would say, then I would stop talking to listen to his objection, because he has something to say and actually give a cogent objection, rather than just saying, you just don't know what you're talking about. There's a difference between.
Can we define what objection is?
Yeah, if you pick up on somebody giving you a red herring, asking you a question that's not relevant to the point that you just made, you say objection. That's a red herring. Right? That should stop.
Yeah, you gotta have rules of the court, though. Like, you could make an objection based off of hearsay. You could make an objection based off of leading the witness, maybe trying to talk about some. Well, didn't you do?
Well, we don't need to take that into consideration. We're not investigating a crime like that.
Well, no, but what I mean is, like, the idea that you couldn't, like, nullify somebody's point because of something they did in the past. Do you know what I mean? Like, or like you could, or forgive me, that's not leading the witness, but, like, you know, those kinds of rules are interesting.
Yeah, stopping the conversation to mention something in the past. No objection. That was a fallacy. Here's my counter argument against it. I think that's what it is meant by
right.
objection.
And that's where, you know, this is why, like, I used to run this thing Flat Earth Court. It was like, the idea is that even in a courtroom, like, you can make an objection, and then, like, you know, the judge might not address your point right then. You know what I mean? Because you're going to have your moment to
be noted.
But it could be either be overruled in the sense that your objection is meaningless, or that, like, you know, like, or like, you know, like, it can go either way. You need a judge, though.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say that you need a judge. You need somebody like that's actually in charge, and that's the issue. It would make a lot more work for Geo or whoever.
Yeah, that's the moderator's job. That's the point of a moderator. So that they have to have these skills, and they have to have some level of understanding of both sides, so that they can determine what's going on, when a fallacy is committed, and what's fair and what's not fair. Like,
but their side doesn't have much of a fallacy.
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of a server like this, yeah, it comes down to the moderator playing that role of a judge, like Issa was saying. Like one or more, but it would, you know, but
at least one.
It's almost unfair because we do kind of consider most of what they're saying just you know declarations.
Well, that's the point. We're trying to finally get them to wake up and fucking admit it. Like, because we've been playing this game for, you know, when we woke up, we were like, oh, wait a minute. Somebody doesn't believe in what I believe in. Let me go Google what I believe in, right? Whatever that may have been. Maybe it could have been the celestial bodies for me. Maybe for somebody else, but well, I mean, am I rambling or something? Like, I just started talking.
No, you're getting distorted because someone else had their mic open. Start again.
Like, what? Forget it. Never mind.
Go ahead.
Doesn't matter.
Well, what you were saying, you want them to finally wake up, you know. But we need them to be intellectually honest. Is the thing, and there's not too many of them.
Yo, check it. This would settle the thing, right? Like a court case. Like, because I used to think about it like you could teach people how to do court through this. So, like, the idea would be, at this time, you're going to debate these subjects, and you're only going to be allowed to talk about the information that you introduced to the moderator prior to the hearing. So, as soon as you bring up something outside of what, let's say, you've given over to the moderator from each side, let's say you'd have to email the other party your information and the moderator your information, and you would have to stick to that information that you gave to the moderator. And if you deviated from that information, that would be cause for objection. So
objection, not in discovery.
Right, like everything would have to be readily available, but it doesn't mean that you can't make new information available. It just has to be given to the other party and the judge. You could do it at any hearing too, but the idea being that you would bring your case and say, okay, I'm bringing this, this, and this, and I'm going to tell my adversary what I'm thinking and what I'm going to argue about.
Where are we going?
He's gonna bring this, this, and that, and as the moderator has access to it, the debaters have access to it. And then you try not to deviate it, and then you would enter evidence as needed. There'd be rules. There's just rules.
Yeah.
That's all. I wasn't trying to interrupt you,
The only problem I have is that when you put all this pressure on the mods become less genuine.
What do you mean?
No,
Well, that's
not-
good
not
stuff. But let the
necessarily.
moderators speak for themselves. Who are you, a moderator?
And I'm cool with that idea that you just suggested, right? And if anyone wants to step up to the plate, right, and have that sort of discussion, DM one of the mods, get
Check
it going,
this out.
right?
I started
mate.
thinking like this, like Ben saw it. Next level, in order to educate everybody about court, you could add, like, if you wanted to go next level, right? You would have like a PayPal where you would pay $5. Check it out. You pay $5 for the time slot to have your hearing. So it makes it makes
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, so watch.
Hell yeah.
It makes everything that you're bringing to the table a little bit more, a little bit, meat on the bone to
exclusive.
Because you've got something invested in it. But the idea would be that you would have to follow these rules, and like, and I used to think this was an idea to go for, because the way you could teach law, teach the court, and law is built for this kind of a divisive subject.
Yeah, and look, I'm definitely on board with that sort of thing and that sort of format, Isa. No problems whatsoever. And then, yes, the moderation, has to be taken very seriously. The conversation has to be listened to very, very carefully.
You're hiring the moderator.
You're interrupting the mod. You're interrupting the mod.
Right, you're hiring the moderator to moderate your debate.
Yeah, exactly. But when it comes to this sort of room, this more organic room, like, you got to cut the mods like a little bit of slack. Like, we're not always around our phones or our computers or anything like that. And when we do sometimes try and interject and get control, like, no one listens to you half the time. Like, everyone's just over talking everyone.
Well,
that's the thing.
You would mute everybody but the two parties.
Can he
exactly right. And it would be an ideal situation, actually, if there was a button that the mods could press, right, where it actually muted everyone in the room all instantaneously, so the only voice that could be heard was that mod at any one particular time. Because trying to go down the list and see who's lighting up and see who's talking, and
You could do that. That's a
great. Is a little bit difficult too.
No, that can be done with a bot. Well, that can be done with a bot. I added a bot to the server that does that, and I actually have it now. Yeah, it's on here now. When we tested it, I don't know if you remember at the very beginning, but we tested it, and if you have like 20 people in the room, it goes kind of slow. It's like it does it, but it takes like a good 30 seconds or so to get it all done. So if there was a bot that did it quicker, but there's a couple ways to do this too. I mean, if you need to mute the whole room, like, that's one thing, in that sense. But then if it's like a debate style room, like, there's ways to set it up to where people are already muted when they join. If you're really having two people. And I was going to say before, like, the thing about the moderator and the judge and all that, there is also a role on this server called Livestream host. And there's also like a guest live stream host. So basically, anyone could get the guest live stream host role, and then could just be a live stream host at any time. And that does give mute capabilities, essentially moderation capabilities. So in that sense, like, that could be used as like the role of a judge or someone holding a debate. So what I'm saying is that someone wouldn't necessarily have to be a moderator to play that role of the judge or to organize these kinds of discussions or, these different debates or different style discussions like this.
But they'd need to request the permission off of a mod or you. But this is the point I was going to get to.
To get that role for a certain period of time, and then when they have that role, they can do the muting. But the thing about the live stream host role as well is that you're essentially hosting the whole. So, you know, in a way that like a radio show host, like if he's hosting it, he decides what calls to take. He decides when to dump the calls. He decides essentially, you know, how it's run. He's like hosting the show in that way. So when it's done that way, like the live stream host has that capability, you know, to kind of control it, which of course, like a judge, for example, has that in a courtroom. And that's why they have kind of that final ruling. So instead of it just being chaos and people talking over, there's like one person that everybody is realizing is running the show. And then everyone else has, you know,
right. But you or another mod would have to grant that permission first off. So I think going back to the calling, what's the word beginning with O? I've forgotten again. Objection, right? So if someone calls an objection, they then get the ability to do the live stream, and then they bring up the point. So in this sense, then there's not so much pressure on the mods to do it, because if you notice it when you're in an argument, right, and the mod doesn't, you call objection, and then they can give you that role, and then you can bring it up in the live stream.
I don't know if it worked like that.
Well, it doesn't have to be that complicated. Like, you know, it's just about, I think if you had it set up so that, like, because I think also too, you don't want another room that some people are going to go to because they want to listen. Some people want, you know what I mean? Like, you'd have to focus it. Like, okay, Fridays from this time to this time is going to be hearings from, like, let's say like 5 o'clock to 10 o'clock at night, Eastern Standard Time. And you can book a time if you want to. And then, like, you know, you'd have two parties that are interested, that they've got the floor. We'd know that it's on the hearing. You could have a docket even somewhere in here. And then you'd have a hearing at whatever time. And like I said, like, all the rules of the court would apply in the sense that, like, you couldn't introduce new evidence without providing it to both parties, you know, being the judge and the opposing party. And because there's only two people, and like I said, like, you're not trying to, you know, let's say you put a limit, a cap on that time, like an hour or whatever, you know what I mean? Or a cap for that hearing anyway. And you could readdress it at another hearing. You know, you could motion for a continuance. I'll come back to that, you know what I mean, next week. But like, you know, there's all kinds of ways where you could, and then the judge is invested. And let's say, like I said about the PayPal, it's like if you're hiring a judge or hiring one of the moderators that this Discord server provides for you at the time, then, like, you know, you're willing to take that judge as your moderator. And, you know, you might object to that judge and request a new hearing with a different judge. And fucking, like, Jeremy's got it out for me. I don't want Jeremy as my judge.
Recuse the judge.
Right.
Recuse the moderator.
Right. You know, I got to, recuse them because they're too friendly with somebody or whatever you're freaking agree. But that's all. That's allowed in court too. So it's kind of cool.
The difference between this, I'm sorry, I don't know if you were finishing that.
No, go ahead, brother.
Here you go.
The difference between this and then, you know, I don't think it would work. My opinion is because who's gonna take? I mean, this would probably work in like a formal debate with only two people, but an open discussion, you can't have people calling objection all the time. You know, I mean, it just wouldn't work.
Well, you wouldn't have.
It would be in a different room.
Can I make
No. You have three objections, right? Now. Oh, okay. Can I go after you though?
It's not me. It's B-Ball. Right? He didn't get his point
saying that you can't get a whole bunch of objections.
We didn't let him get his point out. We got to be aware of it.
That's what I'm saying. After him, the person who's making the point about the objections, I would like to rebuttal that. That's all I said.
Well, I think what I heard B-Ball say, B-Ball might have come in later. He didn't hear the full conversation. So
I heard the full conversation.
All right, because what Issa's, we're talking about a couple different things. I mean, first of all, any of this stuff is possible. I mean, you know, anyone can do this essentially, like get the live stream host role and be able and do. So, I mean, anyone's welcome to do this at any time, and I can, you know, turn on a second room or whatever. You know, I just wanted to throw that out there, but there's a couple different things being discussed. I think B-Ball, what you said, if it's a big open room and everybody can object, then yeah, I think that's what B-Ball was saying. But I think what Issa's describing is more of like a hearing style where you would have like two people that are actually presenting set information, and then you would have like a judge in terms of how it would work on the server. They would either be a moderator or a live stream host because they'd be hosting that particular stream. And then if you have that, like two people, like let's say it's B-Ball and Travis, and they're presenting on atmospheric refraction, and they, have that set topic, set information. Everybody else who joins the room, like we could do it on either the stage room or in a regular VC. If I would do it in a regular VC, I would just have to set it up to where everyone's muted when they join. So that way there's no interruptions, kind of like in a courtroom where you have an audience, but none of them can speak up. And if they do, they'll be removed.
Well, yeah, you'd want video because this is another point. Is like, look, you'd want to have video for one because you want to be able to show your documents to the jury, or the judges out in the audience. Because, like I've always said, the only judge in any of this discussion is in the audience, like the people you're trying to convince. Because like the judge that's a flat earther is going to be like, yeah, right. You know what I mean? Or the fucking judge, or the judge who's a baller might be like, oh my god, these fucking flat earthers again. You know what I mean? Like, so they can't be, there's rules to figuring out, it ain't easy being a judge, is what I'm trying to say. But it's like the idea that, there's rules to the interplay of negotiation. A lot of people don't understand why people win court cases, but that's something completely different, being that this is just a setting for dissecting information so that the audience, who is the judge, can make their own decision.
The other point that I was going to make, the other point that I was going to make just real quick is, I think that the person who is speaking is the only one who should be making the objection. Like if I'm talking and my opponent interrupts me or commits a fallacy, I don't need Joe Schmo coming in and going objection. Like no, I can handle my own. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, the thing is this also too is that when somebody says objection, the point is you don't say objection and then make your counter argument. You just say objection. The judge goes duly noted, and if the guy's making an intriguing point and and it's overruled, then you know what I mean. Like you're going to be like, hey, carry on. But if it's sustained, then he might say, hey, you didn't provide the evidence for that, or there's a violation of the rules of court. You can't just object on the grounds because you don't. You know what I mean? Like you would have to say objection and then come back to that to deal with it.
Allow it to carry on.
Right. So what?
Wait. Because I've been waiting for a minute, and I asked nicely.
Yeah, go on, Eli.
Sorry.
So, you can't just. Well, you can just object willy-nilly, right? Meaning you have no justification for your objection, but the judge, or let's say the moderator, because like I like the idea that the people are actually the judge. If someone says objection, then I think that the moderator should wait for the reason why. And usually it'll be like, because if I'm objecting to something, it's I made an argument, I made a claim, or I presented evidence that would or I provided some form of evidence that isn't.
The judge might say, say,
hold on, bro. Hold on, bro.
Okay.
So that being the case, if you are saying objection, in my case, if I laid out either an argument or I've only presented information, at that point, if I say objection, it's because someone is starting their premise or prefacing what they're going to say with information that I've either given by mouth or by whatever literature I'm giving. So if they're beginning it with what I didn't say or what I didn't present, when I say objection and I say this is why, they should not be allowed to continue.
Well, no, here's the thing though, because you can't just I would say if you say objection, then straight after your reason for objection, fallacy, red herring, blah blah blah, and then it goes to the mod and says, okay,
that's what I just said.
No, because you're saying that you can object and then give your argument. No one.
No. What I said was I characterized a fallacy. That's what I did. I'm not. No,
bro.
This is what I'm saying.
Bro.
I said the same thing
I'm not
he
allowed
said,
to talk.
and he's trying to force his way through as if I didn't say the same exact thing he said. That's fucking annoying, fam.
No. You said that then you would say your argument after you say an objection.
No, my argument isn't me saying, listen, I didn't just provide an argument, dog. I just provided a scenario in which a person is about to straw man me. What are you talking about?
And if you say objection, you would have to wait.
I thought you said you would say your objection, and then you'd start talking about the reason why you're objecting.
That's what I got. That's what I got.
It's only 3 words.
What I said was okay. You finish. You finish.
You don't need to monologue on. You just go objection, red herring, objection, blah blah blah. That's it. And then it goes to the judge and then judge as in mod, yeah. Right. And they say to you, okay, highlight your objection.
Or the judge might say, you know what?
No, let me respond, fam. I'm obviously upset, so I'm waiting for him to finish so that I can go after him. Issa,
done for it. Go for it.
Okay. So why are we now for those who were listening? When I said the only reason that I would be objecting, that reason was to characterize a fallacy. I'm giving an example of one now, which is why I would have objected. Why the fuck would I be making up an argument right now?
Right, not an argument, but what I'm trying to say is if you're arguing with someone, right, and then you try and
all I said is I said the same thing that you said in different words. That's all I said.
I'm not allowed to speak.
Right, but you're saying what I said.
Right, real quick. How about this? There's already rules.
How is this happening?
There's already.
I don't know, Gregory. Did he not say what I said as if I didn't say it? Is that not what just happened?
That's what happened.
Look.
Yeah, that's what happened.
You state your objection. You don't go start trying to detail it because the person you're arguing with is just going to interrupt you. So you do a 3-word thing because they're just going to interrupt you if you start trying to detail where they've made a fallacy, blah 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 blah. They're just going to interrupt you. So
Jim, that's Elijah's point.
Okay, all right, so Issa, this is what you were kind of commenting on, right? Because there are different ways to do this. So if there's an objection, there's one way to do it where you say objection, you get 60 seconds to say what the objection is, and then the judge decides. But there's another way to do it, like he's saying, where if there's already set rules, like maybe there's like a list of fallacies, 50 fallacies. And so if you hear someone, begging the question, you go, boom, objection, begging the question. And then the judge has to decide, or the moderator has to decide, is that a begging the question? If it is, then boom.
That's why it's either overruled or sustained. If the point is that if it is a red herring, you would have to say to the dude, "Hey, sustain from that red herring shit." And but if that
doesn't go in the record, right? That gets scratched from the record.
Hold on. Well, no. If somebody says that it's been, says, "Hey, this is this is a red herring," and somebody's really making a fire point, you might turn to them and say overruled. You know what I mean? Like you don't get to sustain him while he's making his most precious point. You know what I mean? So all I'm saying is like you're either letting them and if someone objects, the judge either knows it's correct that it's a proper objection and he's going to stop the person, or he's going to overrule the objection and say, "Hey, carry on." That's all the moderator has at his disposal. He's not going to have the argument of what the objection's actually about. Necessarily.
Why are we trying?
Right. But everything that you're saying and the other guy's saying, I said with other words. So my sentiment is this. My sentiment is the same as yours. It's no need to go back and forth for the next even 30 seconds. I'm saying the same thing that you're saying. So when listen, this is what happened earlier. I don't know if you were here. Actually, yes, you were. I'm just joking. Earlier today, when I was trying to stop the other guy from straw manning me, I was simply saying, "Hey, stop him," because he's prefacing his argument with something I didn't say. In other words, my example would be me saying, "Objection. What's the point? He's straw manning me."
Fair enough.
I'm saying the same thing you're saying.
It was probably my bad interpretation that I thought when you said you were going to object that you would then reel off for a while, and then this is the point, because then your objection would be hidden in their complete interruption of your.
You don't need to repeat this. The guy, you understand him.
misinterpreted what you said. Yeah.
Yeah, no duh. No
Yeah,
duh.
Jam,
I
you're kinda
understand
saying-
that. That's why I said what you said.
Like the objection needs to be either valid or invalid, because you wouldn't want to get into a situation where you're using the objection just to interrupt the other person, kind of a thing, or just to kind of throw off their that's what Issa was saying. Like if they're in like a killer point, they're in like a really good part of their point, and then they just get instantly shut down. So
My whole point about it is just leave it to 3-4 words so that it's straight to the point, and then a mod can hear that and go, okay. Yeah, instead of trying to monologue, like that's what I kind of got, that you would then start detailing where they made a.
Yeah, that's not what I did. That's not what I said, though.
Right? Yeah.
What I said was, if you'll let me finish.
Always, bro, the same thing. You guys
What I said
at the same time.
Heavy tongue, chill out. What I said was that you can't just object willy-nilly. You would have to make an objection that's justified. Kind of like earlier when I was trying to stop the guy from straw manning me. That's essentially what I was saying that you're saying didn't sound like I was saying. But that's exactly what I said. The same thing that you're saying and Issa said.
Okay, fair enough. I thought you were like saying that you would then detail
You don't need to repeat what you thought he said. We got it.
Right. Fair enough. Sorry.
Why are we trying to bring something from another stable to this server?
Your mic sounds like shit, Bebo. Does anybody got a new topic?
Wait, he still didn't get his point out.
Get out of the stairwell.
Why is he not allowed to talk? See, this is the thing, bro.
Just take it for a while.
I mean, that was a very interesting conversation of ways to structure these discussions, because it originally got started because we were talking about kind of there's two different modes in general. Like there's more of like a podcasting mode or like building, where you're building ideas and thoughts and people are throwing ideas back and forth, and so on. And then there's more of a debate style, which like we were linking to like a courtroom and all of the components involved in that. And so part of the issue is that when it's an open panel vibe like this, and then people want to have that debate style, the moderation is not structured for that. So they're not really getting tight moderation in terms of interruptions and, some of that stuff. So when you get this very heated, contentious, where there's a lot of information being shared and being presented and people backing that information or objecting to that information, it gets difficult to do that when it's just an open panel and there's more kind of lenient moderation where there's that kind of stuff happening. And then the thing is, okay, then do we just tighten up on the moderation everywhere? And we could do that more, but that does that. And then, but then to really do it in a more debate style, we were just talking about ways of structuring that to where people might be able to actually have a more productive, exchange with the actual information being presented than you can when it's just an open room that's, has the somewhat loose moderation at times.
I think we can are you guys talking about that thing that
get a word in
24/7? Where they used to go to a separate room kind of thing? Is that what you guys talking about?
That's why I was saying earlier, in this room, with the less intensity of the disagreement and the more casual the conversation, the less intense the moderation, the less rigorous the moderation needs to be. But in a different room where there's a more formal setting and the disagreement is more intense, then necessitates more moderation. Very simple.
Well, Matrix, since you brought up 24/7, I will say, I mean, in the early days, we originally came up with that idea amongst the moderators. This is what we were discussing then. What they did, and this is actually on the 1.0 server before even the 2.0, which I'm not trying to get into a whole unfolding of history and everything else, but they decided to create what they called the arena, and then Miggy kind of led that basically, and then that's when QE came in. So basically QE and Miggy kind of anyway, so they did create that arena room, and that was a little bit of a different design. It did have some of this. See, the original discussions we had were the kind of seeds of that whole concept, but it ended up, what they did with it is Miggy and QE, and then it was this thing where it was like just no holds barred, just insults on overload. And then it was like the moderators overload, just muting and banning everybody. So the Globers didn't go there. Nobody wanted to go there because it was just like, oh yeah, who wants to just go and be absolutely berated by QE and then just be muted anyways. But the original seeds of that idea were to do what we're talking about now, essentially have more structured, type situations. And then, and in terms of being able to have like a more structured discussion with some of these more advanced discussions, and then not have all the fallacies and all of the kind of tactics, that end up distracting from the actual information and getting to the truth of it.
That sounds good, actually, but it sounds like you guys, the mods, you guys should develop some sort of structure, because that actually sounds like a good idea.
The only problem
I believe, just my input, I believe in the organic conversation, like Bandy was talking about, where grown-ups are talking. We exercise respect for one another, try not to ad hom, no personal attacks, and just have a good conversation. Now, set up the other rooms however you like in the courtroom type setting. But I have I get a lot of enjoyment out of this channel and the way that it's run, and it does get out of hand sometimes. But for the most part, I think it's one of the best platforms out there.
At the very least, stay away from informal
I
fallacies.
agree with Howard, but nonetheless, Howard, remember, some of us, right? Even though some of us have been here for fucking years, right? Know the arguments off the top of the head, right? Some people like to argue and regurgitate that Wikipedia nonsense. So for those people, they should make another room just for that. That's I definitely agree with you with the conversation. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here to be debating or be regurgitating no fucking Wikipedia or Google facts. I'm here for the conversation.
Some people are here for I'm not gonna sit here and be a hypocrite like I say everywhere else that I go, including my own home server, which is 24/7. Sometimes I'm a little on edge, and sometimes I take a calmer approach. It really, honestly, depends on the day. And I try to be as consistent as possible. But here's the thing. We're acting like, and I'm sorry if I offend any Glovers, we're acting like it's not going to be one-sided. So I hear your critique of, how things went over in the arena. I'm not arguing that the tone fucking sucks. Hate it. Can't stand it. I mention it every chance I get. However, that has no bearing on why a globe earther will stop coming. Because if the style is the same, because I know, you don't want to be cursed at and all that. But here's the thing. There were people like me that also utilized the server that most definitely didn't curse. I do curse, but there were times that I've spoken to people like, what's his name? Platypus, GE Platypus. Never cursed at him or anything. But the bottom line is, when you make an objection to them, they don't want to accept that it's a real objection because you're a flat earther, and you keep stopping them every time they try to commit a fallacy against you. So here's the thing. If we're talking about truth here, and only one side has evidence and claims of evidence to reality, then it's going to be one-sided, and the other side is going to feel like it's unfair, especially if you're justifiably calling out any fallacies.
That's understandable.
Because how are they going to do this without it?
How about this? Hold on.
That's understandable. Hold on. But 24/7 is largely flat Earth. Here, it's quite equal.
What does that have to do with the methodology applied as a standard to every person, not a flat earther or a globe earther?
No, your point still stands, but there could be more. There's more balance here, which is why it's attractive to people.
Because of that, I have an idea, right? Instead of one judge or whatever, how about you guys find a way to have two judges, right? One that leans more towards the flat, and the other one that leans more towards the globe, so that way they could balance each other out.
No, that's not gonna work.
We don't need balance. We need somebody who knows logical fallacies. That's all we need.
Well, no. The person arguing.
A logical fallacy never disproved scientific evidence. So sorry.
A logical fallacy is bisexual. Anyone can get these hands.
Elijah, did you hear what I said about mostly the only people that are going to send the logical fallacies are going to be flat earthers.
One
So
thing you,
the idea with two
was
judges is not
was
going to
that
work.
some
That
sort of
results
threat?
in a
Hold on a
second
second.
debate.
Was that some sort of threat? Oh, come on, dude. Seriously.
No, bro. What I'm saying is that what Elijah wants somebody that's able to understand the fallacies, but nobody that isn't a flat earth is going to be able to understand it.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, flat
But
earthers,
these
it's
these
not like
these
it's
objections.
mutually exclusive where
Go,
flat
Elijah.
earthers do understand them. I don't want to say that either, because that's not
What I
true.
want
Flat
to say is,
earthers,
Isn't on globalist or flat earth. The emphasis is on who understands logic well enough and who executes wisdom well enough.
That's right.
what I want to say
Motion
is
to
the two
adjourn.
people that are arguing, whoever those two people are most likely to notice the argument, the fallacy, right?
Well, in
The
relating it
problem
to a
is, these
court,
people believe that they have
relating it to
logic
a
in their hand. They
well, this is
believe
why
that.
in a courtroom there's the judge, but then there's also the jury. So the jury is, supposed to be sort of a randomly selected group of people that then come to a conclusion as well. So the judge is, not necessarily the final arbiter, but also can be the final arbiter. It depends on how you set it up. But because all of that is built to reduce as much bias as possible.
Motion to adjourn.
And the
Second.
objection and the fallacies and the red herrings, right, are also too in the eye of the beholder. Like if you're calling out you're being strawmanned or red herringed or whatever, that's in the eye of the beholder, right? And to do that, right, during a conversation that's supposed to be organic is actually quite disruptive. All right. So from my point of view, right, that is very disruptive to the conversation. And when you're getting multiple voices talking all at the same time, no one can be heard. So
Well, we're not talking about the casual
But
form.
then
We're
this
talking about
goes
the more
back to the
formal form.
point: if someone's putting
So
fallacy
that
upon
is
fallacy upon fallacy,
Jim, can you hear me talking? Like I didn't pause at all there, buddy. So thanks. So that sort of format is for a more formal room, right? Not a
Yes.
more organic room. In an organic room, I think that sort of behavior, to me personally, right, is unacceptable, right? And if you hear people being disruptive and can't bite their tongue, and knowing that they will be given a turn to rebut whatever they think that is inappropriate, then they'll be muted as far as I'm concerned, because they are the disruptor in the conversation.
Yes. Earlier we were talking about the more formal form.
Yes, yeah, exactly, Gregory. Exactly, buddy.
I had an idea of because it happens quite often in here where it's just two people, going back and forth, right?
Yeah.
When these moments happen, maybe a mod could mute the rest of the room so no one else can interrupt if they know there's a heated debate between just two people. Maybe that could be something.
That would be like an instance of doing the more formal approach.
You guys could take that opportunity to put them in a separate room so you guys could get that whole courtroom thing going on.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the way that the server, the structure currently with the server is that this live stream one room is, like I was saying before, more of the open panel, open discussions, radio show, podcast style, whatever term you want to use, where it is more of like you're building ideas, sharing ideas back and forth. And in this case, everybody's free to share their viewpoint, ideally being respected, meaning not like massive insulting and attacking, but, that if someone wants to speculate, if someone wants to just share their viewpoint, it's just an open discussion in that way. And there's not necessarily a contentious sort of vibe. Whereas in the Livestream 2 room, it's set up to be more of that, the structured courtroom debate, whatever word we'd like to use. And so in that second room, essentially, like we just don't really have two rooms going right now. It seems like everyone collects in this one room. But if we focused on that more, splitting the room up into two rooms, or if there's enough people to do that, then that second room could always just be that more structured courtroom debate style. And because it would be going for 24 hours a day, it could fluctuate. Like maybe for an hour, somebody gets the guest live stream host role and they do a hearing with two people, or it doesn't have to be called a hearing, but whatever it would be called, a debate with two people, and then they structure it in their way. And then maybe for the next couple hours, it's, somewhat open, but there's still the moderation for the structured debate. So there's still, some sort of structure. And then of course, everything in between, there could be any types of events, and anyone is welcome to host, if they'd like. You don't have to be a moderator to do that. So, we could set it up that way too, where anyone can at any time can basically play that role. And when you're the live stream host for that time period, then, you can be able to mute people and kind of run it in that way. So yeah, I mean, if we start to kind of split up the server into the two rooms like that, we could do it that way. Otherwise, if it's all in one room, then, yeah, so that's kind of what we're talking about, how these things kind of blend and overlap sometimes.
There's a motion on the table to adjourn with a second.
I got one thing I've been trying to get in here. Is that one thing I've noticed works on another discussion server that is just about open discussion, any topic, right? People just bring up random topic. If they start talking about something and they, hey, can you define that? Like, what is that? What are you talking about? Like, be hyper specific. So if someone comes in here and says they've debunked the flat Earth, okay, what do you mean by flat Earth? What do you mean by debunk? Because it's going to find out that really they're just a concept.
So another
in their
reason
head.
for objection.
Yeah, and the concepts in their head that it's not correct. Their idea of debunking is probably radically different from what other people think, and their idea of flat Earth is going to be like something ridiculous, like space pizza or something like that.
So when that occurs, I mean, all we have to do is ask them questions like you just did in your example, and if they're in the casual form, it's going to be in a more casual form, and of course, if they're in the more formal setting, then it's going to be done that way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right, exactly.
But not everyone's able to keep emotion out of the argument like you are, Gregory. Like I would say you're one of the best at that.
Thank you.
Well, these are definitely they're different styles, because one of the challenges that happen if you just have an open room and some topic gets struck up, Coriolis or celestial navigation or whatever, and then if two people really, start to say some things and go back and forth, another challenge is that, I mean, even if they're not interrupting each other, even if they're going back and forth, there's very deep points being shared. Like one person says something very specific, the other person, to respond. And one of the challenges with that too is if you're going back and forth with someone, because it's an open panel, if someone else jumps in, maybe someone changes a topic, maybe someone says something slightly different than what you said, or adds something to it, that can then derail that whole original conversation. So those two people that were going back and forth like that, it can be frustrating because it's like, oh, they just straw man me and someone else just jumped in. So now you can't even address the straw man and someone else is now talking. And then that creates the environment where everyone's talking over each other. So yeah, I think the only solution I can see really is having two rooms that have different styles, because otherwise trying to have them overlap like that, it's not that it's a massive issue. It just depends on how much we want to remedy it and kind of, fine tune it like that.
You could give the mods powers so that they could mute the whole room. Like I was saying, if there was two people just going back and forth and everyone else is listening, yeah, before it gets really heated and people want to interrupt, one mod could mute the whole room without anyone not even announcing it, and then all of a sudden, oh, I'm muted. Yeah, because that's what's happening. Two people are having a back and forth.
The only thing with that, I would say, in this live stream room, is that if it's an open panel, then it should just be totally open. And yes, the mods are still modding to stop interruptions and things, but it would be completely open where you wouldn't just be muted. The whole idea is that you can come in and share your mind and not just be muted. However, if this room is being hosted by a live stream host, then that would then give precedence to the live stream host. But again, then that kind of gets into the second room, really just having that more for the second room, where the second room has live stream hosts, whereas this room is always open in that sense.
Right, exactly. Once again, that's why I keep saying the more intense the disagreement, say the disagreement occurs in this casual room, the more intense the disagreement becomes, and necessitates more rigorous moderation. Now you've made the casual room into the formal room instead of just bringing the debate down to the formal room.
Exactly.
I see.
And that can kind of break out at any time. Yeah, go ahead.
Because we want to keep the authentic, whatever, genuinity, whatever the fucking word is in this room. We want to keep that
authenticity. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Authenticity, that's the right word. Yeah. I've had a few beers. That's why I'm talking. I don't talk unless I drink.
Hey, if you don't mind, I'll read what I just put in the chat just for the live stream so they can.
Well, I did see that, and I'd love to hear that. However, Travis was trying to say something, just to give respect to Travis.
Go ahead, Travis.
Well, you can decide, Elijah, if you want to follow up on this. I was going to ask you to unpack that whole celestial navigation thing where you were making the point about the shape of a square with the two zeniths. I mean, I heard you make it a couple of times, but I don't know that I caught what the significance of why you were making the point that it was a square. Can you remember any of that or not?
I was stuck in Chinatown in Mexico Town or some other foreign town in New York.
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
literally
before you
about
get
to
into
get
that
on the
topic,
train downtown. And it's gonna take me like an hour to get home. Now that I live back in Brooklyn.
maybe just to put a little bookend on with the last conversation before we get into details of something else, I'll read that. I got to go here soon.
Well, I was just okay, yeah, but just Travis, you're talking about how that creates a yeah, that is like two triangles creates a square.
Well, look. Think about co-altitude. It's co because they're co-conspirators, right? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Because there's no real height, we're just gonna assume that they're both infinite.
Right.
Because there is no height, but there is a box though.
Yeah.
Because of the angles. That's why it's a co-angle. Because they don't measure it. They utilize what we're doing with the elevation angle.
Okay. I totally get what you're saying, and I agree. Now, let's start a discussion that's open, and if a baller wants to come in and add his 2 cents, then by all means. So here's my question. The last thing that I have an interest in
Hold on, just 2 seconds, Travis, because Dave wanted just to read off what he put in chat. So,
all right,
just
That's
hold
not
that thought for a
important.
second.
If you guys have some momentum into another discussion, you can go ahead. You can read it if you want. It's in the left.
Go ahead, Bendy.
Okay, hold on 2 seconds.
Well, it looks like what New Perspective posted is like a set of rules, as it were, for a more structured type setup. So,
well, it's just more like I list the rules we would have to follow, and then what I wrote after that might be more pertinent to read. If you have to go by all the no fallacies, no straw manning, no red herrings, no concern trolling, all the kind of stuff that we would expect, then the question I would have is: are there enough ballers, or even flat earth peeps, with the intellectual integrity it would take to stick to these rules, and would it end up making the channel less active and more avoided by those who only wish to use tactics and baseless assertions, etc.? My experience so far is that the free-for-all chat usually ends up being the most attractive place to go, so that people don't feel too inhibited. Plus, this judge position requires a lot more work for the mods and even the participants, which usually ends up leading to more dead air and less entertainment. An organic channel does seem to work best overall, unfortunately, but some of the rules above could still be enforced more often to whatever degree possible when there are mods available. And lastly, in my opinion, the reverse engineered globe model defenders are often without too many options, but to rely on a lot of these fallacies and tactics that we'd have to constantly be moderating, and the conversations may end up being too regulated for the listeners to enjoy as much.
Yeah.
That's your first draft of the formal debate forum?
well, I mean, there's a lot you said there, and I hear some of those ideas and points. I think it actually could be very popular in terms of, because if the information being structured could actually be much more appealing in that way. But anyways, there's so many angles and sides to this. But there's just the one thing I'll say, just my last thoughts on it, because Travis, if you guys want to talk about I wanted to hear the continuation of the celestial navigation conversation as well. But my last thoughts would just be this. The way it's already set up now is that the Livestream 1 is the open panel room. The Livestream 2 is the structured debate, courtroom, whatever word you want to use, the more structured debate type room. So it's already like that. So it is a matter of populating 2 rooms if you want to do it that way. But essentially anyone could run the second room how they would want to. So for example, Dave, if you wanted to use these rules for your time where you're moderating, like you're acting as the judge, as it were, or as the main moderator, then you would be the live stream host for that time period. You have your rules. You can post them. I can even have a bot that will continually post them in the chat so everyone can see, like you're hosting for that 2 hours or whatever. And so it's essentially the rules that you create for that structured discussion. And then whether it's, whoever's debating. And so anyways, I just wanted to say that in terms of the structure of it, like it doesn't have to be one set of rules. It can be that people can do their own setups, but the general overlay of the room is for that more structured, type of discussion.
Yeah, and you did have it running that way.
Could be expected. Yeah, they could be expected in that room. People might be expected. They might be muted because of that, et cetera. Sure. Where it's not the open room, but yeah.
Yeah, you had 2 streams running. In fact, at one point, I don't know if you still do, but you had 2 streams, not just like the replays running, but the second room, like if two people like wanted to have it out with each other, they could go to that room and then find a moderator to, or somebody that was kind of neutral or could act neutrally to moderate it, and then it would just be more one-on-one sometimes, right?
Yeah. I mean, we've had all three rooms running at times in the beginning, and then we've had two running at some points. But lately, we've all just been in the one. Yeah, it's just a matter of having it set up that way. But yeah, that's always possible. It's just a matter of having them both moderated. And like I said, people tend to
Is there a way?
into the
There
open.
could even be a reference, like if people are going back and forth between each other too much, then instead of doing the whole like, oh, you want to bet, like I'll put $1,000 on it, or sometimes people throw around money as a way of like putting their money where the mouth is or whatever. They could say, I challenge you to a private debate or a public debate, and then that would be like the challenge they would have to meet, rather than something that, because if it just keeps going around in circles and you can't get anywhere, then if you have a moderator that's actually there to get to the bottom of it, then that would be the challenge that they would have to they'd have to either take or run away from.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We're discussing this. I'm going to post this. This is actually the last announcement on this server. I'm just going to repost it in the chat. So essentially that describes exactly what we've been talking about the last hour or two. Livestream 1 for discussion, Livestream 2 for debates. So yeah, it's already structured that way. It's just a matter of populating the second room. And, if people want to, want to do the live stream hosting. And so it's just kind of a matter of it coming together for, for people who want to go into the room and do that. So anyways, yeah, that's my last thought on it. And I've got nothing more. I have nothing more to say on all that, because I know we've gone through it in depth. I know, Travis, if you guys wanted to pick up on that, or,
real quick though, if you wanted, there's just a suggestion. Like if we have people in here like that were frustrating, like that made this discussion happen today, I don't know if there's a way of like posting your set of rules, or what you'd hope that people would try to follow. So it would be like right in their face in this live stream. If that comes up, then if people keep doing these fallacies or trying to, make the conversation derailed or whatever, then just it could come up as like a warning type thing. Like, here are the rules again, buddy. They don't have to leave the page.
That's perfect, because I was just about to ask about, with the live stream that's going to YouTube, is there a way that we could have like maybe the 5 or 10 most fallacies on the live stream? Definitions of it.
That's possible.
Yeah, that's all possible. I could even make a bot where you could put a command in and get the fallacy information, and that you could put a command in and get a list of all of them.
Oracle, what is this fallacy?
That part's pretty easy to do in terms of the.
I thought that would be great for the normies at home that really might not be that well informed on fallacies.
All right, so here you go. You ready? So we're out in the middle of the ocean, and we're looking at the sky. Now you're going to have to go with me a little bit because I'm stretching the bounds. There's a helicopter with its headlight facing towards us, so it's just this white light, but it's so far away that it's rather small, and it could very well be a star. So I'm going to just practice my celestial navigation. I'm going to get an angle to it. Do you think I could determine its elevation, or I'm sorry, its altitude?
We know how big it is.
You have a light. It's just a light, Kosho.
Yep.
It's just a light.
But we know how big it is. In actuality, you could.
Okay,
Otherwise,
Kosho, how big is the star, Kosho?
You just said a helicopter.
Yeah, I also said that it was far enough away so that it's just like a star point.
Well, if it was a helicopter, you could do that. The star.
Okay,
no, not so much.
Kosho. Okay, Kosho. Again, I don't know why you're bringing up an irrelevant point. I'm not talking about having a line of sight because it's at night. You can't see that it's a helicopter. Otherwise, why would you try to navigate to a helicopter? You think it's a star.
Well, if you, I don't know why you bring up a helicopter then, but
Okay. My point is, it's just a point of light in the sky like a star. I don't believe that you can determine the altitude of a star with your angles for celestial navigation. As Elijah pointed out earlier, no one's trying to do that with celestial navigation.
Because you don't do that for celestial navigation. You don't
That's
know
right.
if you think that that's what you do for celestial navigation, you don't know celestial navigation.
Great.
That's right. Gotta talk to your boy Coco.
Okay, thank you. I agree, Paid. I agree. However, earlier today in a debate, in a discussion, that's the red herring question that Zanuck or that Doofus brought up.
On the flat Earth, you would be able to, because if you know.
Okay, you just interrupted me.
On a flat Earth, you should be able to triangulate the altitude.
Okay, so right now again, so now we're back to my point. You have a point in the sky that's actually a helicopter. You don't know it's a helicopter. All you can see is the white light.
Yeah, but that's because you don't do celestial navigation in helicopters. There are 58 stars.
Okay, I feel like someone's okay. Let me ask the panel the question. Forget it. I'm just going to ask this question. Does the panel believe that you can determine the altitude of a star?
On the globe? On globe Earth or flat Earth?
No. Either no.
No, I do not.
On flat Earth, you should be able to.
Why do you say that, NASA?
Well, because on the flat Earth, you would be able to complete the triangle, right? You'd be able to, you know, the distance to the GP, you know, your angle, you know, so then you, with the angle and the distance to the GP, you could triangulate the height of the star.
How do you know the distance to the GP?
Wait. Let's pause for a moment. Let's appreciate the error he just did. I asked him why does he believe that, and he just reiterates what he believes.
That's the flat Earth. No, that's geometry, sir.
No. I asked you why do you believe we would be able to measure the height of the star, and you said because you would be able to.
No, he said because you're using the angles and the lines geometrically to presuppose it.
It's trigonometry. What do you mean presuppose? It's simple
Maybe the word
trigonometry.
presuppose is not the right word. Maybe hypothetically place it.
Calculate is a better word.
Wait, don't you need to know the height?
You do. You know the distance from the GP.
You like that, Coach? Hypothetically place it.
Yeah, but honestly, when you use bottle rockets and your like toy rockets, like the altimeter that you use is a lot like a what do you call that? A sextant. It's not really a sextant, but it's the same sort of device where you angle it, you know, with the horizon and then up see how high it is, like that. Because you can genuinely do that when you are on the surface. You can do that with the star that was above the surface.
Yeah, but I mean, if you can't physically, tangibly verify that, then it is only it's just placed within a geometrical structure, and really it isn't needed. It's above the Earth. The Earth is planar. That's all that's required. You get the elevation angle. That's what you need. And then the sky correlates with the ground. It's really that simple.
So you don't like trigonometry now?
You don't need it. It's just it's like NA non-applicable.
Objection.
Actually, it is applicable. And here's the amazing part: the height of the star changes depending on where you take the sighting.
No, the angle changes.
Which means the height changes, right?
No.
Yeah.
Or your position.
Oh yeah, but I mean, then again, you know, you do the trigonometry from each one of the positions.
Okay,
Would you
so
not
let me
need to
ask
know
you
the
this
size?
question real quick, Paid. Let me ask you this question real quick. You take an angle to a tree, and then you change your position. Has the tree's height changed?
No.
No. Thank you.
However, you're not on the curved surface, though. See, the problem is you're trying to do flat Earth. You're trying to do flat geometry from a curved surface, so it doesn't work.
No, sir.
Yes.
You said that if you
Wait a minute. Can you do flat Earth celestial navigation?
red herring.
No. Can you? Yes or no? Simple question.
Okay. I'm trying to address your question. There's no need for you to ask me a question. Okay.
Can you do flat Earth?
Okay.
Celestial navigation. You just made fun of the position.
You just started interrupting.
Objection. You just are repeating yourself again when I asked you a question based on something you said, and we haven't dealt with that. We haven't dealt with the first. Okay, your question can be tabled.
Celestial navigation. If you can't, hold on a second. If you say no to this question, then we can drop this whole discussion because it depends on flat Earth celestial navigation working. If you can't make flat Earth celestial navigation work, what do you mean it's incorrect?
Okay, it is incorrect because you said okay, hold on. You said the height of the star changes.
You would have to, according to.
Okay.
You would have to.
Okay, hold on. Why would it have to?
Do the math.
No. There's a particular reason, and I think everybody knows it. There is one single reason why you're saying what you're saying. Because when I asked you the question about the tree, you answered conversely. You didn't give the same answer to the tree. You said the tree would stay the same height.
Right, the tree stays the same height. However, the way you work it out on the celestial navigation, when you work out your distance, if the Earth was flat, the height of the star would have to change.
The actual physical height doesn't have to change. The perspective angle at which you're viewing it from is what changes. Just like the sun, when it sets, it looks like it's going down. That angle is going down. It doesn't mean the sun is actually changing in altitude. That's what you're referring to. That's what changes due to perspective, not the physical location of the star above the Earth.
Yeah, real quick. The train and everything is going by. No, yeah. The point is when you're doing celestial navigation, when you take the angle of the star, it is to the second. That's what the purpose of the almanac is. You're not going to be dealing with the fact that it's changing. So this is in itself a red herring from what celestial navigation even is used for. Why are you talking about different heights of stars? Like, what does that have to do with anything? Where is that coming from?
I would have to do that on the flat Earth to make the math work.
Oh, that's definitely a straw man. It's a straw man.
Yeah, no one made that claim.
What flat Earth are you suggesting?
So does celestial navigation work on a flat Earth?
Well, you're using elevation angles that utilize a horizontal flat plane.
Can you make celestial navigation work on a flat Earth?
I just told you, yeah, man.
Okay, well,
because that's the only way it works.
In the meantime, MC2 has $10,000 for you to make it work.
Yeah, well, see, here's the thing. It already works. We've discussed it all day long.
Well, then fine.
Already.
Go win $10,000 from MC2.
Well, he wants to know the height of a star.
This is the kind of interaction. This is the kind of interaction that's not profitable.
Yeah,
you're right. It's very profitable for you.
Right.
Travis, it's very profitable for you. You can win $10,000.
No, not the way. No.
Yes.
You are bringing up. No, listen. Man, I am so struggling not to lose my shit with you, okay? Your personality is the kind that just all you do is throw out these irrelevant irrelevant points, okay?
So celestial navigation works on a flat Earth is irrelevant?
That wasn't a cue for you to interrupt him.
I know, right? This is the whole thing. This is what I'm talking about.
Celestial navigation working on a flat Earth is not important.
Oh my days.
Is that what you're saying? If it is, I can leave
the NASA shill sucks. I agree.
So I mean, so we're saying that celestial navigation, which has worked for centuries, is not important how it works on the flat Earth, because there's a very simple fix that MC Toon put out, and you guys had to solve it using flat Earth math and win $10,000. Nobody solved it in 7 months. Nobody solved it in 7 months. You guys want me to leave? I can leave. I'm talking.
Oh my God.
In the meantime, you put out
my God.
In the meantime,
I just
in the meantime, you also put out another challenge.
In between time, hey, we got fun.
So interrupt me, and of course you won't be muted or anything because
Right.
Well,
let's see if I do the similar thing. I'll be muted.
Do you understand the argument?
You're interrupting me now.
Can you articulate the argument first?
So you're interrupting me now, but okay.
No, articulate the argument rather than referencing it.
Argument.
Yeah,
go ahead and interrupt me some more. Interrupt me.
No, I'm
please.
asking you a question. No, I'm
Interrupt
not
me.
This is
interrupting.
exactly what, like, I would
Being
be
interrupted.
fucking
You guys are
muting
interrupting me.
Paid NASA
Come
shill
on,
right
You
guys.
now.
guys are interrupting. Why are
It's
you muting?
turned
You're the one
into a
interrupting
shit
me.
show.
I was talking and you interrupted me, and
It's
you want to mute
turned
me.
Chill.
into a
Chill.
shit
from
show
Gem's
with
server.
Paid.
He's
You
from
want me to leave,
Gem's
Gio?
server.
Gio, if you ask me to leave, I'll leave, Gio, and let
What do
you
you
guys
expect?
go back to your echo
Yeah,
chamber.
go into Gem's.
Just stop
Go to
talking.
Gem's. Get
Just
out
stop
of here.
talking over people, at least.
I wasn't talking. They were talking over me. I was talking, and they started talking. That's how it
Well,
works, right?
I was trying
You've
to
just
get a
been
word
talking
in.
nonstop for like 8 minutes, so you have to.
NASA
I've been
Shill,
talking
go to
nonstop
Gem's
for.
Just
server.
one word.
This
Go
is
to
why
Gem's.
your
One
server,
question.
Geo.
I
This
was trying to
this
get one
particular
fucking
this
point out, and
example
you
right
guys
Yeah,
start
but
talking over me.
Hey,
Come on,
Everybody's
it's
talking
this
over
is a
me
perfect
because I want to get
example why
one
your
point
server
out.
will never be
Fuck
anything
me.
because you
I
allow
can't
him
get
to do it.
Patience.
here. Now we got Rakia talking over me too.
Go
Come on,
cry,
guys.
cry to Gem Panda about it.
Here we
So
go.
hold
No,
on.
but
Everybody can, I want
Hey,
one point.
I
and
mean,
you guys
where was
only
the
let me
point? All right, Paige, you're just still talking
Hey,
nonstop.
Gio,
You have
can
to
I
mute
be a
me.
mod, please?
I just muted Paige because he wouldn't stop talking. So where was the point?
My
That
God.
where was it left? He started going on and on about MC Tune, and then he didn't listen
I
to
don't.
any of the responses, and he just started talking nonstop. So
Okay, yeah, right. Before then, he talked about the height of a star changing.
right.
So then I said, okay, if you took the angle to a tree and changed your position, would it change? He said no. So now you have two conflicting answers. On the one height for a star, he says yes, it will change the height. On the tree, no, it won't. His immediate response after that, because I was going to try to follow up and ask him why and how he could draw those conclusions, was, well, you're doing this on a flat Earth, right? Like, so he's not even willing to have a conversation. He's just all of a sudden asserting and attacking whether or not I'm making a claim that celestial navigation can even work on a flat Earth, which is not where I was going to go with it. I was just going to try to dissect his own claim, which I couldn't even do.
No, he doesn't want to do that. That's what, and that he used a tactic of just bringing up MC Tune, which is a red herring side thing, and then he just started doing teasing and ad homming, and then he just talked nonstop. So yeah, and then he left the chat when he got temporarily muted because he doesn't want to actually address what's being discussed clearly. He just wants to do a tactic, which is what he does.
That is the script that we've seen all day from particular people. It's the same MO of all the people. Sorry to.
Can I ask a really stupid question?
Let's push
Would
forward.
you not need to know the size of the object to work out its height?
Well, at least Kosha won't pull a full tactic like Paige does. So, does Kosha, do you have an answer for what Travis was saying?
Indeed, yes. There's several issues, if not 10, with the whole celestial navigation thing. And the one that Travis brought up, or I guess where Paige and Travis were talking about with the height, and then you brought up a tree, Travis. That's a good example because a tree, if you just simply move away from it, the elevation angle is going to change just from moving away from the tree because it's so low to the ground. And this is the problem: is if you're on any sort of flat plane or even a sphere where these objects are close enough to be able to change just by moving along a flat surface, the angles themselves are changing. This entire methodology of celestial navigation becomes useless.
So to clarify, angle, not height.
Say again?
To clarify, angle, not height.
Yeah, the height's not going to change regardless. Of course, for anything ever. If it's not
Right,
moving,
but that's
it's not changing height.
Right, but that's not what Paige said. Paige said the height of the star will change. Now, whether or not he misspoke, because as soon as you said elevation angle, I was good.
Yeah, I'm not sure if what he meant was the height based on the elevation angle. I'm not here to speak about what he was talking about, but regardless, yeah, the elevation angle, and therefore whatever you're going to use the elevation angle for becomes useless if they're too close.
Can someone answer my question?
If they're too close,
like, even if they tell me I'm stupid,
what?
If they're too close, like the tree, where just by simply moving away on a flat plane or on a flat object, just by moving away from it, the elevation angle changes. What makes it useless.
No. I don't understand that. Makes what useless?
Well, imagine if you're looking at the star and it's, I don't know, it's 45 degrees in the sky, right? If you're on the surface of a sphere and that angle stays the same, then you can kind of measure or calculate how far you moved along the sphere. But if you're on a flat plane and those objects are really close, and you measure it at 45 degrees, and you simply just move, you know, some other
Okay, I see what's
somewhere
happening.
else, yeah, the angle's going to change.
Okay, so again,
Right.
my question to you is it possible that the movement of the star, dependent upon your place on the Earth, is an effect of the sky? So no one's making a claim. Again, you are right now invoking distance to the stars. I'm not. All we're doing is taking an angle measurement, an elevation angle. We're not talking about distance. I didn't bring up distance. You did. You asserted, but if they're close, hold on. You asserted, but if they're close, then it's not going to work. Whoa, ho, 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 ho. Who said they were close?
The part that I took issue with was he said you can take a star and then, you know, I guess if you move away from it, there you go. The problem with that is no. In celestial navigation, the stars move. They're moving all the time. So your hypothetical is impossible.
Yeah, when you do celestial navigation, though, you don't do a timed range of events. You're doing it in a single moment. So from that moment,
exactly.
in that moment, the stars are stationary, and you just mark whatever moment that was.
That's fine.
At that moment, when are you going to be concerned with what the elevation is going to be when you move or when it moves?
The elevation angle, it doesn't matter. That's irrelevant because you're only worried about that one moment.
That's how it's a red herring, because what I'm saying, which has to do with celestial navigation, has nothing to do with what you're talking about.
No, so what I'm talking about is in order for this method to work, the stars have to be sufficiently far away. There's no specific distance, but they have to be far away enough to when you move across a flat plane, the angle doesn't change. Otherwise,
Objection.
Yeah.
Objection.
But that's exactly what it is.
Okay, listen, Kosho. There's no need to appeal to distance at all, ever. You don't. All you have is a point of light that gives you a degree from the horizon. That's it. You are appealing to a facet of your model that assigns distance to stars, and you have no justification for it. It is not relevant to this discussion.
I'm actually not doing anything with my model and distances to the stars. The angle you're talking about is called the elevation angle, and that works perfectly fine unless you're on some sort of flat plane, which doesn't change, and the stars are too close to when you move across that plane, the angle does change. And the reason why this is rendered useless, for the reason I said, is it makes your measurement a different measurement. The one that Paid NASA Shill was talking about with the trigonometry. That's exactly how the angles change.
Objection, red herring. Objection, what?
If it's an open panel, you do got to at least give them 30 seconds to speak. You know, I mean, unless we're doing a whole.
Oh my God!
It's making an argument that he can't support. So number one, he's saying the Earth is flat. Listen, well, you don't know what I mean when I say it. So once I tell you specifically what I mean when I said what I said, then you can say no, and then you can justify your no. But either way, be quiet while I'm making my point.
Right.
Don't talk. Just stop. Let me continue. Thank you very much.
A headache.
Okay. So now, what was I saying about the? Oh, okay. So number one, you are making the claim, right? So trying to make us justify or validate what you're saying or tell, this is what you're doing. Okay, the Earth is a flat plane. And if the Earth were flat, then the lights would do this. How are you going to justify that?
It's fairly simple.
Geometry.
Yeah,
Well,
it's exactly.
you're saying on a flat plane it won't change, but we still have topography.
Sure.
Oh my
doesn't
God.
matter.
No, that's not.
Hey, can we stop, please? Let me just stop this right now. When Kosho, the moment Kosho said that the stars would have to be close, that is a straw man. I didn't say anything about the stars' distance. I didn't appeal to stars' distance. He brought it up. If it's his claim, then he has to defend it. Okay? But my point was not made with an appeal to the distance to the stars. It has nothing to do with this conversation.
Okay.
Exactly. It's a straw man, as Copernicus put it. Completely a straw man.
You guys, okay. If 4 of you guys speak, man, 20 seconds is not really bad to warrant.
It was just 2 people.
20 seconds trying to respond to 4 people.
No, it was Copernicus. I was just confirming what he said.
Regardless, yeah, so I'm going to compare 3 scenarios for you, and you tell me if this is unfair, okay? One scenario, which is my personal favorite, is where there's a curved surface, and the light from these stars are coming from a place that makes the angles that the light's coming in at parallel for everywhere where it intersects the Earth. Okay, so this means that the differences in the angles dictate the surface of the Earth. Okay, that's that one scenario. The other scenario would be a flat plane, okay, where the stars are just as far away, and the angles that they come in on are just parallel again, meaning that every single star comes in at the same angle. Because it comes in at the same angle no matter where you are on Earth. Okay?
So you're still using
and the other third scenario would be a flat plane where those stars are closer, so that you do get different angles in different places on Earth, but for different reasons than the first scenario. Namely,
why don't you give us
trigonometry to figure out what those angles represent?
Why don't you simply give us a scenario in which we are out on the water, we look up and we see a star? How about that scenario? Because that's all you know. Listen, that's all you know. You're on a ship, you're looking at a star. It's an object in the sky that you can see. You have a direct line of sight to it. There's no fucking reason to talk about parallel light rays coming in at you for no reason. It's irrelevant. You simply have an object in the sky. That's reality. That should be your 4th option. I choose number 4.
Well, it's not a different scenario. That's just a lack of scenario. But regardless, the reason why you want to at least take note of these 3 different possibilities is because, I mean, I don't know if you've ever done celestial navigation, but there's actual method to doing it. And that involves, what those angles represent and what you're going to use those angles for in order to determine, your distance from the GP and all this other type of stuff. So
yes, and I've been able to follow.
If you don't have an idea of if you don't have a scenario for how the light is coming in, then you have no idea how to treat the light as it comes in, which is exactly what you're doing.
So are these 3? Wait, can I ask a question? Hold on. Are these 3 scenarios the only 3 possible scenarios? Like, are you pigeonholing?
No, I gave a 4th one.
Well, there wasn't a 4th one. But sure, there could be more. Yeah.
There could be more. So why are you trying to pigeonhole the argument into 3 scenarios? Why are you?
Because those are the ones that make the most sense, and that probably.
Well, you only gave one.
There wouldn't be any need to come up with another one, but there could be other scenarios.
Here's the thing: when you brought up your example of it wouldn't work on a flat plane, you still had your paradigm of your distances to stars and sizes the same.
I never said it wouldn't work on a flat plane. I'm just telling you how it would work differently on a flat plane. If it were on a flat plane, you would do something different with those angles.
To the stars, the assumption the same, right?
So what?
The assumption of knowing the distance to these stars, right? You went from your globe paradigm to a flat plane, but you yet kept the distances to the stars the same in your globe paradigm, right?
No. Yeah. So when I said the flat plane, I gave 2 scenarios. One where they're close and one where they're far away, and the one where there's a globe and the way we think of it. And in all three of these different scenarios, you would do something different with the light that the angle of the light that you're receiving to determine anything about the surface.
But we don't know the sizes of these objects or the distance.
Yeah, the sizes don't matter, and the distance.
But you claim you do know the sizes and the distance,
No,
right?
I don't. I'm claiming that
It's irrelevant.
when I brought up the globe model, I said this. I said in one scenario, there's a curved surface, and there's objects that are far away enough that we don't have to worry about how far away they are because the light is coming in parallel to every location on Earth.
So the light's not coming in parallel because of the size of these objects, no? Or the distance?
The distance.
It is. It is. I mean, he said far enough. So what's far enough?
Yeah, but see,
far
that's
away
a
enough
presupposition. Yeah, you are presupposing distance and curvature. You again, look, man. There's no reason to appeal to the size or distance of these objects. They are simply pinholes of light in the sky. That's it. There's no need to talk about which way the light is coming into you. None.
Yeah, except for the fact that you're using these lights, specifically the angle, to determine where you are on the Earth. So for that reason,
not the
it's
angle that
probably a good idea to make a distinction between these three scenarios, because if they were any one of these three scenarios and not the other, they would be behaving in a totally different way.
Okay, again, you are only okay. I'm going to change this around now, right now. Okay. You have. I don't even know if that's going to make any sense, so I'm just going to stop. Okay, so we're looking at these stars.
Actually,
hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Again, what direction the light is coming at us is irrelevant. It's simply a point in the sky. It's an object in the sky. It's just there.
Appearing two-dimensional.
That's all you need. That's all you need.
Okay. Do you understand what the angle is used for and how they would be used for three different things in these three different scenarios?
I'm sure that I would not be able to elucidate the audience. So I understand.
Tosho.
Hold on. I understand that in celestial navigation, your angle to the star, let's say it's 42 degrees, correlates to its zenith, which is a 90-degree angle, which then means the apex is 48 degrees. So you have a right triangle. Am I good so far?
Something like that, yeah. You said 42 and 48 there.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So good. Where do I need to go from there?
Well, out of those three scenarios, which one of those would make sense with what you just described?
The fourth one.
No, the fourth one's not a scenario. It's a lack of a scenario, and it doesn't give you the wherewithal to know what to do with that angle. Now that you have 42, you would have no idea what to do with it. And you have no idea why you would need the 42 in the first place.
Okay. But I still have the three angles, right?
Which three angles? The 42 and the 48?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, great. So now I have those same angles with your selection of 1, 2, or 3. Put all of those angles together in all of your three selections, and there you go. It works in both of them. All three of them are going to give you the same results. If they don't, then there's something crazy going on in Denmark.
There is something crazy going on in Denmark. I don't think I've ever met a Danish person, but I know Left Lane wants to say something. Left Lane, use your mic.
No, I'm giggling. Okay. It can't work three different ways.
Yeah, it certainly does not work three different ways. Payton Schill was absolutely correct when he said that if they were close on that flat plane model, then you would be using trigonometry with those angles, which is totally different.
Straw man.
That's not a straw man.
No, you wouldn't use. You're equivocating.
I'm not arguing that claim.
You're equivocating between the difference between trigonometry and the trigonometric functions that they use in celestial navigation.
That is
Elijah,
ugly.
that's fantastic.
It's an
When you want to
equivocation
speak, like
fallacy.
when I want to speak, I
It's
don't just start
wrong.
talking whenever I want. All right. So just wait till I'm finished. Okay. Because I'm not strawmanning anybody. I'm telling you that if you were to claim it was a flat plane with the stars close, you would need to be doing trigonometry. However,
What's
if you
close?
don't want to claim that, and you want to claim that they're
What's
far
close?
away and it's a flat plane,
What's
you would not
close?
be.
Oh my God.
Jeez.
Oh my God. Kosho, listen to me. What if you only gave me two choices? One, where the stars are far away. Two, where they're close. Do you know what's the same? And when I look at the star, when you give me those two options, hey, Travis, do you think that star is far away or do you think that star is close? What is the one thing in both of those scenarios that's identical?
You tell me.
The position of the fucking star.
That's incorrect.
That's it.
That's incorrect. That's just plain wrong.
What? Okay, listen. Do you understand what I mean by the position?
The elevation angle, the position it is in
Okay.
reference to where you are. Yeah.
And that is dependent upon the way it appears to your eye. If I say to you, oh, it looks far away, it doesn't change the size of the star. If I say to you, oh, it looks close, it doesn't change the size of the star. When I get out my sextant, my angle is going to be 42 degrees, no matter how fucking far away or how fucking close that star is. It's irrelevant.
You sound pretty sure of yourself. The size doesn't matter.
I am.
For these stars. The size doesn't matter.
That's what she
the
said.
distance does indeed matter. If you're talking about a flat plane where they're either close or they're as far away as they are in our model, well, what happens is if they're as far away as they are in our model and the Earth is flat, then a star that is 45 degrees in the sky, any place on Earth, is going to be 45 degrees in the sky every place on Earth.
Well,
This
if it's
way it
not,
works.
if it's a lot smaller, then it's going to be a lot closer.
Objection. You would not, you cannot say what would happen on a flat Earth unless you have a flat Earth to demonstrate what you're saying. All you have is the observation. It is absolutely false. This is another scenario where this phenomenon is the only thing that we can go on. And so it works in both models.
You might have missed it there. He said if the stars were as far away as they are in our model and it was a flat plane, the angle would be different. Of course.
No, so the
Not
angle
what
would be
we're
the
saying.
same.
No, it's not what you said.
The
You
angle would be
used,
the same every place.
anyway, you used your model.
Wouldn't matter which one you picked on the flat plane, whether they're close or they're far away, they would still be doing different things than they would if it were curved and they
No,
were far away.
you can't say that.
Why?
It's geometry, Travis.
It's
just simple
Okay.
geometry.
Okay. There is an underlying assumption that you're making that I haven't been able to discern at this point, right? I mean, there's a reason why you're saying what you're saying. However, when you say if the Earth were flat, the stars would behave differently, you have no control or basis upon which you can say that because you can't show the contrast. You can only show what is. And we both see what is, okay? This is another scenario. This is just like the sniper with Coriolis. Put a flat earther that's a trained sniper and a glober that's a trained sniper and have them snipe, okay? Have a bridge engineer and a building engineer build those two structures. The flat earther's not going to fucking incorporate any G in there. He doesn't need to. Okay? They can both build the same structure. One's going to incorporate his fiction, which doesn't have any value because you can take it out because the flat earther's going to build a bridge and not consider gravity. The same thing is true about this celestial navigation. You put a flat earther on the ocean with a sextant and a glober on the Earth with a sextant. The flat earther doesn't have to presuppose anything about the distance to that fucking star.
In order to determine what you're going to do with those angles, or what angles you even need, you have to actually decide which one of these things, where the stars are. I mean, not where they are, but how the light's coming in, whether it's coming in parallel or whether they're too close to be not coming in parallel, and whether your surface is level or not level, but flat.
Okay. All right.
And whether or not it's curved.
I
know you're ready to speak again. I know you're ready to speak again, dude. But again, like when I wanted to speak when you were talking, and I didn't just start talking in the middle of what you were saying. Okay, so fuck, what was this? Right, yeah. So the reason why this is important is because when you say there's a forced scenario, and then the guy could just, he doesn't have to worry about what model he's on. He can just take the angles and do willy-nilly. Well, the whole point of what you're doing with the
I didn't
angles,
say willy-nilly.
the whole point of what you're doing with the angles is not just made up. It's dictated by what model you're on.
Okay.
It's really just
again.
simple
Hold on.
geometry.
Okay, listen. My question to you right now, at this point, and then I'll back off, is why, in your opinion, does the angle at which the light is entering your eye matter?
I don't know if Jace wanted to say something, but if not, Jace, did you want to say something?
Go ahead. I was
No.
just saying
Come
it's just simple geometry.
Come on.
Okay.
Like what the fuck is this? I just said that I was going to ask one last question and then yield the floor.
Yeah, I didn't know if Jace wanted to answer it. It sounded like he was trying to answer. It doesn't matter though. He said it's fine. Anyway, it doesn't matter, dude.
It's so angry. It's funny.
Yeah, no, it's fine, dude. Anyhow, yes, as I said before, let's take two scenarios where the stars are far away in both scenarios, and the Earth is either flat or curved. If the Earth were curved, you could use those. You could use those parallel, the parallel light, to be able to tell you something about the surface of the Earth and where you are in reference to the
NASA still never left.
That's one scenario. The other scenario,
still never left.
You just asked me this question, man.
No.
You literally just asked me this question, and now you're talking over the answer to this question.
You're not answering my question.
I am answering the question, man. I'm trying to tell you what the difference is. You just asked me what the difference is. Right? Okay.
Now I can't yield the floor. Now I can't yield the floor.
I mean, I can address what Kofi's saying.
Okay,
And
my point is
really,
now I. Okay, my point now is I can't yield the floor because you're not addressing my question, and I'm going to have to ask another question.
Why don't you re-ask your question and kind of look like a fool because I'm already answering the question. But go ahead.
Why do you need to know what angle or direction the light is coming in to your observation?
Right. And as I told you, if the light were coming in parallel on either a flat or curved model, they'd be doing two different things. Namely, one would be telling you something about the surface that you're on, being the curved Earth.
No, that's too vague.
And the other,
that's too vague.
Okay, I'll be exact. One would be telling you.
That's too vague.
One would be telling you exactly where you were in reference to a hold up, stop interrupting me, dude. Like, for the love of God.
That's the train. I'm sorry.
Every time you do that, I gotta
the train. That's the train. My mic is open. Chill. Sorry.
Okay, well, turn your mic off.
Okay, sorry. Damn, bro.
Yeah, so one would be telling you where you are in reference to that one would be telling you where you are in reference to that parallel light. Okay? If you're on the curved surface, specifically spheroid, it'll tell you whatever angle you get from that light, you can subtract it from 90 and multiply that by some constant value, and that'll be the distance you are from that where that parallel light's coming from or hitting on the ground. However, on the flat plane where the light is that far away, the angle is going to be the same no matter where you are on Earth. So if it's 67 degrees in the sky in New York, it's going to be 67 degrees in the sky in India and everywhere else.
Oh, okay. I get it. 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 Okay. Here again is my question that I have at least twice gotten an affirmative from your side. Okay. The function that you are describing right now, Kosho, is it possible that the sky is presenting that function to you so that when I change my position on the Earth that I'm on, the star actually changes? It doesn't stay in the same degree. Now I understand what you're saying. And you are presupposing that you are on a curved surface when you're giving that scenario, because you're saying that the only way that angle can change is if the surface of the Earth is curved. Okay?
I didn't say that. You just didn't allow me to finish. So.
Okay, no. I know you didn't say that.
Yeah,
but
because you didn't allow me to finish. Yeah.
Okay, I know that is the because the light just went on for me. Okay, the sky is performing that function. The sky is performing that function. The sky is like a kaleidoscopic hologram, so that the star adjusts to your position on the Earth. I'm simply keeping the sphericity that you want up in the air. That is just as viable and cannot be falsified. I'm done.
No, it can be falsified, and I wasn't finished. So the third scenario would be the flat plane where the stars are close, in which case you once again will get differences around the Earth. This is true. The same star will give you different angles depending on where you are on the Earth if the Earth were flat and the stars were close and local. However, they're doing it in two totally different ways, as I've already stated how it does it on a sphere when they're being far away. If they were close on a flat plane, that you would be doing trigonometry to be determining what those angles represent. So it's two totally different things.
Again, your argument that the 69 degrees or 69 miles or 60 miles per degree can only work on your sphere is because you have failed to understand that the sky is performing that function, not the Earth. They've simply transposed what the sky is doing and put it and curved the Earth.
Like, let's say, like, could they, like, let's say, like, you know how, like, the fabric of space-time can bend light, right, Kosha?
Just make your point.
Well, I'm just trying to get a yes or no. I just want to make sure.
Just make your point, because this is already something different. So just, you know.
Okay. No, if you boys are on to something, I'm saying if you can allow for like the fabric of space time to like bend light, then surely like the sky could be doing something funny. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So I think this is what this is called an argument from ignorance. Is that right?
Oh, right.
Yo,
wow.
Is that not right?
Anyway, can somebody give Brian perms, please? So that he can open his mic.
Am I wrong in my presumption?
One of you moderators, I mean, can y'all unmute Brian?
Who the hell's Brian?
Brian's Logic.
Yes.
He's not mod muted.
Yeah, but he just got into the chat. Doesn't he need like perms or something?
Maybe voice. That's check-in.
You're gonna have to DM Geo.
Yeah, he's on server muted now, but I'll send him. Yeah, Brian, if you're listening, you just have to, if you go up to the server guidelines and just type agree, and then once you do that, I'll give you all the verified roles. But you are unmuted for this chat right now.
Can you hear me there then before I do it?
Yep. Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, I'll go and do that then.
Right, that is an argument from ignorance. So, which I mean, I don't know why. I don't think.
Wait, why is it an argument from ignorance, Kosho?
You're claiming that this scenario that hasn't even been described yet by anybody, but because there might be some scenario out there where this that has been proven false, and for that reason, you're claiming that this is correct as the conclusion that out of those scenarios I've given, actually works. So one of the scenario I have actually works. And you're challenging it with a scenario that hasn't even been stated, but because it hasn't been disproven, you're holding it at the same regard.
Okay.
What
so
claims
once
are
again,
being made here? Sorry, Charles.
Yeah, I'll just be real quick with my answer. Okay, first of all, suggesting an alternative explanation is all I'm doing, right? It is an alternative explanation. Nothing changes in terms of figuring this shit out. You can do the exact same math, exact same whatever you want, your calculations, all of that still works. So when you say it hasn't been tested, that's false, because all you have to do is do everything the same and you're going to get to the same location. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, I mean, hold up, because it's not only has it not been discussed or tested. I mean, not only has it not been tested, it hasn't even been described. You haven't even stated what your scenarios that you're stating can do this, get to the same result.
Okay, that's why I'm your Copernicus, because I'm making alternative suggestions for a model that, just as ad hoc as my suggestion is how your model started off. Your model started off with claims about which there was no empirical evidence, only philosophical concepts. So we're both on the same plane. You just live in a world where your model has existed for so long that you guys have figured out how to make a mathematical menagerie that actually makes sense in that model, for which I have no disagreement, except for the fact that your model is based on a false premise. Okay? My point is, even though you have not tested what I'm saying, yes, you have. The way you operate in the real world will work under the same suggestion I'm giving you as an alternative explanation. All you have to do is curve the sky.
It's like 15 fallacies in one, probably. But
okay, why don't you name one of my fallacies? Go ahead.
You haven't stated. You haven't stated another scenario.
Yeah, before you carry on, why don't you state one of those
scenario that we have is not ad hoc. It actually makes sense and fits the observation and the calculation. I don't know what's going on with you guys. You had the 2-hour long conversation about all this stuff. I don't know why you guys are interrupting like right away.
Well, if you're going to claim that he's made a fallacy,
yeah, I'm explaining what he's saying. I'm in the middle of explaining what he's saying.
Highlight it.
That's what I'm doing, but you're talking. Do you realize that?
Yeah, he's trying to explain.
You started going on to your argument instead of highlighting.
No, it's not. I'm explaining why what he said was a fallacy. It's exactly what I was doing.
Yeah, he called it an argument. He called it an argument from ignorance, simply because my claim hasn't been proven and my claim hasn't been falsified. Therefore, it's a possibility.
Actually, what I was in the middle of saying was your claim hasn't been stated. It hasn't been described. It hasn't even been thought of, for all I know. And
I just did. I just told you I'm the one who's suggesting it. I'm the one. Yeah, you're right.
Why don't you
know
describe what the scenario is?
I just did.
The scenario that gives you the same results as we would get on the sphere with this light coming in parallel. So that means that you're for some reason getting the angle to these stars, and you're using them to get a linear distance from the GP.
My point was this. In celestial navigation, you believe that the way that the distance traveled on the surface of the Earth at 60 miles on the sea or 69 on the land per degree can only happen because the Earth is curved, correct?
No, what I've said is from the scenarios I have, it's the only scenario that makes sense. So
that's incorrect, also.
No, out of the scenarios I described, it's the only one that it fits. If somebody has another scenario that it also fits, I'm willing to listen to it.
No, nautical miles are a horizontal measurement. Nautical miles are 1-for-1 for minutes of degree. So your minutes of degree just become 1-for-1 as nautical miles. Minutes of degree are a horizontal measurement. You're using right angle triangle.
Okay.
There is no. What you're working off of, Kosho, is the 5,400 minutes of degree, which became 5,400 nautical miles, from the GP point of Polaris to the equator line. But that has to be measured first on a flat plane before you can then. What the globe did is it hijacked the celestial sphere model and put an angle at the center of the globe. You have to measure it flat. It requires a 5,400 nautical mile horizontal baseline. It doesn't work. It doesn't work on a curved surface.
It doesn't require any sort of baseline at all. Actually,
it does. What's an elevation angle?
What it requires is
angle.
It requires two lines. One of those lines. One of those lines.
Angle?
One of those lines pointed at your zenith, and the other line points
what I want to point out right now is
and the
what I
angle
want
that
to
it's
point out
obtained,
right
and the
now
angle
is
that's obtained through
Kosho
this.
interrupted Brian.
Why are you so afraid of this?
Kosho interrupted Brian and then just started rumpusing.
All right.
You non-stop interrupted me, dude.
No, hang on, Kosho. Wait, what's an elevation angle? Using the marine
I didn't
sextant.
say elevation angle, did I?
Well, that's how you get an angle to a celestial body.
Doesn't have to be.
It does have to be.
Let me.
Oh, it doesn't have to be.
It does have to be because you don't know the height of the celestial body, so you can't do an angular size measurement.
It doesn't have to be.
I wish I could jump in as a moderator right now.
It's not
you
even.
have to use an elevation angle.
Travis, will you just stop speaking if I'm talking to this other guy? There's no point in you talking in the background.
Kosho, you have to use an elevation angle. That's the only way you're going to be able to do what you're trying to do.
Let me ask you this question, and then let me follow up with what I was going to say. What you want? Let me say for some reason. What is the purpose of the elevation angle, and what is it? What are you trying to obtain?
Did he ask you what an elevation angle is?
I'm not asking anybody besides this guy, and I'm going to follow up with what I'm saying. So there's no need for anybody to say anything.
Obfuscating the question.
Yeah, there's no need for anyone else to say anything. And how about this? Forget I asked you a question. Because I'm not going to be allotted the ability to actually ask you a question. So I'm just going to tell you what I was going to say.
You want
hold on, just real quick, just for the rest of the room, let's just let Kosho. Hold on, real quick. Let's let Kosho and Brian go back and forth. Just let them go back and forth.
Let me make a point first. Kosho interrupted Brian. You interrupted Brian. You interrupted Brian. Brian was speaking. Brian was.
Okay, go ahead, Kosho.
Okay, but Brian, I was going to ask you a question a second ago, but it doesn't matter what the answer is because I'll just tell you what the answer is. The elevation angle, the purpose of it is to obtain a zenith angle. The elevation angle, it gets subtracted from 90 degrees because what you're looking for is the zenith angle. This tells you that the elevation angle and the horizon itself doesn't have to, it is certainly a way that you can gain that zenith angle. However, you don't need it to gain the zenith angle. You could just measure your zenith and measure the angle from your zenith, which is what you're looking for. So yeah, you don't need that third line. You don't need a triangle. You just need two lines, one pointed at your zenith, one pointed at the star. You could have one pointed at the horizon and one pointed at the star, but it's not necessary.
So when I use a marine sextant, well, not me, but when someone uses a marine sextant, right, they stand on the deck of a boat. They have a horizon mirror and they have an index mirror. The index mirror is bringing in the light from the star, and the horizon mirror, it allows them to view the horizon. After they've gotten their initial angle, which will be an obtuse angle, they will then do height of void correction. Height of void correction brings the vertex of that angle down onto the surface of the water underneath their boat. And the point of this is that you are using the Earth as a horizontal baseline, right? So you must perform, right, to get a right angle triangle using a marine sextant. You must treat the surface of the water and Earth underneath you as being like mean sea level as being a horizontal baseline to Earth. So if you have a 45-degree angle to a star, and that means that your horizontal baseline is going to be 2,700 nautical miles in length. And then that is subtract it from 90, which gives you a 45-degree zenith angle, right? But your parallels, you have a 90 at your position and a 90 at the GP position. And the horizontal line between your GP and the GP of the celestial body, right? That horizontal line is one solid line. You must do height of void correction using the marine sextant to get your correct for your elevation angle. Once you have that corrected, then you can know what your zenith angle is. Your zenith angle then is you multiply that by 60 to get your minutes of degree, which is then transformed 1 for 1 into nautical miles. You have to use the surface of Earth. You have to use an elevation angle is a hypotenuse, an opposite, and an adjacent. All three sides. And once that is performed correctly, you then can determine your zenith angle, your zenith distance.
Okay, so
but you can't just bring a zenith straight up above your head and an angle to a star. That won't give you anything, because you're not going to you'll get a distance, but you won't be using this. You won't be doing celestial navigation.
Okay, so you will get the exact distance if you do it that way. What you described was second. I mean, it's like you didn't hear what I said. What you just described was using the elevation angle to obtain the zenith angle, and if you do it that way, you have to make corrections because of you have to do height corrections, and you have to do all the corrections you have to do when you're doing the elevation angle. And then you have to take whatever angle you get from there and subtract it from 90 to get what you're actually looking for, which is the zenith angle. However, if you're using, let's say, a bubble sextant, for example, you don't have to do any of that.
You can't use a bubble sextant.
You don't have to do any of that because you automatically have your zenith, and then you automatically measure your angle from that zenith.
Time out. I'm gonna give it back. It's just that's the same thing Xanax said. But go ahead.
A bubble doesn't give you your zenith, man. A bubble gives you your gravity.
Yeah. The bubble for start, also, the bubble sextant is never used on the deck of a ship. That's why I spoke about the marine sextant. The marine sextant uses the horizon and the surface of the horizon, an assumed horizontal baseline to Earth. The bubble sextant is used from an airplane and other places. It's never used on the deck of a ship. A bubble sextant creates a horizontal. That horizontal that it's creating allows you to get that angle. That's why you don't have to do height of void correction with a bubble sextant, because you already have your horizontal, because it's a bubble sextant. It's giving you your level horizontal. When you use a marine sextant, you have to do height of void correction. Why are mariners doing, when they did use these, why were they doing height of void correction? To correct from obtuse to right angle. If they didn't need a right angle triangle, why were they using one?
Okay, so for some reason you're fixated on doing it from a ship when that's irrelevant to, especially what my point is, which is that
it's not irrelevant.
It actually is irrelevant, because it is actually irrelevant, because if you can find the horizon from the ship or from the land, or if you can use the bubble sextant and measure your vertical, either one of those two, you're going to end up with the same outcome, which is your zenith angle. So that's number one. Number two is if you are able to find your horizontal, because you're using your horizon and you're measuring something, like let's say you're using a regular sextant, you're measuring where the horizon is. There doesn't matter what the flatness or curvature or anything of the surface beneath you doesn't matter, because what you're measuring is the horizon, and the horizon is going to be a tangent line from your position. So it's going to be a straight line regardless. There's no triangle involved. It's just two lines.
You're begging the question.
One line to the star.
The tangent you're talking about.
One line to the zenith, or one line to the star, and one line to the horizon. But no triangles necessary.
No. What you're talking about for a start, with your tangent, right? That would be underneath your feet, right? If you were going to use what you're claiming, which is a tangent plane. But at that point, when you're using a tangent plane, if you're stating the use of a tangent plane, you're already admitting that this process cannot work on a curved surface. That's number one. Number two, a bubble sextant cannot be used on the deck of a ship because the ship is moving around all the time, so you can't get a steady angle. Number three, that's why they use the horizon with a marine sextant, and why they have to do height of void correction. So they have to use the steady surface horizontal baseline of Earth. Number four, right? You already have your horizontal with a bubble sextant, right? And number five is your zenith angle, right, is a straight line across the sky between two parallel zeniths. If you try and do that on the surface of a globe, that straight line distance will be greater than the curved distance between those two zeniths. And the reason it will be is because the zeniths are coming in to meet each other, coming to meet at a point in the center. So that distance along the surface of your globe between those 2 points will be less than will not match the minutes of degree and nautical mile distance. It'll be less all the time. It doesn't work on a sphere. Only works on a horizontal plane with parallel zeniths.
Yeah, as I told you, first of all, if you're above the surface and you're using it to the horizon and you're on a flat surface, you're going to be angling down towards the horizon. That's not going to be 90 degree angle either. You're going to be angling towards the horizon.
No, your horizon mirror, right, is pointed towards the horizon. Your zenith, your index mirror is taking in light from a celestial body.
Right.
Right. You have an obtuse angle at that point. So you do. That's why they do height of void correction to turn the angle from an obtuse into a right angle triangle, a Pythagorean right angle triangle. That's what they need. And once they've done that using the surface of Earth, that means they have a horizontal baseline. That means they have, if it's a 45 degree angle to a celestial body, that means your horizontal baseline will be 2,700 nautical miles of horizontal. And then once they've done that using the marine sextant, then they can use that 45 degree zenith angle multiplied by 60 and get their 2,700 nautical miles. But they have to do that first part.
You have to interrupt me to say the same thing again. What was I saying? Oh yeah, right. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, right. With the bubble, the sextant on the ship is not necessary though. Like, it's true that this is how it's done when you're on a ship, sure. However, if you want to be more accurate and cut to the chase and get what you're actually looking for, there's no reason why, in the nature of just doing a celestial navigation, you don't have to be on a ship, and you can actually just get your zenith angle, which is what you're looking for. Okay, so regardless, no, you can't, because regardless of whether or not you're on a ship or not on a ship, the surface of the Earth is not going to determine whether or not you can or can't do this, because you're not looking for.
It is.
What is that?
You use
That's Elijah on the train. Elijah, you gotta go mute, man.
You use the surface of the Earth when you're using the mean sea level as a. Just 1 second, Eli. I'll leave you in.
I want you to keep going. I just want him to stop saying what he's saying, and I only got one thing to say.
You want him to stop saying what he's saying.
Honestly,
all right.
Because he's saying
Holy shit.
all you're concerned with is the zenith angle, right? So we've established that. So we established you get the cold altitude, but first you need to actually measure an angle. You don't measure the zenith angle. So when you have the bubble sextant, that's for establishing horizontal in the air. And then you do the angle measurement. And then you still do the same process as if you did it on the boat. It's still an elevation angle measurement. That's all.
You don't need to take an elevation angle measurement, is my point.
Hang on. Let me get back to what Coach was saying a minute ago. When you're using the marine sextant, you use mean sea level and basically you treat the Earth as having a horizontal basis. When you're using the mean sea level, right? When you're using a bubble sextant or you're using an artificial horizon, you are still creating a horizontal. You don't do height of void correction because you already have your right angle triangle that you can then subtract from 90. But you have to start with a right angle triangle. That's what an elevation angle is. You have to start with the right angle triangle before you can use your zenith angle.
Yes.
If you don't have a right angle triangle created, then you won't have a correct zenith angle. You're not going to be able to do what you want to do.
Yeah.
The whole point is,
even
what you're saying, Kosho,
you
which
don't
was
know what I
having
was saying, man, 'cause you haven't
a
let me
zenith
finish,
line
man.
and an angle, a zenith line and a zenith angle, right? That still requires a horizontal line with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
Your
doesn't
zenith
matter
angle
though.
means nothing. Your zenith angle means nothing if it doesn't have a horizontal line. It doesn't mean anything without that horizontal line.
All right. Now, Kosho has allowed you to say everything you needed to say. Now extend him the same courtesy, please.
And so everything you're saying is correct. That's right. You're going to get the horizontal in either case. And in either case, the horizontal is irrelevant. It's only relevant to obtain the zenith angle. Okay? That's why I'm describing the bubble sextant, right? You're using it to get the zenith. You're using the zenith to get the horizontal, and the horizontal to get the angle of the star. But you're only getting the angle of that star, so you can then subtract it from 90. So you're just basically directly getting the zenith angle, because there's no need to correct for anything. You've established your zenith, and you're establishing the elevation of the star, and basically cutting to the chase and getting exactly what you're looking for. And the whole point here is there's no triangles involved in either of these cases. There's only two lines, two directions that you're pointing, one at the horizon and one at the star, or one at the zenith and one at the star. Whatever, however you want to look at it, you're looking for the zenith angle, and there's no need to. There's nothing that restricts this from working on a sphere. Nothing at all.
Yes, there is. I explained it to you earlier. You're actually using two triangles, Kosho, not just one. You're using, first of all, you must use a horizontal, right, to get your elevation angle, whether with a bubble sextant, an artificial sextant, or with a marine sextant, but you have to use the surface of the Earth. That's why you do the height of void correction. That's number one. Your second angle, right, your second triangle will be the zenith angle, because you're making a straight line distance across the sky, right? That's what you're doing. A straight line distance that's parallel with a horizontal. With a horizontal on the surface of the Earth. You can't do this. We can't do this without. You can't do this process without parallel zeniths. It doesn't work. What you're talking about using a curved surface, what that would result in is that your horizontal distance, which is like a roof to your zenith angle, right? That distance in minutes of a degree, turned into nautical miles, will not match the portion of your curved Earth in between your GP and the GP of the celestial body using that process. You won't.
I have a question.
Your measurements will always be wrong.
Before you ask your question, Travis, this is actually my exact point. Is what you just described now. What you just described right now is exactly what the point was the whole time, which is the method you just described, where you're measuring the horizontal, and then you have a parallel zenith to the star that's over there, and you're measuring the angle to where that star is. This triangle that's created, this actual triangle, and the way you described it. Hold on, please. Please don't interrupt me. If I could just make this point, okay? And if you don't get it, then just listen, because he's the one who said parallel zenith, okay? Using his parallel zenith that he's saying is required, and the angle to it, and the angle to the base of the horizon, this actually does create a triangle, okay? And the nature of this angle right here, you're saying that you're multiplying it by 60 nautical miles to get the distance to it. However, that equation, that formula doesn't make sense unless you're on a sphere, because the formula you'd be looking for is a trigonometric equation, because you just described a right triangle where you're looking at the base and you're looking at the elevation at the top, and your zenith is parallel with that zenith. You use a trigonometric function to determine what that distance is. You wouldn't use
All right, real quick,
function.
please.
Go on,
real quick, please. I have a question for Brian, and then I'm going to say something to Coach. So real quick, Brian, when you say zenith, you're talking about the point that's directly above you, correct?
What I said was parallel zeniths, Travis. That
okay, yes, but
from the GP of the celestial body and your zenith from your GP right,
Right.
is the point directly above you. Those zeniths must be parallel for this to work. They
Okay,
can't be
okay,
divergent.
hold on.
Whereas on a globe, you have to
Okay.
be divergent.
Okay, right. But you don't have the distance to the zenith above your head. There's no way for you to know how high 42 degrees is above your head, even though you have the zenith of your star. So how do you draw a line, an imaginary line, unless you're just doing it on a piece of paper on the drawing board? You know, in like, I don't get that part. Like, how do you
You don't use any celestial heights. Nobody knows what height the stars are. You never use you never use the height of any star. Nobody knows the height
So
of the
how do you-
star. What you do is you
So-
take an angle.
okay.
Hang on, let me tell you. You take an angle
Yeah.
to a celestial body, right? Your angle will be a right angle triangle, right? Let's say your angle, I'll use 45 degrees because it's easy. Let's say your angle is 45 degrees. That means between your point and the GP point of that celestial body, right, there will be a 2,700 nautical mile horizontal distance. Right?
Man.
You're only looking for the geometric distance, a horizontal geometric distance. The height of the celestial body has nothing to do with anything.
How many
Celestial
positions are
navigation.
known? When you say that you have this GP, how many positions are known?
Why are you interrupting Brian right now? Why the hell are you interrupting Brian right now? We can't even understand what you're saying because
only one person
we
at a time
can't
talk.
we can't understand what you're saying because you both are over talking, so no one can be heard.
Yeah, you never the height of a celestial. See, this is the problem. Our opposition thinks that to do this on a flat plane, you need to use the internals of a right-angle triangle. No, your right-angle triangle, right, determines your zenith distance, right? But you must use a right-angle triangle, but you're not using the internal angles because you don't know the height of you don't know the height of a celestial body. I'll put it this way: let's just say you have a 45-degree angle to a celestial body, and then a while later you take another angle to it, and it's 47 degrees. That gives you two completely different sizes, two completely different heights. If you want to try and use the internal angles and pre-assume a height to them and all this other rubbish, we don't know what height they are. Celestial navigation. I'm only speaking from celestial navigation. Celestial navigation do not use or do not state any height to any celestial body. It's irrelevant to using elevation angles and zenith to gain your zenith distance. It's only a geometric horizontal distance is all you're looking for.
Okay, now finally, the last point that I made before Brian started this discussion was exactly the way you ended, Kosho. Your trigonometric function that you are appealing to is a function of the sky, not the earth. You can do the exact same stuff, but you have simply brought the sphere from the sky down to the earth. Please listen to what I am suggesting. If you've never heard that before, that's because I'm your Copernicus.
If you were my Copernicus, or even somebody who Copernicus taught math to, you would have just told me that that's not possible because it doesn't make any sense. No, it doesn't. The linear nature of the formula that's used,
makes sense
the 60
to me.
nautical miles per degree, isn't something you can just translate to the sky. Because when you translate it to the sky the way he did, you don't end up with linear function. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
Hold on, Brian.
You guys talk for like 2 minutes. I don't know if you guys want.
Hold on, Brian.
For fuck's sake.
Hold on, Brian. Let me respond. Yeah, but let me respond real quick. Okay,
no, I'm not
so
gonna let
again,
you respond. I'm in the middle of still responding to you. God damn it. God damn. Dude, okay, what the fuck was I saying? Yeah. Fucking hell. Right, the linear nature of the formula that we actually use, the 60 nautical miles per degree, right? This correlates to the surface of a sphere. This is not what you would do. This doesn't translate to what you would do to the sky at all. But if you do what Brian was suggesting, where you take the angle, and then there's a whole triangle that's formed because you're not only measuring the base, but you're measuring the elevation angle to the top, and you have two parallel zeniths and this kind of thing. This is a totally different formula to describe the base of that distance, the distance between you and that GP. So no, it's not the same thing.
Okay. Now, again, I have at least had two, I'll say honest, globe proponents at least nod their heads and say, yes, that's possible. Listen to me again. When you measure the angle of a star and then you move 60 miles over the ocean or 69 over the land, that star moves 1 degree. The function of that relationship is not dependent upon the Earth. It's dependent upon the sky. The sky adjusts to your position on the Earth. It's the exact same observation, the exact same results. The only thing, again, this whole model of celestial navigation was always done in the sky. The degrees, arc seconds, arc minutes, all of that stuff was never dependent upon the shape of the Earth. It was always treated as a celestial sky. The sky responds to your position on the Earth.
That's incorrect, Travis.
Okay.
Sorry, that's incorrect. No, the nautical miles require a flat baseline. You're using an angular measurement, which means you require an angle, which means a right angle triangle with a horizontal baseline. Nautical mile measurements are horizontal distance measurements along a horizontal plane. Like you're using the sky, but you're using angles, which means you have to use a horizontal baseline. It requires, nautical mile measurements require a horizontal baseline.
Yeah, okay, I don't disagree with you. I don't know, maybe I didn't say it clear enough, but I am agreeing with you right now. His point is that if you draw out let's say 64 square miles and you move I don't know how, let's see, I don't know how to do this. Let me try to think about this. If you move over a flat plane in their response to us, if you move over a flat plane, that you will not get an equal amount of distance. You will not get 69 miles with the shift of the star in the sky.
Yes,
That's their response.
No, that's completely wrong. Can't be.
Okay.
You won't get the correct distance. You won't get the correct distance using a spherical surface. You'll only get the correct distance using a horizontal plane, because you're using angles, which means that the baseline of that angle is a straight line. The Earth has to use elevation angles with marine sextant. You're using the baseline, the mean sea level, as a baseline to the Earth, which means that you're pre-assuming that that's a horizontal distance. You can't do this.
Okay, so
hang on, leave me. No, hang on.
Yeah.
Your zenith angle, right, determines a straight line distance across the sky, and that's in minutes of degree. So if that's 2,700 minutes of degree, that means it's like, imagine a box or a rectangle, and you have the angle is coming from one corner, the bottom corner of that box, up to the top opposite corner of that box. The roof of that box will be your zenith distance, which will be in minutes of degree, and that is then transferred one for one down to that horizontal baseline of that box as nautical miles. It cannot work on a curved surface. On a curved surface, you will have diverging zeniths, which will mean your nautical mile, your minutes of degree across the sky, right? Your minutes of degree across the sky will be greater. Basically, you have a situation where you have a line that's greater going across the sky than the curved line that's between the observer's GP and the GP of the celestial body. It doesn't work outside of a horizontal plane. That's the whole argument.
Okay, so do I hear you saying that you have to operate as if you are on a horizontal plane, but the sky above you is treated as if it is arced?
No, the arc is only a pre-assumption from the arc scale of the protractor or sextant. If you're doing celestial navigation, you're treating the sky as a horizontal parallel to a horizontal parallel surface of Earth. You're treating the Earth as a horizontal plane, and you're treating the sky as a horizontal plane. We don't know whether the sky is a horizontal, but you treat it that way. That's how it's treated. That's why you use that box or rectangle type system.
Okay, I'll try to think that through. Okay, thanks, Brian.
No worries.
Brian, do you see the picture I posted 2 minutes ago? A while ago.
I'll have a look now. It's in the...
Yeah, because the original thing being discussed had to do with the linear relationship that they claim, and that's where Travis was saying that it's because the sky, they're projecting. Well, in that concept, the linear relationship they're projecting on the Earth, and Travis was suggesting that that's actually what's happening in the sky, is why that's linear.
Well, I mean, I posted the picture for Brian's sake, but Travis also, anybody really could point out to me how you would get this linear function to work, because it just won't work, in my opinion, but I could be wrong. But that's what I'd like somebody to show me.
But this is not my claim. This is from Celestial Navigation. You have to understand, this is not me or Eli or anyone claiming this. This comes directly from Celestial Navigation.
So you can demonstrate what you're talking about? Can you demonstrate what you're talking about?
Well, can you demonstrate an elevation angle with a curved baseline working?
I'm not saying anything about what I can. I mean, I'm not saying anything about it. You're the one representing expertise in the subject, and I was asking if you could demonstrate what you're talking about.
Well, all I could do is show you, just draw a box and draw a line from one bottom corner of that box up to a top corner, or a rectangle. That's what it is. That's what you're doing. You have to use, if you're using an elevation angle, you have to use a right angle triangle. If you don't use a right angle triangle, you won't have a correct zenith distance. You must use parallel zeniths. Like, I'm just relaying what Celestial Navigation said. This is the starting point. No matter what else happens after that mathematically, the starting point always starts with a right angle triangle, with the baseline of that right angle triangle either presumed to be the horizontal baseline mean sea level of the Earth, or it's presumed to be making a parallel with a horizontal baseline, if you're using a bubble sextant or an artificial horizon.
I'm going to post something again. So I posted that last picture. Just give me 1 second if I post this one.
What's your name in the chat, Kosho? Is it Kosho anymore, or is it something else?
That's Kosho, that's right.
It's still Kosho. It's just spelled funky. It's spelled K-phi. He uses a phi instead of an O for some reason. Why are you using a phi instead of an O?
Phi is cool.
Phi is co? What?
Cool.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to be cool.
Jim.
Kosho,
I'll post this picture. Give me a second. Sorry, go ahead.
What was your point for that picture?
So this is what Brian's discussing, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, Brian, okay? But what you said about using, so the red angle is the angle you're looking for. It's the zenith angle. However, you get it by measuring the horizon and then comparing the elevation angle to the horizon, right? Is what you said. But then you said you get the zenith angle, and then you something about the distance across the sky would be the 60 nautical miles or something along those lines.
The distance across the sky, if you take that, see that top diagram I have, where you have the red part representing the zenith angle, and see that horizontal baseline going from the bottom there at the vertex of the angle all the way to the GP of the celestial body. Well, if you make another line going straight across the top, that's what the zenith angle is doing. It's creating a minutes of degree distance across the sky, which is then transformed 1-for-1 into nautical miles along the surface of the Earth. So one must match the other. Like if a minute of degree is going to become a nautical mile, then they must match each other.
Right. So
that's
this.
why you have parallel zeniths.
Right. And so that's the point of what Payness Shill, and then I mean everybody else will say too, is the picture on the top. If you do have those angles, if you do have the angles of the bottom, your angle, and you have the angle, the 90-degree angle, and you have the other angle. This is describing a right triangle, and so that base distance is going to be a trigonometric function in relationship to the other two lines, right? So there's no linear nature to trigonometric functions. You use cosines and sines and stuff like that. So there's no, 60 nautical miles. Just let me finish this last point, because the 60 nautical miles is important. It's in between every single angle, and that's only consistent with the model I've drawn below that, which if Polaris was where the green lines are pointed, then no matter where you are along that sphere on the surface, the further away you are from that GP of the North Star, the further away you are from it, the angle you obtain, the elevation angle, subtracted from 90, multiplied by 60 nautical miles, is going to give you the distance from that GP. And it works on that model, but what you described on the other model, there's no linear nature to that triangle.
Okay, let me clear this up. You're not using the internals of the triangle, of the elevation angle. You're creating a right angle triangle, and you're using the zenith angle that's left after you subtracted your elevation angle from 90, right? And you multiply that zenith angle by 60, right, which gives you your minutes of degree in a straight line across the sky. And each one of those minutes of degree becomes a direct 1-for-1 nautical mile along the surface. So the line going across the sky is the exact same length as the line across the surface. What you're showing with your diagram below that is, for a start, you're showing parallel light rays. For a start, you can't have a GP with parallel light rays, because there is no point on the Earth, right, on even a globe, where that star or sun or whatever is sitting directly over, because the light from that star or sun or whatever, because the diameters of these things are so much bigger, the light from that is always parallel, so it's covering a whole one side of your globe. So there is no GP point within that belief. Number two is, you're also begging the question, you're pre-assuming a radius. The radius of the globe Earth is a direct back calculation from flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. All these Polaris observations are all elevation angles. They're all using the celestial sphere model. They're all elevation angles. That's where the latitude and longitude grid comes from. You can't your globe's radius value is a back calculation of flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. So not only does parallel light rays not work, but for you to even beg the question of a globe, you have to use flat Earth measurements to Polaris.
Right.
To even have a radius.
One second, so I can press this button. So I'm just waiting for this. Here we go.
Cue mic drop emoji.
No, I was trying to press a button.
I don't even think the coach was actually. Hold on. I don't even think the coach was actually listening, because if he were,
I am listening.
I think I
was waiting to respond.
I'd love to hear you. I'd love to hear you summarize what Brian just said.
Well, that's fantastic, man. Anyhow, Brian,
can you?
So, anyways, Brian,
can you?
Anyways, honestly, I'm going to stop remembering what he said if you keep talking to me, dude. So why don't you stop talking to me so I can respond to him? Yeah, Brian, what you had just said about the how it couldn't work on the globe because of the angles, and I'm forgetting what you said now already, but regardless. Yeah, but
that's because you're distracted.
No.
That's because you're distracted. You're not even paying attention.
I remember what you said, Brian. I'm just trying to focus on what you said.
Start with the
right. Yeah. You said because you wouldn't get, because they're so big and they're so that the angles from them would be taking up the whole side, and so they wouldn't be any different anywhere. You wouldn't get different angles. This is what he said.
No, I can't even understand what you're saying.
You won't have a GP position. You won't
Right.
have a GP
Because
position.
it's taking up the whole
parallel
side of
light-ways.
taking up the whole side of the Earth because the star's so big.
You
right.
don't have a local position, you see, because what you're forgetting about is the globe Earth model. The globe Earth is very small in comparison to the Sun or Polaris or any of the other celestial bodies. So the problem there is that the parallel light rays you're claiming means you won't have a GP position. Where is your GP? The whole of one side of your globe is a GP at that point, or
I
as
know-
chocolates, or as a
I know
super GP.
Travis made it seem like I wasn't listening, but I was listening to you, dude. Okay. Anyhow,
We'll talk about the radius thing in a second. We'll start with that.
yeah. Anyhow, what you said about the stars, that's not at all true whatsoever. What is the
Why
truth?
not?
Why not? Because it doesn't matter how big the thing is; it's extremely far away. Okay, so it doesn't
How do
matter
you
if it
know?
were right next to the Earth, that it would be right above the entire Earth. Even if it was right above the Earth, even if it was where the sun is, like the sun is. The sun is
What
also
you're
huge.
admitting now,
The sun is also huge, and it's also much closer. And then there still is a subsolar point because the sun is
but
only
what you're
directly at
admitting is a
a
close and
single
local
zenith,
sun
at a single moment.
and stars.
So, say what?
What you're admitting there is a close and local sun and stars. You
No,
can't have
I'm not
parallel
admitting that.
light rays and
I'm
have
not
a
admitting
GP.
that, man. I'm
You
actually
don't
not
understand.
finished.
You can't have a sun hotspot. You can't have a GP point if you have
Fantastic,
parallel.
man. If you're gonna make another point, though, well, at least let me finish responding to this other one. Okay. Fuck. Oh yeah. So it doesn't matter how big this thing is. The sun's very big. The moon's pretty big, and it's a lot closer than both those. And in either case, they still have sublunar points, subsolar points. The stars are going to have the point that is directly at its zenith, a single point. Okay, so yeah, that point is irrelevant. The point that I was,
Whatever.
I mean, I don't know. Is it? You still want to argue that
I
point?
didn't even. Listen. I understood Brian. I don't understand you.
Okay, you don't understand what the subsolar point is?
No, I know what the subsolar point is. I don't understand your answer or rebuttal to what he said. What
Okay, do
you
you
just
understand
said.
what the sublunar point is?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you understand what let's say an airplane and the position on the ground is directly above? Okay,
that's a
doesn't matter what the
geographical
size is.
The subfuselage point.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the size of the object is. It can be extremely big and extremely
or
close.
how far away it is.
Kosho. For your claim to even make the claim of parallel light rays, you've got to be able to show parallel light rays in reality. Something you can't do. Nobody has ever been able to do that.
Yeah,
that's number one. Number two is your parallel light rays. The parallel light rays claim. Your parallel light rays claim, right? Number two is that relies on a two-way speed of light calculation, right? Two-way speed of light calculation is only a calculation.
You're making point after point.
Either a one-way or two-way speed of light.
If you're going to make more than one point, you got to start letting me respond to at least 2 points, man.
1 second, one second. If you were claiming parallel light rays, say I try to avoid all that by just going straight to parallel light rays, but I seem to have to go back into that because parallel light rays, if the whole one side of your globe has parallel light rays from the sun or whatever else, then there is no one point on that globe that is a subsolar point. It's impossible to have a subsolar point under those conditions.
That's not true.
So now I'm going to go. Brad, that's your left lane. Did you want to say something?
No, yeah, I'm kind of mumbling. He said there's no way to have a subsolar point on a globe, and that is not true.
Right. See, the problem is...
Wait, hold on, real quick.
Instead of nah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to respond to what he said, dude. It's fine that
we're
not.
No, now we're going to deal with Howard.
Points, and then I can't even respond to
now we are going to deal with Howard. You gave the floor to Howard.
Like I said, I was mumbling, and I didn't realize my mic was open. Please proceed, Kosho.
I was only giving him the respect. I was only giving him the respect to give a chance to respond if he wanted to. But he didn't want to, dude. So,
well, look, Kosho, let's just get
stop interrupting in between people's points, man. So that way we can remember what they said.
You gave the floor to Howard.
I gave him the opportunity to respond. He didn't want it, and it could immediately have gone back to me. So let's just drop it now.
Hang on. Kosho, let's
No,
get
hold
the
on,
rules.
Brian. No, Brian, you're gonna have to stop making point after point and then not let me respond to them. Okay?
I'm trying to give you a chance to respond, and you're
No,
not.
I know.
Yeah, it seems more like you're not.
Kosho.
It's like you're not able to, Kosho, is what it sounds like.
No,
Yeah,
people
absolutely.
people are cutting off, dude. So there's a thing called the moon, okay, which is closer than the sun and closer than the stars. And the
Well, we
reason
don't
why,
know that.
hold on, dude. Just give it a second. The reason why the elevation angle to the moon, for example, is not going to precisely tell you that as much about the contours about the Earth as the sun or farther away objects is because it's too close. It's so close that the angles that are received from the moon are going to give you are not parallel from that position. So there's a distance that you have to be further than, and I think it's like 1,000,000 miles or something like that. Once you're 1,000,000 miles, you can claim. I don't know why anyone's why make noises, dude. Because here's what's gonna happen, Brian. Here's what's gonna happen, Brian. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm not gonna let you respond and make another point when I'm not allowed to fucking
asking you about your
on any of these points, dude.
But I'm asking you about your claim.
Dude.
Is your claim from celestial
Brian,
navigation?
just let me finish what I'm saying. It doesn't matter that you're ready to speak already, right?
Well, I
don't do that to you, dude.
He was asking for clarification. It seemed like you were kind of done, at least.
Well, it's not making. I'm not done. People are talking and stuff.
Yeah, but
no,
listen,
I'm not
Kosho,
done,
this
Brian.
is what I was saying the other day. With
I'm
you.
not done, Brian, and it doesn't
Okay.
matter. Say it to yourself quietly with your mic off for a second, dude. Hold up.
No, you need to understand
No, Travis,
that
stop.
you
So I can-
are
so I can
hard
stay
to
in the
listen
conversation
to.
I'm in, for fuck's sake.
You
It's
are
a
hard to
tactic,
listen
dude.
to.
Kosho, it's a tactic, man. Don't
Yeah, I
let it
know.
get to you. Don't let it get to you.
Kosho, if you want to,
That is
Kosho,
rigged.
you can take a breather, Kosho. I had a quick question for, I guess, Travis or Brian's logic, maybe. I'm curious. Either one of you can take the question. I don't know what a GP is. I just don't know. But I think I understand the claim that light rays are parallel from something, some object really far away, all that stuff. Can either of you give me a very concise explanation, maybe in 2 sentences or something, of just what it means when we talk about the GP?
How about you do the ignorant? How about you do the ignorant person? I'll do the ignorant person first, and then Brian's better than I am.
Sure.
The GP, as far as I understand it, is the position on the ground beneath the star that you're taking the angle to.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. The GP is the GP, geographical position.
Can I ask a quick follow-up?
So, Chronic, you're a PhD astrophysicist, but you didn't know that, or were you joking?
No, I'm learning stuff here, Gio. There's no need to make fun.
Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
That's not making fun, but you said you're a PhD astrophysicist, so I'm surprised you wouldn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't. Go ahead, Brian.
I presume that this man has more information than he is letting on, but I'm just going to take it as read from you. The GP position is geographical position. When you do your elevation angle that gives you your zenith distance, you don't know where that GP position is. The GP position, you must look in the almanac. You must take your time of when you got it, when you took the angle, and you must look in the almanac for the time and what star you're looking at to tell you the actual geographical position, which is the actual coordinates. But you get your distance to that GP, which is the geographical position of that celestial body, via your elevation angle.
Okay, that was way too long. So no offense. I like Travis's quick concise answer. I did have one quick follow up, Travis. Man, Brian talked so much, I totally forget your 1 sentence explanation already.
It wasn't really that
I was answering your question thoroughly.
Kind of like Kosho, eh?
So Travis, could you repeat it? Just that 1 sentence, Travis? I have a quick follow up. Yeah.
What I said about the GP?
Yeah.
It's the position on the ground under the star that you're taking an angle to.
Okay. Can you be a little more specific when you say under the star? I'm just curious.
Well, if you're going to draw a
Travis,
90 degree...
1 second. This guy this fella's trying to troll you. He's just trying to troll. If you have a claim to make, then you should come out and claim it and stop pretending they're just stupid.
So Travis, when you say under the star, do you basically mean it is directly above you? It is at your zenith, directly above you.
No,
The star is
no,
at 90 degrees above that position on the ground.
no. That's not what I mean.
Okay,
no.
what do you mean, Travis?
That is what it is.
Well,
Okay.
The star is at 90 degrees.
Now are you guys in a war
GP
against
position.
each other now, or?
Okay, give
No,
me.
we're trying to find out. I'm trying to get you to make your claim, but you keep on asking questions.
Here, I can do this. Give me 1 second. What's your name since we're talking for the
Chronic.
first time?
Chronic.
Chronic. Okay, give me 1 second because this will be more concise than I was. Okay, here we go. Okay. Because the two acute angles of a right triangle add up to 90 degrees, the angle at the apex must equal 90 minus the angle at your point. The angle you measured with your sextant. Okay, so from my point where I'm standing, I see a star. I take an angle measurement. Let's call it 42. The angle at the apex is the opposite angle at the position of the star relative to the GP, which is a 90 degree. There's a horizontal in front of me, and where that star is out in the distance, I'm dropping an imaginary vertical. So that star in the distance has an angle correlative to me. Mine is 42. That one is 48. The right triangle in front of me at a certain distance is 90. That is a 180 triangle.
Okay, great. I follow that perfectly. That was a great explanation. If I may ask a quick follow up. So that a similar situation. Well, okay, you're making the same measurements, but a different position, where now the star that you're interested in is absolutely directly right above your head. Some might call that at zenith, directly above you. So then if that is your triangle that you're going to draw, your position, the star's position at your zenith, what angle will you be getting in your triangles?
You can't.
So you're asking me about a
draw
substellar
an angle to a 90 degrees.
Yes.
That's you can't draw an angle to
Exactly.
something that's at your 90 degrees.
Okay, exactly.
It's directly above your head.
Okay, great.
But what claim are you trying to make? Would you just get to your claim?
Is there so for that particular star that is directly at my zenith, is there any other position? Is there any other absolute position on the surface of the Earth where if I draw that triangle and I measure those angles, I get an identical solution for a triangle, i.e., an angle of 0? Is there any other possible position?
With that star, using that star
Yes.
that's directly no, at that exact point, exact time.
So we're getting somewhere a little bit. I don't know if Kosho is still listening. We're getting somewhere a little bit. So now,
the GP of that star is exactly where you're standing.
Exactly. So now with that logic that you laid out, Brian's logic, what?
Not my logic.
Why is there an issue?
Sorry, that's a straw man. Sorry, excuse me. I'm relaying celestial navigation and what they claim, not my logic.
Sure. Okay. Sorry. So what others logic that other people use that aren't you. So with that logic and understanding and explanation, where is the issue then when these other claims start coming into it that the substellar point for any star covers the entire half surface of the Earth? Like, there's a huge leap of logic.
What you're talking about is a globe out for a start. What you're talking about is a globe out. Talking about parallel light rays, which is a two-way, which is based on a two-way speed of light calculation. With something, it's only a calculation. There was no measurement ever made. Your parallel light rays will cover half of your globe, so there is no GP point possible to use, because all half of your globe, due to that claim, your heliocentric claim, all the lit half of your globe, let's say if it's the sun you're using, all of that is the GP point.
I disagree, though. Based on the explanation,
well, I don't care whether you disagree or not. You're wrong.
Well, I mean, of course, we're never going to agree to. Yeah, we're never going to come to an agreement. But
Well, how can you have a GP point when there's parallel light rays covering a whole half of your globe?
But again, that star, that sun,
we are going to get to your globe's radius very fast now because you're begging the question, and it's going to get to your radius, and where are the measurements for that radius?
Okay, wait. Can I wait? Remember, I was the slow one. Okay, I'm gonna try to catch up. Brian, I hear you describing the sunlit side of the Earth, and you're saying that if you treat the sun as your zenith.
No,
right?
hang on, Travis. Let me explain it to you. I'm not saying this. The heliocentric claim is that the sun hits a globe Earth, right, and the light from the sun is parallel because the diameter of that sun is so much huger.
Right. Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
And the globe Earth, that the light from that sun is coming in parallel. That means there is no one singular point where that sun is sitting over, as half of that globe Earth will always be the GP point. So it's like a super GP, as Chocolate said.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, I have a question, Brian. I think might be interesting, maybe. If so all the parallel lines are covering half of the surface of the globe, paradigm, globe logic. Now, I'm wording this question very, very intentionally. So if I'm on the surface and I measure the elevation angle to the sun, for example, what angle will I measure?
You won't be able to measure any angle off a curved surface. You'll have to use you'll have to pre-assume a tangent plane, which is an admission that you can't do that process on a curved surface.
Okay, so you're not willing to give any answer.
That is an answer. It's an honest answer.
That was a direct.
We have yet to get to. Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's a bit. Go ahead.
That was a direct explanation for precisely what you were asking.
Yeah, but
you can't measure an angle from a curved surface.
And you have to assume a tangent plane, exactly what he said.
Yeah, it's
why can't you?
It's an age old argument, B-ball, about curved adjacent. I forget all the terms they like to use. But
yeah. So I mean, if we couldn't do that,
if that's the impasse, then we'll never actually.
This is not something we're saying. This is just geometry. An angle triangle.
You're misinterpreting the geometry, Brian.
Adjacent. Hang on a second.
So how do we build things?
A right angle triangle requires a horizontal adjacent.
We can't build anything, B-ball.
Which you don't have, especially with elevation angles. We are talking about hundreds and thousands of miles of a horizontal distance. Then you can't do any angle off of a curved surface because it requires horizontal surface. So
it requires a tangent. It requires a tangent point on a curved surface.
Be unable to leave me finish.
Go ahead.
No, because you keep going on and you're never going to stop. Allow someone to respond.
You must use a tangent plane, which means it's a direct admission that this process cannot be done on a curved surface.
See, this is where the impasse is, Brian.
You need a tangent plane as an admission that you can't use your globe out for this.
Give us a chance to respond, please.
Well, I'm trying to finish what I'm saying. How can you respond to what I'm saying?
Because you're not stopping.
Because you haven't listened. You're not allowing me to. I wasn't allowed to finish. So how can you respond to something if I'm not allowed to finish what I'm saying?
I heard everything you said.
Respond to something if I haven't finished saying it, can you?
You guys, Brian did say it twice. So I just posted an image. This is something that Rumpus actually made one day on Brandon's show months ago. Quite a long time ago. But anyways, Rumpus made this. So you see those, and I'm sure we've all seen things like this. There's many of these that have been made. See those pink lines, horizontal? Those have to be assumed, correct? Even the globe earthers admit that. You guys have to use these because it cannot be done on the globe alone. Do you agree with that or disagree, Chronic?
Disagree.
Okay, then now you can respond. Now you can respond to what Brian actually said. He said it twice, and you kept being confused, and you didn't think he responded to it.
Oh no, not confused at all. Because this has been said 8 million times. All that's required is a tangent point on the curved surface that you need to measure an elevation angle. Like B-Ball just said, if we didn't use any of this, we can't build anything.
Point? No, because you need to have a so are you saying that a right angle triangle does not have a horizontal baseline?
A right angle triangle doesn't have a horizontal baseline. If you use
have a horizontal baseline?
Yeah,
yes or no?
It does. If the point.
So how do you use it? How do you use it on a
Let me finish. That's what I'm finishing. It does if the point that is on the curved surface is defined as a tangent point to that curved surface.
Yeah.
Then yes, it works just fine.
I already stated that you're going to have to use, if you believe you're on a globe, you're going to have to use a tangent plane, which means it's an admission that this process cannot be done on a curved surface. That tangent point you're talking about will be where the tangent plane will be.
Why?
And it will extend for whatever distance it needs to extend.
Okay, here's a way to word it differently. Why do you think that cannot be used? I'm just curious.
No, it can be.
No, you're missing the point. Hang on. Sorry.
Yeah, you're missing the point.
Sorry. Yeah, you're missing the point. The fact that you need a tangent plane is an admission that you need a horizontal baseline, that you can't do this process on a curved surface because you can't.
No, you can't. The second part you said right there. No, the second part you said though is where the issue is drawn.
Okay, so forget that he says.
Hang on, Travis.
You said you cannot do this on a curved surface. I disagree.
You can't.
I vehemently will never agree we'll never agree on that point, obviously. But
how can
I simply disagree.
Okay, wait, right, Brian, right.
Travis, we're about to get because this man here is bringing up tangent points. We're going to get to his radius and where the radius came from, where the measurements for this radius came from. We're going to get to all that.
I prefer not to.
Why not?
But if you want to, that's
really have a question I'd like to ask.
Well, Chronic, you admit that the horizontal is needed, right?
A tangent, a point?
Yes.
On the surface of the curved sphere.
No, not a point. You need a tangent plane to be sitting on that point.
But even if you go with that, Chronic, just to get to that main point, you agree that you need that tangent plane, correct, for the calculation?
Yes, and it works totally fine. There's nothing. There's nothing that needs to be magically created in order for it to work. All the math and geometry to work out just fine. It's a verbiage tactic that makes it appear like some fudging is going on, but it totally like works.
Well, it's funny because in reality, we just use reality and we don't need any tangent plane. We just use the surface.
Of course, yeah, we build buildings and we use tangent points to the surface to build buildings and stuff. Yeah,
we don't need to see what you're talking
Bridges.
About is a tangent to a sphere. What you're talking about is a tangent to a sphere, right? And you're putting a tangent plane on that tangent point. So now we got to get to the sphere because I'm not going to waste my time begging the question with you. You have a sphere that has a particular radius. Now,
well, I mean,
you need to tell me where this radius came from.
I think it'd be interesting.
Because I know where it came from. I even did a presentation.
I mean, Brian, yeah. I think B-Ball does want to say something. I think it would be interesting, Brian, I think it would be interesting if you just make briefly. I mean, you don't have to, but if you briefly made the leap of faith to this logic and went forward with it with answering. Well,
No. He asked you a direct question, Chronic, and now you are reversing the burden by now posing a question to him. No. You are avoiding his question.
Do you remember this entire conversation started from my first question that he never answered?
Again, he pointed out.
I did answer.
Okay,
you didn't answer it, Brian.
Listen, hold on. You are appealing to a tangent. That tangent requires a curved surface. He's not allowing you to beg the question, so he's asking you now to defend this curved surface of which you speak.
You doesn't require a curved surface.
In particular, the radius of that curved surface. That curved surface requires a radius, so we need to know where the measurements and calculations for this radius came from.
I know, Brian.
How do you think?
Well, Chronic, you can see why that's the next step, right? For example, if we're talking about this, okay, let's just say sextants on a globe. You've got these kind of imaginary tangent plane that you create as the horizontals, et cetera, et cetera. The next step, I mean, could it work on that if the Earth was a sphere? That's a discussion in and of itself. But what you then have to do is prove the radius or show that the Earth is curving to show that a horizontal will deviate from the Earth.
Huh? I mean, your question about could it work? Sure. Why don't we put them both against each other? I think this is the constant conversation that is always had. Put them against each other using tangents, using whatever you want to use, and see what works out in reality if you use a globe model or a flat model. What actually works in reality with the measurements you make, and it's globe. Unfortunately,
Globe
it's globe.
models derive with angle of elevation.
My original question though, Brian, I say you didn't answer it, but
I did answer your original question.
No.
Gio even stated I answered. I think it was Gio even stated I answered your original question.
Yeah,
we won't be making the question here. Right? If you're going to be claiming a globe, then we're going to get straight into where this radius measurement came from.
Yeah, I'm happy. I understand that. But just to make
measuring it, that's where it came from.
Yeah, B-ball. Just to make one last point to Brian before we go down whatever other path.
You can ask me your original question again, and you can see if I didn't answer, because I'll give you the same.
No, you gave an answer, but again, I would not
the one you wanted, because it didn't.
No, I'm not expecting any particular answer, but if you were willing to understand how you can have a tangent point, tangent plane, whatever words you want to call it,
Not my words.
To the surface of the surface of a sphere, how you would be able to measure an elevation angle to the sun or a star or something.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, using a tangent plane, which is an admission that you can't use the curved surface of a sphere to do this.
Of course, so you're admitting that there's one point that's defined.
Oh my God, Chronic, go away, Chronic.
Well, you can't
do it without a tangent plane.
You're in over your head, Chronic.
Well, Chronic, yeah, I guess so.
What
Brian just said, you can't do it without the tangent plane. Would you at least agree that you do need the tangent plane? We're not saying that means, in your view, that you have to think the Earth is something different. I'm just saying you do admit that you need that tangent plane.
Sure.
Okay,
so that doesn't break anything.
Well, we don't need a sphere to do anything.
We just have a horizontal line. We don't call it a tangent. You want to know why? You want to know why we have a horizontal line and you have a horizontal line?
Yeah.
We both have a horizontal line. Ours just isn't called a tangent.
I also want to know why it doesn't work in reality on a flat Earth.
No. This is where no. Here I go. Here I go, please. Here I go, please. Okay, you are missing the forest for the trees. The point is what doesn't work. The point is not what doesn't work. The point is what you need to make it work, and you need a horizontal line.
You think
that's the point?
Man,
you're focusing on the fact. You're focusing on the fact that he says you can't do that on a horizontal plane. But even I would say to Brian, that's not the point, Brian. The point is...
Hang on, Travis.
Hold on.
Sure, I disagree, but go ahead.
Travis, he made a baseless assertion fallacy, where he just says that can't work on a flat Earth, and he never showed anything, or he doesn't have any proof of anything.
Did he say that?
When it comes to his,
pretty sure he's putting words in my mouth, but I'll let him continue.
I don't remember him saying that. But
definitely didn't say it.
He requires a tangent plane.
Sure.
So he can't work without a horizontal plane.
Okay, that's what I was trying to say, Brian. That's what I was trying to say. Chronic.
Sorry, Travis. Sorry.
That's okay. Okay. I know that Brian said it won't work on a sphere. But that is, again, I can just wipe that away from the whiteboard and leave the horizontal line, because that's what you need. That is a concept in both models. Both flat Earth and a globe Earth have to establish an imaginary horizontal that stretches out in front of them as the baseline.
So Copernicus, here's where I agree, actually, surprisingly, maybe, or not, with most of the stuff that you just said.
Wow, is that like
your
like
statements about the
0.0001 compliment?
Your statements about the main point of whatever arguments that you're making, I egregiously disagree about the main points that you're making. The main point of this whole thing, you're going to disagree with me, of course, because that's the standard, is whether these can be this can be demonstrated successfully, i.e., celestial navigation, using globe Earth math, globe Earth models, triangulation, things like this, or on a flat, using flat Earth math and a flat Earth model.
Well,
that seems to be the main point to me. You can disagree, but
I'll answer that for you very quickly. You to even begin this process within your heliocentric belief, you need a tangent plane. So straight away you're admitting that. Once again, I'm telling you, straight away you're admitting that this process cannot be done without a horizontal plane. It cannot be done on a curved surface.
No, stop. Wait, Brian.
As I said earlier, I'm not going to waste my time begging a question with you.
Yeah.
Right? If you're going to claim a globe, then we need to get into where this globe came from, where the radius came from, in particular, because the globe has to have a radius. We need to get into where this radius came from.
B-ball wants to go so hard on the.
We've said this.
It's all right. It's all right.
Listen, we've said this now in the past 10 minutes over and over and over again. How many times do you need us to repeat it?
Well, Travis, let me ask you this, or Brian, or whoever wants to respond. This is completely begging the question, obviously. If the Earth was a sphere, let's just say if it was, Travis, do you think that celestial navigation would work the way that they're saying? Meaning the imaginary tangent plane and the stars are all in outer space. That is how you would do sextants if the Earth was a sphere, right?
Yep.
Right.
I don't think Brian's willing to say yes for that, though.
No, it could never work because.
See, Brian is literally not even willing to.
Let him give the rebuttal.
Tangent planes don't exist. They're imaginary, right? So you can't have an imaginary flat plane. You can't do that if you don't have a real flat plane.
So you guys are against each. You're not. You got to get on the same page at some point. Maybe.
I'm trying to answer that. If you've got a curved surface, you can't just imagine it to be flat for thousands of miles just because you need it to be. Can't do that.
Can I say something real quick?
That's not what's done, Brian.
Let me say something real quick. Chronic, you and I are up at the whiteboard. You draw a circle, I draw a plane. You draw a tangent, I draw a horizontal line. Then you erase your circle and I erase my plane. Do you know what we both still have?
Lines on a whiteboard?
That's right. That's where we both start from, and we both use that same mathematical reference.
It'd be great if that could be. It'd be great if that could be demonstrated in reality.
It's the same. It's the same.
No, it's
we both have a fucking straight baseline, Chronic.
As far as I see it, the difference would be this, in terms of truly proving this out, is the circle of equal altitudes, the GPs, and how those actually map upon the Earth. So in theory, yes, you could do a sextant setup on a globe if it was a globe by doing exactly what they're saying with the tangent plane and doing all of that. If it was a globe, and if that was the globe, then the GPs and the circle of equal altitudes would all match the spherical surface. If it's not a sphere and is a planar surface, then those GPs and those circle of equal altitudes are going to essentially, the circle of equal altitudes are a plane in and of themselves. So on a globe, you have to put those planes all on a globe at this angle, that angle, this angle, that angle to create those circles. And they're essentially like little hemispherical humps at that point. That's what it would be if it was on a sphere. If it's on a flat plane, those circle of equal altitudes are all level, all the way across, and they'll match with the sky and the ground respectively. So that's what needs to be fully proved out through the actual in the field verifications of that without without just going off of, government-based sort of models and, systems that are not verified with the actual physical world.
What I read out earlier was that once you're trying to get a fix, your radii have to be parallel. Number two, the zeniths can't be divergent. Those are two reasons that it can't be a sphere.
Yeah.
Number three, you can't get an elevation angle measurement that has to do with the direction you will be traveling if it's not on that plane. Like you have a plane and then you have a curved surface. Well, the math is not going to work.
What do you mean by the zeniths?
You don't have a right
the problem with the tangent plane part is that you are then doing flat out measurements and you're using parallel zeniths with this flat out measurement. So consequently, once you've done that, it will only ever match a flat earth. It will never match a pre-assumed globe. You don't understand that. It will never match the pre-assumed globe. Now, as I said, I don't want to beg the question here.
Sure. Sure,
Right.
sure, sure.
But if you're going to claim a globe, then we've got to start with the radius.
I mean, I think a good starting point is to figure out why you answer no to Geo's question, but someone on your same side answers yes. There's maybe a little bit of confusion there.
Okay, it's
Who
because.
answered yes?
So what?
Who answered yes?
Huh? To Geo's question.
Yeah, but who answered yes to his question?
Sorry.
Are you referring to the one that if the Earth was a sphere and you were trying to use sextants, and if the stars were light years away, would the way that they're describing it, is that how it would work if it was a sphere? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, Travis answered yes. Brian answered no.
No, I didn't answer yes to that question.
Huh?
Travis didn't answer yes to that question.
I didn't answer yes to that question.
What?
I stated no.
Oh.
I stated no. It won't
I must
work.
have somebody
If you're
else.
using a tangent plane, the measurements won't work.
It would be this, just to rephrase it. If the Earth was a sphere, I know it's complete begging the question, but if it was, and if the stars were way out there light years away, so you've got light years away stars.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to.
Would they have GPs, and how would you then use a sextant if you lived on that?
Question you originally asked me, I'm not going to beg the question that far. Sorry.
All right.
Well, that was what it is.
Okay.
It's simply because they're arguing, hey guys, the Earth is a sphere, and the sextant systems works on that. If the Earth was a sphere, it may work on that. If the circle of equal altitudes all fit a sphere, etc. In theory, it would work. And then that's where Brian's going, which I agree. The next question, okay, prove the radius, prove curvature to prove that that's the case.
I don't agree it would work because it wouldn't work. That's my point.
Yeah. So I think
the fact that tangent planes are needed. First of all, that is, as I say it again, is an absolute admission that it can't be done on a curved surface. Number one. Number two is that once you use measurements, right? Once you use a tangent plane and measurements connected to that tangent plane, those measurements will only ever fit a flat plane. They will never fit a curved surface after that.
False.
Because you're using parallel zeniths. No,
so at least at the very least,
can you show us the math where can you show us the math where that's true? Can you show us the math where that's true?
Because you're using parallel zeniths to get a distance.
Okay.
Everything.
Post the math that shows us that's true.
B-ball, he's not. He won't. He won't.
Yeah, I think he hasn't been turned down.
The point is that you need a tangent plane to begin with, which means it can't be done on a curved surface. You can't do it without the tangent plane. How can you do it without the tangent plane?
So, anyways, Travis and Brian got back on the same page. No need to sweat. We can wipe our sweat away. They're both in agreement now, so all good. We can move on.
So when are we going to get? Because look, I'll be honest with you. It's now 5 to 4 in the morning here. When are we going to? Are you interested in talking about the radius of this globe?
B-ball is dying too, so I'll
well, not really.
I hope you have your maths.
Not really.
I hope you have your history and your maths together, B-ball.
I don't really care about that. You could show us your math.
Hold on, Geo. Time out. Geo, fam. I want this conversation to be had. I want Brian to be heard. I want the other side to be heard. Somebody has to moderate this. They're obviously tag teaming and being equally just appalling.
Who's tag teaming?
Who's tag team? What do you mean?
I'm not sure.
I haven't said anything. The only person that's been talking is Chronic.
Mostly me and Brian. It's actually been Travis and Brian tag teaming me, but whatever.
No. You came in and addressed us.
He's just saying comparatively.
Yeah. Just the conversational, conversation wise. But anyways, I'm happy to take it back. And B-ball can,
when I'm talking.
Whoever, Kosho, B-ball can take it back over. I just wanted to have an interesting conversation.
You've been waiting to speak, man.
Well, I guess I was B-ball. Okay, if you guys are gonna go into the radius, one thing I just want to say though, just to close out from before, what we were saying is that, like Brian, what I was saying is that if the Earth was a sphere, and if you even use those imaginary tangent planes, you could even like shoot a laser if you wanted to make it a little bit more physical on the globe. So I mean, the basic question is, if the Earth was a globe, could you use a sextant in addition to using the assumed horizontal plane, the tangent plane? Could you do that and do celestial navigation if it was a sphere?
No, it would fail. It can't be done. It requires a horizontal plane.
How did you establish that?
You have to be able to find your own location. That's the whole point of doing 3 circles of equal altitude.
Well,
you won't have 3 circles. You won't have 3 circles of equal altitude, because as soon as those circles, even if you use tangent planes, as soon as you put those circles onto the surface of a sphere, then The problem is the diameter of those circles then become chord lines. And those chord lines will always be less in distance than the arc that resides above them. So your distances will always be off. You'll always be lost. You'll never find your location. It will not work. Even if you beg the question of tangent planes, you will eventually have to put those 3 circles, after you've made them on a one flat plane, you will eventually have to put them onto the globe, and consequently then they won't work. Because, as I said, their diameters then become chord lines, and those chord lines will be always less in distance than the arc that resides above them. Can't work. It's impossible.
So if we can't use the globe, what type of map should we use? If we can't use the globe,
whatever map you want, I don't care. I don't claim any map. The point I'm making is that it can't work on a curved surface. I'm not trying to gaslight you. I'm not trying to be your enemy. I'm just stating the facts. It's a geometric fact.
So are you claiming that no one uses celestial navigation nowadays?
Oh my God! What?
Wow, that's some unbelievable straw man. Let's get people.
I'm just saying because you're saying okay.
No.
Okay, let me.
Kosho, can I suggest you have the conversation with Brian?
Come on, you don't run this, dude. You don't run this. You don't run this.
I'm not telling you.
Can I have a conversation? Can I have a conversation?
I'm asking Kosho.
Well, if
he would like to have the conversation,
I would like to have a conversation with Brian.
First of all, Kosho, can you moderate him while I'm talking? Just because he doesn't like what I'm saying about him doesn't mean he can talk through what I'm saying.
So just because you don't like the question I'm asking doesn't mean that you can talk to Kosho and tell him to moderate.
Oh, my bad, Kosho. So you're going to let him continue talking when actually
I'm talking to Brian right now.
To be quiet so I can continue.
I don't remember you being a moderator here or you running shit over here.
We're going to let Eli talk.
Oh, girls.
My goodness, dude.
Let's let Eli talk. You're basically never in here, B-Ball. You're in here every day.
No, I'm not in here every day. I had questions for Brian. Did he run away?
Yeah, but you didn't have to interrupt me while I was talking about.
I think I was waiting for a long time, and you jumped in and you wanted because you didn't like what I was asking.
B-Ball. Eli was talking first, was he not?
No, I was talking, and he cut me off so that he can ask Kosho a question because he didn't like the question.
No, I didn't. No, I did. Hold on. Did I? Or did he? Or look at what I'm saying. Look, it's like 5 people talking. I'm trying to listen. Did it not go like this? Correct me if I'm wrong. We can go back and watch the tape. Because if we go back and watch the tape, anyway, I think what I said was, after you asked him that very short question, so you don't think anyone uses celestial navigation, does celestial navigation using the sextant? That was a question to which I jumped before Brian and said, oh, hell no. This is not, as a listener, the kind of debate I want to hear if it's going to be this cognitively painful for you. Therefore, I would even want Kosho to do it before I listen to that, based on the last thing you just said.
Please allow me to continue.
So I'm at the end. So Kosho, I didn't interrupt him. He interrupted me because he didn't like my disdain for his lack of intellectual muscle power.
I mean, can you stop speaking? Just let B-Baller continue the conversation, man.
There was going to be a transition to. There was going to be a transition.
Kosho asked somebody that.
The transition was going to be to the radius, was where that was going to be discussed. Because we pretty much saturated, at least for now, the celestial navigation in terms of the angles and this tangent plane and so on. So it sounds like Brian was asking for somebody to verify a radius value, and whether that was B-Ball or Kosho or Chronic, somebody.
Let me jump in real quick. Yeah, just real quick. First of all, you're right, Gio. That is what Brian asked. The second of all, both Chronic and B-Ball passed. They don't want to answer that question.
But B-Ball's dying to answer that question, dude.
No, he passed. No, you said B-Ball's dying to ask, and B-Ball said, no, I'm not. At that point, he wanted to address. Okay, I'm talking right now, Chronic.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, the last thing I want to say is, this is the shitty kind of logic argumentation that B-Ball and the rest of you guys present. When he says, so you're saying no one does celestial navigation? No, he didn't say that. That's a non sequitur, first of all. It doesn't follow from what he said. And then, since he didn't say it, It's a straw man. Why can you guys not logic?
Okay, so when someone makes claims, that celestial navigation can't work on a globe, that's when I ask the question. So you don't think anybody uses it, since you don't think we live on a globe?
Seems like a logical question.
What
seems to me,
what map do you think we? What map do you think we use? And how do you think we figure out the distance between places?
Hold on.
How do we? Okay, last question. Last
He's
question.
addressing me.
Last question. Last question. How do you think we figure out the distances between places on any map that you do or do not want to claim?
You seem to keep on wanting to talk about maps. Let's get down. Are you claiming a globe?
Okay, so I'm not gonna answer the question. Okay, go ahead. Someone else can take
I
over.
don't make any claims about maps.
No. Let him go. He's Brian. He's leaving. He's leaving the conversation. Let him leave the conversation.
Is he?
Yeah, because no one wants to answer the question.
Leading or leading?
Because you know where that's going, right? You know where this question is going, right?
Hang on, it's heading for 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't want to be. I don't want to be staying here a whole lot after like the 15-20 minutes. I'm going to be gone.
He just said he doesn't want to talk. He just said he doesn't. Because he
doesn't want to answer the question. That's why.
No, I won't beg the question with you. If you want to beg the question, we will have to start at the start then, which is your
radius value.
If you're not interested in talking about the radius value, then you may as well talk to someone else.
I don't care about the radius value. I don't care whether you believe it or not. I don't care.
Anyone who's claiming a globe means that they have to verify the radius.
And you're claiming that the Earth is flat, right? So let's figure out how do we know the distances between. How do we know the distances between different continents?
Oh my God!
The distance
so dumb. You shouldn't even answer that.
It's really not dumb.
B-Ball said something dumb.
Are we answering questions with questions?
How do we know the distances between continents?
How do we know whether the Earth is a globe or not?
Because of just one thing, the distances between continents.
A radius would determine if we could have a measure.
No, I don't need that.
Yeah, well, you do if you're claiming a globe.
I know I don't.
You're claiming a globe. You need a radius because you're claiming a size.
I'll argue you on your point.
Between different
I'll
continents.
argue you on that
Southern
point
hemisphere,
later. Brian doesn't
they
want to
are a
talk
lot
about
closer.
that. I'll take you up
I know
on
he doesn't
that
want to talk
argument.
about that.
Okay, so later on, I'll take you up on that. Don't you worry.
Let
Brian debate with whomever wants to talk about how the radius was divided.
So Elijah, you want to talk about distances between continents? Hold on, wait, Brian.
B-Ball, that plays into what you're asking anyways. You're asking about distances.
I want to ask Elijah directly, Gio, really quick. I'm sorry.
Yo, I just told him in slow motion later, bro. Yes.
Distances between places in the Southern Hemisphere.
Okay. 1 second.
Cool.
1 second.
Hold on. I don't know who just muted Eli. Eli's not supposed to be muted. Please don't do that. Whoever muted him. All right. So
really quick question.
The question, hang on. Just to say where it was at celestial navigation. It got into the begging the question of the sphere. The question Brian asked is he didn't want to beg the question of a sphere, so somebody needs to prove or verify a radius value. I don't want to put words in Brian's mouth, but I was pretty much what happened. So, is there a globe earther in here that would like to validate the radius? And if they don't want to beg the question, then we can move on from that.
Yeah, but
why is it that we have to answer those questions, but no one wants to answer our questions?
Well, doesn't the 69-mile per degree tie into having the radius?
Yeah, exactly. No, it does. Exactly, it does.
Wait. Let me address B-Ball's question.
You're coming again, Travis.
Let me address B-Ball's question. B-Ball asked a question.
Yeah.
B-Ball asked this question. Why doesn't anyone want to answer our question? The trick on that is, hold on. The trick on that is you guys were asked the question first.
Okay.
You guys were asked the question first. Then you guys pussied out and then wanted to ask your questions and make us dance.
Did you not do this, man?
I just want to say that somebody stated a minute ago that 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles, whichever, is directly connected to the globe Earth radius. That is 100% correct. It's not the way you think.
Brian, I wanted to show.
No, but I only said that because that's why they should answer your question. because it ties into celestial navigation, right?
You don't have to defend yourself.
Well, Bebo wants to talk about maps, which means he's claiming a globe, right? Because he wants to talk about globe maps. I take it. I have to just pre-assume. So if he's claiming a globe, then we need to get down to the radius. Look, I'm not going to force this radius thing. If people aren't interested in it, fine. But I'm not going to be here too much longer anyway.
No, and that's what I'm trying to bring it back to whatever the radius or whatever. It doesn't matter. The U and Geo.
It does. It matters.
No, I know it does. I know it does. And I'm saying that the meta conversation doesn't matter. Whatever we talk about, that's fine. But we don't have to keep talking about it. Okay. But with U and Geo, I made this image while you guys were talking with other people because you guys were claiming that the angles can be derived from the sky. Okay. The 60 nautical miles, the linear.
We're not making any claims of the sort. Celestial navigation.
Yeah, Geo made a claim.
Claim, show, and demonstrate it.
Yes, Geo made a claim that was similar to this. You made a claim that was where the zenith angle was referencing the parallel zenith angles. No, the parallel zenith lines. The distance between them is measured by that zenith angle. Okay, so this is representing both y'all's claims. If you want to talk about the radius, we can talk about that. But I wanted to show you first that no, you cannot translate that to a spherical sky because it doesn't give you linear angles, the linear distance.
I didn't claim a spherical sky.
I know, Geo.
Neither did I. No, I did not. Don't put claims in my mouth. I did not say that.
Well, you did say that the sphere on the Earth, the sphere that's on the surface is translated from the what's happening in the sky. Did you not say that? Or did somebody else say that?
Yeah, but I didn't say that the sky is curved. I think that's happening because of the perspective field is curved. You see in a hemispherical field of view.
I was in my Travis, by the way, Geo. My bad.
I cleared up, Geo. If you allow me a second, there is no curve. We don't observe a curve to the sky. The curve is a pre-assumption due to the insertion of the arc scale of the protractor or sextant. It's an arc scale. They use the curve within the arc scale, and that's why the celestial sphere model has a curved sky, because they're using the arc scale. It's not that they're directly stating that the sky is curved, because we don't know what the sky is. So it's to do with the arc scale, not to do with even perspective. We don't observe a curved sky. We just observe a different angular heights to different things in the sky.
Right, and the point of making this is not to put the dome up there. I think it was Travis, actually, not you, Gio, my bad. But somebody who was saying that you can just translate it from the sphere on the ground and translate it to the sky. It wouldn't matter what the shape of the sky would be, because they would behave the same way that Brian was talking about they'd behave, where they would have these triangles, basically, where you'd have these two parallel zeniths, and the angle would have to represent something to do with that triangle, the zenith angle, but it doesn't. And what it does represent is the 60 nautical miles, which just happens to be, like you said, Brian, it's 1 arc minute of the surface of the circumference. So it's being 1 arc minute of the circumference. So 60 nautical miles dictates that it's a circular circumference, right? Circumference is circular, and the size of it.
That's arc scale.
Right. Why would you be using arc scale?
You're talking about a minutes of degree measurement across the sky, then you're treating the sky as a flat plane. That's horizontal. Right. So that's a horizontal parallel to another horizontal out underneath it.
Yeah. So why are you using arc minutes if you're not using a circle?
The circle is the arc. The arc of the sextant is 1/6 of a circle. The protractor is a 180 degrees. It's just a way of describing it, right? But that's the arc scale within the sextant or the protractor. That's not that we're claiming that the sky, me or celestial navigation or anyone else is claiming that the sky is curved and the earth underneath it is flat. When you're using a sextant, a marine sextant, right? For instance, what you do is your zenith distance will be a pre-assumed straight horizontal line across the sky.
Yes.
And that will be in minutes of degree. So as I said, if that's a 45 degree angle, then that's going to be 2,700 minutes of degree, which then are transferred one for one straight down to a parallel horizontal out underneath it.
Yes, we went through all this before, okay? But that's my point, though. Hold on,
But you're trying to straw man someone here.
Brian, hold on, man. I know you're ready already, but we went through this already. The arc minutes are representing whatever they're representing. That's fine. But what we're using for them for is they give us the distance to the GP, because we're multiplying it by a linear distance, which tells us that for every arc minute there's 60 nautical miles, which tell us that for you said for 180 degrees there's a semicircle, and every portion of that semicircle is 60 nautical miles. So that tells you that half of the circle is 180 times 60 nautical miles, and the other half is another 180 times 60 nautical miles. And so that circumference is precisely correct. And so the radius is in that same formula.
No, you have it completely wrong, Kosho. What you're doing there, what's happening there is you're using the old globe tactic of hijacking the celestial sphere model. That's what you're doing. The celestial sphere model uses a horizontal baseline because it uses the horizontal coordinate system. But it uses the arc scale, right? It pre-assumes the sky is the arc scale of the protractor or sextant. And that's what it does. So it pre-assumes, like for ease of use, it pre-assumes a curved sky. But not that it's stating the sky is curved. It's only pre-assuming that to fit the protractor or sextant.
That's why I was referring it to like almost like a hemispherical field of view.
Fair enough. Check this out, though.
Brian, I can't speak for you. I don't. 1 second, sorry. I can't speak for anyone else, but I have never observed the curved sky.
Brian,
what you're trying to do,
don't tell me what I'm trying to do. Let me speak for myself now.
1 second. No, 1 second. What you're trying to do is weasel in some kind of a radius.
Brian, I'd like to respond to what you just said
without actually talking about the radius.
Thank you,
Brian.
You
were asked if you wanted to talk about the radius. You said you didn't.
I didn't say that, Brian. I didn't say that at all, Brian.
Slip in some dodgy radius claim,
Brian,
and have it go unchecked.
Brian, I didn't say that at all. Okay, you had your chance to respond. Gio responded. You want to come back in and respond to something else? I'm trying to respond to what you said before, Brian. Okay. The fact is, you're saying that these this protractor and these arc minutes, these are pre-assumed that this is what's happening in the sky, yada yada yada. However, this presumption that's being used,
no, that's not what I said.
This is actually being used for factual distances across the ground, because those angles, regardless of if you're 60 miles from Polaris, or 60 degrees, whether Polaris is 60 degrees below the zenith, or it's whatever degree it is below the zenith, you're going to multiply that by 60 nautical miles, a linear distance, and you're going to find your distance to that GP. So if it's on the horizon, if it's 0 degrees on the horizon, you would measure 90 times that 60 nautical miles, and you would be measuring horizontal. Hold on, man. Hold on, my man.
You're destroying your own argument.
Hold on, dude. I'm almost there. But yeah, if you were measuring it 0 on the horizon, you would then take 90 minus 0 to get 90 times 60. This would give you the distance from where you would be, which would be the equator, to the North Pole. So once again,
and you'd be using the horizontal.
Once again, Brian, hold on, man.
Of the celestial sphere model.
Brian,
that's what you're using.
Brian, hold
Coach,
on.
you got to pass the mic at one.
I got to finish my point first, right?
No, Gio, what's happening?
I'm finishing my point.
Kosho
I haven't even made the point yet.
The point, but I know the point he's making.
No, yeah,
but the point he's making is irrelevant because what he's talking about is a hijacking of the celestial sphere model. The celestial sphere model, right, uses a horizontal coordinate, the horizontal coordinate system. It's using a horizontal plane at all times. It's only using a curved sky because of the protractor or sextant. So it's pre-assuming a curve just to go along with the curve of the sextant, the arc scale of the sextant or the protractor. But all measurements from your position to the GP point of any celestial body is a horizontal measurement. So what Kosho is doing here is going nowhere because he's just proving a flat plane.
Okay, now that I don't know why Gio's saying that pass the mic. This guy makes 5 points. I'm trying to make 1 point. Okay. The 1 point that I'm making is that what you're saying right now is that this we say that they're pre-assuming that these angles are referencing the spherical, the celestial sphere, right? And these 60 nautical miles per each one of those degrees, which we do use to measure the surface along the ground. And we do know that each of those points on the surface, if it were 1 degree from a celestial, if there was a star that was 89 degrees in the sky, it'd be 60 nautical miles away. So we do know that the celestial sphere matches the surface of the Earth, and we use it in this way. That 60 nautical miles.
You're back to begging the question of a curved surface. You're once again not understanding. The arc scale of the sextant and of the protractor is a perspective scale. All angular measurements are measurements of perspective. Perspective has nothing to do with your globe. There is no perspective involved in your globe. Its Earth curve replaces perspective when it comes to your globe claims. Yes,
let me finish the point.
Perspective when it comes to your globe model.
Let me finish.
And I think what you're trying to do now, are you trying to claim are you trying to?
This is the second time you haven't let me finish.
A height to Polaris above a flat plane. Is that what you're at now?
I got to pass the mic.
To me, that's what
but I can't finish my point. So, anyways, where the hell was I? Anyway, so the 60 nautical miles per degree, which also matches a point beneath the celestial sphere, such that that point on the celestial sphere is going to be at that zenith, which is 60 nautical miles away, for given the same angle. Regardless,
no, it won't match a curved surface.
Regardless, these two facts, okay, plus the fact that there's 60 nautical miles times 90 degrees, right? No matter what side of the equator you're on, pointing at Polaris, right? Okay, and this is a 1/2 of the circle, one semicircle, 180 degrees, 60 nautical miles. And it tells you that the other half of the circle is the other 180 degrees, and that this number is the circumference. And if you divide that by 2 pi, you get the radius that you were yourself just asking for.
I'm not asking you for the radius. I asked you for where you said you didn't want to say on. Now everyone here has heard this. You said you did not want to talk about a radius, and now you're trying to underneath the door slip in some radius claim. So let's get past all this nonsense and get straight into the radius.
I didn't say that one time.
You just tried to claim a radius. Now I know what you're doing, and you're completely wrong. For a start, you're trying to put a curved surface underneath a curved sky. That won't work.
Yes, exactly.
Will have a different radius than the curved sky.
What you just said is exactly what they're doing, and then making that the sphere.
Yeah, it doesn't work. There's 2 different radius, 2 different sizes spheres. It doesn't work. They're trying 60 nautical miles per degree on a curved sky won't work on a curved surface underneath it. It will work on a horizontal plane underneath it, but it won't work on a curved surface. But the sky is not claimed to be curved anyway. It's just a perspective thing. That's what the arc scale is based on. Perspective. All angular measurements are measurements of perspective. Now, if you want to talk about radius, we'll talk about radius. So give me a yes or no now, Coach.
Okay, listen, Brian. I know you're sleepy, but I never once said anything about. I never said anything about not talking about this radius, Brian. I never said anything, Brian. Brian. I never once said anything about not talking about the radius. Those were the other 2 guys.
So you do want to talk about the radius?
Brian.
Okay. Yeah, we will.
Brian, hello. I would never said that.
Could you give me the exact?
Brian.
What you seem to be keep talking through. You say you want to talk about the radius.
All right, hold on, Kosho. You finished your point.
I didn't. I just started my point.
No, dude, you went on. You finished that point. That
point. He said his point twice, to be honest.
Yes, you fully said your point
about the nautical miles, right? And he said that distance is the distance along the sphere.
Yes, Coach, you talk about the 2 pi r. You basically reverse it. You explain the reverse engineering of how that radius is derived from that reverse calculation, the way Brian said. So the next logical step is to then verify the radius or wherever it goes from here. But it seems like that was completed. It makes sense where Brian's taking it from there because you just did a calculation and it is kind of slipping in the radius. But if you want to back that up with further, then you could try to do that.
Gio, if you're being serious right now, you don't realize that I just started making my point. He's going on about that. I'm responding to him saying that now. I'm not finished my point. I just started talking to him.
You need to take a
What
break.
you're trying to do is trying to keep me here and waste my time. That's what you're trying to do.
No,
now,
just clipping him the whole time.
We're going to start at the start. Sorry, someone else talking now.
Yeah, I was just saying, Kosho hasn't shut up. He clips you the whole time you're talking. I mean, if we could rewind the last 5 minutes, it's amazing how much Kosho is clipping.
All right. Well, it's Kosho. Kosho, hold on. Hold on. Let's just go from here. Kosho, you completed your point. You were interrupted a couple times, but you did get it. It seemed like at least that was completed. So let's give the floor to Brian, and then you guys can.
Well, no, it wasn't. He just responded to that though. He just responded to how
he didn't.
you both did.
Kosho didn't even start his point. Like, why do you guys keep saying
No, because his point is that it's 60 nautical miles per degree.
He keeps getting interrupted.
It's 60 nautical miles per degree. Okay, you know what? All right, start from there.
He's trying to equivocate.
Let him finish from there. When we heard him say, okay, so it's
Eli,
60 nautical miles
what he's trying to do
degree.
is just waste our time. That's what he's
No,
trying to do.
Brian.
He wants me to stay here and just get more tired and more tired. You know, it's like if he wants to talk about
Brian,
the radius,
but guess what? He's not going to talk about it if you don't let him say the rest of what he's already said.
No, see, what happened was I did finish that, and then both Brian and Gio responded to it, and now I'm responding to what they said.
All right, well,
that's
not what you were saying. No. You told Brian.
Hold on.
But he was buddy.
Hold on, man.
Let's just continue with the
for that already.
Okay.
Hold on. Let's just continue with the discussion. If Kosho, if you want to go instead of Brian, fine. Somebody just Kosho, go ahead. Somebody go to keep it going here.
I'll remind you guys what you guys just said to me, because what you guys just said to me in response was that because you were talking to him, saying that I'm just hijacking the spherical, the celestial sphere, and he said yes, he's hijacking the celestial sphere and the 60 nautical miles per degree that exists in the celestial sphere, and somehow trying to translate it to the Earth. However, that's not me trying to do that. That's how this whole mechanism works. The 60 nautical miles isn't referencing the celestial sphere; it's referencing the ground. We reference the ground when we do that 60 nautical miles per degree.
And tell me, the ground in the celestial sphere model is that horizontal?
The ground on the Earth is not horizontal. No.
No, a celestial sphere model, right? Does the celestial sphere model use a horizontal baseline?
No, the ground on the Earth that's representing the 60 nautical miles is it's not horizontal.
No, the arc that's in the sky, or the pre-assumed sky, the celestial sphere, is the celestial sphere. It's not the surface of a globe Earth. It uses the horizontal coordinate system, which means it's using a horizontal baseline. It's a horizontal baseline. It's all based on perspective. It's all based on perspective. All angular measurements are based on perspective.
Okay, so where is the 60 nautical miles referencing?
It's referencing a horizontal plane. It has to. You're using elevation angles,
right?
Which means that you're using minutes of degree. Every 1 minute of degree becomes 1 nautical mile.
And so in this image
it's not me. I mean, that's a celestial sphere.
So this image I posted for you guys a minute ago, when I showed you that this is a triangle, right triangle. These two distances from that star there, or whatever, wherever that star is, could be anywhere in the sky. These two triangles are still going to be behaving the same way, and the distance between them is not going to be a linear difference between their distance and the angle. It's going to be a trigonometric difference. Okay, so that's why I'm asking where the 60 nautical miles comes from, because it's not going to be represented.
Well, once again, I'll tell you, this arc or curve of the celestial sphere, right, is for two reasons. One is because it's replicating the protractor and the arc scale on the sextant, and two is the reason for the arc is because of perspective, right? It's like a 50-50 between perspective and the use of the arc scale of the sextant or protractor. It's not that the sky is presumed to be an arc. Now, I'm not saying that as another time. Now, you talked about a radius. Now, it's now 4 o'clock in the morning. Now, either we're going to get to the radius here and now, or we're not.
We can talk
I'm
about the
not
radius
wasting
if
my
you'd
time
like.
anymore.
Yeah, we can talk about the radius if you'd like, but I've already derived it in one way. I can derive it
Really?
more.
Well, okay. You already derived it. Okay, step one. What was step one?
Step one was I used what you've already said, which is that there's a protractor,
Horizontal plane. No, no, hang on. I didn't say that. That's the celestial sphere model, which uses a horizontal baseline. So you are supposed to be getting, and that horizontal baseline is presumed to be the surface of Earth. So you're supposed to be coming up with a radius for your globe Earth.
Okay, so
you said that you've derived it. So give me the exact figure you derived, and then we'll go through how we got to this.
60 nautical miles that you said. That's in between what again? Any two arc minutes. Every arc minute between the two of them, there's 60 nautical miles. Is this correct?
I think you need to sober up or something, Kosho, because
is that correct, man?
I'm going to say the same thing to you about 10 times in this conversation. That every minute of degree becomes 1 for 1 a nautical mile.
What did I say? Oh yeah, no. 60 nautical miles is an arc minute. Right?
No, that's 60 nautical miles is a degree.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
The 60 minutes of degree within 1 degree.
Yeah. Right. So that's what I'm asking you though.
So what?
60 nautical miles. What I meant.
I'll ask you. Look, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll ask you again. What is your radius value? Give me a radius value, and then we'll go into how you came to it.
We could use 3959.
3959 is not correct. It will not match the latitude and longitude grid.
Sure will.
No, it won't. 3958.09491525707064. That's what you need to come up with.
Okay, well, what I could do is I could translate 60 nautical miles into miles, and I'm going to get what?
No, hang on. You can't beg the question for this. This is you proving a globe's radius.
Okay,
now,
so
I just read
I'm
out
not
a number there. You don't have that number. You just threw out 3959. Not understanding that 3959 is a rounding up of that number I just read out.
Okay.
I know where that number came from.
If I take 60 nautical miles and I translate that to 60 miles,
that'd be a flat plane measurement. That'd be a flat plane measurement. That'd be a flat plane measurement.
If I take 60 nautical miles and I translate that,
flat plane measurement. Nautical miles are horizontal flat plane measurements.
Yeah, you said it was in between.
Or angular measurements. Angles, flat plane. Can't use a curved surface.
Right. So 60 nautical miles, however, when you translate
is a flat plane measurement. You're supposed to be coming up with a radius for your globe.
Can you let him finish the thought, man? Like, what's wrong with you, bro?
No, he's wasting my time. That's why. He knows.
Then go.
He's messing around and he's just wasting my time.
Well, you have to let people finish their thoughts. Sorry if you don't like it.
But he's hand waving away what I say. He keeps going back to 60 nautical miles per degree, right? And then I tell him that that's a horizontal flat plane measurement, and then he just hand waves that away and goes back because he's trying to beg the question that this has something. The 60 nautical miles per degree has something to do with a curved surface of a globe Earth. That's what he's doing, and I'm not allowing it.
Okay.
Now, that's what's going on.
However, if you were to allow me to do it, you'd see that it translates 60 nautical miles, roughly 69.0, I don't know. Let me see, 0.05, okay? And if we were to multiply that by 360...
Why would we do that?
Because there's 360
but you're now creating a pre-assumed sphere. You're supposed to be coming up with a radius measurement for the sphere, not just creating it.
It's not a it's already indicated. It's indicated in the fact that you're using it. You're using it as such.
You're just creating a circle. That's all you're doing. That's not a radius measurement. That's just creation of a circle.
Yeah, you are creating it, Kosho. It's like you're like a video game programmer and you're just creating the sphere and then pulling that data and applying it to the sphere. So yeah, you have to then prove the radius value or the sphere before you can beg the question with any validity.
Why is it before it was valid to use each angle, each degree of angle? Why was it valid before to use that for the 60 nautical miles, and now this is not valid for me to use it?
Because you're
how did
special
you justify using that?
pleading. It's because it's special pleading, Coach.
Yeah, right. In your case, it actually doesn't make any sense why you would use it, right?
But I already detailed why nautical mile distances are horizontal, because they are based off of angular measurements, which are right angle triangles.
That doesn't make any sense.
It does make sense geometrically. Yeah, that's geometry.
No, that's not geometry. He just said that he's using 60 nautical miles per arc minute because, as horizontal because it's a angular measurement. It doesn't make any sense.
Yes, and you have a right angle to a horizontal, to a plane.
Yeah, but that's not how trigonometry works.
Yeah, that fact doesn't correlate to what he was saying.
Trigonometry. What's trigonometry, Coach?
Trigonometry is actually what you would use to determine how the angle would translate to a distance across the ground, if in the way you're discussing.
I asked you what it is.
Trigonometry. It's talking about angles.
Is it triangles? Is it triangles? Triangles.
Angles inside of a circle.
Triangles. So flat plane geometry then.
No, I just told you angles inside of a circle.
Inside of a circle. So that's still flat plane. Yeah, it's flat plane.
Yeah,
flat plane.
It's
angles from a horizontal plane inside of a circle. Flat plane.
However, the angles that we're using is not across the plane. We're using angles from the zenith or from the horizon to the zenith.
Yeah,
the horizon to the zenith.
It's a circle.
Nah.
A circle, which is a 2D surface.
Yeah, but it's not that again. It's not a circle across the surface. It's a circle from the horizon to your zenith, which is directly in front of you.
From the horizon, a circle from the horizon to yours. What are you talking about? Yeah, you're back to begging the question, Kosho. Look,
the angle that you're measuring celestial navigation is going to be in between your horizon and your zenith.
There's going to be a circle between your horizon and your zenith.
Yes, it's going to be perpendicular to your zenith.
So
perpendicular to your vertical.
So when you saying when I have not me, but when someone's using a marine sextant on the deck of a boat, and the horizon mirror is angled down towards the horizon, and coming in on the index mirror is the light from the star, that when they do height of eye correction, they end up with a curved surface.
No, what I'm telling you is that the circle that they're using when they're using a sextant is a circle that is standing upright and perpendicular to their vertical, not flat on the ground.
They're not using the circle. The only circles using the circles of equal altitude. They're flat horizontal circles.
Right.
Okay, so where are the angles? The angles that you're measuring on a sextant, where are they? Where are they in reference to? Are they in reference to a flat circle on the ground, or a circle sitting upright?
The circle is once you make your angle with a marine sextant from the deck of a boat, right? You have an obtuse angle because you're above the horizon which you're using. You then do height of eye correction to give yourself a right angle triangle, and the zenith, right? You subtract your elevation angle from 90, and you use your zenith angle, the remaining zenith angle, multiply that by 60, and that gives you your horizontal distance using the surface of Earth. Right?
It's wonderful, but it doesn't
that then becomes the radius of your circle of equal altitude. So if you have a 2,700 nautical mile radius, then double that will be your diameter. And 3.14, that multiplied by 3.14 gives you your circle of equal altitude. It's a 2D horizontal circle. And then you do that 2 more times. 3 of them you'll do. That's what they do.
The question was simple. I asked you the circle, the angles that you're using, are they angles that represent a circle that's flat across the ground? Or is it angles that are referencing a circle that is standing upright?
Flat horizontal. Flat horizontal.
It's not.
Circle.
You literally just.
I'm going to go.
Okay, that's fine. For everybody else in here, if you're measuring an angle that's between your zenith and your horizon, This isn't measuring a circle that is flat horizontal. That doesn't make any sense.
No. You're measuring off the horizontal. You're getting the angle. It's a part of that 1/6 of the circle, right? So, but what Brian is talking about, which is different from you, which is also true, is that the circles that they're concerned with is like the LOP, the circle around the star. Now, if you have 2 stars, you have 2 circles. Now, those circles are circles of equal altitude.
Yeah, you're right that Brian did say that, and that is true. It's very irrelevant to what we're talking about, because we're not talking about the circles of equal altitude. We're talking about the circles that the sextants are measuring, because those are the circles.
That's what the sextants
Those
measure.
are the circles that have
That's
the
what
60
sextants
degrees,
measure.
the 60 miles per degree. So that's the ones we're concerned
measure.
with.
They measure the radius to that circle first, with
Right,
elevation
yeah.
angles and zenith angles. That's what they do. Look, I'm going to go because I think no offense, Kosho, but I think you have too much alcohol in you and you're just wasting people's time. So thanks for having me on, Gio. Thanks for having a debate with me tonight, lads. Good night. See you, Travis. See you, everyone.
Later, Brian. Thank you.
Yeah. Have a good
No
night.
worries.
Yep.
Take care, lads.
They haven't even drank today. I mean, it's not really controversial, I don't think, that the circle that you're measuring angles to when you measure with a sextant, because you can even look at the way when you hold a sextant, you don't hold it flat on the you hold it upright where the angles are going from the horizon to zenith. I mean, I don't know why it's even debatable.
Yeah, but the circle is like it's not really like it's a circle. It's just angles
That's right.
off of, again, the horizontal. Now, if you were to take from the horizontal and have lines radiated out, then you could call that a circle, but it's not a circle.
So the
It's
angles
just
that
an angle off the horizontal.
Angles that you're concerned with, which are not angles of a horizontal, they're just angles from the sextant, which are angles from your zenith, or you can say angles from the elevation, or from the horizon, which would be the elevation angle. Regardless, these angles, these are the angles that are going to represent how many times you multiply the number 60 nautical miles into. So this angle this circle is the one that's referencing the 60 nautical miles. So whenever we're talking about that full circle of 60 nautical miles, that full circle is not making a circumference, a horizontal circumference. It's making a circumference that goes forward from where you are and behind where you are. And so 360 degrees of that circle times that 60 nautical miles will give you the radius almost precisely. Not reverse engineering or anything like that.
That's assumed.
Derived.
It's assumed and calculated. It's a hypothetical derision. Derivation. What's the right word? You're deriving it in a hypothetical, calculated manner. You are deriving it. I'm not saying you're not deriving it. You're taking certain data and then deriving a hypothetical sphere out of it.
I don't understand how it can be hypothetical if we're taking data and getting the actual answer.
Yeah, it makes complete sense.
Because it's not the actual answer. It's one possibility based upon certain values.
It's the only possibility based on the data.
That's
all
false.
All of this stuff is basically, it's not you need it. All you need to do is use logic. If we're living on a sphere, there are certain things that would be completely impossible due to the curvature of the Earth. And there's a lot of things that happen on Earth that would be completely impossible. For example, planes flying level. They don't dip down to follow the curve. Nobody ever can prove that. They do. They don't. Another example is straight pipelines. Those pipes are made perfectly straight. They're connected perfectly straight, and they go for miles. That would be impossible due to the curvature of the Earth. And for another example, as far as we see, until the whole thing with refraction, is you can let me see, the light only curves around the Earth when it's too far to see. Until you prove that it can curve around hills, that's just nonsensical. Okay? The only time you claim that is happening is when we see something that's too far away. Oh, yeah, it's curving around the Earth. Oh, okay. If it can do that, it can go. You can see stuff on the other side of a hill. That nobody's ever done that. Okay, just use logic. This
Welcome
stuff happens.
to
It
Flat
would be
Earth,
impossible on Earth to occur.
fellas. We're all flat earthers now.
We should certainly use logic. Just afraid that it's not being quite used there.
Please explain how it wasn't. How is that not logical?
Pipes are straight. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Hold on. Explain
Airplanes don't dip. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
We see too far. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, we're killing it right now.
I think that covers it. I think we're down here.
All right, wipe our hands.
What, are you denying this logic?
I just dropped a
I'd like
picture of
you to define
mountains
what
from
you mean
252
by
miles away.
logic.
I just dropped a picture from 252 miles away in infrared that should be blocked by almost 3 miles of Earth curvature, and you can see the mountains all the way to the shore. And you guys just say word. You can't see the mountains always. It has to be really clear outside with low humidity and low temperature differential. You know the two factors you need to invoke refraction or maximum refraction? Yeah, the low humidity and the low temperature differential and infrared allowed you to see the mountains all the way to the shore.
What
There should be
language is
2.5
that?
miles. Yeah, make sure you don't respond with specificity. I'm sure
No,
the Earth will be able.
what language is that in?
What? It's French. French.
Is it French? I deny French. French doesn't exist. Doesn't
That was
prove
it.
anything if it's in French.
Yeah, so way to not respond. 252 miles away.
Yeah, there's no evidence for these conditions on the website, though, so we can dismiss your claim.
I'm not talking to that guy. I 100% refuse to talk to that guy. So.
There's no evidence that it's, a round ball either, except for, the lens distortion, the CGI, the questionable reasoning of the Globers, and the bad logic. I mean, what evidence other than that is there that it's anything other than flat?
I dropped 3 university papers about refraction and its effect in the infrared's effect on refraction, how it drastically cuts down the effect. I dropped multiple papers about the temperature and humidity conditions.
Yeah, that doesn't prove what the conditions were for those pictures, though.
I'm not 100% not engaging with that guy. He's a troll.
Yeah, because I'm calling you out on your bullshit.
No,
well, we have to call the Globers out on their...
Watch this, though, Lemon. What conditions are needed for that level of refraction? Yeah, you can just shut up now. You can just go on.
No, I'm still waiting for the conditions of those pictures, though.
What conditions are needed for that level of refraction?
So no evidence then?
You don't know. You're requesting the conditions, but you don't even know what would you do with them? If you don't even know the conditions required for the refraction, what would you do with them?
Yeah, instead of poisoning the well, you can just present your evidence.
No. What would you do with them? Like what? So if it's 2% humidity, would that explain how it happened on the globe?
It was good for the conditions, buddy.
It would go into a presumed calculation, that's for sure, without verification of the phenomenon and a presumed radius value. But it is a fair question, Ed. At least respond to what do you need that data for? Because we can just nip that in the bud once we see that it's based upon presumptions and a radius value that you haven't verified.
They don't even know. They
Right,
have
and
no
it's
idea.
also assuming that light goes in a straight line, so that's irrelevant anyway.
Well, most of the refractive models that you see assume a ball and simply straighten the line over the ball. We need to establish whether it's a ball first before we apply refraction in these theoretical ways to it.
Well, the truth is they actually don't apply the conditions ever. That's the funny part. They actually just come up with a rate. They don't ever do they just say things. See, I've asked Glovers for 2 years. They never, ever, ever answer the question. What conditions would be required specifically to explain the observation?
They basically say hazy picture, therefore refraction, lifting the image over the ball. But the way that these globers talk about refraction, they act as if the ground itself can lift over some section of the horizon, essentially breaking the horizon even and lifting the image over the horizon, I guess, in the foreground. I mean, which horizon are we talking about here? You know, when we're talking about these refractive models, you need to have a horizon as a baseline for this refraction. Otherwise, you just have a rubber ruler where you can move the horizon wherever you want.
But wait, what's hazy about this picture? Can any of the All-Star Globers answer the question? Can you please provide us? They have it. So we'll go get you can easily go check the data for this date. Okay, and I'm in contact with the photographer, so I'm getting the dates. So would you guys like to answer the questions? What conditions would be required to get the level of refraction needed to explain it on a globe? Do any of you even have any idea, or do you just say the word like religious zealots?
Let the record show that Whitsitt couldn't provide any evidence for the conditions of the pictures.
All right, but
no one can
otherwise, you're
answer.
not providing anything either. So at that point, your criticism is just empty.
But
This
like,
one
I
is
don't even know.
good though, dude. 407 kilometers. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Wow. And but you don't. Do you know the additional information about it in terms of? I mean, the altitude of the mountain, I'm sure, is known, right?
Yep. So the observation height's 8,700 or 8,870 feet. I dropped it. There should be like 12,400 feet, and then the mountain elevation is 10,000 feet. So it should be blocked by over a half a mile from the top, and you can see it all the way to the bottom.
Wow.
There should be 2.5 miles blocking all the mountains.
Nice. That's a good one. That's like up there with the Canigoo one, but that's even more clear too. Wow.
Yeah. And I'm translating my messages into French to get this dude to give me some more detail.
And it's also really convenient that they claim this stuff, that it curves around the Earth only when we see too far. How come nobody can give an example of looking over a hill or seeing something over a hill when it's not too far?
It doesn't happen when the boats are getting cut off from the bottom up, right? At that point, it's never seeing around the curve. It's always that's the geometric horizon, that's the curve. They'll scream bloody murder that's the curve. So we don't see around the corner then. We only see around the curve when we see way beyond what the geometric horizon, and when we see the extended planar geometry of Earth. Then it has to be we're seeing it's bending and warping.
Dude, exactly. And think about how stupid their argument is. Dude, they're like, okay, so you need more humidity to invoke stronger refraction. But humidity makes it harder to see. Well, when there's less humidity is when you can see the mountains. So there's less humidity during these observations. It's literally clearer. That's why you can see further. And that's when they need it to be the least clear. That's how dumb this is. Oh, no rebuttal? Of course not. Haven't gotten a rebuttal to that point in 3 years. Just say the word and then spam insults and there's the ball.
Where's your rebuttal, Ed?
I could give you a rebuttal. What's the point that just was made?
Okay, can you see further when it's more humid or less humid?
Less drier air, you can see further.
Okay, so when it's less humid, we can see further because it's clearer, and that's when we make these observations. But to invoke refraction, you need more humidity.
And more density.
Yeah.
So I don't. There's a I did just get here, and usually I try to figure out what's going on first, but you did have a long pause, so I spoke up.
Well, I think they say that the best refraction conditions are down by Antarctica with the cool, dry air. I guess the opposite would be warm and humid being, I guess, the worst refractive conditions where you see the shortest distance as opposed to the cool, dry air of Antarctica that allows you to see very far with the refraction that's down there.
Right, but check this out, bro. Whenever we get the picture and it's really, really cold, it's winter time, and there's no humidity when he took this picture, they'll still say refraction. They don't actually intellectualize any of it. They just say the word.
But you weren't talking about refraction. You were talking about
Well, we're talking about refraction. So these mountains are seen from 407 kilometers, which is 252 miles, from an observer height of 8,870 feet, which would be 12,400 feet of Earth curvature blocking the mountains. The tallest elevation of the tallest mountain is 10,400 feet. All the mountains should be entirely obstructed by almost 2.5 miles and half a mile above the tallest peak.
So
in infrared, low humidity.
So when I came in, you asked for a refutation, and I asked, "Can you see further in dry air or humid air?" And you can see further in dry air, but that has nothing to do with refraction.
Wait. It does though. I just dropped 3 higher education papers, university papers, explaining the proportionate relationship between refraction and humidity.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with humidity. It has to do with the density of the air.
Well, humidity doesn't make it more dense?
So cold air is denser than warm air.
Does humidity make it more dense, yes or
no? No, I don't think it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that.
Well, it's pretty common sense. So water in the air makes it more dense.
But you were talking about, can you see further in dry air or humid air?
That's right. Listen carefully, Brenda, okay? So when the humidity, just listen carefully. When the humidity is really low, okay, you can see further. Now you've agreed with that, okay? So when the humidity is really low and we have clearer conditions, we can see the mountains. And when we see them, you guys have to invoke refraction.
So we're not talking about refraction. You're not talking about refraction. You're talking about whether or not the air is thick and humid or dry.
I just dropped some papers that show that there's a proportionate relationship between refraction and humidity.
Yeah, I understand that, but we're not. When I came in, you're not talking about that. You're just talking about, can you see further in humid air?
No.
That's not. That's just.
You came in the middle of a conversation, so just go on mute then.
Brenda, you did come in the middle of it. He's now explained it and repeated it for you multiple times.
Yeah, but I explained that he's not.
Just a hand wave it away.
No, I explained that straight line sight isn't refraction.
Wow.
Why do we see too far? Is that because of refraction?
I said straight line visual field, you'll see further in dry air than in humid air.
Okay, now that's step 1. Okay, we'll see further with less humidity. Step 2, is there greater refraction when there's more humidity? Yes or no?
No, there's greater refraction when there's a greater contrast between, cold air and warm air. It isn't humidity.
Okay, so
Oh my
are you
gosh!
saying
So
that the
just
3
ignore.
university papers that I just dropped are wrong, Brenda?
No, they probably are not, but you just probably
He's
don't
just
understand.
going to ignore them.
She
Just
doesn't.
going to
No,
ignore
no,
them.
Brenda has no idea what they are. So
Brenda, do you want to just tap out that it's a little bit over your head for the moment, or what do you think?
It's not over my head.
Okay, so you're going to make a claim opposite of the 3 papers you haven't read, and then you're going to stick by that, even though you're saying you're not sure?
I'm not making a claim opposite to them. I'm saying that straight line sight is better in dry air than in humid air, right?
okay,
That's my claim.
okay. You go read the paper. So just to wrap this up, okay. In conclusion, for years the Globers have said that when we see too far, it's because of refraction. We're not actually seeing too far. That requires less clear conditions. That requires a greater temperature differential and greater humidity percentage. Ironically, it is the moments that we have the least humidity that we can see further, because when it's clearer outside, you can see further.
Yep, that is a controversial.
I scrolled up quite a ways and I'm not seeing these papers.
Well, keep scrolling. Just search my name. Search my name. I dropped many papers about refraction and infrared and refraction and humidity.
And notice how Brenda just completely ignored responding to your entire clear, concise explanation of what you're talking about while looking through these papers.
Yeah,
Well,
because
because it destroys their script.
no, because he's wrong.
Nuh-uh.
What did he say? What did he say? Brenda, what did he just say?
What causes refraction?
What did I just say?
No, that's not what he just said.
No.
What was I wrong about? What was I wrong about? What did I say that was wrong?
That refraction, atmospheric refraction, is caused by humidity, and that's incorrect.
No.
That's not what he said. Oh my gosh, what an idiot.
Yeah,
he says the more humidity, the more refraction.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
He used a question actually about humidity.
It was also about how humidity creates the density, and density is what you guys claim is what causes the refraction, the bending to make things curve around the sphere, right?
That's not a claim. That's just a scientific fact.
Okay, so that means more humidity, more refraction. Less humidity, less refraction.
No, that's
Can you grasp this?
Yeah, that's not. It's simply not true.
Oh my gosh.
All right, Brenda, why don't you share with us what is the relation between humidity and being able to see around the curve of the Earth?
I think there's very little.
No correlation. So when we see beyond the geometric horizon, what is happening and what is humidity's relationship to that? It's the magical refraction you claim is happening to make the planar Earth somehow be conceived as a sphere, right?
Well, for one, refraction isn't magic. It's simple physics.
I call the type of refraction that would make you see around curves magic because it's never been proven or verified.
That's what refraction is. It's bending light.
Okay, then what's the relationship? Let's just go on that for the moment if that's what you want to go on. What is the relationship of humidity with that?
You need a change in medium, from a denser medium to a less dense medium, or from less dense to more dense.
Okay, so can you give one example, please? Just one example of light curving, being able to see something around a hill, on the other side of a hill, where the light curves around the hill. Can you please just give one example of that? The only time you say it is when it's supposed to be Earth curve. But you can't prove that happens.
That's not true. Refraction happens
Yes,
all.
it is. No. I'm talking. Hold on. I'm talking about being able to see something on the other side of a hill due to refraction. The only time you claim that happens is when it's supposed to be Earth curve and we're seeing too far away.
Yeah, that's false.
Okay, give me an example, please.
Well, there's a well-known GIF of a barrel and objects.
No, that's not what I asked for. I didn't ask for people manipulating stuff using different. No, I asked in nature. The light curving over a hill.
Stop over talking. There's a GIF of a barrel.
You're not giving what I asked for.
Talking me. Please stop. Would somebody please stop it from over talking me? Let me explain. There's a well-known GIF. Green objects behind it. And the difference in the medium causes.
Yeah, you were being muted twice, Brenda. Someone muted you twice.
I'm still talking. And the difference.
You're not answering what I asked.
Stop.
That is not what I asked for, Brenda.
If you don't like it, I don't care. Let me finish it. Right? So there's a.
Why should we let you finish it when it's not what I asked for, you retard?
That's what you asked for. You asked for an example of refraction.
All right, hold on. Let's avoid all the going into a dumpster fire of name calling. But Brenda, your mic was cutting in and out. Your mic is kind of choppy. Do you want to try again?
Who was surfing you, Brenda, by the way? Gio.
I didn't mute her. Her mic was chopping up, is from what I heard.
Yeah, but someone was server muting Brenda twice when she just started.
It was me. It was me. I was trying to get in to try to say that she's trying to answer something that is not being asked, and she's trying to overtalk him to not get to his point, which is unhelpful. We already know what she's going to say. No one here doesn't know what she's going to say.
How do you know that? Can you read minds?
Yes, I can, because she's been saying the same stuff.
That's cute.
Did you have a response for it, Ed? In terms of refraction, humidity, any of that? In response to what Whit had said and also what he posted in terms of all the papers he posted? Because you seemed to say originally you wanted all the data on the humidity and all that. So that assumed since you wanted that and you were calling him out for not having that for that particular picture, that means that you were ready for that data, that you were going to do something with it. So what is your response on any of this?
Well, the Earth is not a vacuum, so his claims are irrelevant anyway. And then the Earth curve calculator says it assumes light going in a straight line, so that's double irrelevant. How much irrelevance do you want?
And you think that addresses it, what you just said?
That absolutely debunks it. But Brenda returned, so let's have her uninterrupted now, please.
This is where we've come. This is the point we've gotten to. Unbelievable.
A lot of. Yeah, so I was asked a question, and I was not allowed to complete my answer.
You were asked about a hill, and you gave him a barrel. You were asked a hill, and you gave a barrel.
Your mic, hold on, Brenda, your mic is better now. Obviously, you've changed. So maybe if Scrat wants to, if he's still here, if he wants to restate it, and then you can respond to it, just so you guys are on the same page.
Yes. Can you give one example where in nature you can see something, for example, a house on the other side of the hill due to refraction, other than when it's so far away it has to be Earth curve? Can you give it one example when it's just over a hill, being able to see something from the other side of a hill?
Yeah, I can give you an example. It's the well-known GIF of a barrel with objects with the tower behind it, right? And you pour butane over the barrel, and the difference in the
That's not what I asked for.
Be quiet. I am talking.
That's not what I asked for.
I don't care.
Hold on, Scrat. Let's at least let her respond. Give her 30 seconds, and then you can respond. At least just let her speak.
And it is what you asked for. It is a atmospheric example. So it's an example of a change in density in the air, allowing you to see objects that were formerly hidden by another object, right? So you pour butane over the barrel, and the object that's behind it, that's marked red and green, rises up. That's refraction. That's an example that you're asking for.
No, it was not. Do you want me to repeat what I asked for, or are you too stupid to understand it?
Explain to me why you reject it.
Because I asked for something in nature, not when people manipulate stuff with certain gases. I asked for being able to see something over a hill, not over a freaking barrel. Something in nature where you're just walking along. Hold on, let me finish. Where you're just walking along, and you know there's a house on the other side of a hill, and looky there, I can see that house from the other side of the hill due to refraction. Can you give an example of that?
Barrels exist in nature. Butane is a natural gas. It's a naturally occurring gas. All of these things are natural.
So the answer is no. You can't provide
all of these things. All of these things meet the requirements for any natural physical experiment. Yes, they do.
So
one met any of the requirements.
You're just arbitrarily rejecting anything that is assembled by people as being unnatural, and that's just false. Things that people make are part of the natural world.
Did I ask about a barrel? I said being able to see over a hill. What don't you understand about that?
Well, I mean, Brenda is giving this gift, but Brenda, you do have to admit that that's not actually directly what he's referring to, right?
It is the phenomenon that you are asking about. The phenomenon occurs. It is a natural phenomenon. It is not a man-made phenomenon, even if like the barrel is man-made. The phenomenon itself is natural.
It's nowhere near on the scale he's asking for.
You're manipulating everything. I'm talking about in nature and a bigger scale. Just it happens naturally without people manipulating the situation.
This is one of the features of pseudoscience is goalpost shifting and making unrealistic demands. Right. So this is a perfectly reasonable. This is a perfectly reasonable demonstration of the phenomenon being discussed. If you don't like it,
okay. Hold on for a second. Okay, when you claim refraction for being able to see too far over the curvature of the Earth, that is complete. You're saying that is happening completely in nature. That just happens. And now, what is wrong with me asking completely in nature without anybody manipulating anything? Give an example of being able to see over a hill when it's not supposed to be Earth curve. What is wrong with that?
Yeah, Brenda, it is fair what he's asking for. He's asking for a real world on the Earth, in the atmosphere, not in some cold, dark room with butane and something that, of course, you've never verified, and you're just looking at a GIF and trying to point to it. He's asking for something in the actual physical, natural world that recreates on any scale this phenomenon that you're claiming happens, which is the whole thing of how you're explaining away the obvious fact that we see an extended planar surface geometry over the Earth, and you're claiming that there's all this curvature involved.
You're just rejecting science. That's what you're doing. You're rejecting science. Because there's no prohibition in science in using an experimental setup to validate a natural phenomenon.
That's an experiment. Hello, can you not understand what I'm saying? I'm not
being trolled, dude. Hello.
I'm not asking for an experiment.
You're being fucking trolled.
No, I'm not trolling you. You're just refusing to accept an experimental evidence that falsifies if the experimental evidence falsifies your misconceptions about refraction.
All right, so Brenda, are you calling this GIF? Are you calling this GIF science, Brenda?
Yes.
Okay, who made this GIF? What are the constituents of it? What's the dependent, independent variable, the hypothesis. Give us all that since you say it's science. Go ahead. Because I know what it is. It's a GIF you found on the internet that you have no verification for. So this should be interesting. Go ahead.
What the hypothesis is that refraction will allow you to see around a curved surface. That's the hypothesis, right? So what we vary is the density of the air next to the surface of in this case, a barrel. We vary that density by pouring butane over it. We have changed the density. We have changed the independent variable, and as a consequence, we can see an object or part of an object that was formerly obscured. Right. So there you go.
And again, that is not even close to what I'm asking for. How can you can't understand this?
Paige, you go ahead. Paige, you go ahead because I'm at my wit's end to how to explain this.
I want to know what's wrong with the.
Well, no, I'm not asking
Brenda,
for
real quick, hold on, Brenda. This is a very simple something. It's a yes or no question or answer, right? If I say, Brenda, do you have a specific picture taken from your camera of a duck-billed platypus? You probably don't, okay? But you can say, well, but there's pictures online. You can go and there's people in Australia and there's all these people. Do you have an example or a picture on your camera of a duck-billed platypus? It's a yes or no question.
So that's one.
Do you have an example of a hill? If you don't, just say no.
So that is an example that is common to pseudoscience of an unreasonable demand, right? I don't have to have personally taken a photograph of a duck-billed platypus for duck-billed platypuses to exist.
But he's not asking whether or not they exist. He's not asking whether or not they exist.
That is what he's asking.
No, I'm asking for any example, not from you.
I gave you any example. This is any example.
Oh my God.
Which is it? Is it any example or is it some hyper special example? Which one?
About a hill, not a freaking barrel.
Oh, so it isn't any example then, is it?
Well, it's not actually because that involves butane. It involves a barrel made of metal. It involves somebody else's something that they claim to have done. So it's actually just to be strict about it. It's not responding to what he asked for, which is something in the natural world. That's not in the natural world. There's not butane being poured. Butane is not being poured over a hill or anything in the world.
It doesn't matter.
You don't understand what in the natural world means then, if you're saying that's not the natural world.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that steel barrels, I think it's a propane tank, right? Steel barrels and propane tanks and butane itself are all in the natural world. They're not in the supernatural world, are they?
Well, it depends on what you define.
Is that a supernatural barrel? Is that a supernatural propane tank? Is that supernatural butane?
Well, he was asking for something in the real world.
You think that propane tanks don't exist in the real world? That you think that butane doesn't exist in the real world?
I'm asking for an example of it happening just naturally without any person, anybody manipulating anything or doing an experiment. Just a natural phenomenon of being able to see a house on the other side of a hill due to refraction.
Because light doesn't spend that much in the atmosphere.
Yeah, it would just come down to saying no. I think it would be difficult to find out in the woods or in a meadow or anything like that, being able to turn it on and turn it off kind of situation where you can demonstrate that. I don't think you could do that.
Okay, so Howard's answer. His answer is that no, he doesn't have that. Brenda went with the butane tank.
What you asked for is not possible.
There you go.
Air does not bend. So, I mean, just because you have mastered the impossible does not mean that refraction doesn't exist.
You're trying to use the word refraction to describe something you just agreed is impossible.
No, we didn't
agree. Your example, because you're trying to bend stuff too sharp for the atmosphere.
So, what is your let's say, for example, that I admit I don't have an example of the hyperspecific situation that was asked for. I'll say, no, I don't have that example. So what are you concluding from that?
So here's my point. The fact that the only time you can see things being curved or bent around a hill is when it's Earth curvature. So how do you know that actually happens?
Oh, okay.
You can't prove that you can actually do that, or that will actually happen, because the only time it happens is when you can't prove it's happening.
No, that's not true. So
Okay.
Refraction is a natural phenomenon that occurs under any circumstances in which the conditions are appropriate for refraction to occur, right? And so it is perfectly legitimate for us to study refraction under laboratory conditions and conduct experiments in the laboratory, and to infer from that if those same conditions obtain in the real world and outside the laboratory, then the same phenomenon will occur. That is basic science. We mix chemicals in the lab. We mix chemicals in the laboratory, and we say, if those chemicals meet outside in the natural world, then that same reaction will happen. That's called science. You are rejecting science.
Okay. Now here's the problem with that. Your example does not meet the same requirements of when you see too far with the Earth. You're using butane. You're using a metal barrel. It's not even close to being matching the same conditions.
That's false.
Well,
because in the experiment, the refractive index of the air close to the yellow propane tank is changed. That's the independent variable that is changed by the experimenter. So you're wrong.
Right. So what
So how do you know?
Brenda, you're right. You're right. In the laboratory, if these conditions are the same in the real world, refraction will occur. We're agreeing with you. What he's asking for is, do you happen to have any examples that are actually happening in the real?
I don't have to. It's enough for me to do the experiment in the laboratory, showing the natural phenomenon.
We agree, and I already said we agree.
So when the conditions are appropriate in the real world, that same natural phenomenon will occur.
Right, and in the real world, do you have any examples in the real world of those conditions being met?
Any time that we see looming, right, under the correct atmospheric conditions.
Only when it's too far.
Earth curvature. There it is. There it is. Earth curvature. There it is. You proved his point exactly. Thank you, Brenda.
No, he didn't. What point? What was the proof? There's no.
The only example you have is when you can't prove that's what's happening, which is Earth curvature.
That's false. We demonstrated. We demonstrated that the natural phenomenon occurs, and we varied the independent variable and saw the dependent variable change according to how the scientist manipulates the IV, and so therefore we conclude that this natural phenomenon, which is taking place in the lab under the same conditions outside the lab, it will occur. You're just a science denier.
Okay.
I got something for you guys.
Yeah, no, real quick. I'm sorry, and then go ahead because I have to go. But Brenda, we're not denying it. We're saying you're exactly right. Those conditions would be, if those conditions in the real world were met, refraction would occur. We're not denying that. We're asking, where in the real world are those criteria met? Only when Earth curve is being proven. That's
anytime.
Curvature.
Anytime that you see a mirage, that's what's happening. You're getting refraction due to a change in the density of the medium between your eye and the object and the distant object. Whether you see a mirage, which is either looming or any other of the various types of mirages out there, those are all types of refraction, and they happen all the time in the natural, outside the laboratory, in the natural environment.
Very nice.
Done and dusted. I like Simon Dan's phrase, done and dusted. I'm going to use that.
Did you get a new mic, Brenda?
Not even close.
No, sometimes I'm lazy and I'm laying in my bed with my cell phone, and then I have to move here because you guys, I don't know, because Wi-Fi is shitty or whatever.
Oh, okay.
You did nothing to prove anything. All you did was show that refraction. You didn't give an example of being able to see something over a hill without begging the question of Earth curvature. Not once did you do that.
I don't think you know what begging the question even means.
You're begging the question of Earth curvature.
No, I'm not. That's not what it means.
When the only example of being able to see something over a hill is due to begging the question of Earth that there is Earth curvature.
That's not begging.
That's not proving anything. Yes, you are begging the question that the Earth is curving. That's why this is an example of it.
Yeah, you don't know what begging the question is because let me explain it to you. The hypothesis is that if I change the refractive index of air close to the surface, then I will change how far I can see. That's not begging the question. That's a hypothesis. A hypothesis doesn't beg the question. You don't know what the word even means.
Brenda, hold on. Brenda, when I asked you when that criteria is met in the real world, what was your response?
When is what criteria?
The fucking barrel.
Oh, under any conditions in which you have a layer of either denser or less dense air close to the surface of the Earth, and then a layer, say, of either one can happen. Either one can happen. You can have the dense air close to the surface, or it can be above the surface, and it could be less dense close to the surface. And then you will get refraction, and you will get bending and looming and other refractive phenomena.
Brenda, my specific question was, what was your specific response when I said when in real life were the criteria you just outlined actually met in the real world? Your response was?
Yeah, anytime that you can see mirages or looming right on the horizon.
Looming, right. When you and the proof of Earth curvature is looming, correct?
No, we're not talking about proof of Earth curvature. We're talking about whether or not this refractive phenomenon even takes place. We haven't even gotten to whether or not it indicates.
So Brenda, when I see something that I shouldn't be seeing because it's super far away and Earth curve is away, and it's looming up beyond the horizon, that's looming, correct?
Let's assume yes. Let's assume that the reason I can see a distant object is because of looming.
And that's the only example that we see of this in nature, right?
No, it's not.
Oh my gosh.
You can see it on a hot desert, on the surface of the sand of a hot desert. You can see it. You can see it on a sidewalk. You can see it on a. You can see it on. You can see it on a hot a street with cars going over a hill.
Yes, over a hill.
Yes.
Okay, so
yes.
You can see things over a hill.
Yes.
What? Are you freaking insane?
No, there's plenty of GIFs. There's plenty of GIFs.
No, you can't do it.
There's plenty of GIFs showing refraction and miraging taking place as cars on a hot street go over a hill.
Yes, but you see different mirages and stuff, but you can't see the car from the other side of the hill.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can see parts.
You cannot.
Yes, you can. You can see parts of the car. You can see parts of the car that would be obscured were it not for the hot air that's close to the pavement. Yes, you can.
Gosh, you just don't get what I'm asking. But I'm done.
You're going to say that, but you're also going to claim that boats are cutting off from the bottom up? Why don't we see around the curve then?
That is so. When you see boats disappearing over the horizon, right? What's wrong with that?
You were just claiming that we can see around it.
Yes. Under certain circumstances, yes, you can see a ship or something like that loomed up above the apparent horizon. Yes.
Well, yeah, I would use. I mean, from my perspective, that using the comparison of the Black Swan versus the from BLF MSN, whatever his name is. You know, he's got that other image that he shows that this is what we see sometimes, and every once in a while you get the Black Swan. When you compare those two images, taken from the same location, same height, and everything, you know, I mean, of course, from your perspective, you'll say that the obstructed image is the one that's refracted, but they are two different images taken from the same location, and that's a great example of what light can do.
Yes, that's an excellent example. Right.
So, yeah, I mean, either way you want to look at it, yeah. Either way you want to look at it, it's just a perfect example of how light can bring things up, or if from what you'd say would be sync, and however you want to say it, it doesn't make any difference to me. But it's two very different presentations.
Yeah, you can see superior mirages, inferior mirages, looming, stooping, towering, all the different phenomenon that can happen. It's all just the result of refraction, and it happens all the time around the globe.
So was the conversation that whether refraction existed or happens? I kind of came in late.
Why was the video of Everett Anderson removed?
Looks like it's trying to publicly slander people.
Because he's a shithead. That's why.
Slander. It's not slander. It's refuting his claims. You're just gatekeeping.
If you think that, why are you still here? If you think this is a gatekeeping.
Yeah. Sit down, little boy. So if you
You just
are in
fibbed.
the business,
You
if
got
you're in the
fibbed.
business of not, if you're in the business of not allowing evidence that goes against your religious dogma, right? You should say so. Because flat Earth is a religion.
Stop talking, you useless human being.
So we permit these kinds of insults now? That means I get to, right? Do I get to do that too?
You just called someone little boy. You just called someone little boy.
Yeah, I get to? That's not an insult. That would be a step up for conspiracy theory.
You're a grown boy. You're a grown boy. Oh, that's not an insult.
Yeah, it'd be a step up for crit.
Yeah, you're a grown boy, Brendan.
But you fibbed. You said that if you really believe, if you followed your logic to its full conclusion, you wouldn't be here. I don't hang out in places that are obviously are toxic or are doing things against my what I would support.
Yeah,
I would go to places I
don't
support.
care about your opinion. I don't care about your opinion. I don't care
Yeah,
about your opinion.
that just tells you that you're really just here to squawk. You want to make it.
That's just your opinion. That's just your opinion.
Yeah, I got the data points and the observations to back it up.
Yeah, that's just your opinion. I don't care about your
So
opinion.
why not just dial it back and kind of return to a conversation?
Yeah, I
instead of
don't
these
care
wild
about your opinion. I don't care about your opinion.
So okay, how about this? Why should anyone care about your opinion then?
Because I'm right.
Brenda, you're complaining about a video that was deleted that was publicly slandering someone, especially someone who's on this server, putting their face, which is virtually doxing them, and then also putting some kind of slanderous statement around it. You're surprised that that was deleted?
So you think showing Wix's face disappeared? That's not slander. Showing his face is slander? What a bullshit excuse, Gio.
That's not why. That's not why.
Because of his face.
All right, if you're gonna erupt.
Plus, he's up public feed, like he's already on YouTube, so it's not like.
Yeah, I said doxing. I guess to be fair,
it shouldn't.
It's not
because he's already. It's not. He's already out there.
That's not fucking doxing. What a clown.
He's already out there.
Boot her off the server. She's nothing but an embarrassment, and she's gonna hurt you. Period.
Yeah, I was quick on the mute button. She was about to erupt into the insults, as we know.
Yeah.
It's when like Brenda said.
Can you elaborate what the slander was specifically, Gio?
Brenda said she was tired already. She's getting ready to leave anyway, and just wanted to leave in a blaze of glory. Does this every day, like every day. The same
Maybe so. Maybe so.
I would do the same in any situation. If it was Howard's face and it made some slanderous comment as a thumbnail, that would be deleted too, because it's publicly slandering
what's the
people.
slander in the thumbnail? Gio.
Ed, do I need to tell you to hush?
Well, you can do that, but you know it's not going to work, Chad. Come on.
I know it won't work, but it's fun to tell you that.
Yeah. So, Gio, please, what's the slander in the thumbnail? Are you ignoring me because you don't have an answer? Come on, man.
Okay, I got something for you guys. I was like wondering when the whole thing for the refuel was supposed to kick off on the 18th. No news. 19th. No news. 20th. I'm like, geez, what's going on with the rocket refuel? The fourth attempt to just refuel the supposedly a wet dry rehearsal. So finally, I guess, yeah, it was posted last night, 7 o'clock. They called it a success, okay? NASA successfully fills their moon rocket. But when you click on the article, it says in the fourth attempt of a all-important dress rehearsal, they were thwarted by another fuel leak and other technical issues. This fuel leak, but this time was an external fuel line. So they're going to disassemble the rocket and roll it back again. There's no timeline for another retest. They got the counter down to 29 seconds, merely 20 seconds short of their planned goal. It isn't immediately known as to why they stopped the countdown, but over 1 million gallons of superfueled liquid nitrogen and oxygen were loaded into this 322-foot rocket. These testing delays have pushed back the actual launch date. There is no plan to launch at the early end of August.
So,
done.
So what does that mean?
Millions of dollars was wasted.
This means that
possibly.
you guys should stop worrying about flat Earth. You've got some technical issues with your manned space program. And if you guys are the experts, like you say you are, NASA should be like
expert.
Should be hitting your pager up any second now.
I get paid like clockwork.
Well, then I need about 350.
I hook you up, man.
See, at this point, they should just leave the thing up and just use it as a monument to pork spending. Just come take a picture, like almost like what they did with like a Donald Trump school, where you got to take a picture with a standee, a cardboard lifelike standee. This would be like, come see the Tower of Babel just fail.
We'll put a water fountain around it so people can throw their loose change in there.
That's what they do at the Smithsonian. They've got collection plates at every front door shaped like the Saturn V rocket.
Do they really?
Yeah, they do.
Oh man, that's too poignant right there. Jeez.
I know, it's epic. It's like I'll just go with it somehow because I took a vacation to DC not too long ago, and I walked in there, and the first thing you see is a collection plate shaped like a rocket, and there's no money in it. You know, I'm like, at least throw a few money in there to make it look like people are donating, right? You've got the collection plate and not one penny was in it. Not even like a bubblegum wrapper or something, you know, like put something in there.
Well, maybe they should move it into the bathroom and they can use it as a urinal. At least something will go in there. They can put one of those pucks in there to control the smell of the bathroom.
There we go. Yeah, at least it'd be useful instead of just being like a block where people just run into. So now this whole talking point of what are flat earthers going to say when there's people on the moon in 2024? They can't even fuel the rocket. What are you going to say now? So it's going to be
Were you
interesting.
talking about the bathroom thing? Is that what you're talking about? The toilet facilities on the ISS?
No, the new large stage or whatever it's called, SLS. The rocket that was supposedly supposed to go around the moon with a unmanned capsule.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like it was supposed to happen like in 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24. Now never.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the toilet facility. I was gonna say, you know where they have that? Right next to the cupola. So when you're watching those views of the beautiful Earth, you're getting the smell of the last guy that took a dump. That's where I would put it. Of course, we know it's not there. Yeah, that was too funny earlier. I couldn't talk. I was listening to Brian and Elijah trying to do the sexton thing. That was so funny. Because I was telling them on Nathan's that their argument, right, has so many, I don't want to say holes, but it has so many angles of attack, you know, that it's crazy. And I think Brian got a little taste of that today.
Yeah, see, I think you're supposed to be able to see 5 planets this month. You got to be up early though. I think you got to be up like around 4 o'clock or something.
Yeah.
I think it's Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Mercury. What is that? That's 4.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. Yeah.
Well, I think it's all month.
It's aligning. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I haven't had a look because it's been really bad weather here lately. But yeah, I'm anxious to get that done. I was gonna film. There was supposed to be 67 of them satellites, what they call satellites, but it was freaking. I want to zoom into those things, but it was really cloudy. So.
What is that? Is that Starlink thing?
Yeah. I want to film
you know
that.
What? I think I don't know if it might have been 2 years ago. I was outside looking at the stars, and I was looking south, and I was like, "Well, let me see if I can't get something of north." And I was walking through the down the sidewalk, and I just happened to look up, and I saw it was like 6 things, lights. They looked like they were all about the same distance apart, moving, not real fast. And I was just standing there looking at them. And I was trying to listen to see if I could hear anything. I couldn't hear nothing. But I was standing there like when you see those people in the movies, when like in Close Encounters, how they just stand there with their mouth hanging open and just staring. That's what I was doing because I didn't know what the fuck I was looking at. I was like, what am I seeing? And I just watched it, and I had my camera, and I was like, well, by the time I try to get my camera up and try to zoom in, you know, it's pitch black outside, I won't see it because I'm trying to look at it through the camera. So I don't know what it was. I had some people tell me that's what I was seeing, was that Starlink thing. But yeah, it was weird because I just happened to look up and they were going over top of me. I mean, they were way up. But yeah, I never saw nothing like that. I just stood there like just gawking at it because I didn't know what I was seeing.
Yeah, I saw the same thing last year with the naked eye. Was quite a few of them. So it's undeniable there is something up there. Now what it is, I have no freaking clue. That's why I want to film it. I know it ain't satellites and no vacuum and no space. I know that. So they must got some drones. They got something up there. They got some technology.
Yeah, because it almost looked like they were connected because it was like the same, you know, one was further than the other, or like one was dropping back and the ones in the middle, they were like, it was almost like if you would like had a pipe and then had like a tennis ball, like about an arm's length between each ball.
Yeah.
That's what
yeah,
it looked like. And it was just,
yeah.
and it was just like going across silent. Yeah. I'd like to have gotten that on tape, but like I said, I'd be sitting there fumbling with it and I would have missed it. I would have never saw nothing.
Yeah, well, you know which app to use, huh? Hold on. I'll tell you. Hold on.
Yeah, that was weird. I just happened to look up. I was just walking down the sidewalk and just decided to look up, and there they were going over top of me.
Yep. It's called See a Satellite Tonight. It gives you your location. It'll even give you the street where you're at, a picture, and show you like which house from which area. It's really cool.
You don't like Heavens Above?
That's the one. Oh no, hold on.
You just said something different.
Oh, I used both of them. Let me see which one. Hold on. Now for that, I use See a Satellite. Because it's better than Heavens Above because it shows you your street view, and you can see like, okay, from that tree or from there, you know, you could easily find the direction.
So have you seen a satellite with that app?
No, I've seen what they call the ISS, and I filmed it. But 5 out of 6 times that I look for it using that app, it ain't there, and I get really upset. So I know for sure. So it's not that accurate. Have you used it?
No, I'm about to probably download it. As you guys were mentioning it.
Yeah, it's cool, real cool app. And it tells you like the brightness and how many they're gonna be. Like here, let me do a quick search.
Were you able to see the ISS like clearly? Like you have a good camera?
No, I wasn't prepared at all. I had just got my camera, and I don't know how the hell I'm gonna track it, even on a tripod. It's really difficult to do it. It like flies by, and you gotta zoom in, and you gotta hold it steady. It's a challenge. But the strings are gonna be easy. You just point at a certain direction, and you just let them go by.
Imagine if you could just like put in a tripod and auto track it.
I would love that. You probably can.
Auto track all these satellites. Just have like a. Oh, something
Had to be one quick.
camera.
Had to be one quick tripod. Because when you film the sun, right, it's gonna take like 2 minutes just to move out of the view of your camera, you know. But this is a whole different ball game.
Yeah.
Now, the fact that you could even track something with your hands going, 8 times the speed of a bullet? That's something to question right there.
Yep, that's a prove it type of thing. That would be like someone who could say catching a fly with chopsticks. They do with like one eye closed, or blindfolded,
While
nothing
drunk.
but the dead. Yeah,
While drunk, yeah.
behind the back, behind your head.
Yeah. No, but think about it. They're telling you that you can film and see a thing traveling 8 times the speed of a bullet. I mean, come on. There's no question there's something up there. I mean, unless you want to not believe your eyes, but it's definitely not going 17,500 miles an hour. I'll bet anything on that.
Why is the speed so questionable? Do you just think it's like you wouldn't be able to see it? It'd be going too fast for you to see it?
Yeah. Do you ever see a bullet leave a muzzle of a gun?
A bullet is tiny.
Did you ever see a cannon leave the muzzle of a cannon?
I don't know. I've never seen a cannon fire.
Trust me, the answer is no.
But I mean, you can see shooting stars, which are going really fast, right? When they hit the atmosphere.
Don't apply there?
So,
how come G-forces don't apply on that?
how
good
fast
question.
is a meteor or shooting star going?
What?
When you see
Wait,
the
no,
shooting.
you're saying it's traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. How come G-forces don't apply on it?
That's a good question, bro. I wish I would have thought of that.
Those people would not be able to survive.
Yep.
It's constant speed, right? So I don't think.
No, it's not. Well, no, it's a constant acceleration because it's going
No,
in a
it's not.
circle. It's going in a circle. That's constant acceleration.
Yep.
How big of a circle?
It doesn't matter. It's still a circle.
Yeah, but it's a huge
Yes,
circle.
it does. It matters to the G-forces.
No, the speed. Oh my gosh. There's
It's
still
not going like
G
in a very
when
small
you're going
circle.
straight. There's still G-forces when you're going straight, when you're going fast. Okay? It would be worse if you're curving.
Go 1,000 miles an hour, but make the circle 500 miles. It'll be fine. You'll live.
I'm not. What about the G-forces though? Okay? G-forces apply when you're going in a straight line. When you're going really fast, even if you're going in a straight line, you have G-forces.
No,
Okay?
they don't.
Yeah, you do.
You have 1 G.
What?
Going in a straight line, you have 1 G. I mean, you're on a plane going 550 miles an hour. Do you feel any G-forces?
No, Bob, if you're moving in a straight line without any other forces and not changing directions, you won't know it.
Oh, really? You haven't seen that sled where they test? Really? You don't think that if you're traveling, accelerating straight, you're not going to feel any G-forces?
That's not what he said.
That's
Listen
not what
to
I
the
said.
words that are coming out of his
okay. Maybe I heard wrong.
Yeah, no, not accelerating, just moving at a constant speed.
Yeah,
no matter how fast it is. Yeah.
If you accelerate suddenly, you'll feel that. Or if you decelerate suddenly, too, right?
Yeah, but left lane on the ISS is not traveling in a straight line. You are aware of that, right? and that means constant acceleration.
Yeah, but it's not a very small circle. It's like, the whole Earth, basically. It takes
The whole
hours
point,
to go around it.
the whole
and
point is basically it's falling at the same rate of the curvature.
Isn't it funny how everything works just right? Huh?
Yeah, I mean, they
Just the
literally
right
calculate
speed
that.
not to feel anything, just the right turn not to feel the acceleration, just the right size of the moon. Huh?
It's literally
Everything is
calculable.
just the right.
That's the whole point. You can actually calculate that. You can literally calculate the radius and the speed needed so that so it's literally free fall. And you can expand the radius and make it faster, and you'll get the same results. The reason it is at the altitude is because it's outside the atmosphere, or at least on the edge, to limit the drag force. You can't really, you could make it lower and make it go faster, and you get the same result, but then you've got to worry about the atmosphere and the drag.
How did they get
See,
it up to that
see?
speed?
Simple.
Yeah, that's just very simple,
got it,
bro.
Chad.
That's it.
How did they get it up to that speed?
I can film something traveling at 8 times the speed of a bullet. Why not?
Well, I'm curious how they got it going so fast. How did they do that? Does it have giant rockets on it?
Hey, yeah, see that thing you were talking about?
Which one, bro?
That rocket sled. I've seen some of that footage. That shit is awesome to watch.
You see the guy's face and his jowls, how the cheeks, like they're like flapping, like they're, yeah.
Yeah, that guy. I think that's probably still in the Guinness Book of World Records. I think it's the most G-force ever experienced by a human. They put him on that fucking thing, that rocket sled, out in the open. He's like he's sitting in Granny's rocking chair on the Beverly Hillbillies. And they shoot him through that. How fast was that thing going? It was some ludicrous speed.
Yeah,
like 1,000 or a couple thousand miles an hour or something. Then he hits that water because that's what they use for brakes. It's a big, it's a long thing of water, and that thing's on like railroad tracks. That fucking thing is awesome to watch. If you watch some of that footage of them, they usually do it for like missile tests and stuff. Or they probably just look at each other one day and say, "Hey man, let's go fuck some shit up."
Let's put a guy on there. Hey, let's pick Bob. Yeah.
Hey, Billy, come here.
Yeah. Come on, it'll be fun. Oh man.
Buckaroo Banzai.
Yeah. Yeah, I think some of that stuff they send down through there goes like 5,000 miles an hour. That's ridiculous.
I'm still waiting for an answer to my question. How did they get the ISS to that speed? Does anybody know?
Oh, rockets, bro! Come on.
Yeah, they
rockets.
No, they carried it up in the shuttle, and the shuttle's got rockets on it, and they got up to the right speed and opened the doors and kicked it out.
Yeah, same way every module and every time they send people there, same sort of trip.
How much of that are you joking, Howard?
Those shuttles were like
they took it out of the shuttle and kicked it out. It got it up to speed, just kicked it out at 17,000 miles an hour.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was way more sophisticated than kicking it out, but basically opened the doors and deployed him.
Scott's dad.
But it wasn't in one big piece?
No.
Okay, so did they get it up to 17,000 miles an hour and then go out there and they had hundreds of astronauts all putting it together?
No.
So one astronaut putting it together?
Like a team of 7 at a time, usually less than that.
Seven guys put that whole thing together.
Well, girls too, but no, the modules, like some of the modules were added. They weren't all added at the same time, like there was one I mean, there was one added a few years ago, I thought.
See, I didn't believe that until he said girls too. That I believed it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
told me too, Chad. Yeah.
Wait, what did Scott's dad do, Kosho?
No,
I've
Scott.
always heard.
No, his dad.
Yeah.
I forgot. He did 2 missions, but one of the missions he did, it was to repair a satellite that was higher than the ISS, something like that. But he was saying that he had to actually. He said that he would see his dad practicing this this very precise maneuver, like with his hand. I guess he had to use some controls, like some hand control thingy, and he was practicing that move for 2 years, like it was,
Yeah.
obsessing about it.
Yeah,
So
couch flying.
What?
Yeah, call it couch flying. He
What is
said,
that?
where you sit on the couch and practice your maneuver.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, well, he's the mover. He said he was practicing was like this very specific, just like I said, I guess it was probably like some hand thing where he had to like stick some hand into some thing and then fix it or something like that. So,
so
it was like a very precise maneuver. I guess
Can
you
you
just
guys-
they need to make sure they don't mess it up.
Can you guys entertain just for a minute that maybe it's not a vacuum out there? Maybe it's something else. Can you entertain that? Just maybe, no, yes.
Well, it'd be more entertaining if you tell us what it could be, like maybe Jello or pudding or something.
I don't know, but it's not a vacuum. I know that for sure.
And by vacuum, you mean just devoid of space, right? Or devoid of matter, right?
No, that cannot be, no.
Okay.
For me, that's why I'm saying, can you entertain something else?
Do you think there is an out
Oh,
there
what?
though, SE? Do you think there is an out there, or is there just
Yeah.
an up? Or is the difference between an out there and an up there?
I think there is an out there.
Like
Yeah.
an up there would just be high altitude. An out there would mean that you kind of pop out into something else.
Well, not pop out, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know. That's a good question. If it's a pop out or if it's just a slide through, but I know for sure deep down in my heart it's not a vacuum.
How big is your heart?
Maybe it's a fluid, like Rakia says, a super fluid. Maybe it gets cold and it turns into a fluid. I don't know, man. Or a semi-fluid. I could speculate all day long.
But do you think that whatever that is that a place that humans can go up and do things in, or is that just what's up there outside of the human ability to, live in it?
I think maybe we can. Since we're sending machines up there, right? High altitude balloons. I don't see why not.
Oh, well, then here's another, and these are all just questions. I'm just kind of curious on how you're thinking about it. I mean, do you think that when they claim they're up there floating around, do you think some of that footage is possibly real, that they are up there, but they're just not in a vacuum of outside of a globe, that they are? I'm not saying I think this. I'm just asking if you do. If you think that there's a place up there that they can actually float around, and if some of that is real footage, or do you think that all the floating is not up there?
I don't think any of it. And all the ISS stuff that we see, I don't think any of that is true. But I do think that we can get humans in a craft like Picard, right? In a balloon and go up high. That I know. Now, maybe they have developed other craft that could go higher. I don't know. So, I think people can go up there.
You know what's crazy about ICBMs? I don't know if they really put dudes in the front of those. I don't remember what sort of rockets they put them on, or if they ever did those trajectories. But ICBMs go really fucking high, like 1,200 miles or something.
Look, we know up to 130,000 feet with balloons, right?
What do you think about the atmosphere, SC? Do you think that it is true, like it's up to 130,000 feet, that it truly decreases in a gradient or gradiates downwards?
I think so, yeah. From the balloon that I seen from, what's that guy's name?
Baumgartner?
No, none of that shit. The black guy, what's his name, man?
The black guy in the balloon.
Sorry for saying it like that, but I'm
I
trying
don't know
to.
what you're talking about.
Yo, Tyson, right? You're talking
No,
about
man, it's a well-known guy. Shit, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, bro. It's gonna come
A
to me.
black guy in a balloon.
The guy that sent up all those balloons, man. And he has readings on them, altitude,
Oh,
pressure.
you're talking about the flat earther or the globe earther. Yeah.
What's his name, man? He got
I don't
fired
know.
from his job.
Oh, you're talking about.
I'm sorry if you're listening, bro, that I can't remember your name.
Yo, I see. I'm just talking to the Glovers in the chat. I really can't be right about that to get off. Dude, okay, so they say standard refraction is 7/6R, right? So if you apply it to the black swan, it would extend the horizon to 1.32 miles. Okay, so there's something called the apparent horizon. I showed the mountains from 407 kilometers away, which is 252 miles, with a 10,400 foot elevation.
What image are you talking about? What's it?
Calm down, man.
Because I
Calm
assumed
down.
you were talking about.
Let him finish, bro. Let him finish.
I'm the one having the conversation with him.
I know, but he can't.
He's posted it like 5 times in the chat, but at least wait till he's finished speaking.
Okay, so it's 10,400 foot observer height, 407 kilometers, which is 252 miles, which is a target hidden height of 12,000, like roughly 12,500 feet, meaning like 2.5 miles. So long story short, they did the math in the refraction calculator, and that would have the apparent horizon increase by 16%, which is roughly standard refraction, right? 7/6. So I'm like, okay, whatever, fair enough. If you want to claim infrared, very clear static picture of 7/6R, whatever. Let's apply that to the black swan. Now I can't get any of them to show the same data in the refraction calculator. I'm on a phone and I do real quiet. I can't really look it up, but here's the point. So I'm doing the math in my head. 7/6R extends the horizon to 1.32 miles. So they're having to claim an apparent horizon of 264,000 miles, which is a 6,668% increase in the apparent horizon, which means as opposed to standard refraction 7/6R, they're claiming a 400/6R refraction.
Wow.
Bro.
Yeah, their model is, you're our guys, come on.
What kind of refraction do you need to have 400/6R?
Super duper refraction.
That's why.
Uber refraction.
Since you were texting with him, Andy, did you have a response to that?
I still don't know what image he's talking about. Is he talking about the Mount Brunswick image from Mount Rainier? Or the other way around, whatever.
Oh, I'm talking about the black swan.
The black swan. Yeah, that's not 1 foot observer height, so it's bullshit anyways. I don't care.
Oh, so if it is 1 foot observer height, it debunks the globe? If it is, it debunks the globe?
No, it doesn't.
So then you're claiming, in that scenario, you're claiming 400/6R refraction.
Sure.
400/6R. 400/6R. That radius doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. You're getting there. Okay, so if you take 264,000 divided by 3,959, it's like 66.68. Now multiply that by 6. That's 400. That's 400/6R.
I don't know if that'd be right.
What?
I'd have to get a piece of paper out on that. I don't know. Does that sound right? Maybe somebody could do the math on it.
This is why you guys don't like to talk about the actual number. So you're
Let's
contending
see,
it, but you don't know.
How much of a degree
we actually
of displacement would it
Let's talk about
require?
degrees. Let's talk about degrees, so we don't have to address the point. So there's in your refraction calculator, it gives you an apparent radius. Okay, the apparent radius in the black swan is 264,000. Okay, now we're going to divide that by 3,959 miles. That's
I see what you're doing.
That's right.
I
That's
see what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We got a problem.
Well,
he wants
yeah, I
to,
don't.
he
I
wants
would
to
have
use
to.
those wild refractive days to try and prove something.
Wait, just to clarify, you're saying that on that wild refractive day, there's a 400/6R refraction.
Yep, that's what refraction does. Make things look flatter than they actually are.
Wow. So standard refraction is 7/6R, and that's standard conditions of
No,
refraction.
on that day it wasn't standard, though, was it?
No, that's not my
Was it
point. I'm
standard?
saying so.
Was it standard on that day?
Did I say that?
Okay, then. So what's your point?
So you're claiming that on that day there was a refractive rate of 400/6R.
How many degrees do you think that would? You think that is?
Well, you guys do the degrees wrong because you're doing an optical disc. Yes, you're doing a vertical opt. Well, if you'd stop interrupting, I'd enlighten you again. So you're doing a vertical optical.
Doofus actually did. I think Doofus actually did the math.
Guys, he can't talk over you. His wife's sleeping. He said.
Yeah, so you're doing a vertical optical displacement, right? But in the Black Swan, you need it to lift up and go back behind the oil rigs without the oil rigs being optically displaced. Okay, so it's not as simple as just moving a vertical degree, which you're just speculating based on an assumed radius. Anyway, the point is that if we're looking at your argument is refraction, okay, we're going to use your refraction with the field expert. All right, it's 7/6R. That's standard refraction. If we apply that same calculator, and on the Black Swan observation, it is 400/6R refraction. That is a 6,668% increase in the apparent horizon. That means that the geometric horizon, or curve of the Earth, was optically increased to have an apparent horizon of 264,000 miles, 6,668% increase, which is 400/6.
So here's my idea on that. So 400/6R, that's still a radius, right? That still means that there is a radius to that light ray that's coming to your eye. So how many degrees below eye level how many degrees below eye level would it be at 10 miles out? And then so how much of a degree?
Well, his math is wrong.
Just think about it. If it was 0 degrees below eye level, just raised to eye level, what would that be? Infinity over
from
6R?
one foot. What is 400/6R in degrees? He's doing the math wrong, which is why he won't use the actual calculator. He won't use the refraction calculator because he wants to make up his own math. He won't use the actual refraction calculator, which will show 400/6R, 264,000 mile apparent rate.
That's true. I believe that. Yes. Yeah. His calculation is correct. So yeah.
For the record, the guy's name is Dwayne Kellum.
There you go.
Yeah, and I have his video there. So, cheers, bro.
I just want to throw that on the ether. I gotta get out of here anyway, but I wanted to just throw that out there.
Yeah, no matter what you show them, bro, they're gonna say refraction. No matter what, no matter how, you know the story.
Yeah, but SE, make them absorb their claim. They love to run around and hide with mathematics.
Oh, yeah.
Make them absorb their mathematical absurdity. It's 400/6R, 6,668% increase in the horizon. Make them absorb it. That's objectively what they have to do.
Absolutely.
So it's refraction on that day. Okay.
Okay, cool, man. You can
If it sounds like a wild claim. If it sounds like a wild claim, that's just okay.
Okay, cool. You sit over there and believe it. I'm not trying to convert you. I don't want people that are that ridiculous. If you're gonna just automatically believe whatever the number is, I don't want you over on this side or whatever. I'm just pointing out that you guys don't like to be honest about it, and I'm going to debunk it. I'm going to expose it.
Why don't we like to be honest about it? What do you mean by that?
Because you guys bring up 7/6R all the time, but you don't like to talk about it with the Black Swan because it's 400.
Why not?
I don't know. Good question. Why has it been 2 years and you guys haven't said the number yet? Because it sounds ridiculous.
Yeah,
here's my question though. Here's my question though. So, is it or is it not refraction? This is a two-part question. is it or is it not refraction, which is making it making the black swan look the way it does on certain days? Is it or is it not?
No.
So yes or no question.
I said no.
So it's not refraction. Okay. Now here's my next question. So when I show my images from here in Hawaii, is it refraction that's making the water appear to obstruct the beach on the other side?
Oh, okay. You're gonna change your subject.
No. It's the same thing. We're talking about refraction, right?
No, we're not. We're talking about it being optically lifted and displaced backwards behind a physical object. So, good try, though.
We're talking about refraction, though, right? No, we're not changing the subject. We're talking about refraction.
Let me
So
just try this.
with the black swan, it's not refraction. But with my image, it is refraction.
See,
is that what you're saying?
You're strawmanning me.
Okay, I don't want to straw. All right, what's
Well,
you
then
saying?
listen carefully. I'm not saying that refraction doesn't exist on one day. I'm saying refraction isn't a sufficient explanation for the amount needed. Now, if you claim it is, please show me specifically, okay, which you never will do, I promise. No glober will ever do this. Show me specifically what conditions are needed for 400 over 6R refraction. Show me specifically what
cold
conditions.
layer of air, a cold layer of air below a warmer layer of air.
Like specific. You think warm and cold is specific?
Yeah. A change in medium.
Well, specific.
Refraction.
Well, what temperature differential is required?
A change in medium.
But what temperature differential is required for 400 over 6R?
Let's see.
You mean you want specific numbers, like 38 degrees and 85 degrees? Like what are you asking for?
I want a differential. That's right.
A change in medium. That's all you're going to get.
Okay, well,
you got a cold layer of air below a warmer layer of air.
You know why you will never do it? You know why the globals will never do it? Because if you do,
we can demonstrate that too.
Let me explain why you'll never do it. Because if you look at the conditions presented for standard refraction and you apply the same coefficient to the 400 over 6R, you will have to invoke conditions that do not exist in reality.
That's not true. That's not true.
Prove me wrong with specific data.
Wait, this can be demonstrated.
Prove it.
You can bring a light over a curved surface using a cold layer of air.
Can you
very simple?
No, you're not understanding.
Specific conditions required. What's it?
What are they?
I posted a graph in the chat. It's.
Wait, is that Andy?
How come you never actually tried this yourself? You know what? I actually tried it today in my office.
Oh my God!
I got guys. He can't. We gotta be careful. He can't talk over us. You know.
You guys are kind of imploding because you guys.
You gotta quit claiming. You gotta stop saying that, man. Nobody's imploding. Nobody's running away. So just quit that, man.
Well, I'm asking you for a very reasonable request, which is if you're saying that it's 400 over 6R refraction, can you please just tell me what conditions specifically are needed to get a coefficient of 2 or more? Because that's infinite refraction. Effectively, the light would travel all the way around the globe back to my head. Okay, that's what you're claiming.
So you're going to require the temperature of the lower layer of air on that day of the black swan and the air temperature. Is that what you're requiring?
What I'm requiring is for you to show that what's required for that rate of refraction is actually what was present, which we all know you'll never do. Globe debunked. Thanks for
playing. Sorry.
I think I might have.
That doesn't debunk the globe.
Oh my God! I think I might have the data right
It's a
here.
temperature inversion. It's kind of ridiculous. We don't.
Wow.
We're playing pigeon chess here. Shit all over the board and run away and claim victory.
No. I've given you 10 opportunities. I mean, you can come back and bring it.
And I told you exactly what's required.
What conditions specifically, like a differential, a ratio of temperature? You don't have to tell me a specific temperature, a ratio. It should be in your
temperature inversion.
That's being a little ridiculous.
Colder at the surface than above. That's all you need.
He wants to know. He wants
so if it's just 1 degree difference,
like
if it's 79 degrees in the air,
no, 1 degree difference. 1 degree difference would not
so
give
it's
you
not
that.
all you need. So his comment was just ridiculous then, huh?
No, it's not 1 degree difference. No, it'd be like, I don't know, 20, like 10, 15, 20 degrees difference.
Okay, so 15 or 20 degrees would result in a 400 over 6R rate of refraction. Is that your claim?
Hey, real quick, Andy, or you pulled up the data from McWest Simulator? Is that right?
Yep.
Because I have the one from Walter Bislin's, but I don't know if this is because it supposedly it's. I mean, I guess it would be his prediction for the data. Or whatever.
How similar is it? I mean,
you guys are claiming
it just
that,
requires a temperature inversion where the temperature is colder at the surface of the water than above it, which is not normal. Normally, the
it could just be 1
temperature is
degree.
hotter.
It could just be 1 degree.
No, it wouldn't be 1 degree.
I just want you guys to
it
realize
wouldn't be
that, by the
1
way. You're claiming that light can refract infinitely around the globe. I want you guys to realize you're
Who
claiming
claimed
a
that?
coefficient.
Nobody.
You don't even understand your
You just
claim,
don't
but
understand.
you're claiming a
Who claimed
coefficient of
that?
2 or more. You're claiming a coefficient of 2 or more.
Nobody
That's
claimed
infinite
that.
refraction. Do you know that a coefficient of 2 is infinite refraction? Do you understand that?
Nobody claimed that.
Well, in
Who
this
claimed that?
observation, that's what you have to claim.
No, it's not.
Okay, you'll get there. I gotta get out of here, but nice chatting with you guys. If any of you guys actually do want to come up with a specific ratio, that would be great. But
Yeah, let me know.
then,
Also, before you go, let me know when you want to talk about Southern Hemisphere flights again, because that was a fun conversation.
okay, well, you let me know whenever when you account for jet stream difference,
Have you? Yeah, we've accounted for. Got it.
and then you log the actual flight time and differential between each one of the flights because majority
It
of
still wouldn't. Yep, still wouldn't be enough.
So the
majority
jet
of commercial
stream.
flights, majority of commercial
Let him
flights
finish.
actually fluctuate, even like in like 1,000 miles, fluctuate anywhere
Yes.
between 30 minutes to an hour and a half. Okay, so you're talking about a 12 to 15 hour flight.
Yeah,
So
the jet stream
Wait,
isn't a
wait,
constant thing, dude.
I appeased
What
your
about the jet
non-sequitur.
stream?
I appeased your diversion attempt. I'm gonna get out of here now. Peace.
All right, man. Peace out. But the thing about the jet streams and these flights and flight times, the jet stream is a very poor argument because the jet
It
stream
is.
don't just flip around and go the other way.
Yeah, exactly. You can claim jet streams all you want, but to go that distance, you would need a 400 or 500 mile an hour jet stream. So it doesn't happen.
Sometimes you're going against the jet stream too, right?
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it's incredibly variable. The jet stream changes constantly.
Well, yeah, I look at null school sometimes, and it's got like a fair what do you call that? Like it's not consistent completely, but it's got a trend. Like it trends one direction.
Yeah, but I mean, let's be real. Trying to take second, third, fourth, fifth-hand information about flights and then trying to decipher some kind of shape of an Earth on that is pretty invalid as an approach in general.
Well, the thing is, Gio, on these flights, you know, the map that everyone wants to claim, they doesn't make sense on those maps. The plane would have to be flying like 1,000 miles an hour, and it would have to go in a direction, you know, that is not. It just wouldn't work, Gio. It's over 12,000 miles. Nonstop flights can't travel 12,000 miles. There are no airplanes that fly that distance nonstop.
You're also using a globe projection, so that's a problem too.
So which maps did we use then?
Give us a projection that it works on.
Pick one, B-ball.
Oh, you guys.
Well, I mean, if you're on a quest for truth, you're searching the truth. You're not just trying to search and try to randomly debunk things just to try to get some ego win. If you're searching for the truth, it may take more time to come to that. Sounds like you're searching for it, so I would say keep on the search.
If you're searching
the thing is,
if you're searching for the truth about airplane flights, it will end you to the globe and great circle routes. It's that easy.
That's not a bad point though that Gio said, because I know sometimes I've been caught up before. You know, even when I've been wrong, trying to prove my point.
Yeah, but we got to talk about honesty here, right? I mean,
Yeah.
if someone's going to claim that claim that these flights don't exist, and then when we bring these flights and we show that these flights actually do exist and that people have actually taken them, then they don't want to go back and say, "Oh, I was wrong about these flights."
Yeah, but hopefully, people. Hopefully, you got enough in earlier because I don't know why they were trying to squeeze you out, whatever the conversation. That's kind of bothering me. And then I was kind of tired, but at the same time, I feel like I don't know. I feel like I was getting talked over a whole bunch.
Yeah, I was just trying to get in, but I wasn't really. I was kind of back and forth I was working and at the same time like listening. So.
Hey, Kosha, you kept trying to say that Brian was tired just because he was saying it's near 4 a.m, but he actually sounded awake and on point. And not trying to make this an attack on you, but you did sound like you were kind of out of sorts, like you were tired or something.
I was frustrated, is what I was. I said he was tired one time because he interrupted me to tell me that. But I just felt like there was a lot of awareness of when I had tried to finish my point, but there was almost no awareness of every time several people cut me off.
Yeah.
This is why if you want to have a more focused debate type of structure, then yeah, like all that we talked about earlier, we should set that up. Because even if you have a full panel, you got 20 people in the room or 25 or whatever it is, a bunch of people, even if you're speaking, there's no way for the mod, unless you had everyone muted, it's impossible for the mod to avoid the interruption. Meaning, yet maybe like 4 seconds or a couple seconds into someone interrupting, you could mute them real quick. So like if you're sitting there and it's like, oh, they interrupted, mute. But I'm just saying it's like near impossible. So the only way to do it if you really want to not have the interruptions is like in a debate style or a structured type discussion, which like I said, we can set those up in Livestream too at any time. And whoever wants to host them can host them and they'll have mod permissions during the time they're hosting. So if you really want to do that, that's the way to do it rather than a huge room.
It wasn't so much that it was. Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead, people.
No, I just wanted to say real quick. I agree with the way you run this server, Gio. I mean, there's a few things we disagree with, but I don't agree with them trying to come over and somehow bring things from another server into here, and then I think that would just kind of ruin everything because that's a different server than this one. You know what I mean? Like, just because I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. Like, just trying to bring those rules over here. You know what I mean? Like, maybe those would work in a debate style, but those wouldn't work. Like, I guess we already talked about that anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that Gio's got an excellent platform. It's not perfect, but none of them are. But I really like the way it is, even though we do have a hiccup now and then. For the most part, it's a good place to be.
Yeah, and just to follow up, Gio, I wasn't advocating for more modding. Like I was thinking that I wasn't being protected or modded. I just thought that I was getting called out for something that everybody else was doing to me. But that's besides the point. I think that the thing that we talked about today with Gio and everybody was talking about, I think it kind of corrects itself because he already has that thing where people can become like a host or whatever like that. And so if somebody like Issa wants to have like a court, Friday night or something like that, he can always host it. Then he's the, moderator and people present their stuff. So there's already an avenue for all that stuff anyways. You know what I mean? So I think if people want to do that in their own time slotted thing, like I think you got an avenue for that for a long time.
I just don't agree with the objection thing. I don't. You're trying to make your point, and then someone wants to, I object, and blah blah blah, and I don't agree with that.
Yeah, most of the time people do that when they are assuming what you're about to say, and you haven't even said it yet, and you don't get to finish talking anymore.
Well, there's a lot of particulars about that, ways of doing it. I mean, you can also understand, though, can you also understand people on the other side of that if somebody is like blatantly strawmanning you, or like let's say that if they're going to get their whole like 1 minute to speak or 30 seconds, I'm saying if it's an open panel, let's say you say something and then or even if it's a structured debate, you say your thing. And then when they start speaking, they start off with literally something you didn't say, meaning they just say, oh, well, since you just said XYZ, even though you didn't say XYZ, and then they go on kind of attacking that straw man. Can you understand how the idea of an objection could make sense, where it's like, boom, object, like I didn't say that kind of, before they just go on and get their whole minute while everyone's listening to them saying, responding to something you never claimed.
So I understand, but I also, what Bandsaw was saying earlier is that, I mean, just let it go until the end, and then you can say your piece when they're done, and you can rebut whatever they said.
Yeah, there's just different ways of doing it. I mean, obviously in courtrooms, they do have objections. So somebody in the human race has decided that was a good idea. So obviously that's a thing that people do. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, everybody might be different in terms of what they prefer or don't prefer. But yeah, I mean, what Bandsaw said is, I mean, that's what I do. Like, you guys know, I'm not saying I've never interrupted anyone ever, and I probably do sometimes if that's happening. I mean, I'm not saying I never do that, but.
They use that time limits too. So they like, a minute a piece, 30 seconds a piece or something, 45. Say what you want, 45 seconds, and let somebody respond.
Yeah, but how often do you guys do structured debates here?
Well, again,
not really that often.
I guess what I'm saying is, if you're going to let someone just monologue for that, or have a monologue of 5 minutes, and then the other guy gets 5 minutes uninterrupted, whatever you want to do.
There has never been a structured debate, let's face it, in any of these forums, ever, in 8 years, ever.
Rummy had one against Conspiracy Cats, that was pretty good.
It's never going to happen.
It wasn't on Discord.
Well, they can be anytime. I mean, anytime anyone wants to do one. I mean, you could host one yourself, SE, or anyone could host one. I mean,
don't get me wrong, Gio. Yeah, I tip my hat and thank you, but I'm saying it never happens. It starts off like that, and then it turns out to, even on modern day debates, right? Ask what's it. It just never ends up being a debate.
No, I do know what you mean. I do know what you mean. If you were to pull together all sort of debates, like let's say flat Earth, globe Earth, just to use those terms, I do hear what you're saying. Like even some of these platforms that claim that it's going to be a debate, they might start off like, okay, 3 minutes to this side, 3 minutes to that side, and then 20 minutes later, it's just a dumpster fire and shit show, and people are swearing and yelling and talking over each other.
Exactly. Yeah.
Jim Panda had one pretty good one with what's his name? What's that fool's name? The guy.
Panda had a debate. Yeah, right.
Yeah, he did. Well, no, it was on Ranty's show. I think his very first show. They did a debate, and it was pretty good actually. I know because Jem he wrote a good closer, a good opener.
Yeah, I saw your debate with that the guy that looked like a girl and the girl that looked like a guy. I was cracking up.
Oh yeah, like Skrillex.
Everybody should see that with his wife. It was like the perfect example of two normal people and two freakaloids. Well, I won't say one was a freakaloid. The girl was not bad actually, but that guy, oh my god, man!
The other way around, dude. That dude was actually pretty smart, and that girl, almost everything she said was not related. It was unrelated to anything they were talking about.
I'm not talking about intelligence. Yeah, but come on, you don't think that guy was weird? Seriously,
I mean, he looked like the Skrillex dude, like kind of like a chick. I was confused at first, but regardless of that, I mean, his arguments were he was at least narrowed in.
Bro, he got destroyed. Are you kidding me? It was like practice for Witsit.
Yeah, well, like I said, the parts that he got thrown off were mostly because of his partner, because she kept coming in and bringing up irrelevant stuff.
Look, Witsit is cracking up in the text.
A modern day debate had a Looney Tune debate some guy who was also a Glober, but believed that Nixon faked the lunar mission. And Looney Tune still lost his shit. He couldn't maintain any sort of discussion or debate or anything.
That was one of the worst debates I've ever seen. Like total destruction, like one-sided. Like really.
Yeah, it's like they just showed that when when you take away their biggest weapon, which is to just ad hom you and make it flat earthers are science denying losers on the internet, just everything they want to say about you. When you take that away from them and they actually have to debate, they can't even present like basic ideas, like why they think the lunar mission happened.
You guys generalize a lot because you guys talk about people like I don't know. It's almost like I know there's some people in the Glober community that behave like that, but you make it seem like everybody in the Glober community is
No, I said
ad homs.
I said those two people, and then I held back because the girl was pretty normal. She looked like a guy though, but the guy who looked like a girl, that guy was like totally like clueless.
I think he had pretty good arguments. I mean, at least at the beginning. I can't remember towards the end, but towards the beginning, he was trying to work up an argument, but then that chick just messed it up. I forgot what it was about.
Kosho, they both didn't know their stuff. You would have done way better job than them. Let's put it that way.
I mean, he seemed like he knew. He seemed like he knew some of his stuff. I gotta remember. I remember watching. I just don't remember what his arguments were.
I remember laughing through the whole thing.
Well, because that lady, her mic was messed up half the time, and then
what struck in my head more than the debate was this. Look, two normal people on one side and two freakaloids on the other side. That's what I kept saying to my head. Like, look at what the world has turned to. And I was saying, thank God, Whitsitt is young and his wife, and we still have normal people. That's what I was thinking.
That's what I was thinking too when you see that, because a lot of these guys, these globalists, are just online all day long playing video games. And they don't really do much with their life. And I'm saying, this is where you could be. You could be where Whitsitt's at. You just got to start thinking and following a life and have some sort of goals in life.
Chronic. I just saw a video yesterday where there was about a black hole, wandering black hole, and Chronic put it on. It was on this channel I watch a lot, and then Chronic told me check out this animation that's in there, and I remember he was making that animation because he was asking me for help with it on Blender, and it was in that fucking video because they were referencing the paper that he wrote.
You telling me I need to do more with my life, Kosho?
Chronic wrote the Wandering Black Hole paper?
You telling me I need to do more with my life?
I was actually backing you up, dude. I was using you as an example for why.
Example of not how to live a productive life. Yeah.
There's a lot of Glober. Like that's one of the things about this community. Besides the conversation, this and that, but the networking, like the people I've met that have done experiments at CERN or like does what Chronic does, or the plethora of other people who've and working in like Scott Veach and his dad and his stories and stuff. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Globers there's some who don't do shit. That's true.
Yeah, it's probably.
Are you saying you bought that?
Probably on both sides.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Are you guys saying you bought the free floating black hole thing?
Oh yeah, we buy that story easily. That's easy to believe.
I told you, Chronic is well. I don't know if Chronic knows more about it than I do, but you can say something. I don't know.
I've been trying to give you credit on a different paper, right, Coach?
Yeah, I know. I forget. I keep forgetting. I have a. Yeah, hold on.
It's almost too late. The end of this week is
okay.
The deadline.
I have DMs from you. I didn't see that. Okay.
Yeah, we openly accept that new discovery, Essie.
For real, even though they think that it might be a neutron star.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with
sure
that.
Themselves.
That's not
nothing wrong with that.
So what is it? What exactly does that? How does that? How do they get confused by the two? I didn't watch the whole video, but I mean, don't. I mean, isn't a neutron star going to emit light and stuff like that?
No, not that we can detect. Not necessarily.
Oh, you
It
okay?
doesn't. I wouldn't. I wouldn't
pulsar.
use the word. I wouldn't use the word confused. I would say multiple possibilities.
So neutron star, you only see it when it's a pulsar.
I mean, if it's emitting some jet in a direction that aligns with your detector, then yeah, you could see a signal. But
I just never thought of that, dude. Wow.
if that can be a pretty rare circumstance. So yeah.
Right.
So you buy both possibilities, wham, just like that. Neutron star or black hole.
Yeah, well, this coming October, we have another data set coming in that's hopefully will help constrain which of those two solutions is more likely. But yeah, right now we're saying it can, there's a possibility it could be either of those two.
And they said that there's about 100 million of them in our galaxy.
I mean, that's
another
like a
nonsense.
Yeah. That's a. I mean, there's huge error bars on that.
It's a tenth of 1% of the stars or something.
Yeah. But it's again, that's a very vague, rough estimate that has huge uncertainty. So it's just sort of like a order of magnitude kind of estimate. Yeah, that could be very different.
Is it based on sort of like was like the reason why they're kind of special is because like most stars are supposedly in like 2-star systems, and there's less. It's less common for it to be in a single star system. Is that correct? For all stars.
Well, probably the most single unique thing about it is that all of the black holes that we know of, or that we're pretty sure we understand that exist in different places in the sky, are all of them have been accompanied by some secondary object, some other object. Yeah. So that's the like most unique part.
Right. I'm saying,
isolated.
Is the frequency
Not only that, hold on. Not only that, the most unique is that it's traveling.
What?
Yeah. You missed that part.
Okay.
No, what are you talking about though? Why is that unique?
It means that there's supposedly a wandering black hole somewhere in the galaxy.
No, there's 100 million.
Yeah, there's probably more than one, Brenda, but.
Well, that's the whole thing why it's unique. One, because it's not in a binary system, and two, because it's moving.
You said it's moving. Okay, a lot of things are moving.
It'd be weird if it wasn't moving.
Yeah, that'd be more exotic. If
it's moving relative to, let's put it in language that you guys will understand. It's moving irregularly.
How so?
I don't know. That's what they said. You didn't read the article?
I read it, man.
So you wrote it. You're trying to say that you wrote it? Is that what you're trying to insinuate now?
No, I said I read it. READ. I read it.
Okay, so was I wrong that they said that it was irregular, that it's moving? Maybe I got it wrong.
There's nothing extraordinarily exotic about the velocity that's been measured. The velocity is actually the measurement is different between the two papers. One of the measurements is higher, but the other one is a bit smaller.
So you're saying that all the other black holes which have a companion are traveling in the same manner, the same velocity observed?
Sorry, I had to go AFK for a second. All the other what, Essie?
All the other black holes which are not singular, which have a companion, are you saying that they've clocked them traveling the same speed as this singular?
Oh, no, not at all. I presume they have their own different motions.
Why would they? Sure everything's got its own motion, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. They said that it's irregular because it's moving, it's wandering. Let me see if I can find the article. Okay. Maybe I misunderstood it.
Yeah. I mean,
it'd be harder. It'd be easy to see a dual star or like a dual star system, right? Because it has a companion, so you'd be able to see evidence in that. So it's just this one's like I saw that dude was saying that this one would be almost impossible, or almost a 0% chance that they're going to observe this one again.
Yeah,
like,
If it wasn't moving, it would be even more. It'd be extraordinarily, even more difficult to even detect it. The fact that it is moving is one of the reasons why it was detected.
His lens, right? Or is
Yeah.
lensing something?
Yeah, it's the lens.
Yeah.
Is there
Now
some kind of dispute about black holes?
Well, do you know what server you're in, Brenda?
Here, this is the article that I
yeah,
read.
I'm familiar with them.
Hey, Brendan, do you mean in this room or amongst cosmologists or something?
No, I'm just trying to get a hold of what the current discussion is about.
Just a new discovery of an isolated black hole in our galaxy.
Yeah, black holes are a great confirmation of Einstein's general theory of gravity.
We're not talking about that, Brenda. Don't start, please.
Well, that
We're
is
talking
true,
about
Brenda.
it moving.
Yeah.
We're talking about it moving.
Okay. Okay. I see the article. Let's move forward with what's so unique about the velocity.
What? No, I understood it's unique because it's single, like you said, and also because it's moving, it's wandering.
Again, that second part is I'm confused by what you're saying. Why is that unique? That it's wandering, that it's moving to you. What?
I'm not saying that I'm the one, dude. Are you not listening?
Okay.
I'm telling you what I read. Now, maybe I read it wrong. That's why I'm asking you, and I even posted the article.
Mm-hmm.
They said the two things strange about this black hole. First of all, they're not sure it's a black hole. They think it might be a black hole or it could be a neutron star. That's number one.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, it's not in a binary system. It's alone. And number three, that it's traveling.
Okay.
Those are the three things that stayed in my mind. Now, look, I'm not an expert. I could have got it wrong.
Yeah,
well, within any
not
group
arguing.
within any group of things, SE, you're going to have statistical outliers.
I mean, if you want to get really boring about it, like one paper concludes a higher velocity than the other paper, and given this potentially higher velocity, a larger speed, that might imply that the black hole received some sort of kick, not a kick with any big godlike foot, but a gravitational kick potentially during the progenitor, the supernova that created the black hole. So if it collapsed, if the supernova exploded or collapsed, either one, imploded or exploded, either way, and this very violent event was asymmetric. So the collapse or the explosion happened asymmetrically in some way. I'm not claiming to say exactly how this asymmetry might have happened, but yeah, if it was not a uniform collapse or explosion, but it was more influenced in one way than the other, then the resulting black hole would receive what's called a kick, or a little gravitational little kick to give it a high velocity.
Yeah, you can theorize on why and whatever, but I'm just telling you that one of the things that I remember them saying is that it's traveling and not normally, not in a normal speed.
Well, it could be because they had two different speeds, like you said, like measured like two teams, two different speeds. But that's a guess. But Chronic, is it possible that it was a part of a 2-star system, and when it had that supernova or whatever, like that reaction kind of fucked up their like the balance between their orbits, like their
there's a lot of different possibilities for what's called the progenitor star, or the beforehand object before it became a black hole.
Yeah.
Plenty of theories. Sure, it could have been in a binary. It could have been a single massive star that exploded in a supernova. It could have been that's one thing that you can't really deduce from just the fact of
it could have been in
observing.
with others and been kicked out because it was just an unstable conglomeration, right?
The biggest point, again, like I repeated, the number one point is that it's isolated by itself. That's like number one, which has not been observed.
Right.
This is the first time. Yeah.
Also, the other thing was when I said it was like more common for the 2-star system, is it? What do you know what the ratio is between like seeing it like in a single system like our sun and a 2-star system?
Sorry, what was that? I was typing in the chat.
Like for any star, not just like black holes or anything, but do you have like top of your head like what the ratio is between it being in a 2-star system and it being in a lone star system?
Like the relative like the occurrence.
Yeah, like what the ratio
singles versus binaries. I don't know. It's I mean, if I had to gander, if I had to like make a educated guess, it'd be roughly based on the observed frequency of binaries over singles or even triple systems, stuff like that. Yeah.
For for some reason I remember like 50-50, like slightly erring on the side of like a double, but I don't know.
Hey, Blue, I said that, genius. I was the one that said it could be a neutron star or a black hole. Why don't you come in there, Blue, and explain us how this stuff works? I'd love to hear that.
That was actually the headline that I saw.
What was that headline?
That it could be a neutron star or a black hole.
Yeah. Like I said, some more data is coming in October, so well, hopefully it'll help to nail down which of those two is more probable.
In my opinion, I think neutron stars are cooler than black holes anyway.
This conversation needs a flat Earth version of M. Stone, just constantly giggling. What are you talking about?
I mean, it is
every possible thing.
I fully admit it's 100% boring in the grander scheme of life. But why do you think a neutron star is cooler than a black hole?
I don't know. Maybe black holes are maybe too mysterious, but at least neutron stars, like there's just there's. Have you heard of those ones called strange stars? Is that a real thing?
That's kind of a mainstream term that was coined, but I'm pretty sure I know what you mean.
But also, I think neutron stars they have like a portion of them that are already like strange core. Like just I don't know, just have weird properties, and also that I always thought that the magnetic fields on them had to be like insane. I asked this to people in Jem's room a long time ago, but nobody really had any good answers. But maybe you will. But the magnetic field on a neutron star is enormous, right?
Pretty sure. I don't know the specifics of neutron star physics, but I think it must be based on like the chemical, like the physical composition that makes up a neutron star, and like electron degeneracy pressure, and I don't know. It's quite exotic. Yeah.
Does it spin like fucking thousands of times a second or something?
Maybe some of them do.
Some
like
of them.
millisecond pulsars.
Let me just say something for the listening audience. What these guys are talking about
fairy
is
tales.
pure 100% speculation.
Fairy tales.
Meth.
Oh yeah, definitely fairy tales.
These are things that are observed.
Meth
They're not speculative. They're objects that we see and detect.
See a black hole?
Yes.
Ron, do we actually have
Really?
like direct observation of any white dwarfs or neutron
Oh
stars?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what instrument are they able to use to
a bunch of instruments
to say anything about these things that are
probably
unfathomable distances away?
But a bunch of different instruments. We're pretty technologically savvy, us humans in the 21st century.
Well,
believe it or not, we're not cavemen anymore. But
the LIGO,
But
LIGO for
instrument
one.
that they use to
LIGO.
to
say what?
LIGO is an instrument. It detects black holes colliding.
That is true, Brenda. That is true.
It detected a famously.
What's the technology based on? What is it? Is it light?
Both. But there's one of the first observations like that. They got
a whole bunch of a whole bunch of different ranges along the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Yeah.
Well, they got the gravitational waves first, and then they're like, "Whoa, dude, it was pretty intense." And then they, were trying to because they got both the sensors and they gave a general direction of where it would be, and then all the amateur astronomers were looking for it too, and then they eventually saw the light from the same event. It was brighter than the galaxy it was coming from.
Yeah, the kilonova.
Yeah, kilonova. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's an intense
story,
evidence.
bro.
Yeah, cool fairy tale, Kosho.
Well, I mean, something like that is pretty hard to deny because it's you're hearing it technically. I mean, you hear the vibrations, whatever, and then seeing it, the same event.
Yeah, the problem is they think that we just make this shit up.
Well, I mean,
the way other people do, and you believe it.
I mean, the way that they can take the easiest W win of all time is just obviously it's lights in the sky, bro. We have no idea what's going on up there.
You don't.
They're
At least be honest about it.
They're angels, aren't they? And they open up the doors to let the rain in.
I don't know about all that, Brenda, but that's a little preachy.
That's ridiculous, Brenda.
That's a little preachy.
There are flat earthers who believe that the lights are angels.
Yeah, there's lots of crazy fucking people out there.
That they open up a trap door to let the waters above, and that's rain.
Maybe.
Yeah, there's globalists who think that God loves capitalism, so America won the space race.
Oh God, let's not make this into a fucking political argument. Jesus Christ.
I think it's fine to speculate and make all kinds of theories about what the sky might be, and no matter what that is, I think it's fun and cool to do. But you just can't call it physics because it's not something physical and tangible.
Yeah, it's the misplaced concretedness that comes with so much of what these people say.
Well, astronomy is a physical science, so it is science.
Yeah.
Oh, don't start, Brenda. We had enough for you today.
Yeah. You just say things, and then you just don't want to dispute them. So no, we don't make up things about what's in the sky. It's a science. We make observations and test theories.
No, you don't make up things. Other people make up things, Brenda, and you believe them.
Chronic is
because we have no reason to not believe them.
Is that a reason? Is that a reason to believe something, B-Ball?
Yeah, because you
haven't yet come up with a reason not to believe it. Is that how your mind functions?
Because not only do I mean, I could test these things myself. I could go to college. I could go to college. I could study these things myself. There's nothing stopping me from doing that.
Blue Marble Science is in chat.
Distance to the sun.
Blue Marble Science is in the chat right now, and he has himself validated gravity as well as the distance to the moon. He's done the Eratosthenes experiment all over again. So yes,
I mean, if he validated gravity, then he should claim his Nobel Prize.
So
I can flip around
there are people in our community who have, in fact, done these observations themselves.
Thank you, Brenda.
Watch this. I could flip around and just be a flat earther myself.
Yeah, the key word being observation.
All of these things are completely nonsense. Nobody can touch the sun. Nobody can touch the moon. So you can't verify anything yourself. Anybody can do that. Anybody can do that,
bro.
Anybody can do that.
All right, the other day.
Now you're thinking for once.
I heard you guys.
Anybody can do that.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about degrees of certainty, or maybe like whatever it's called, like not degrees of certainty, but whatever you guys are saying about like, how certain you are of that's what you guys were saying. You guys were comparing absolute certainty and degrees of certainty, I think, something like that. And I was looking into astronomy because when you guys were talking about it, I was looking into astronomy about the what they called like 3 sigma and 5 sigma and 6 sigma, and they use that same they use those same metrics as any other physics field of in science. You know what I mean? to determine like how how confident they are in any of their findings. So I don't know if I would.
Yeah, so we don't just make shit up. It's based on science.
No,
Six Sigma
astronomy is not science. You look at something, well, not you. Somebody else looked at something and said, this is about 93 million miles away. Oh, that's about 15 billion light years away. And you said, okay.
Yeah, that's just a straw
It's not
man.
science.
That's not what happens. You have
according
no
to
idea
who?
what science is.
What I said
it's
is
not
a
science
fact.
according to who, Etsy. It's not science according to who?
Well, why don't you
According to
define
me.
science for us
According
then,
to me.
Brenda? Because if you
Okay.
can just observe and declare and call that science, then
That's not all they did,
That's
though,
not
right?
science.
That's not all they did. That's not all they did, though, right? They didn't just observe and declare.
How did they confirm the black hole? Go. Give me the scientific method. Start with the observation and then continue.
Oh boy.
Gravitational waves.
I don't know.
Of course you don't know, because it hasn't been done.
He said
Black holes have been imaged with the Event Horizon Telescope. That is a validation that black holes exist.
The thing that Chronic was just talking about earlier. I mean, there's 5 things.
But it's just an observation. Until you go to the black hole and actually verify, then it's just a probability
side
status.
will never
That's not science, Ram.
consider
That's not
needing to
science.
go somewhere and touch it.
There
part
it
of
is.
the
I love it
validation
when
method.
flat earthers use that argument, right?
There it
Because I
is.
can turn around and say, oh, well, I've never been to the Marianas Trench. How many people have been to the Marianas Trench? Probably not many. So how do we know it actually exists?
Well, people,
Because
it's
are
up
we
to
going to claim? Are we going to claim that it doesn't exist because I haven't been there?
You want the answer?
What's the answer?
They send
Etsy?
the
What's your
guy.
answer?
They send the guy down there. I saw the whole documentary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
Now,
we've
now
seen people
that
go
one
to the
guy
moon.
has been down there. Now,
You didn't
does
go
everybody that wants to validate the Marianas Trench need to go down there and look at it, or is it just the one guy?
We can go and look at it. Not
not
us.
about-
'Cause
Can
it takes a lot
It's
of
not
money,
about-
but we can go to the spot. We know there's water there.
Can you?
We can look down.
You have
we can
the
say, holy
technology
shit,
required
that's
to do
deep.
that, Etsy?
I
You have a
can't go
submarine
there,
that can
Etsy.
go to 7,000 feet in depth, or
Are
whatever
you
the fuck it
comparing
is?
now something
It's
on
not
Earth
about. It's not
that
about
anybody can
validating
go and do with
trench.
money?
It's about.
Anybody with money could go and do this. Yes, you can do it if you have enough money. You can hire that submarine and you can go
Yeah,
down
if you have
yourself.
enough money,
But
you
you're
can go to the
never going to
moon.
go to a
If you
black
have
hole.
enough
Give it
money,
up.
you
Just
can
give
build
it
a
up.
rocket and go to the moon. That's what Elon Musk is doing, right? Why don't
Can
you
you go
just
to a black
make
hole?
$1 million and go to the
Can
moon?
Elon Musk go to a black hole? Can he build a ship to go to a black
Other
hole?
people have already gone. Well, it's already a fallacy anyway, because the idea that you have to touch something to know about it is just wrong. It's just not science. It's just,
I didn't say that
nobody
you have
thinks
to
that.
touch something to know about it. You have to
Yes,
go
yes,
and
yes.
verify
No, you
it.
don't. That's the point. No, you don't have to.
Well, Brenda, you're free to have your own standards of what you
Yeah.
look.
It's not my standard.
Because I'll say this for myself. I would say it the other way around. Like
It needs to be.
if somebody who said the Earth is, stationary, flat plane, etc., and they came up with this whole theory about how the stars are electrostatic and sonoluminescent and all of that. If they wanted to, if they see it that way, that's of course fine. But if they're claiming that that's fact, I would say the same thing. Do you have tangible physical evidence of that? And if they say no, then I would say the same thing in terms of that not being verified.
That's not.
It doesn't matter if
science.
it's a globe
That's not-
Earth. It doesn't matter what
Geo,
it is. It's the same
Geo,
concept.
Geo, that's not science. You don't know what
Yes, it
science
is. It's part of the method.
It isn't. What you're claiming
Yes, we do.
is not
It is.
science.
Don't start with it's
It is.
not science. We don't care. We're telling you, can you
I know you
verify a
don't
black
care
hole or
about
not?
science. You don't care.
Can you
just are not-
verify a black hole? Yes or no?
What's up, Essie?
Brenda, I think you
Can
might
you
have
verify a
It's
black
been
hole?
observed. Yes,
you might have
it's
missed
been
my point,
observed.
Brenda. What I was
Right.
saying, my viewpoint on if you cannot tangibly verify it, you're limited in what you can know about it. So I think you maybe thought that I was saying sonoluminescent, all that is the case, and you started just erupting and splurging about how
No.
that's not science. That isn't even the point I was making. What I said, if you actually listen to what I said if somebody claimed it was that, or if they claimed it was whatever else, even if it fits, a different concept, I would say the same thing, that it's still not physically verified.
Now, so I was not confused. I knew that that was just a hypothetical. You're still wrong. Your standard is simply wrong. It's not science. It's not how science is done. You don't know what science is. How about you Google?
All right, you're being muted because you're just attacking people. Go ahead.
Exactly. That's all she does.
Yikes.
Real quick,
With nothing to back it up.
Oh my god.
I can't B-ball. I got something for you. So this is when I look at the claim, right? The difference between space and the Earth. So when someone tells me that I'm talking about the Earth and they say, "Oh, what about a black hole?" I'm like, "What about it? What does a black hole say about the Earth?"
When do we ever claim anything about the black hole? I mean, like
About the
that's a
CGI
different thing.
stuff, like the last half hour of talking about astronomy. And then why it's
Okay.
fake, too, okay? This is why I say it's fake. Because I've listened to the experts. Carl Sagan. It has been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. But you
Do you
look
own a
at these,
telescope?
but you look at these people, they're not humble. They have no character at all. They just constantly freak out.
Off, Crit.
Crit, do you own a
I would
do you
really
own a
like to hear
telescope?
what,
Wait,
I would
wait,
really
wait.
like to
Crit, do you
hear
own
what the
Crit, hold on. Crit, do you own a telescope?
Yeah, I got a telescope, a really small
Do
one.
you, when's the last time you used it?
It's been many years since I broke it
Use
out.
it, man. Go use it.
Yeah, and when you use it, it's
Observe some
humbling and
things.
character building. Until
Okay.
you
Can I just
realize
pose
that
a
it's not.
question? Can I
Okay,
just
when he
pose a
uses it,
question
what's he
quickly
gonna see,
to the?
B-Ball? What's he gonna do when he uses it?
He's gonna look into it. Well, I think Rams is.
And he's gonna look in the sky. He's gonna see some lights.
Yeah, and
What's
that's
he
what
gonna?
the full
He's
story.
going to be
That's
humbled and he's going to develop character.
That's the only
Yeah.
if you think it's somehow.
No. Could we let Rams get in?
Let's see what Rams do.
Yeah, I just wanted to pose the question to Brenda and the other Globers here. What do you think of the quote from Michio Kaku that he talks about that him and the people in his field, they don't use the scientific method? What do you have to say about that?
They're theoretical physicists. They don't actually verify their theories. Experimental physicists verify theoretical physicists' theories. So yes, it's fine that the theoretical physicists don't use the scientific method. It doesn't matter.
Well, Rams, can I read to you? I'm not going to tell you who this quote comes from, but I'll just say that I like this quote. Okay, he's a scientist. Okay, but he says he was doing a master class on scientific communication, and anyways, in that class, he said scientific method. He was defining it. He said scientific method is do whatever it takes to not fool yourself into thinking something is true that is not true, or into thinking that something is not true that is true. And that's it. Just do whatever it takes. And there's a little bit more, but that's basically, that was his plain statement. I mean, if you think about it, that makes a lot of sense. You know, as long as you're being thorough in whatever way it takes, because there's so many different fields of science, there's no one, you know, like astronomy is a good example where you can't do the same things in astronomy that you can do in, say, biology, right? So, you know, but they're both science.
I also have I think I have a great example of Rams.
With cosmology and that, I mean, the only instruments really that you can use to try and describe what you're looking at are like instruments of light, right? So you look at focus on a spot in the sky somewhere and you analyze what the light that comes from there, is that one of the tools that they have? I mean, what other ways do they have apart from that? And how are they able to be, you know, so sort of certain about what they're seeing and not know that it could be something between you and the thing you're observing that's giving you, you know, the data or whatever that you're looking at? And
not only that, bro, you have a very good point. Not only that, you know, when they say they find a planet, what they actually mean is they found 2 pixels or 3 pixels.
Yeah,
it's comical.
Yeah, you're misunderstanding how it works. I see. Rams.
No, not at all. I'm not
Rams.
misunderstanding. Show me a picture of a planet that's more than 5 pixels. Go ahead.
2 seconds up. All right, I'll do that after my statement. Rams, it is a good question to ask. a good skeptical scientist, anyone should ask those type of questions. That's how you build a hypothesis to test some observed phenomenon, some phenomenon, whatever, in the sky. You test all of those hypotheses against each other, and ideally you want to come to some conclusion that basically ranks them in terms of what is most probable, what we think as a science team is most probably causing this phenomenon. That's definitely not.
Most probably, I would say that's not science. I'd say science deals with the definite and the concrete. It either gives you a positive or a negative answer when you do your experiment.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard science doesn't prove things, but we don't have to go down that path. But we'll agree to disagree there. But a great example of modern day science happening in front of your own eyes in real time is what we've just been talking about. There's 2 papers that were released that studied the same phenomenon and came to different conclusions.
What was the phenomenon?
Slightly different conclusions. Gravitational microlensing. So these 2 conclusions are slightly different. But
where do you see this phenomenon? Where do I see this phenomenon?
Just let me at least get to the end.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So the point about it being a really good example of modern day science and how modern day the scientific method and the modern understanding of empiricism, empirical based observational astronomy. Andy made a good point about theoretical astronomy versus observational. That's 2 extremely different realms, and same with physics, theoretical physics versus experimental physics. But anyway, the great thing is that these two conclusions were slightly different. However, this is good for science, whether or not I'm not begging anyone to believe any of the conclusions, but just for the sake of how science works in modern day, 21st century, there are 2 slightly different conclusions. The hope is with more data coming in the future, obtaining more data, observational data, that the hope is that new data will help to rule one of the possible potential conclusions out, or much more unlikely than the other one. That's like the hope. That's science happening literally in real time in front of we're seeing it happening. This is a perfect example of 2, you could call them, competing results against each other. That maybe one day with new data, one of the results will win this competition over the other. But maybe in the future, so with some new data, the answer still might be ambiguous. It might not actually rule one out over the other, and then you continue to have a discourse along the way. This is modern day. This is how modern day science happens. You have an observed phenomenon, and you formulate a hypothesis, and different hypotheses to try and explain this observed phenomenon.
Well, what about the issue that a lot of flat earthers will bring up, which is the inability for you to manipulate the independent variable in cosmology or astronomy?
Exactly. So this again, it goes back to the careful words I used about how modern day observational science is done, empirical based science, where you have an observed
I just think it would be more accurate to say modern day research into this subject, because I wouldn't call it science. I wouldn't call it science until you can actually put it through the method and spit out a verification or or the null in your test.
Sure, I'm not pleading with you to change your stance on that. Okay. You can have your opinion, SE can have his opinion, I can have my opinion on different things. I mean,
yeah, but this is not opinion, bro.
Rams, if you were making the rules though, if you were the one setting up these rules about what is real science and what's not, then sure, of course, you know, any conclusions that you come to based on empirical based observation and data analysis based
It's
on
not
observations.
empirical. For the love of God, stop using that word. You're getting me upset, bro.
Hold on, man.
Visual empirical does not go together, bro.
Just let him
Don't use
Maybe
that.
reread the definition of empiricism. Anyway, then maybe they would have different then
Getting him upset, man. Come on.
then Rams maybe yeah, different fields of science would fall into different categories for you. However, like Kosho said a few minutes ago, the ultimate results of these studies that happen, whether this is true, I will pull up like references if you really want to see them. There are the results that are reported in all these different fields, whether it is in a lab with like condensed matter physics, or biological science, biophysics, different chemistry, different things that are lab based, getting your hands on manipulating stuff and all of that. All of that research still comes to a point and concludes with some results that are given with uncertainty and error bars and probability distributions and all of that. That's the exact same, like Kosha was saying, the exact same type of results are reported in observational sciences, in observational astrophysics, astronomy. The results are still reported the same exact way in terms of with uncertainties and error bars and a probability, a distribution of what these results could be that is sometimes wide or sometimes narrow. That's the whole point. That one of these papers concludes that it's either a neutron star, it could be a neutron star, or it could be a black hole. That's because that distribution of probabilities for what that object is covers the range of masses that corresponds to neutron stars and black holes. It is done the same way. Of course, this is all. Sure, you can claim this is all my opinion, but it's done. All the science is done the same way. The results are reported the same way. Error propagations, uncertainties, like there's not different ways that their analysis is done or research is done for different fields in science. It's if you're in a lab doing stuff with rocks or biology and stuff like that, or different condensed matter, magnets and stuff. It's all reported.
We got it, bro. Let me ask you a question. How
do you have any
what...
rebuttal for that though, or you just want to
I'll
go
give you
straight
a rebuttal
into
right now?
So you're going straight into the next. Okay. I guess
how do you know?
spoke. Where's the GIF of the guy speaking to the brick wall?
Can I get a word in, bro?
Go
Can
ahead,
I
go
get
ahead.
a word in,
what
bro?
you're saying.
Yeah, go ahead, Essie.
Thank you.
I
How do
appreciate
you
that,
know
Rams.
the
Thank you.
mass or what constitutes a black hole for you to measure it? How do you know that?
So there's a huge backlog, meaning there's empirical based observations and studies that have been done to characterize tons and tons and tons of these different objects of all different masses. Okay, and they're all of that empirical based results.
It's not empirical. It's just observational. But go ahead.
You can claim it's not, but I mean that's literally the definition. But anyway, we use that foundation of knowledge, but also we're smart enough as human apes to develop models and computer models and simulations that we hope properly describes the evolution of some of these objects and how they can grow in mass, and if they get too massive they collapse sometimes maybe and turn into a different object and become a different object. And
so just a guess before you go on and on and on and on for half an hour. Mm-hmm. You just guessed what you thought a black hole should be. Definitely, and you measured it according to what you guessed.
If that's
correct?
If that's what you got from my explanation, maybe I'm doing something wrong. I don't know.
So how did you know the initial black hole? How did you know what to compare the initial black hole to? Please explain me that. If you didn't guess, how did you know?
So the only objects that we know of that we have discovered and we have characterized empirically, I know that word triggers you, but based on past observations of objects of all different masses.
Not all different masses. The black hole. What did you observe?
This is
and
where we
how
have
did you observe it to know what mass to measure the other black holes from? How did you measure the first black hole?
You need to get this first part before I get to the actual results. So based on the a priori knowledge, our understanding before the study,
you didn't have a priori knowledge. Sorry, you can't. No, you didn't.
Essie, I'm trying to hear what you're trying to say, man.
Give me 20 seconds to finish, man.
Sure.
All right. Based on all of that foundation of knowledge, our new result, or the new results of these studies, conclude that this probability distribution for the mass of the object, it covers the range between 1.5 times the mass of the sun and 4.5 times the mass of the sun. So as far as we know as humans up to this point, the only dark objects, because we see it's not emitting its own light, the only known dark, in quotes, dark objects that can produce an object of that mass is either on the lower side, the 1.5 is a neutron star, and on the higher mass side is a black hole. This is, I hope I'm explaining it as straightforward as possible.
Yeah, let me see if I can recap. Let me see if I can recap. You guess the mass of the sun.
Yeah.
You guess the mass of the sun. Then you compare that guess to what you thought it was a black hole, something you never saw. Then you made up a story, and now you're trying to explain the story to me, and I'm calling you out, bro.
Well,
and you're not looking too good. Sorry.
Well, I mean, if you could explain the measured astrometric microlensing shift that we see for this event in some better way than our current understanding can explain it, I'm all ears, Essie. I'm all ears.
You can explain all this microlensing all you want. Could be just a gas cloud in front. I don't know. But certainly it's not what you say. I can guarantee you that 100%.
We've thought about that.
You don't know what a black hole is. You never seen one. You never
Turns
will.
out not to be a gas
it's
cloud.
all theoretical.
Is there
And it seems to me that it could be a bit dangerous when you're looking at these observations of these things a long way away, and you're saying that they're either this or this based on your already sort of assumed model of gravity and space and like I see a possibility that you could end up just making your observations fit in with your theories that you've put together already, and making them sort of work, even if they don't actually. Well, maybe you can make them work, but it's not actually what they really are. That's just, you know what I mean? So you can end up just reaffirming your model without ever knowing that it's actually not what you think it is, because you can never actually go there, or you can never.
Yeah. We can't manipulate. We can't touch the stars. Yeah. To that, I would say, I mean, I've been begging for I don't know how long now, begging for just any sort of just propose to me a better explanation, an alternative explanation. I'll consider it. I'll think about it. Maybe if it works out better, I can win myself a Nobel, and I'll share it with you or something. But until that day, I'm gonna stick with what we got.
That makes no sense, bro. So you're gonna believe the current bull until somebody else comes up with a better explanation?
That's basically the smartest thing you can do.
I'm going to believe what the data tells me until there's a better.
Ridiculous.
That's the definition of scientific advancement. How is that ridiculous?
Yeah, that's the model everybody should be adhering to in their everyday
What would
life.
you propose?
He doesn't know what he would propose. That's the point.
Whoa! Let's hear about Cron. Like, let's not say he doesn't know.
Yeah. I mean,
SC, what would you propose?
I got a question.
Hold on. That's a fair question.
Come on, Kosher.
That's a fair question. So let me get this straight, bro. You want me to propose how I think the creator made everything in the universe. This is what you want me to do.
No,
You want
that's
me to
not what I
come up
want you
with
to
some
propose. I want
bullshit
you.
of how
No,
this,
Essie.
what we see around us was created. Really?
No, that wasn't my question. My question is,
sounds like
as
a straw
opposed to us, as opposed to us going along with the best guess or the best information we have, what would you rather we do? That we say we're not going to go along with any guess until we know something for 100% like certainty, or
No,
how
what
would
I
you go
would
about
say
doing it?
is the stuff that we know that we have, our tech, our cars, all provable,
Our
right? We have
telescopes.
computers, telescopes, all that. That's real, right? Now,
Spectroscopes, all of that, right?
spectroscopy, ground-based spectroscopy. That is definitely real. But the the space spectroscopy, that we can discuss if you want in detail. But no, that's poppycock.
Okay. And the data
So
that
for
the
you, there's a
telescope
line.
Yeah, the data that they take is somehow not reliable.
Well, if
So
you're
for
talking
you,
about
Essie,
spectroscopy, you can be fooled because of the emission, the absorption spectra.
You can be fooled by anything, of course.
What's between you and the object? What is the space that you're measuring through? All these things count.
Of course.
Okay, so Essie, for you, the issue isn't that we go with our best guess. It's that we go with our best guess when it comes to things really, really far away in the sky, right? If I use spectroscopy on the ground, and even though my spectroscope isn't going to tell me every single detail about the thing I'm pointing it at, you are fine with that because it's on the ground. For you in your mind, even though that lighthouse on the horizon is 30 miles away, you could still theoretically go over there and touch it, and
Yeah, in
like,
spectroscopy, ground-based, if you burn something, you see the elements. It's there. I mean, you're not guessing. You have the thing in your hand. And
Okay, so for
terrestrial
you,
spectroscopy is very reliable. Very reliable.
all right, so let's say I have a spectroscope, I aim it at a lighthouse in the distance, you're fine with that. But the moment I tilt it up and aim it at a star in the sky, you start having issues on the
we have a problem.
data
Yeah, of
we
course.
present.
Yeah.
Hold
We
up,
have a
that's not
problem
how
because
spectroscopy works on the ground. They have a sample, a known element, and they
Yeah.
just check what the absorption.
That's the exact same thing they do for things in the sky percentage. It's the exact
They
same
don't have
thing.
known element
Yeah.
samples, like actual
They
samples
do.
of the things in the sky.
They
they do.
They compare it to
Sure they
known to all of the elements on the periodic table of elements. If they get a if they get a sample reading from a star in the sky, they look at the spectral emissions. They compare that to the known elements we have. If it matches to something on the table, then we know it's a known element. If it's something totally new, it doesn't match anything on the table, then we found a planet or something made of a new element.
Yeah, but
It's
that's
the exact
that's
same-
different.
With the stars in the sky, I mean, I've seen images from the Hubble where you can pick one, zoom into one pixel of the image and zoom in, and there's like thousands and thousands of galaxies. So, like, how can you focus in on an object that's so far away?
It's the same way. It's the same way your microscope.
It would be a pixel. It would be a single pixel or less than a pixel.
Rams, it's the same way microscopes can focus in on germs that are so small. It's the same technology, man. Come on, guys.
So it's taken over a long.
It's not. It's
that
backwards.
good, though,
You're not
they
realizing.
they can target something that's 25 light years away and actually target something specifically at that distance. Really?
It doesn't matter whether it's really far away or really small. We can use technology to look at these things. But it seems the crux of the issue is the technology is fine as long as we use it for land, Earth-based observations. But you guys feel the moment we point these telescopes and spectroscopes and yada yadas at the sky, there's an issue. That's what
Nate,
it sounds
you're
like.
wrong. You're wrong because you're not understanding the technology. It's actually opposite of what you said. So on the ground, they have a sample of a known element, and then all they do is they check it under a spectroscope and find out what its wavelengths are, or like the absorption and emission spectrum. Okay? So they have A, the sample, and then they get B, the absorption spectrum. And then in the sky, what they do is they start off with B, they check these colors, and they get the wavelengths, the absorption, emission spectrums, and then they assume A. It's literally affirming the
Compare
consequence.
it to the things that we had on the ground.
Yes, but they can't confirm it because they don't have a sample. It's affirming the consequence.
Okay,
You can have the
no,
same
it-
colors from
we
something
do have a
other,
sample.
other cause. Who knows what it
Uniformitarianism,
is?
and there's nothing wrong
That's
with
a
it.
lie percentage. We
That's
do
not
have a
a lie.
sample.
That's literally what they do.
We've
It's affirming the
literally
consequence.
received a sample of light from this object. That's a sample of it. It's light
No, it's
emitted by
not.
this object.
No, you don't know it
It
came from
is.
that object.
That's not what they mean by
We
sample.
do.
They mean a sample, like a known
That
element,
is
like
what they
material,
mean. That
like a
is
gas
exactly
or
what they
whatever.
mean.
It's not just
Because
light.
this piece of light has reacted with whatever elements are within the atmosphere of that planet or star. So it has that signature wavelength of the elements within the atmosphere of that planet or star.
But
so
it's
it
not
is
a
it's
sample,
The
bro.
light is not the sample.
It's not a sample.
The sample is
But the
actual
light
material.
has the wavelength.
It's not going to be a sample, but it's a signature.
Who decided that a sample needs to be something?
That's
you
how
physically hold?
spectroscopy works.
That's not. That's.
I promise you, that's how
spectroscopy
terrestrial
works with
spectroscopy
samples. It works with samples, but it's not to say that the sample needs to be something material. That's something
No,
we've
it's a
added in
known
there.
element, a known material element.
A known element, yes. So
A
if
known
I get
gas,
a sample of
a
if
known
I
little-
get a sample of light from a distant planet or star, and that light has gone through that planet or star's atmosphere, it's picked up the traces of certain elements, and I can compare that to known
You're
elements
assuming
that we have. That is a
Again,
sample.
see, I'm saying you don't understand the technology. You're affirming the consequence, and that's not how it works. The light is not the
Come on,
sample.
man.
Well, the
light is a
sample-
sample.
you can call it
we
a
use it as
sample, you-
samples all the time.
I would call it a
Sit here and say
signature.
it's not as ridiculous.
I mean, it doesn't matter
Whatever,
what you
kosher.
call it,
Doesn't
though, to be
matter.
honest.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But percentage to try and say that the sample he's talking about is more conclusive or more empirical than the sample I'm talking about is ridiculous. Because people
Absolutely.
that work with spectroscopy consider light as a sample, as a signature, whatever you want to call it. But they use that to come to conclusions on
You're
things.
not
I don't think
understanding.
that's
The
true.
problem with stellar spectroscopy is that you don't have a sample to be able to compare it against. You can't know what is between you and whatever target out there is giving you the readings. It could be something between you and the target giving you those readings.
If there's
and not the
something
target
between me,
itself.
okay, but Rams, if there's something between you and a star, don't you think you're going to see that thing in the way? It's going to block the light from the star. You're going to know that there's something in the way I can't see it.
No, the light. You said the light can absorb things that it
Well,
passes
exactly.
through. Well, it's passing
Yeah.
through a fucking millions and billions of miles of shit.
Of what exactly, though? If I have line of sight of a star, what's in between me and that star?
I know the answer.
Air.
So you think that between you and that star, there's nothing. There's not a meteor. There's not.
I didn't say that. I'm
There's
asking
not-
you.
think that's what you
I'm
said.
asking. I didn't say that. What I asked is, if I have visibility of that star, what's in between me and that star? That's all I'm asking.
You have no clue.
In
Is
your
the answer.
model is all sorts of shit. Gases,
all, that
dust,
star- hold on, that light-
fucking
hold on.
objects.
That light from that star took millions and millions of years to get here. Number one, in your fantasy, and number two, what's in between you and that? You have no clue, bro.
Well, no,
Come
but I
on.
asked Chronic this question a long time ago because Percentage had said something about the refraction from the gases between us and the sun, and so I was just curious, like how to calculate that. I thought it was an interesting question when we think about it. But,
Isn't
but
that
Chronic, tell me
more
about the air
scattering?
mass. Say what?
What?
I was
Say
just going
again?
to say, isn't that more scattering? As opposed
No,
to
no, I was
refraction?
talking about the scattering. I'm trying to bring up the air mass because Chronic told me basically it doesn't matter because the air mass, if the sun is at zenith, the air mass is going to be 1. And I think that even if something that's very far away, the air mass is going to, the molecules, the air mass that's going to be in between you and some other object is probably going to be mostly in the atmosphere than anything else.
Before we move away from spectroscopy, I want to say, by your
sure,
logic, Nate, the sample has a sample.
Yeah.
Because the sample on Earth, it's a known element, and it gives off, it reflects light, so it has a light, which is also a sample according to you. So the sample has a sample.
Sure.
The sample is a sample.
Kosho,
Alright.
That's a very simple calculation to make. How much air mass you're looking through, as a function of altitude. Anyway, damn, I lost my. I feel like you right now, Kosho.
And you
I
guys
lost
are
my train of thought.
bookworms.
I had a
You
question for
guys
you.
are real bookworms. Like you're trying to put in a book or in a calculation. What's in between you and billions of light years? It's like, are you guys really serious, man?
Se reminded me when he what he just said.
Yeah, take your head out of the book sometime, man. Come on.
Yeah. I feel you. That's why I'm here, man. My head's not in a book right now. Oh God! Go ahead, Kosho.
You were talking about the intergalactic medium, the interstellar medium.
Yeah. So that I forget. Grimm is the one who makes that claim all the time, specifically about gravitational microlensing. There's a very simple question I ask him every time. It gets him in a fluster, and then he runs.
Yeah.
If this phenomenon is achromatic, it does not change as a function of wavelength or a filter that you might observe this through. If this is my claim that he doesn't take, but with our understanding of refraction and how the nature of light, if this phenomenon happened to be due only strictly just because of refraction through some plasma somewhere in between some dust or whatever, then I claim that we should see a chromatic difference. We should see a difference.
Now there's dust, huh? Now there's dust all of a sudden.
Dust everywhere, yeah. The great thing is
that's my point. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, the
but
great
I couldn't
thing is
resist.
the amazing thing is that Grimm always runs away from. We don't ever see any achromatic effect. We see the identically same phenomenon in any filter that we observe it through. So that's more evident. I'm not saying that's proof. It's exactly what we're saying it is. It's more evidence that it's not, that it rules out, as science does more often than ruling things in. It rules things out. It's ruling out the Grimm's idea that the light is being refracted through some plasma, electric universe, whatever stuff. Anyway, there was a long time ago, Kosho, you said you had something to say, but then
I had a question for you, but I think I know the answer. But it was also based on lensing, and actually, this is a good example of an evidence or an experiment, really. So this is actually an amazing experiment. But you know about that one lensing supernova thing, like when a supernova was predicted through lensing.
Yeah.
That would count as an experiment. I mean, if you can predict the day a supernova is going to be observed, that's pretty incredible, in my opinion.
Yeah, they were within
a day, I think.
They were within plus or minus, like their error bars on plus or minus like 1.5 days or something. I was gonna mention one more pretty good evidence. Again, it's not a proof; it's just another evidence that that this phenomenon is due to a massive body that's acting as a lens, a gravitational lens. If you understand the basics of how the geometry should work, I think maybe a lot of people do. It's multiple, like objects moving, relative to one another, and if they align perfectly, there's like a lensing, this phenomenon that we observe. A really good evidence that this phenomenon is actually being caused by some massive body, like a star or like a black hole or like a neutron star or something. Another good evidence of that is if you think about when this phenomenon happens, it happens at some time that we, detect it in telescopes. And then you just you have to do the most simplest thing ever in existence. You literally just wait some amount of time. You wait, let's just say, for example, 5 years. And then 5 years go by after this event happens. And then you point your telescopes back to exactly where the event happened. And what is a good guess, Kosho, of what you think you might see there? 5 or 10 years later, what might you see?
You're not going to see that thing being lensed anymore?
No, what you might see.
Oh, a repeat. Yeah.
You might actually see 2 stars there really close to each other when there was only one, apparently there was only what seemed to be one star during the actual microlensing event. But because they're all moving relative to each other, you wait 5 or 10 years later and you take the data with your telescopes again, and you can see both of the different stars. That's a pretty good evidence, if you ask me.
Well, that's just crazy.
Over some plasma refraction. Sorry, go ahead, Coach.
The supernova, that was the craziest thing about it, was because it was lensed. So the supernova was being lensed around some object, whatever, a galaxy or something. And so they saw it like once or twice or 3 times being lensed like around this galaxy, and using not just gravitational lensing, but also time dilation. So, 2 aspects of general relativity, they're able to predict when they would see the 4th one.
Yeah, there was a light.
Whatever.
There was a light. The light travel time that they calculated for the 4th lensed image was like a year and a half after the first 3 or something. So they wrote a proposal to use telescopes to look at it around that time, and they happened to successfully predict that.
Just a quick one, guys. If we were to model something that where everything out in outer space was actually traveling at the same speed as the rotation of the Earth, I think we might come up with different results. Does that make sense? So if we're rotating at 1,007 miles an hour and everything else is moving through space at 1,007 miles an hour, this might possibly be what I'm just saying. This, does everybody understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can immediately say that's not what we observe empirically, but
I mean,
Go
ahead.
No, that was it. I was just I've been thinking about it a couple of days, and if everything in outer space was moving at the same speed as Earth, then naturally their distances would cause them to fall back. But once a period of such and such years, everything aligns to our perspective, that would kind of mean in one way that everything started at the same position, point, whatever, on the racetrack. And you guys are talking about supernovas and stuff, so that might have sense to it.
The way I think about it is, you said it perfectly, like a racetrack. If you imagine it's like a NASCAR racetrack, like the Galaxy, and instead of there being like 20 cars, there's probably I don't know, several million all in the same, region or whatever. But anyways, and it takes, I think, how long does it take? 200 million years or something like that to go around once. So it takes 200. Is that right?
Something like that, yeah.
And so it takes that long to go around one time, the track. And so any year that you're talking about, or any 20 years, or any period like that, you're basically looking at like a NASCAR track, in like these very small time intervals where just like the cars are barely changing position, but every once in a while you might see some, changing more position than others, but they're going to stay relatively together. You know what I mean? For any portion of intervals we're looking at.
I think. Sorry, just a quick one because I'll be driving soon. Because the planet alignments, to our perspective, I think is important. Because the last one was whatever year, just I don't know when, but there definitely is a period of 2,200 years or something like that between each alignment. So maybe if we look at it in a different way, then we might be able to reduce that 200 million to something a lot smaller.
Yeah, maybe. Kosher, I was going to ask if that was that explanation about several, 5 or 10 years after, you wait a long time and then look again. Could I have made that more clear with any other language?
Yeah, I guess. I didn't, because I wasn't sure what to expect. I only knew that because of the supernova.
You have to understand that. Well, wait. Okay, so maybe it wasn't. Never mind. No, we don't.
Supernova event. I knew that occurred there, but I wasn't really clear on, why.
But remember the animation we worked on, right?
Right. Yeah. So you're saying,
so you know the geometry of how it's, how the geometries are allegedly aligned, right?
Right. So there's it's a threshold, as it's going inside of the lensing, I guess. I don't know what you call it, but it's inside of that
angular
frame.
Einstein ring. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to get
that makes sense.
Yeah. It basically just boils down to they all have their own relative proper motions, right? They're all moving in different directions relative to each other. So
why would you guess 5 or 10 years?
Well, that seems like with the resolution of our current generation telescopes, that's approximately a good time baseline to wait before we think we could individually resolve the different stars. You know, after they're obviously they're blended when the microlensing event happens. So is that making a little more sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess you'd have to make a prediction on the relative motion though, and shit like that.
Yeah. You know what? You're getting it, man. Yeah, I'm kind of like a little proud right now.
Yeah, okay.
It's there's something called finite source effects that it's everyone's falling asleep, but
even the geeks are geeking out on you guys, bro. Like the geek alarm is going off. Ding ding ding, Star Trek.
Yeah, you can get an estimate of the motion. Yeah, if you have a measurement of the finite source effects, you get an estimate of the motion of the two objects. So then
It's
you can
funny,
use
I
that
used to
estimate
believe in this crap like you guys, but I snapped out of it.
You're such a good contributor to the conversation, Nessie. You should just keep talking all the time.
Yeah.
If the moon was,
I'm sorry. Let them blabber on about stuff they have no clue about. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm pretty sure crying. Never mind.
No, we're all just internet people here. We don't have any.
So what is the phenomenon here of gravitational microlensing? What is it that we see that we're trying to answer?
Honestly, I mean, we don't have to. It's extremely mundane. And
Can I help out? Can I make it easy? Two word. It's like Potion said. It's you see the time dilation.
We'll leave it at that. Yeah.
You ever heard of that one test that Eddington did to try to prove Einstein wrong in like the eclipse, during the eclipse or whatever? You ever heard of that, Rooms?
Maybe not.
You ever hear of the EPR paradox?
Yes.
What do you think?
Tell us about the EPR paradox.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard of it?
Have you heard of
it? I've heard of it, but I mean, I just want to know what you know about it. Tell us about it.
It's Einstein. I forget the other guy's name, and Rosen, EPR.
Yeah, Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the guy. Thank you, Podolsky.
You told us this before.
Oh, I did? Okay, then I won't bore you again.
Do you remember?
No. I wasn't here, SC. Please.
Yes, you were. You don't remember? Do him again, SC. Do Nate again and see what he does. Why?
Yeah. Well, you know, Nate. So why? You know what it is, right? They're against the spooky action at a distance. They were against the quantum,
hidden variables.
No. Not the hidden variables, the spooky action at a distance.
I think it was hidden variables versus spooky action.
Well, known variables, you mean?
I think they're hidden. If they were known variables, they would have.
Well, they were known before the departure.
No, I'm saying I think they're called hidden variables because that's the conclusion.
Yeah, I think you could be right about that.
There's variables that they just don't know. They don't know.
They always name things stupid, but no, they shouldn't call it hidden. They should have called it known variables.
Stupid.
I wrote code the other day to test that because I was looking back into it because Witsit was asking about it and I wanted to make sure I understood the test or whatever. So I wrote this code that basically was testing if there was hidden variables and what the test would look like, that the probability would look like if you did it like 1 billion times or whatever. And sure enough, it was hidden variables shows you that it should be like 66% or something.
Sorry, according to one scientist. Who do you think is right here? Was Einstein and the boys, or was quantum physics correct?
Test shows that Einstein was wrong.
One guy shows that he was wrong.
Was he only 66% wrong?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, 55%. It's I don't want to get into it because it's kind of complicated, but basically there's this it's a very clever test to that will make an obvious distinction if you do it enough times. And if it's 50-50, then that erred on the side of quantum mechanics. But if it was 55% or 66%, depending on how it was done, then yeah, I've seen the variables.
Yeah, but quantum mechanics didn't allow for any percentages. It was 100%.
Yeah, right. It was 50-50.
Always known. There's no allowance for, so it's a pile of, can't be
think
true.
it's saying either way, it's you got 100, but it's the balance of it, man. But Kosho, you got to give us more information. This stuff is too.
It's very complicated. I'm going to bore you. We've really been boring. Yeah.
It's all theoretical mumbo jumbo, man. It's all it is.
If we were, let's say, geocentric, let's just say, and the Earth's rotating at 1,000 miles an hour, and everything, like I was saying, around it is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, and the Earth itself is causing that pull. Yeah, the Earth is tethering everything around it. For example, that's all I can say, really. When we're talking about these things and the time dilation, all these different things, if everything was moving at the same speed, it's not relative speed, it's the actual physical speed, then we could, in a way, predict how far everything is away from us, just based on the fact that everything's moving at the same speed as Earth. Whether, are we moving, or is everything around, who's controlling who?
Yeah, but if you cancel things out, like if you control, so if you look at the motion of everything and then you control for the rotation of the Earth, then you get a different observation of what the sky's doing. And if you do that and then also control for the orbit, and then you get a more correct view of what the objects in the sky are doing,
Yeah, like an order. Their declinations go up and down, so we consider that. We find their mean declinations. But like I said, like if the Earth isn't rotating east for one, and it's actually rotating west, and the moon is not going east, it's actually going west, then you can get yourself an order in the race, right? And then you'll find that the stars are the quickest, and then the sun, and then bits and pieces, not bits and pieces, but put all together, and it might be a lot simpler than all these massive numbers that we're thinking about. It's simply everything's moving the same speed, and you can work out their positions, whether it be a flat, a bowl, a geocentric, all these things. The moon, for a start, we know how slower the moon is. If we do know the moon's diameter and all those things, and just use that alone, we could possibly figure out how fast it's going. And relative to ground speed. That's why I should be saying ground speed.
What if we what do you think? What's your personal opinion on if we observe objects up there that appear to be moving around other things and not just Earth? They appear to be, one might say, orbiting around different things that are not the Earth. What do you think that would mean, in your opinion?
My only answer to that is it appears that Mercury and Venus are orbiting the Sun, and everything else seems to be orbiting the Earth.
Well, I've seen with my own eyes some small circular bodies that might be spherical, that are pretty small. I've seen them appear to be orbiting around this really big gas giant planet that people call Jupiter. I don't know if you've ever seen that. It's pretty cool to see, though.
Yeah. There's a whole load of them. They just move positions, and they've all got like different angles. And I've seen things like that. Yes, I mean, moons around Jupiter. If the sun has two moons, which would be Venus and Mercury, maybe they need these moons to help keep its power, its perpetual motion or whatever you want to call it.
Interesting
Yeah,
theory.
so there are relative things. There's one guy,
Grim.
he has got side, and he's talking about the Tycho model. Trying to think what he said. Oh yeah. He said every 79 years, Mars and the Sun, he believes, are binary stars, and they basically have a pattern that coincides every 79 years. Interesting that he seems to think they were binary stars.
Why would it be Mars and not Jupiter? Jupiter is the most massive.
He took it on the period. He took it on the period. I know we can talk about weights and mass of something and things attracting things, but if we don't know that practically, because we can't practically do that upstairs, up there, then it's all we can use is the most physical stuff that we've got. But when you talk about things going around other things, yeah, there are binary. Is it binary or is the object? You talk about Jupiter and its moons, but then you talk about the Sun and the Mars being binary, and they are going around. Well, maybe they're not going around anything; they're just a pair.
Well, not even just that. I mean, that's just one example in our own solar system. There's countless examples of binary stars that we can resolve orbiting each other and stuff like that. Without even presupposing how far away they are. We're making empirical observations of them, rotating about each other. So it's, I don't know, pretty interesting to think about if you think the Earth is the center of everything.
I did come into this thing like making flat Earth maps, so I never made a decision. I still haven't made a decision, but definitely doing the geometry and the practicals and everything like that. That's all that a simple person could do. But geocentric and thinking, I looked at the geocentric model, just with the idea, let's just say the Earth, a sphere, it's there in space. What angle is the sun to it? So I'm going to look for the driest pathway on the Earth, of which there'll be Texas, North Africa, and Australia. And doing things like that to kind of think, well, is the sun going around us at an angle of 24 degrees? It seems to ascend to the north and to the south at a difference of 0.25 degrees. It's even explanatory when there's 186 days when the sun is above the equator a year, and then the opposite being over 365. You're looking at 177 days in the south. So there's a difference there, and geocentric is very helpful to compare a lot of things. If you think about the geocentric model where all the planets are going around the sphere or whatever it is, if they're all traveling at the same speed, then you know what their periods are. Then you've got 2 out of 3, haven't you? And then from the third one, you can possibly work out what their diameters are from the center of the Earth or radius.
Because you told me that for the first time, and I thought about it. I was like, well, that's kind of weird, because what you said about the solstices or the time between the equinoxes, or is the time between the solstices one of the two? Right?
The summer solstice.
Oh, the time between the equinoxes. That's what it is. And they're two different. It's two different. They're not equal times. But that makes sense. I thought about it. Like, I was like, well, that's kind of weird. But I thought about it. It's like, actually, it makes sense.
Yeah, when the sun crosses the equator near sort of Indonesia, I think it's at the moment it's 120 east. I think I could be wrong. And then when it comes down from the northern hemisphere, it comes down at about 54.41 west, which is near French Guiana.
Hey, but that aside, I'm talking about the number of days, though. The number of days that it's south of the equator, the number of days it's north of the equator.
Yeah, but in other ways, I'm not saying surely.
No, you're right. I checked it. I checked it. I looked at the calendar, and sure enough, you're right.
So
that makes sense.
If the gap between when the sun crossed the equator, both points was to be 180 degrees, then we've got ourselves a nice, it's not moving from that. But that's not the case. And over the years, the last 500 years, it's moved like, I'm trying to remember. Yeah.
Realm, is the conclusion you're coming to still that there's land hidden 8 degrees north and 8 degrees south?
I think that difference there, if you talk about, I'm answering this question. If the sun is in the northern hemisphere more than it's in the southern hemisphere, then its equator is different, and its equator seems to be. It works out something like about just 2.2 degrees. The sun's equator would have to be above the celestial equator for it to have more time in the northern hemisphere. Therefore, even at that 2 degrees or 3 degrees, trying to match the two together when that's not the case, you would have to make a difference in the North Pole at least to compensate for that. So if the solar equator was 2 degrees above the celestial equator, and it's at an angle of 0.25 degrees, that's where I talk about you would have to do something in the North Pole, or you'd have to move things about so that they were really close to each other, but that's not the case.
Why are you referencing the solar equator? Because of the equinox?
In the solar equator being its path in a geocentric idea.
You're talking about whenever the Earth goes above and below the orbital plane?
No, because no,
Or
because
not the orbital plane, but I mean above and below the sun's equator.
If the sun, you see the ecliptic contains like almost everything, and its north pole is in Draco, so it's not the celestial north, and then the south is Dorado, which is not the celestial south. So the ecliptic has the ecliptic is offset from the celestials by 2 degrees maybe, or 3 degrees. But
not everything is on the ecliptic, right? Or
Yeah, I'm not sure what you meant by everything. Yeah, what do you mean everything is on the ecliptic? That doesn't make sense.
I think he means all the planets and the moons.
Okay.
Yeah, because they all go through the zodiac, and the zodiac appears to be, the mark points of the ecliptic.
No, not exactly, but I mean, yeah.
Exactly, you're right,
the only
mate.
thing that's really close to it, but everything else is kind of
off a little
further away.
I mean, they all go through. If you monitor all the planets and the moon, they all go through the zodiac as well as the sun. They all go through the zodiac signs.
Yeah, it's not perfectly though. I'm saying they don't perfectly ride the ecliptic though.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
they're
not
offset. They're offset by a little, but
so they don't crash into each other in one way.
I mean, okay.
But the magnetic equator, which I've been studying for years, is to me is our terrestrial equator. And if you look at the pattern of it, you'll see that it pretty much matches the sine wave of the ecliptic, for example. Whether we be moving or everything else is moving. And the other thing I notice is that if you watch the sun, if you look at east on Stellarium, for example, and you just go through the days or through the months or through the years, things the days, and you see that the days, and you see the moon coming round and coming round, come round. And what happens is that when the moon is heading in a north direction, the stars and everything seem to move with the moon. And when the moon is moving in the south direction, the stars and everything seem to move south. And the moon's movement, it's kind of who's pulling who, what's controlling what. The moon seems to have a big part to play in the terrestrial part of things. And that's what I was saying. It's like if everything's moving at the same speed, and we know what their periods are, then we can work out how far they are from Earth.
Beautiful. That was a lot, but beautiful.
I was thinking about that too.
I find it hard to believe you're not a global realm. It does surprise
I think he basically. I think he is sometimes.
Yeah, he sounds like a globe, you know, and then he'll end it off by saying something crazy.
Yeah,
like
but
there's land, like there's land missing or something. You know,
Con-
I mean,
concave.
no, but a concave means a full closure. The word con and cave, the word cave means there's an opening. So the word concave doesn't even apply to being inside a closed unit. It can be a container, but not a fully closed unit. And that's where I've never sort of lent into that model, because the people that come across screaming that Ellis, whatever his name is, Lord Stephen Christ, they come screaming that shit. And I'm like, that don't make sense. That don't make sense. That don't make sense. But because someone...
Then what are you?
Even to this
Huh?
day, I have absolutely no idea what Realm's cosmology is. And no offense, Realm, but like if we ask you, you're like, well, it's like a sphere and it's kind of like concave and then it's real flat. It's real flat and it's a little concave and it's a little spherical. I'm not trying to like take a dig at you. I'm just saying I truly have absolutely no idea what you think the Earth or the universe is.
I will back myself up and say I am a concaver, but for the Earth to be concave, it can be a bowl, ish. That's what I consider what a concaver is, because the Earth is concave. So if it was flat but slightly concaved, you know, that's where I'm at. I'm a flat.
So you like an 80% concave. It's concave, but it's not. There's like a hole on the top or something. There's like a.
No, it's like a cereal bowl, like a shallow, a shallow cereal bowl.
Okay, so the Earth is on a shallow cereal bowl, and then what's the roof of this thing? The ceiling.
Well, this is where the other mechanics come into it. It could be more of a flame shape, yeah. Whereas like the North Pole being the bottom of the glass, and then it sort of comes out the sides, and then it heads towards the other end being the south. It just depends.
I like that.
So the rim of the bowl. The rim of the bowl is like the South Pole on a flat Earth map.
The rim being the south. The rim being the bowl itself, and then the top being the
edges
south.
the rim is the edges of the bowl. So the edges of the bowl, you saying that's like the South Pole on a flat Earth map. It's like a circular thing. And then the North Pole is right in the center at the bottom. So yours is basically a flat Earth map.
He's saying the word top, though,
bent upwards,
which is a little confusing.
Yeah. He basically has a flat Earth map that's been bent upwards. So
around
the South
edges,
Pole,
the
South Pole is the edges. Yeah, exactly.
But he kept saying the top of it, which is, what does he mean by the top? You mean the outer edge of the bowl?
I think it's,
well, if you had a glass, a tumbler type of glass, that's more sort of flame shaped, so it's sort of bulked out, out there, then you've got a rim at the top, which is going to be the same diameter as the bottom of the glass.
What the hell? What the?
But the rim at the top is your South Pole. Is that where your South Pole is?
At the top, at the opening. But these are all things that are still being asked, and like, how does that work? Does it mean that there's an edge as such? Is the hole to everything at the South Pole, and all the light is coming in through a lens, or we're all looking at fuck knows, man. You know, this is where it's like it's hard to put your finger on it, because if you
guys trippy.
I think he thinks it's a globe with a sombrero on.
I think he just said it was like a shot,
flat Earth.
like a shot glass, or like
a shot glass.
But then again,
what's the inside walls of the shot glass on Earth?
That's where we live. We're on the inside wall.
Oh, we're on
so
the inside wall.
Yeah, that's the concave element.
See, there's the other thing of the Tower of Babel. I mean, if we were on a mountain, if we were living on a mountain as such, maybe think of a W. Think of people's hats. It's fucking so fucked up. Because...
How about this one? I just posted this in the chat. I'm sure a lot of people have seen this. Is this kind of what you're talking about? Now, this kind of shows it higher in the middle, but are you talking about like a big bowl like that, like a concave bowl?
Oh, just give me a sec.
Underneath it.
Just give me a sec. I'm having a look now.
A globe underneath it.
It's like a globe head with a sombrero hat.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, I done some like work looking at different hats over time, looking at the shields over time. You know, those are what people thought. You look at the flat hats as you look at cowboy hats, all those sorts of things. Seems to probably suggest what they subscribe to. But you know what the problem with this map is, that the surface area is way too big. It's bigger than the flat Earth map, and that's why it doesn't work.
But is this kind of what you're talking about with sort of a concave? I mean,
It is. It is what I'm talking about, yes. But I would bring the sides up a lot higher to more of a sort of pear.
More vertical. Yeah, more vertical.
We have to reduce the surface area. You know, that's the most important thing.
Okay, so you don't think that the water is planar in its geometry? It's not flat and planar. Is that what you think? Or it is?
I don't know. I don't know, mate. You know, Raiden's hat from fucking Street Fighter. You know, that hat which sided, but you're on the mount.
Mortal Kombat, yeah.
Did I say Mortal Kombat though?
Yeah,
he said Street Fighter.
Yeah, if you were in a speaker, it would be flat, wouldn't it?
Well, which way is Raiden's hat on this globe shape? Is it facing upwards or facing downwards like a bowl? Like upwards like a cone, or?
Yeah, it's facing upwards like a cone, and we're on the cone, because the Tower of Babel, I believe, shows the movements of the sun and the moon, and it's on a stepping stone type of pyramid or hill, mountain, whatever you want to call it. But we have to look at these different things and eliminate what is and what isn't, and then we're left with the possibilities. But they've left us all the information in our old artwork and things like that. Look at the top of the Russian buildings. You've got yourself like a pawn or a bishop of chess that's got that cylindrical top. The Hindus, the same. Their architecture would have one or two things represented what they saw, or you've got the domes of the churches and all the cathedrals and stuff like that, or the domed churches, where they're inside looking up to that shape, to a dome. Yeah. And it's like, are we inside of this capsule? You know, like a pill that you take? Are we inside of something like that? Or are we on the outside of something like that?
You talk about like what I just posted, that type of thing. I mean, that shows a flat plane. I mean, that's the Vedic cosmology. But I mean, the Hindus is based on a flat Earth, essentially, a planar type Earth. But there's just layers and levels to it.
You know, if you had Earth inside of a capsule and Earth is just going back and forth and moving, and the capsule being I don't know, I don't know. Think of an Olympic track. An Olympic track maybe is one thing, and Earth is in the middle, and then you've got everything on the outside, and it's pretty much the shape of a capsule. But Olympic track upright, fuck knows, mate. Fuck knows. It's kind of
basically you're just kind of like thinking, like you're not sure yet. Basically, you're just kind of riffing, thinking of ideas.
Yeah, I've always been like that. Yeah, because then I come to these shows and listen to you guys, and I hear new ideas. I hear new experiments that I hadn't thought about, and you know, and at the moment, I'm studying the moon really, really hard. I'm doing Excel comparisons, different, using speeds, using the information they give us, using the information that we know, using time, using all this. And at the moment, it seems that everything is going in a westerly direction by the same speed as Earth. And that's where I'm at. Because I can't design something without knowing what its dimensions are. So if I've got some dimensions just using the orbitals, then I can, you know what I mean? When all the boxes are ticked as you're going through it, you're sense checking every single time. Does this make sense? Oh no, it can't work because of that. Oh no, but if it can work, then it's a possibility, you know. And
So then is it moving? Is the earth, the rocks, the stones, the soil, in your viewpoint, is that moving, or is that just at rest?
What, as in the Earth?
Yeah.
It's one of the two. It seems at the moment it seems that the object is moving, and it's pulling everything. It's tethering everything along with it in a westerly direction.
So
But what
this cereal bowl is spinning, is moving like a record player. It's spinning.
I was saying that if we're talking about a bowl, then that model's more of a flat Earth curve model. But it's this tethering. What's on Earth? If Earth isn't moving, what's pulling it? It can't pull. So therefore, the sky has to be pulling on the Earth. But we don't see that happening. So I would have to sort of lean back towards more of a geocentric object shape, whatever you want to call it, and that is pulling everything around it. But then it's like, where's the limit? Is Earth doing the pulling, or is everything else pulling the Earth?
Well, what we experience and observe is a stationary Earth, and the sun, moon, and sky seem to be moving. The stars, sun, moon, and sky are moving above it.
And they tell us that the Earth is going east, but that's bollocks. If there's no rotation, then the Earth is not going east, and it's just a part of the fucking model. So yes, it's going west. But in ways, on a flat Earth idea model, we would possibly agree that all the objects would not be on the same plane, and they would not intersect each other into a collision. So therefore, are the other objects higher and higher and higher? Therefore, wider and wider and wider, but not. Everything layered up. The flat Earth onto the sides and above it, it's in the cylinder. It's looking into a cylinder, and everything is just going up and down in the cylinder. Like I say, if we just use everything moving at the same speed, we can identify which models are allowed to work with that. And if flat Earth doesn't work with that, then we have to. I mean, even if you take a flat Earth map and you reduce and you make sure that all your land masses on that circle, within that circle, all the land masses are to scale of the circle, then you've got them all grouped together, and then you've got the big gap in the Pacific. So you take a chunk out of the Pacific, and you therefore got yourself just like a speaker in a way, a coliseum, a stadium. It's something. If they left us the information for the Olympics of it being two straight lines and a half a circle each side, have they left us the information and we're just not seeing it? If Earth wasn't rotating, but it was just moving back and forth, then in a way it could be the torque for a hula hoop. I mean, ways there is like some type of non-physical hula hoop or rope, lasso, and the moon going around the Earth, it comes closer, and it causes more of an egg-shaped maybe movement around the Earth. Yeah. if they physically know what the speed of the moon was, and it's moving the same speed as the rotation of the Earth, 1,000 miles an hour, 1,007. So the moon's moving at 2,288 miles an hour, and from there you can work out a distance between the two speeds and their periods. That would make the moon something like 2.22 times the radius of the Earth away. Might be looking at about 8,888 miles away from the sensor. I don't know. Take 4,888 miles away. Get close to about 7,777 kilometers away from Earth. I was thinking about the word Independence Day. I broke it up and I got in the pan Dins Day, which is Tuesday. In the pan Tuesday. And I'm going from there, really. Any thoughts? Because Independence Day seems to be when the clocks will really set into the new thing.
Yeah, no, doesn't resonate with me, that one, mate.
Say again, mate.
That particular, I don't know what you bloody call it, analogy, not really an analogy, but that one doesn't resonate with me.
because you've got in the, which means in the pen, pen or pen, dense day, Dean's Day, Dome's Day. I think the word itself, Independence Day, is a, you could break it. Yeah, I think you could do something with it. In the in the pan, yeah, in the pan, or in the pen, a pen being more of a cylinder type of surrounding, as opposed to a pan, it's got more of a lip. And then Tuesday, in the pan Tuesday, two is day. So in the pan or Japan, possibly, in Japan, two is the day.
What
So,
am I listening to?
well, that's what I fucking do, mate. What I fucking do.
It's difficult to
A
follow.
savant at work.
Well, sometimes I reach out to people that kind of know what or do similar to me, because I think they didn't, our history didn't just name stuff by random. And if
Yo, I didn't mean to
something,
interrupt you. I think you're on something. In Japan, 2 is the day. The day for what?
well, where the starts now, does the day start with the moon or start with the sun? So if Japan, let's just say if we were inside a crater, a speaker, and Japan was the bottom point, it would be the bottom of the pan, the epicenter of Earth, and earthquakes happen there more than most in the Pacific. But in Japan, two is the day when the it's a you like past go. So at the moment, if our day starts at 12 o'clock, then we're 2 hours adrift. But between, let's say, UK being GMT and Japan, it's something like 222 degrees west of GMT, or the opposite, going east, whatever. So if everything's moving in a westerly direction, would the interval of nature or the sky or everything that we know, would the interval be when the day starts at 2 o'clock in Japan? And
Maybe it's
therefore, I
not a
was
time. Maybe it's the date.
Exactly, but so you're with my flow, yeah? Is it American version or is it UK version? Does it go 2707 2007 or does it say 7/27 2007? Depends which order. But yeah. It's an interval. 2 is the day in Japan or something like that. And when the day in the future originated and it started at Japan, then Japan would have been the GMT line of some sort. And now we're at UK. The opposite to the UK is going to be 180 east west, and maybe there was a sudden shift. Japan being because underneath Japan you've got the east of Australia, and to the north you've got just the tip of Siberia to the right, where it joins onto Alaska. There was an original demarcation line for the hemisphere amongst the Spanish from the west or east and the Portuguese the opposite. So this through the east side of Australia and then down to the magnetic South Pole. Now this line has moved from that line there, being about 160 east, and now it's moved all the way to 180, almost like they made up 20 degrees either side of the 180 line.
So is Independence Day a cipher or what?
I don't know. It's just fucking around with important words and seeing what the relevance stay with it. Call it anything else, you know, sod's law day. But interesting that just breaking down words and kind of just getting really random, but not saying clues. It's absolutely, if there is some sort of method to it, and I'm familiar with that method, then you know you can. All depends. Like this, where the day starts. Where would we, as the entire, agree where the day? One could say physically, and one could say empirically. So physically, we could say, well, surely the day could where the line of near the north pole, near the south, and anywhere on that, then to me there would be an agonic line. Agonic would be one circle. I would have.
Matt Realm, I don't know what you're saying.
They're not.
But
That's
I have to say,
something I would have to prove and measure.
I have to say,
No,
I am eating the most delicious cantaloupe I've ever eaten in my life. Like, it is so sweet. It tastes like honey, man. And it's gotta be GMO. But I don't even care. It's that good.
I get you. I get you. I've always been about the magnetics of the Earth, the physical magnetics of the Earth, and how they move, and the difference between where something equator this year and where it crosses the equator next year. It seems that the sun, for example, doesn't cross the same two quarters year in and year out. On a slightly different note, if you take Helena Island, West Africa, then you draw a line, Google Earth from Helena Island, then you go northwest to Ascension Island, keep on going, you pretty much will be in the center of Richmond, Virginia, or it's Washington DC, like in the town square. And they were doing measurements from Helena Island and Ascension Island. They've even got steps there, 699 steps. All these different things. They was doing things differently because you go to Mallorca, I think it is. They've got 365 steps. So something going on there.
Measurements on the island? Hell, nah, they weren't.
Well, it's either Helena or Jamestown. There's a ditch, a valley, could have been man-made by giants before, I don't know. And it's got 699 steps. So some type of measurements was used nowhere near the equator.
Hold up, why do they need to know the equator? To make steps?
I guess if you can measure anything, how far something's going, it's only an observation. It makes sense that the same observation was location the other side of the equator. If that wasn't the case, then could it be that Helena Island and Ascension Island, the sun that came directly overhead there, and that was the equator at the time?
We could be in something that's shaped like a Coke. Squarish type of water. Which one's more rigid? But yet the Coke stiffer plastic. An average water bottle, whatever, 500 ml. Ish.
So today we're doing.
Hello? What the
Who
fuck?
said that?
Hello?
The Nate?
Yo.
Hello.
Where did everyone go?
Sounds like a fucking doofus when he does that.
You sound like a 85-year-old. Hello.
Yeah. Why is everyone so quiet? What happened?
Like we burned the house down today.
Okay.
We. You know what I said?
I just mean that just seems like ever since I signed off signed on Discord until now, it's just been like on fire. Just the heat, just a lot of intensity and
Yeah, but I think there was obvious culprits. But regardless, you know what I said about that standard, like a standard, not like a written rule or something. But I think if like the people who came in here normally had like a standard way of just the way we communicated and allowed ourselves to communicate and stuff. I think this is my philosophy in gems. It never worked, of course, but I just thought that maybe if we just kept a standard, like not an official one, but like one where everyone kind of knew about it, like where you don't interrupt and you brevity and you allow other people to get in. I think that leads to more and more people behaving that way, and then if people don't communicate that way, then it's easier to point them out. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Yeah, you weren't here. There's a lot of times you're not here. People act crazier when you're not here. So
yeah, I've heard. That's what I hear.
Xenix's my buddy, dude, but he's incorrigible. But he knows that because he can't change or anything, unfortunately. But
well, it takes being really active. I mean, even sometimes I am here and I'm not really actively moderating, and it's so it's like you got to really be active to moderate it in terms of all the over talking. I mean, like what you're saying is, yeah, that would be ideal. I mean, there's some people that, like, I would go so far as I would say myself, you, Kosho. There's a lot of us that just really don't interrupt. We pull back if someone else is speaking. We don't like do the thing where you just dominate and talk nonstop. But so, I mean, yeah, if everybody was like that, it wouldn't be an issue. But that obviously that's not the case. There's people that do all that stuff, the interruptions, and so I don't know. I mean, unless it's like a structured type discussion or debate where it's structured, then if it's an open panel, then it's like mods just have to be sitting there muting people nonstop, and then it's kind of like not the best to have an open panel where people get muted all the time either.
Exactly. You know, you have good mods though too, because Bandsaw and Jeremy, because Jeremy is the same way like me. Like we're good. Because we talked about this in Gems before, where if there's two people, it's like there's a moment where there's two people who catch themselves talking. Like let's say like somebody just finished and then two people catch themselves talking at the same time. It requires that you. I mean, best case scenario is both people, check and allow the other person, and then one person goes. But it's when two people are persistently continuing to talk. I don't know why people like. I don't know. I don't get that. But regardless, as long as people aren't doing that. But yeah, like I said, you have good mods, so I think it's more like lead by example instead of do a whole bunch of policing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it gets out of hand. That's for sure.
Well, there's some people who are that's just the personality that they think they're above the rules or like the rules. I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything. They're kind of obvious people, but it's just like I think some of them are incorrigible. Like I said, Xanax is my buddy, but I don't think he can change. He just has something in him where he just can't stop himself.
Yeah. No doubt about that. Well, yeah, I mean, it's like if you have a structured thing that's structured, then okay, yeah, you can totally be like the judge in a courtroom. Boom, mute the person. Boom, all whatever's needed. But if it's an open panel, then it is open in that way. And then if it's an open panel, and I mean, if then you have the option of how strict you enforce everything. Like we have all the right sort of rules, guidelines, all of that in place in terms of all of that and the bot system, the warnings and the mutes and whatever's needed. But it's like if we were to enforce it super strictly, then it's like, I mean, half the server would already have enough warnings that their accounts would be restricted. Like they wouldn't even be here. Most people would be muted all the time. It's like if that was the case, it's like half the server would be gone.
Yeah, but Bandsaw brought up that because I know you have a bot that has that thing where you can kind of mute everybody, because you guys do that a lot. Like a lot of times you'll just make an announcement rather than start muting people, which works a lot of times. You just calm everybody down. But you were saying that it's too slow to mute everybody at the same time or something like that.
Yeah, it's called like mute all. I forget what the bot name is, but yeah, we tried it once at the beginning. Maybe it's better now. I don't know, but when I tried it, it just was slow. I mean, I could even do it right now. It's like I have to go find it what the command is, but I'm saying I could do it in this room, and you'll see how long it takes to mute everybody. Like if it was pretty quick, then yeah, like if the room's going crazy, boom, you could mute everyone, and then say something, and then unmute the people. But I mean, there's usually only like, even when that's going off the rails like that, it's usually only like 3 or 4 people. So you'd have to just mute those 3 or 4. But yeah, no, sometimes it does get wild but yeah, the bot, when we tried it, it was just pretty slow to mute everyone.
There's probably, well, I'd have to play around with it, but there's probably a way to make it so it only mutes people who are active instead of just like trying to mute everybody. Just like mutes the people who are actively speaking at that time. But I don't know.
Here, this is the mute all right here. Let me see if it's already activated. Should I try it?
Yeah, try it. Let's see how fast it works.
All right. Well, I don't know if it already knows that I'm in this channel because this is like an old version of it. But all right, let me just try it. All right, let's see what happens. All right. No, it's not working. I might need it. I think it just needs to be refreshed or something. Let me see. Oh, I got to start it up again. All right.
Bot, is it like the bot? What the bot you had to start up again? Oh, you're doing it from a virtual or from a separate machine, I guess.
No, it's just in a different channel. It's called the Mute All bot.
Oh yeah, I think it possibly has to be in the voice chat. Like you might have to invite it to the voice. I'm not 100% sure about that. I think there's a command that brings it to the voice and then doing it. I might be wrong about that. No, there's a different bot that does it like that.
I'm watching In Time with Justin Timberlake, and I forgot how good it was. I saw the movie before, I came to the conspiracy, and now it's so much better now.
You thought that movie was good?
Fucking have to work for your time or you die, bro.
Yeah, it's one of those movies. It's like it's like one of those concept movies. Like somebody had the concept.
You're working for the man.
So what?
Unless you're rich, you're working for the man.
Yeah. Have you seen that show on Netflix called Love, Death, and Robots or whatever?
Yeah, you like that?
That show is amazing. I love
It's
it.
crazy though. Have you seen the episode whenever they have they have the immortality thing and they have to like you're not allowed to have babies or whatever?
Yeah,
No, is that
and then
the new
there was that
season?
lady that had a baby, and like the guy had to like hunt, find out wishes so he could kill the baby. Yeah.
Well, I think he was. I think at that point he was just more curious. I don't think he was
Yeah,
wanting
kind
to
of.
kill.
No,
Yeah.
but I mean, he was a cop that's supposed to find babies and kill them, but like I don't know. I guess he
Yeah.
felt empathy for this specific baby or something.
That was crazy. I like that show though. It's I like the animation.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna stop doing
Have you seen season 3?
Yeah, I saw all the episodes a couple times now.
Yeah. Did you
I've
see the
binged
one
it.
where I think she was on? What was it? Io, one of Jupiter's moons.
Oh yeah. She was. You know, it's funny, dude. I swear to God, I was watching that and I called it out. I was like, dude, she's on IO, dude. I called it out. No joke.
That was a
Yeah.
pretty cool episode.
Yeah, I don't know. This mute all bot's not working. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you ever need, I don't know. You ever need assistance with the bots, but it's sort of like it involves trust, obviously. Because remember whenever Human Sheeple had his bot on that server, he like made it like you can make announcements like whenever he came in the room, it had to play music and stuff, and then he became emperor basically.
Yeah, didn't he turn it into a Minecraft server?
Kind of. I mean, I think he got banned from Discord.
Yeah, but he turned that flat Earth server into a Minecraft server. It was full of kids, became a bit
Dude.
weird. And
The weirdest thing was when I found out he doesn't even have the accent, dude.
What?
Did you ever see that, dude? Gio showed me that fucking a month or two ago, dude, and that blew my fucking mind, dude.
he's
Dude,
a British guy. His real accent.
Fucking
He's
British,
a British
dude.
guy.
What?
That whole accent was fake. Yep.
Why?
Who knows, dude? Who the fuck knows? All I know is
that Cyprus accent. Hello, that whole thing is fake. He has a BitChute channel called Human Sheeple. You can go look it up. He's got videos on there. He's literally like a fast talking British guy. He's like, "Wait, hello everybody." He's like a totally different voice.
He's crazy, dude. Dude, his BitChute is even crazier than anything he's ever. Dude, it's crazier than you'd imagine. But I'm gonna send it to you in DMs because it's like, even if I posted his channel, it's so offensive. Like I posted it in gems, and it like, everything.
Don't post it. Don't post it on the server. Just DM it to him.
It's fucked up. I'll show it to you, dude. It's crazy, dude. I blew my fucking mind, dude.
What the fuck?
And then I went to gems and I tried to tell him about it, and fucking people were like Curved and Lewis were like, yeah, dude, that's obvious. I was like, what? Wasn't fucking obvious? What are you talking about? It's obvious to me.
Well, I always thought his accent seemed a little put on to me. It always seemed a little weird, but at the same time, it was also I mean, he stuck with it so much.
He went to Lake Balaton with fucking Karen B and shit and doing it the whole time. That's commitment, man. That's crazy, like psychopathic commitment.
He had me fooled, man. Because he could get angry and, there's no like.
Although there are people that do accents. Like, that guy's got a YouTube channel, Ownage Pranks. And he does like 6 or 7 different voices. Like he does like a nerdy white guy, a black guy, an Asian guy, he does a gay guy. He does all these different voices, and then he pranks people. But he's really good at doing the voices. Like it's incredibly convincing. And like people think that he is those people. Like Indian accent, Arab, all that stuff. And when he calls like these different places, like even the people, like he'll call like an Indian restaurant, he'll do the Indian voice, and even those people are. Although he doesn't really pass on some of them, actually. Some of like the Arab guys, like they'll start speaking to him in Arabic, and then like they can actually tell, some of those guys can tell that it's not real. He's not authentic, but anyways, I'm just saying it's authentic enough to trick most people. And I'm just saying he can do those voices. Like, so, I mean, you know, a guy who can do a voice like that, like he could just do his Asian accent probably all day, or, you know, go on Discord and use it nonstop, you know?
Yeah. Like I said, dude, it's just different if you're actually fucking going on a experiment, long distance experiment, fucking hotel shit. You know, I tell you, dude, I interviewed him afterwards, and it was on Jim's show later. But he was fucking telling me what happened at Lake Balaton, and he was saying, like, you know, the test was kind of fucked up, and he thought it was a globe, but he could have been a globe the whole time. But regardless, he wanted to because the test was fucked up, so he wanted to go and take a sailboat to the middle of the lake and set up a target like in the middle of the lake to see if it was at least hitting that target, because it wasn't reaching the other side. And they're like, dude, no, you're not getting in the lake, because I guess it was too dangerous. And he's still fucking, like, I think on like the third day or something, he went like to like the houses, and he was like fucking going in people's garages and like stealing oars and trying to, like, because he's wearing a scuba suit, and then going and like stealing oars and trying to steal shit for the sailboat so he can go do that shit. And they caught him. They had to lock him in the hotel room.
Yep. And he's the guy that, quote unquote, serendipitously got ownership of the 24/7 1.0 server right before it hit 33,000 members. So, yeah,
These flat earthers, damn.
I'm sending you one.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is veiled in a tremendous amount of.
You guys think Human Sheeple is like a show, maybe?
I don't know. I think there's something twisted about him, dude. I don't know, dude. Like, he's like either a mega troll, but dude, look at these videos that he has. You've seen them, right?
Yeah, I'm watching them. This
Like,
shit
you
is
see
crazy.
the titles to these videos, the descriptions, especially the one I sent you. He literally, if you watch that video, he talks about how the cops know him by name, and actually, no, they know him as the doctor. That's what he says they know him as. Something fucking like that. Because he goes and he does these things. I don't want to say on, you know, the stream what it's about, but you can read what it's about, right? And he even says he does Bluetooth exorcisms. What the fuck is that, dude? But he's doing legit shit to people. Like, this dude in the video I sent you, he's ODing like on heroin or something like that, and he's like, "Do I have consent to, you know, to fucking do this shit on you?" And then he like sends him like fucking radio waves or something to his brain or some shit. It's really crazy, dude.
What the fuck?
Yeah, dude. It's crazy that this shit.
What the fuck is this guy, yo?
Yeah, I know.
Coach, are you a show?
What the fuck?
Yeah, a paid NASA show. That's right.
Because, you know, I just see how you get around. You know, you're so eloquent, act all, you know.
I get around, man.
You get paid still, man.
Just because I'm sleeping with Jeremy's wife, I get around, dude.
Yeah, Coach,
like gem servers 24/7. You know, get around.
Well, just let's say, Coach, you know, let's just say you're a normal dude, you know, just a civilian that's just into this topic or whatever. I will say that.
Yeah.
Who are high on their list of possible.
Yeah, probably. I remember, dude. I remember when I got. First of all, Geo's probably the reason why I could have been banned forever from this entire community. But Geo fucking came and brought me back from the first time I got banned. But when I got banned completely, after like I was in 24/7 for 2 months, everybody was convinced I was fucking I was a agent, like an absolute for sure agent. But it's only because I wasn't debating about anything for 2 months. I was like doing like Nate kind of does, not really debating most of the time. But then I had to debate with my buddy P-Link, but like a fucking actual published debate on YouTube and shit. And so I kind of like, you know, it showed I obviously knew the globe model and shit like that. And I think people were suspicious that I was just like they're secretly gathering information about them to use it against them or something. And then yeah, ban me for life. Who's this DMing me? What is it?
But I mean, if one of us Globers had to be an agent, don't you think you would be the most likely candidate, Kosho?
I think is it be a Glober? I think Chemo would be fucking Chemo's obviously.
No, a Glober, like.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Probably you, dude.
Me?
I think eggshells.
Eggshells?
Yeah.
Eggshells. Oh, right.
Really?
That's how they
Nah,
do it. Dude. It's whoever's the
he's
nicest.
too public with his life, you know, like he's been in commercials. Like he was a bit famous before the flat Earth stuff, you know. So
That's why.
you really think so? Eggshells?
Yep.
Huh?
You know what me and eggshells have in common?
What?
We both used to practice hypnosis. So I would be suspicious about that more than anything.
Yeah.
I think there's very, very, very few actual. I mean, what is an agent? Meaning somebody that works for the CIA or MI6, or somebody who is actually in like the.
Somebody sent by the handlers, sent by the opposition to to muddy the waters, you know, disrupt the transmission of the message clearly. You know, be a provocateur almost.
I think in this community,
that would be a flat earther though. You're explaining a flat earther.
Exactly.
But it could be both sides, right? Like, you know, when they have the riots, they plant agents, you know.
To
Doesn't
control
say
the
the Chicago 7.
The what 7?
Chicago 7 in the 60s. There was a riot in Chicago. Soon before the election. I think it was before the election. That's right. And it was a fucking massive riot though. Like Abby, who's that guy? Gio, you probably know that guy. It was a 60s dude, Abby Hoffman, that guy, and like Jerry Garcia.
Albert Hoffman?
No, that's somebody different. Thing.
Albert
Abby
Hoffman invented LSD.
No, it was Abby Hoffman. Abby Hoffman's the dude I'm thinking about. Regardless, though, he's like Abby Hoffman was that dude who wrote that book. It's called "Steal This Book," and I guess he wanted people to steal his book. But anyways, yeah. So they're called the Chicago 7 because the riot happened. It was a pretty fucking bad riot after a political rally or something like that, and they basically pinned it on those 7 dudes as the people who incited it. But whenever they actually investigated the whole thing, like half the people at that riot, like literally about like a big majority of them were cops, FBI agents, and other agencies. Like literally, like even Jerry Garcia's wife, or not wife, his girlfriend, the girl who's dating, who was there with him, she was actually an FBI agent. And then most of the people who were in part of the riot were just undercover cops or off-duty cops, really.
Jeez.
So it's like, yeah, it's not
You know
unheard of. So what?
Hang on, real quick, Coach. What's the Love Death Robots with the girl with the babies?
I think it's called.
Is it season 2? Is it season 2?
Yeah, I think it's from season 2, though. Yeah.
What's from season 2?
The one with the people that live forever. It's got like a Chinese lady and then.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Does it remind you of In Time?
Oh, it's called Papa something Papa Squad.
Yeah, Pop Squad.
I'm gonna try to find it right now.
It's not like in time, but it's fucking deep. Just watch all 3 seasons, bro. It's fucking crazy.
Oh, there's three seasons?
There's 3 seasons, but it's like, have you watched Black Mirror before?
Yeah.
It's like Black Mirror but animated, you know, so it gets fucking crazy. And each episode is different from the other, so you can watch them in any order you want, you know.
Some are boring, but you know which one I liked that is, I guess, from the new season? It was the one called like the Voyage. It's the one where on the ship. They're on that ship. I'm talking about, there's that beast.
Oh, where they're on
like a pirate ship.
Yeah, pirate ship, and then like they all pull straws or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that guy's like playing all of them. Yeah, like that big crab thing. Yeah, that was a good one.
I like writing short stories, dude. I'm not a good
Okay.
writer though, probably. I'm trying to get the AI to write for me, like to start just taking the scripts I have and just like rewriting them. But yeah.
You have to know how to write first, Coach, before you can have AI write for you.
Well, I've written plenty of like stories, and then I even wrote like most of a screenplay about Jesus, dude.
Published?
Say who?
Are you published?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
not published. No.
It's like a personal hobby.
I was just writing like short stories, and then I had the idea of writing like a longer like screenplay. Because the thing is, like, you know, Scott Veach, like he works like within Netflix and in this community, and he says the hardest part about writing is not like getting in; it's just actually writing it. Like if you actually complete it, then and it's actually a good story. It's not hard to get it picked up by somebody. So that's what he was saying. So I was thinking about just finishing one of those screenplays and passing it off to him to see if he can push it or whatever. That's probably never going to happen though.
If you can write, man, keep writing. Okay.
I have a theory about Scott Veach, though, dude.
Pop Squad.
Yeah, Pop Squad.
Is he around much anymore, or I guess he's just.
He's not.
Yeah.
I got a theory about him though. I don't know if I should just openly say it to everybody. That's weird. I'll say it like this in a real cryptic way, okay? I think that he is possibly. Okay, I don't know if I should say this.
You want me to mute the live stream if you want to say it?
Yeah, mute do that for sure. Just have. Let me say that.
I just because from what I've observed, you're a clever guy.
I appreciate that, but I don't think so. You should see my track record.
What did he say?
He said I was clever, but I think he doesn't know me very well.
Oh.
I have a bad. If you saw my track record, you'd be like, "Whoa, what the? Holy shit! This guy's actually lower than fucking." If I had like a score, like a grade, I'd be like in the low 40s.
You mean because of your felonies?
Yeah. Well, you have a good memory.
Well, you're telling us you had a couple of things in the past go on. It's
I
all
beat
good.
7 felonies, so
You beat 7 felonies, even better.
Got charged for 7 of them. But I got all of them dropped.
Sounds clever to me.
Well, actually, no, it's not me. It's clever. I found out all you have to do really is just pay an attorney, pay the right attorney.
Yep, exactly.
Actually, the number one key is find an attorney who worked in the prosecutor's office, and he's still friends with him or whatever. Because then it's all it comes down to is him making a deal with him. And not like a deal, like a plea deal. I mean, like him literally, because the prosecutor can drop your case at any time. Like his discretion.
If only Cuddles was here for that comment.
I think I said that to him, and he told me, what did he say? Oh, he said it's up to the judge. I was like, no, not about that. I think he was saying that if it goes to like, if the prosecutor decides not to drop it, then at that point, sure, the judge has more discretion. But it's honestly the prosecutor who's charging you, and he could decide to drop the charges at any point in time.
Yeah, I don't know. I've only been in court once, so I don't really know how it works.
Yeah, Hawaii, so you can get Dog the Bounty Hunter down there. Hawaii 5-0. I was saying the other day, dude, there's this documentary on Netflix now. It's about this, like, cyber, I think it's called, like, Web of Lies or something. It's all about, like, internet shit. Like, the first episode's about swatters and this swatter who gets this person killed. But the last 2 episodes is about this dude who was, like, a hacker, and he just wanted to live off the grid. Like, he wanted to live outside of society, basically, while still living in it. So he like got a whole bunch of fake IDs and started like doing all these like hacking scams, and eventually was doing like tax fraud. And so like I think the IRS and some other agencies were looking for him. And long story short, they caught him, and he was waiting in prison. And because he had like millions of dollars worth of stolen tax money anyway, and he was in prison, and he was like really certain that they had no way, there's no way they could have caught him, because he didn't leave any. He was very thorough, and so he decided to defend himself and to represent himself in his case, and he started like reading like law books, and then asking for, what do you call that when you request what do you call that? Like he's requesting evidence and shit. What it's called, but yeah. So he was requesting evidence, and he wanted to get like all the paperwork for all the searches and seizures and all the subpoenas and warrants. And he finally found how they were able to track him down, and it was this device called Stingray. And this is like right before Edward Snowden. And so this Stingray device, no one had, like the police were using this for years, like 30 years. And nobody even knew about this. Even like it's like a gray area in the law where they really were kind of breaking the Fourth Amendment, but nobody knows about it because they don't have to really disclose that they're using it. It basically allows them to like drive around with a Stingray, and then like phones, instead of connecting with the cell phone towers, it'll connect with their little machine, and then it will, you know, just basically know where everybody is and be able to intercept their calls and all this shit. But yeah, so through him fucking defending himself, he got them to admit that they were using this, and then like kind of started this whole thing where like everyone found out about it, and so now they can't use it, or maybe they do and they use something different. But he probably did more than Edward Snowden did, and ended up, you know, getting out of prison. It's pretty interesting. Usually when idiots defend themselves, they don't win.
What are you talking about?
The show on Netflix. It was
The system's broken, Coach Joe. The legal system's broken.
Sometimes.
Most of the time it's broken. I mean, you know,
It's not
people don't
just
play by
who
the
has
same
money
rules, Coach, when it comes
and
to
who
the
has
legal
the
system.
attorney and who has the district attorney on their side. The person who gets it,
Exactly.
That's what I'm
the
saying,
public
dude.
defender and is broke is going to jail, and
Yeah,
they're
of
literally
course.
put them in jail. They're trying to get hours, get years on the clock to fill the prisons.
Yes. If you find yourself playing a game and you don't know the rules, you're gonna get screwed. But if you play the game and you learn the rules and you find the holes and you can get by, then it's just, what's the difference? The thing is, this guy though, he did what people dream about doing, but they shouldn't do, which is defend himself. Like, you shouldn't defend yourself. You should just pay an attorney, or one who's, you know, like I said, you make a deal. He knows the prosecutor, whatever. But that's why I think it's interesting, is that he actually defended himself and won and beat the system. That's
Look,
just
a police officer's job is to arrest people so they find the crime, right?
yeah. They're basically extortionists, yeah.
They arrest
Glorified
people that
extortion.
do the job. They're trying to get more arrests, right?
Well, they want to stop people. They want to get a closer, like a traffic police, for example. They don't care about the fucking traffic laws. They want to fucking creep on people so they can find them doing illegal shit. You know, technically illegal shit, or have drugs on them or something, so they can get like a bigger bust. But they're basically just extortionists at that point. They're basically harassing people so they can, you know, extort money out of them.
Dirty cops.
Yeah, there's some good cops, but yeah, the profession as a whole is kind of now, you know, tainted by the practice. You know?
The district attorney, the judges, you think they get tickets? No.
Sometimes they do.
You know who doesn't get tickets is cops. Cops are immune to tickets. Did you know that, Kosha?
Like I said, sometimes it depends on, because like, you see that in the news sometimes. Like, where who did I see? I saw like
Did you
like
say,
a
listen, I
judge.
work for this precinct and under this captain, and they'll be like, oh, okay, don't worry about it. They'll all do that to each other.
Sure, yeah, man. I mean, it's like mods in the server. It's like if a mod does something, they probably get a better chance of getting away with it. You know what I mean? It's the same anywhere with any sort of
Right, it's who you know, it's your rank, privileges, if you're privileged.
Yeah. That's how
Family,
the world goes,
nepotism, human nature, man. Take care of your family first.
That's why people think that Jews run the world or something, but it's just the case of.
Don't they?
No, not really. But there's a case of a lot of Jewish people have successes in certain places, and you know, just like with Indian people, you know, they tend to hire in the family, in the culture, extended family, and so
I
you
mean,
end up with
let's
places like Hollywood that are
yeah,
predominantly
but let's
Jewish.
look at those places though. Like, well, what are the industries that Jews dominated?
Writing, medicine, law, banking.
Real estate.
Physics,
Not so much. I think
mathematics,
Indians are that's why I said
media.
the Indians are going to be I think they're going to be top dogs in this century. People think it's going to be the Chinese. I think the Indians are going to be give
Why the
everybody a run
Indians?
for their money.
What do they have?
Like I said, what you notice about the Indians is the same sort of things that the Jews were. The reasons why the Jewish people are predominant in those places is because they also they're good with their money. They're investing in the right stuff, and they are very family oriented, and so they pass things down to their family, and especially real estate right now. A lot of the real estate's being bought up by Indians and banks and
Yeah,
investors.
but I mean, it's not like Indians have a global monopoly on real estate. Maybe over here, like in North America, but I don't hear of Indians buying real estate all over Africa or something like that. And for the Jews, it's very specific key industries they dominate: mathematics, physics, writing, media, banking, commerce. Economics. So,
Yeah,
I mean, if you dominate these key strategic industries, right? You dominate medias, you dominate people's perceptions of, what the global image of the world is. Banking, you dominate commerce, right? Globally. Physics, writing, you dominate literature and science on the, hardcore physics scale.
I
All
think
all great discoveries, ideas are yours.
I was saying this before a couple weeks ago that like what a lot of people
Cybersecurity too in
yeah,
Israel.
also all sorts of stuff. I mean, a lot of what's it, Mark Zuckerberg, he's one of the richest guys. But regardless, yeah, it is true that in like during the Middle Ages, where most people didn't know how to read and write, there was a tradition to teach Jewish families were teaching their kids to read and write, and to learn the Torah and stuff like that. So a lot of people the theory is that like there's just a tradition of having this sort of, how do you say, it's like there's a tradition to have this sort of intellectual um like habits like through their lifestyle and their family, and I really think that's really just the case of that, because mostly all the other European cultures and stuff, they only started learning how to read and write like on a mass scale like 150 years ago, right? So it's other than like the highest.
It's the white Europeans that knew how to read and write first, before the
What?
Indians, before the Americans, before the Native Americans, before the blacks. The white Europeans, Caucasians.
Yeah, but not really. Like not all
That's
the
where the
way.
old
Not
music comes
true.
from, Kosho.
That's not true, Godric.
Yeah, it is.
There were
Name
lots of
one
people
Indian.
that knew how to read and write before white Europeans. It's just white Europeans formalized reading and writing in English, but there were people in China reading and writing in Mandarin. Come on, man.
And the Middle East and the Indians,
Yeah, in the
like,
Middle East, they were reading
that
and
was the
writing
golden
the
age of.
Show
Quran
me one.
in
Show me one
Arabic, the Quran,
Chinese. Show me one
mathematics, all of
Chinese,
it.
or show me one Indian. Microsoft company.
Indian? I think the guy who runs Microsoft is Indian.
Isn't the guy who runs Google right now in India? His name
Yeah.
is Sundar Pichai or some shit like that. I'm pretty sure
That dude's an employee, bro. Listen. He's an employee, bro. He could never make Google. Show me one Indian or Chinese Google, Apple, Microsoft, Facebook. You see what I'm saying? They're all Caucasian, white, or
Yeah,
Jewish.
but you shifted, Godric. You shifted crazy. You went from the white European was the first to read and write to there's no Indian that invented Google. Like, I mean, come on, man.
That's what I'm saying. It's about control. It's about massive control of corporations. That's what I'm talking about. They're all owned by white Europeans.
You know, even Fibonacci, he got the Fibonacci sequence, and then I think he also brought back a zero from the Indians, but he got all that stuff from the East. Like he didn't come up with the Fibonacci sequence himself.
There's a big fucking shit. A lot of Europeans' culture and shit is actually all Eastern shit. I mean, Rome basically the whole entire time it was around was just importing Eastern culture into fucking Europe, and that's why they were so dominant in Europe.
Like when the
Eastern thought has been quite advanced for a long time, especially in the Far and Near East.
Yeah, isn't it when the western half of Rome fell, the eastern half continued for almost 1,000 years?
Yeah, but it's like the universities were in Baghdad. That was the biggest university in the world during the Middle Ages. Yeah.
Yeah, and where did Alexander the Great go to? Became great. He went fucking east. Got all the Eastern knowledge and shit. Oriental fucking, not even as far as, but the Near East, they're geniuses the whole time.
Yeah, it wasn't until the Renaissance that the Italians first, started regaining knowledge that kind of was already like that. That's why it's called the Renaissance, because like